And at the top of the list, we have Chicken Game. This is a field spell card which has one of 3 effects the turn player is able to use. So it's one of the few effects in the field that both players are allowed to activate once it's on the field, where once per turn you can pay 1,000 life points to choose one of 3 effects, where you can either draw 1 card, destroy this field spell card, or grant your opponent 1,000 life points. And for some reason, this effect is spell speed 4, so your opponent can't respond to it in order to try to negate or destroy the card before you can use the effect. It also has the passive effect on the field, where the player with the lowest life points no longer takes damage. So, why is this card banned? Well, it's that draw 1 effect. Occasionally, there's cards on the ban list with a whole bunch of different effects, and it's only one of their effects that puts them on the ban list, which is definitely the case for Chicken Game. If it didn't have the effect to draw 1 card, it probably wouldn't be banned. Now, here's what's so great about this card. If you activate this card and then use the effect, you get to draw 1 card, which immediately replaces the Chicken Game you just put on the field, which allows you to go hand neutral and card advantage. There is currently a limited card in the game called Upstart Goblin, which also allows you to go hand neutral by drawing 1 card and giving your opponent 1,000 life points. And that card is so good it's currently limited to 1 copy, because it essentially allows you to play a smaller deck, since you can always activate the card to replace it for another one from your deck, which just increases the consistency of basically any deck that it's in. Chicken Game is a little bit better than Upstart Goblin, because it can search out of the deck with a plethora of field spell card support, which allows you to thin your deck even more and then play Chicken Game. There's also another field spell card called Pseudo-Space, which allows you to copy the effects of a field spell card in your graveyard for a turn. Oh, and also, Chicken Game only has a soft once per turn for its effect, which means if you get other copies of the card, you can also use their effects on the same turn. So with 3 terraformings and 3 pseudo-spaces, you essentially play with 9 less cards in your deck if you played Chicken Game, which just added a whole bunch of consistency to any deck that tried to use the engine, as long as they didn't mind paying a whole bunch of life points to do so. There was also an FTK with Chicken Game with all the draw power, where you would just use Life Equalizer, Magical Explosion in order to beat your opponent as soon as their turn started. So, can Chicken Game be unbanned? The answer is maybe. Currently, the card is not banned in the OCG, and only sees a moderate amount of play, if any at all. And part of the reason is because the OCG put restrictions on terraforming and metaverse pretty quickly, whereas Chicken Game was banned before either of those cards were restricted on the ban list in the TCG. So without good ways to search the card out, it's not as hyper consistent as it was in the past. And since the TCG also has terraforming limited now, they could probably safely unban the card, if even only to 1 copy. This card is definitely one of the tamest cards on the ban list. Update. All of this is still true, however, now we also have Rainbow Bridge of Salvation as an additional way to search the card, turning Foolish Burial Goods into more copies of terraforming. However, the power creep of the game has gotten to the point where this kind of investment for a draw 1 isn't that big of a deal, so I wouldn't be surprised if this card was unbanned in the TCG someday without an errata. And at number 2 on this list, we have Mirage of Nightmare. This is a continuous spell card which has the effect that only activates during your opponent's standby phase, where you draw cards until you have 4 cards in your hand. Then, during your next standby phase, you have to randomly discard the same number of cards from your hand that you drew, or your entire hand if you have less. So essentially, this card would allow you to dump your entire hand during your turn, like what most combo decks do anyway, then draw 4 cards as soon as your opponent's turn started, which could mean getting 4 hand traps and allowing you to stop your opponent from doing anything. One of the more popular ways to use this card when it was still available to play was to simply destroy the card before your standby phase started. That way, you got to keep the 4 cards in your hand. In the modern game of Yu-Gi-Oh, drawing 4 cards is kind of ridiculously good. Let me tell you about 3 other cards that exist in the game. Pot of Desires, Pot of Extravagance, and Card D. Pot of Desires requires you to banish 1/4 of your deck face down in order to draw 2 cards. Pot of Extravagance requires you to banish almost half of your extra deck face down in order to draw 2 cards, which also locks you out of other draw effects for the rest of the turn. Card D cannot be special summoned, blocks you from special summoning other monsters, requires the card to tribute itself and only during the turn that it was normal summoned, in which case it immediately ends your turn and then allows you to draw 2 cards. All 3 of these cards share the common theme of being able to draw 2 cards, and all 3 of them have heavy restrictions for drawing those 2 cards, and all 3 of them have seen competitive play, and consistent competitive play throughout all the years at that. The downsides of Mirage of Nightmare are not even that bad. Even if you don't bypass the effect, you can just refill your hand after dumping everything on your first turn, maybe draw a few hand traps to block your opponent. And there are so many different ways to get rid of Mirage of Nightmare before your turn starts nowadays that if you wanted to go around the side effects, you could do it pretty easily. In fact, you could probably get around the side effects while gaining advantage in some decks. So, can Mirage of Nightmare be unbanned? The answer is definitely no. The card was strong in the early days of the game when you couldn't really bypass the effect very easily, and would be kind of straight broken in the modern metagame, where there is a plethora of ways to bypass the side effects, or not even care, since the side effects could be a benefit for some decks. The random discard also counts as a discard effect, so that would activate the effects of Dark Worlds and Dangers. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? The only way would be to errata the card, and the best way to do that would probably to put some Sandgen-like restrictions on the cards drawn, where you can't use them during the turn that they're added to your hand, and then take a page from some of the pendulum effects, where the downsides still happen even if the card leaves the field. And of course, banish the cards face down instead of sending them to the graveyard. This would keep the effect of being able to draw 4 cards, but actually give it harsh restrictions, where you would probably still see competitive play. Update. This card is still bonkers. They've released even more graveyard effects and cards that like to be discarded since I made the video originally 3 years ago. It seems as if this card gets stronger and stronger as time goes on, especially since it lets you potentially draw into hand traps on your opponent's turn. Next up, we have Card of Safe Return. This card is another continuous spell, which has a very simple effect that if a monster is special summoned from your graveyard, you can draw 1 card. There are quite a few decks that can special summon from the graveyard very easily, and even a couple that do it infinitely through some loops. So that card can essentially allow you to draw every single card in your deck in 1 turn, or just gain a ridiculous amount of advantage for combo decks. And funny enough, this card didn't actually see play when it first came out, and it was an even weaker version than its anime counterpart, which allowed you to draw 3 cards when a monster was summoned. Although, like I explained in the chicken game segment, being able to draw 1 card is already pretty good. Not having a limit on it is broken. So, can Card of Safe Return be unbanned? The answer is also definitely no. The card is more broken than Mirage of Nightmare, as it allows you to gain the advantage immediately during your turn without having to wait for your opponent's turn. It would just add a level of consistency to combo decks that would be way too strong for the game. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? This one's pretty easy, just slap a hard once per turn on the effect. You already have cards like Supply Squad that allow you to draw 1 card per turn if a monster you control is destroyed. The activation requirement for that one is not even that much harder than Card of Safe Return, and it doesn't really see that much play. And at number 4 on this list, we have Graceful Charity. This card allows you to draw 3 cards, then discard 2. Unlike Card of Safe Return, this card basically saw play from the beginning, and it didn't really stop seeing play until it got banned, where it was then unbanned for 1 format and then banned again forever in 2007. Out of all the cards that allow you to draw, just in general, Graceful Charity is probably the single strongest without setup, and it technically doesn't give you card advantage, as you just go hand neutral with its effect, similar to Upstart Goblin. The thing with Graceful Charity is it allows you to dig through your deck to get your combo pieces, and then selectively set up your graveyard with any 2 cards from your hand while not losing any advantage in that exchange. It's also a discard effect, so it activates the effect of Dark World monsters and other cards that require specifically to be discarded. And with how prevalent graveyard effects are in the game, with a lot of decks using their graveyard as a second hand, this would just allow you to basically go +3 with its card advantage, instead of the hand neutral like it's intended. And an effortless +3 for a majority of decks is pretty good, especially since people jump through hoops to play cards like Pot of Extravagance, which is only a +1. Can Graceful Charity be unbanned? This is another hard no. It would probably be an auto-include in just about every deck, and allow already good meta decks to be even better without effort. At least there's some counterplay involved with the previous 3 cards, and even a little bit of setup required in order to use them to their broken effects, but not with Graceful Charity. It's just good right out the gate and is even better in good decks. So how could the card be fixed to be unbanned? This one's pretty difficult. I can't think of a good way to adjust this card while keeping true to the intended effect, other than just adding a whole bunch of restrictions to it like the Pot of Greed retrains. Although I don't think that's a very creative way of fixing the effect, but it's just so inherently good that it's kind of hard to allow it to exist without slapping a whole bunch of restrictions onto this imagined errata. Next up on this list, we have Pot of Greed. This card was banned because no one could figure out what it actually does, and was voted as the #1 most confusing card in the game in the 2008 World Championship. But in order to summarize this card's effect, basically it lets you draw 2 cards without any restrictions. Pot of Desires and Pot of Extravagance are basically 2 ways of Konami trying to fix this card, by just creating more balanced versions of it, where they basically did what I suggested for fixing Graceful Charity, just slap a whole bunch of restrictions on it. And also hard once per turns, because the ability to draw 2 cards without any restrictions is literally good in every single deck. Remember, there's a card that's currently limited to 1 copy on the ban list called Sekka's Light, which allows you to draw 2 cards, but only if you have no spell or traps in your graveyard, and also locks you out of using any other spell or traps for the rest of the duel, and also is a hard once per turn. In addition, it has a really good graveyard effect to mulligan, but the fact that a card that literally stops you from using any other spell or traps is considered so good that it's currently limited to 1 copy should tell you something about an unrestricted version of Pot of Greed. So, can Pot of Greed be unbanned? Not at all. There's already too many cards in the game that exist which try to fix its effect, which also see heavy competitive play. So releasing the granddaddy of them all wouldn't really make sense unless they did it for fun, because they wanted everyone to enjoy 1 copy of Pot of Greed in their deck for a format or something. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? Honestly, I don't think they would, because Pot of Greed has so many retrains. And generally, retrains are Konami's way of trying to fix previously broken cards without having to change the original. I can't think of any card that has had more retrains than Pot of Greed, so I think it's just kind of stuck in ban list purgatory forever. Update. They had no ban list tournaments in Japan where people weren't really using Pot of Greed at all, because that saw in the deck was better spent on a hand trap to stop their opponent's insane turn 1 combos. Which means, in a future where combo decks are so fast, Pot of Greed might be unbannable because its advantage is just too slow to wait to use during your turn. But as it is now, it's still very good to be honest, and its lesser de-evolution versions see immense amount of competitive play still. And for the 6th card on this list, we have the Delinquent Duo. This card has the simple effect where you can pay 1,000 life points to discard 2 cards from your opponent's hand. One of them at random, and the other one of their choice. Technically, this card allows you to go +1 in card advantage, similar to Pot of Greed, although it does require you to pay 1,000 life points. And that +1 alone would probably get the card banned, but that's only half of the problem of this card. If there was a card in the game that only traded 1 for 1 instead of 2 for 1, and only let you go hand neutral, that would be an excellent trade-off. Out of all the ways to go 1 for 1, doing it effortlessly by discarding from your opponent's hand is one of the strongest 1 for 1 trades you can make in the game, because of the potential to loop those effects in order to get rid of your opponent's entire hand before they have a chance to play the game. That's why there's so many heavy restrictions and limitations to cards that allow you to discard from your opponent's hand, where they usually require you to go -1 in those exchanges at the very least, because that does a much better job of balancing it out. And so Delinquent Duo allowing you to go +1 is one of the best ways you can possibly exchange card advantage, which means it's incredibly strong and was part of one of the very first meta decks in the game, which did not rely on just summoning a strong monster to beat down your opponent. This version actually relied more on just getting rid of your opponent's cards in their hand, while also having a few strong monsters that actually deal damage to their opponent, and getting rid of more cards from the hand with cards like Don Zaluk. So, can Delinquent Duo be unbanned? No, of course not. It's ridiculously powerful. Not even for fun like they could with Pot of Greed, since that card just adds more consistency to decks. Delinquent Duo would be kind of unfair to whoever went second. How can they fix the card to be unbanned? Even if you added on a cost to also discard from your hand in order to use it, it would still be strong. This one's also kind of tough like Graceful Charity, because the effect itself is inherently strong even if you only use it once per turn. Although I would definitely slap a hard once per turn on it anyway, although I can't think of good ways to really restrict this card without just slapping a whole bunch of restrictions to it, like after they use it, no special summons, or not using any other spell or traps for the rest of the turn, or etc, etc. Update. There's actually a lot of discussion in the community about whether a random discard 2 is even useful anymore, since it's only useful going first. And since you don't get to pick the cards, you don't gain any hand knowledge to play around hand traps. Although personally, I'd argue that while some meta decks could probably play through 2 random cards getting discarded, it would still be killer to meta decks that actually need to use cards from their hand and not from the graveyard, and this is still a complete blowout to rogue decks. Plus, it's not useless going second either, like most people will argue. People still have hand traps in their hand even after establishing a board of monsters most of the time. Next up on this list, we have the Forceful Sentry. This card has the effect where it simply lets you look at your opponent's hand and then send any one card from your opponent's hand back into their deck. And this card is probably stronger than Delinquent Duo, surprising enough, considering it actually gets rid of one less card. The difference between these two cards is that the Forceful Sentry lets you pick whichever card you want to send back from your opponent's hand, which gives you knowledge on your opponent's hand and allows you to play around whatever they might have left, while also getting rid of whatever their best combo piece is or whatever their most dangerous hand trap is that might stop you from doing your plays. There exists a card in the game called 3 Tactical Talents, which can only be used during your turn when your opponent activates a monster effect during your turn. So it's kind of hard to activate, and what it does is when you use it, it lets you choose one of 3 effects. And the effect chosen the most out of those 3 is basically the one that lets you use Forceful Sentry's effect. The other 2 effects are also good. One of them is literally just Pot of Greed, and the other one is Change of Heart. Both of those are excellent effects to pick as well. It's just the Forceful Sentry is picked the most because it allows you to get rid of your opponent's other hand trap, and gaining information on what their plan is so that you can play around them and know which hand trap to use yourself. And just all kinds of information that's super valuable in competitive decks. And since it sends the card back to the deck, you don't have to worry about setting up their graveyard like you would if you discarded it like with Delinquent Duo. It's still super valuable to trade 1 for 1 from your opponent's hand, but the Forceful Sentry does it in probably the best possible way. It's straight up a 1 for 1 exchange, you don't gain card advantage, but it's so strong that the effect is literally chosen over 2 other very strong effects that do give you card advantage. So could the Forceful Sentry be unbanned? This is another hard no, considering the card is probably better than Delinquent Duo. The ability to gain information on your opponent's hand and also control that hand at the same time while not losing any advantage is ridiculously good. Out of all the cards in the game that technically only trade 1 for 1, Forceful Sentry is probably the best. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? Honestly, they kind of already did it with 3 Tactical Talents, just put crazy restrictions on the effect, and even then, it's still really strong. This is another one where a hard once per turn wouldn't really solve the issue, since there exists a hard once per turn version of this card in the game that does already see competitive success. And it's also kind of like Pot of Greed, where they already kind of have a retrain of the card, so they wouldn't really need to bother with fixing the card in order to unban it. And at number 8 in this video, we have Confiscation. This card is like the Forceful Sentry. It lets you look at your opponent's hand, but it discards the card you pick instead of sending it back to the deck, and requires you to pay 1,000 life points to use it. And even though it's technically not as good as Forceful Sentry, and was the last of the 3 discard cards to be banned, it's also still incredibly powerful and would absolutely see play in pretty much every meta deck if it was live. So could Confiscation be unbanned? Same as Forceful Sentry? Probably not. They've already introduced an incredibly nerfed version of this card as well, called Appointer of the Red Lotus, which only gets rid of a card for 1 turn, is a trap card which is inherently slower than a spell card, and requires you to pay 2 times the amount of life points, and it sees all kind of competitive success. So obviously the better version would be too powerful for the current metagame. Maybe we'll get to a point where graveyard effects are just better than hand effects, to the point where getting your hand discarded isn't a big deal anymore, in which case it might come off the ban list. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? Well, they already kind of fixed it with the Appointer of the Red Lotus. Slow it down by making it a trap, making them only lose the card temporarily, and of course requiring a harsher life point cost. Update: Appointer of the Red Lotus is now limited to 1 copy because it was too good, further cementing how good Confiscation would still be in today's meta. Next up in this video, we have Snatch Steal. This is an equipped spell card which has the effect to take control of whichever monster your opponent controls that you equip it to, with the downside that during each of your opponent's standby phases, they gain 1,000 life points. Now, giving your opponent life points isn't really a downside most of the time. It's almost laughably bad as a detriment to a card, since life points don't really matter very much, and it's such a minor amount to give to your opponent for how powerful the effect is. Inherently, the ability to take control of one of your opponent's monsters is a +1 in card advantage, since you're simultaneously denying your opponent a card and gaining a new card at the same time. And Snatch Steal doesn't really require you to lose any kind of advantage to accomplish this feat. There's also no limitations on the monster you can steal, which makes it additionally a very powerful form of removal, since it technically doesn't destroy or banish. It's able to steal a lot of monsters that usually would have protection. Although since the card does target, it needs to be equipped, there is some counterplay where they can just chain MST to the activation of Snatch Steal in order to stop it. Or if a card has an effect that prevents targeting, like Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, you'll be able to stop it with those cards. However, also because it's an equipped spell card, it enjoys a massive amount of very good support. The card could be searched out from the deck directly with Armory Call or Hidden Armory, and it could be recycled endlessly with Gearbreed. Equipped spell cards enjoy a lot of really good support because they are inherently kind of bad, and they can receive this good support because cards like Snatch Steal are banned, so they don't have to worry too much about it. So, could Snatch Steal be unbanned? Funny thing is, they did unban it for a single format. Konami was trying this thing where they were unbanning choice cards for one format just to allow players to play some of these long-standing banned cards. And Snatch Steal was one of those very few cards that was unbanned in this process before they abandoned the idea. And in that one format, literally every single deck played the card, and it was absolutely meta-defining and could single-handedly win you some games. It was almost hilarious how good it was, even in a time when Dragon Rulers were still running about. There's even better equipped spell card support today, to the point where cards like Smoke Grenade of the Thief is considered a broken card, where in the past it was considered a joke. So I think the card would probably perform even better today. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? The thing is, there already are some equipped spell cards that allow you to steal your opponent's monsters, and they're not considered broken. Most of them rely on another card being on the field as well, like Comic Hand or Falling Down. Those ones have additional counterplay since your opponent can remove the other cards in the field, which render their effects no longer working. Snatch Steal isn't really part of an archetype though, so that kind of fix wouldn't really work with it. If they wanted to unban Snatch Steal, they would probably have to give it an actual cost to its negative effect, like requiring the person who uses it to pay half your life points during each of the standby phase, and also ban Hidden Armory, Armory Call, and Gearbreed. Although even if you ban those three cards, Infernobles would probably still be able to use it pretty easily, and you can't really ban an entire archetype. Well, they can. They did do that with the Dragon Rulers, but they probably don't want to do that again just to unban one singular equipped spell card. All that being said, I'm not 100% confident that they wouldn't just unban the card without a change, because it would just be a strong staple like Super Polymerization. And there's so many strong staples in the game right now that it would just kind of fit in with the rest of them if it was simply given an actual cost or downside, since it's currently an effortless +1. And last up on this first episode of all of the banned spell cards, we have Change of Heart. This is another spell card which allows you to take control of a monster that is banned, and is definitely the premier strongest of all of them. It allows you to take control of any monster without restrictions, just like Snatch Steal, although it doesn't have counterplay potential of them being able to chain an MST to stop the effect. So it's strictly a stronger effect, since just like Snatch Steal, it allows you to go +1 with its ability to control one of your opponent's monsters. And it's a very powerful form of removal that has very few counters. Basically, anything that can remove a monster without destroying it, banishing it, or targeting is pretty good. Change of Heart does target at the very least, so there are some cards which can be immune to the effect. And Change of Heart is the original card that allows you to steal one of your opponent's monsters. And it has such a simple effect that it's super powerful, where it would definitely see all kinds of play, considering Mind Control is an extremely limited version of Change of Heart and sees a healthy amount of competitive success, even though it has a whole bunch of limitations on the card you can steal for a turn. So, could Change of Heart be unbanned? Probably. Like I said with Snatch Steal, it would just be a very powerful staple that would kind of fit in with a whole bunch of other powerful staples. The card wouldn't have that much benefit over a card like Mind Control, since it would basically just be taking the card for one turn and using the stolen card in the exact same ways people use Mind Control today. Except for the fact that you can also attack with the monster or tribute it. If it were to be released, it would have to be to one copy, just like Mind Control, but even then I could still definitely see it being a little bit too strong, because generally they don't like effortless +1s in the game, and this is definitely an effortless +1 since it currently doesn't have any restrictions to it. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? Honestly, they kind of already did this with Brain Control, which was another Mind Control-like card that was also banned, and it was only a slightly more restrictive Change of Heart, since it simply required you to pay life points in order to steal a monster. And all they did to Brain Control was give it a simple errata where they gave it an actual restriction to the targets it could take control of, where you can only take control of a monster that can be normal summoned or set, which means you can't use it to steal extra deck monsters. If they simply gave Change of Heart the same restriction, then they could easily take it off the ban list and no one would play it. If they required you to discard one card in order to use it, it would no longer be a +1 and still be a former removal, but one which is kind of dubious if it would see play or not. This one seems like it'd be pretty easy to fix since they already had success in the past with similar cards in the form of brain control. Although they overcorrected with that card and now it doesn't see any play. Update. This card is now limited in the TCG and semi-limited in Master Duel. And while it does see some competitive play, it's not the powerhouse card to be afraid of, and it's not even omnipresent in every deck. First up on this list, we have the counter to Dragon Ruler's Spellbook of Judgment. If you watch my video on why main deck monsters are banned part 1, you'd see that half the Dragon Ruler archetype is currently banned, and that's because they were incredibly powerful and one of the strongest archetypes in the game's history. And even with all the advantages Dragon Rulers had, they never made tier 0 status because of Spellbook of Judgment coming out at the same time. A single card that's able to hold back an entire powerful archetype is an excellent card to start off a video on singular powerful cards. So what does Spellbook of Judgment do? Well, during the end phase of the turn this card is activated, you get to add Spellbook spell cards from your deck to your hand, up to the number of spell cards you activated this turn, after using Spellbook of Judgment. So you'd want to use Spellbook of Judgment immediately, then start using as many spell cards as possible, which do not need to be Spellbook spell cards, as any spell card counted towards its effect. Then you could special summon any one spellcaster type monster from your deck who had a level less than or equal to the number of spell cards added to your hand by its effect. And also, this card had a hard once per turn. So if you played this card correctly, it would allow you to go +7 in card advantage during your end phase, and generally, a card is considered incredibly good if it allows you to go +1. So this is a little bit stronger than that by a smidge. Although gaining a whole bunch of advantage doesn't mean anything if you can't use those cards, as technically auto-matic allows you to go +2 with its effect, and that one doesn't see any play because the cards that it lets you add to your hand aren't good. Well, spellbooks actually have two pretty good targets. One of them is their field spell card, the Grand Spellbook Tower. This card allows you to draw one extra card every turn as long as you return one Spellbook spell card from your graveyard to your deck. And it floats into the special summon of a spellcaster type monster from your deck on its destruction. With the Grand Spellbook Tower, you essentially got to draw 2 cards every turn, once during your draw phase and another during your standby phase, which is pretty good for a field spell card. Although it's pretty easy to search out field spell cards, that's not really the power card of spellbooks. It was definitely Spellbook of Fate. This is a quick play spell card that allows you to banish a number of Spellbook spell cards from your graveyard in order to activate one of its 3 effects. If you banish 3 for its best effect, you got to banish 1 card in the field without targeting it. And non-target banishing is incredibly good. But it also had the option to have a Book of Moon effect that could double as flipping a monster face up as well. Or if you only banished 1 spell card, you could return one of your opponent's set spell or traps in their hand, which wasn't as useful. Spellbook of Fate was definitely the power card for being able to non-target banish one of your opponent's cards. Then there was a whole bunch of other mediocre Spellbook spell cards which aren't super good on their own, but if you're able to use them without worrying about losing advantage, then they actually get kind of bumped up in usefulness a little bit. Spellbook of Wisdom allowed you to protect your spellcasters from spell or trap effects. Spellbook of Secrets was a great card to copy the effect of in order to search out your other spellbooks thanks to cards like Spellbook of the Master. And there was even a Spellbook card that allows you to special summon spellcasters from the graveyard, Spellbook of Life. Although while the Spellbook cards were fine and everything, the real power of Spellbook of Judgment was the ability to special summon that monster from your deck. The absolute best target to choose was Jiaojin the Spiritualist. This is a level 3 spellcaster type monster which prevents both players from special summoning monsters while on the field, and allows you to destroy all special summon monsters in the field if you use this effect to discard a card from your hand. And preventing your opponent from special summoning is super good. Most decks are trying to special summon as much as possible in order to do their thing, so they have to try to destroy Jiaojin before they could do any of their combos, where you could then just control them with your set Spellbook spell cards, i.e. Spellbook of Fate. So with Spellbook of Judgment, which was incredibly easy to search out in that deck I might add, thanks to cards like Spellbook of Secrets and Spellbook Magician of Prophecy, you were basically incentivized to play all the cards in your hand without needing to conserve anything, because you would just get it all back anyway and then some. The amount of advantage the one card generated was just too strong, which is why the card was banned shortly after it came out in September of 2013. Can Spellbook of Judgment be unbanned 7 years after it came out? Probably still no. While it is true most of the Spellbook cards have been power crept already, there is a variant of Spellbooks that does see some niche competitive success even today, making use of a more control-oriented strategy with cards like Mystic Mind combined with Jiaojin the Spiritualist. They also released a new Spellbook spell card called Spellbook of Knowledge, which adds a little bit more consistency to the Spellbook engines, or just any deck that uses Spellcaster-type monsters. And there's a lot of good Spellcaster-type monsters in the game. The fact is, Spellbook of Judgment just allows you to gain too much advantage on its own, and even though most of the cards it can search out aren't as powerful anymore, it doesn't really matter if it's so many of them. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? If they just straight up remove the ability to special summon a monster from the deck, it might be okay at that point. It would still give you a whole bunch of advantage, sure, but it would be during the end phase and it wouldn't really be any hand traps that could be used immediately anyway. And it's real easy to beat someone in one turn nowadays, especially if you know they don't really have any hand traps in their hand. But the ability to bring out Jiaojin is what was really increasing the power level of Spellbook of Judgment. Alternatively, they could fix the card by just banning Jiaojin the Spiritualist, although the ability to special summon a monster from the deck is still super strong, especially when it's such a variety of levels that eventually they would just find a new second best target to pick anyway. Although Konami isn't super keen on just removing effects from cards when they errata them, so a more reasonable suggestion would be to probably just heavily restrict the monster you do bring out from the deck, or find some way to limit the amount of cards you can add to your hand, like maybe requiring you to discard all cards from your hand that aren't Spellbook spell cards as well, so you couldn't keep any of your hand traps. So you'd still gain a whole bunch of advantage from the card, but at least it would have some weaknesses and you'd be left vulnerable to your opponent's plays and attacks. And of course, there's the inherent weakness where Spellbook of Judgment can kinda just be stopped with a single hand trap anyway, which wasn't really a thing when the card came out, but just because a card can be stopped by a hand trap doesn't make the card bad. Nowadays, this card is still a strong card, but the rest of the Spellbook archetype has aged horribly in comparison with it. Though spell-heavy decks like Runic and Striker could play this card to get Jiaojin at the end of their turn, it probably won't amount to anything more than a gimmick. Update. Turns out, power creep is crazy. Spellbook of Judgment is now like Oja Magic in that it gives you a bunch of advantage that doesn't do enough anymore. Being able to bring out Jiaojin is still good, but not good enough to muck up your deck with Spellbook cards to search out Judgment, especially since they banned Mystic Mind too. Next up in this video, we have Mass Driver. Mass Driver is a continuous spell card which simply has the effect that you contribute one monster on your side of the field in order to inflict 400 points of damage to your opponent's life points. With the rules of the game only allowing you to normal summon one monster per turn, this card is inherently balanced by the fact that you should only be able to use the effect once per turn. And kind of bad at that, since 400 life points is only 5% of your opponent's starting life points. You have to use the effect 20 times in order for it to win the duel. Although I'm sure the intended use of the card was to be used during the main phase too, in order to tribute all of your monsters in order to finish off your opponent with that last bit of effect damage, or to be used in swarm decks that can bring out a whole bunch of small monsters in order to maybe tribute them or something, I don't know. What the card was actually used for was first turn kill strategies. You see, in 2010, a second wave of frog support came out, which included two Toad cards, called Substitoad and Ronin Toadin. Substitoad allowed you to tribute one monster in order to special summon one frog monster from your deck. Ronin Toadin allowed you to banish a frog monster from your graveyard in order to special summon itself from the graveyard. Neither of these cards have a once per turn on their effects, so what they would do is bring out Substitoad as soon as possible, and then just use its effect 20 times in order to get 20 frogs in the graveyard as well as Ronin Toadin. Then use Ronin Toadin's effect 20 times in combination with Mass Driver, where they would bring out Ronin Toadin, have it tributed for 400 life points of damage, and then just repeat until your opponent's life points reach 0. And this FDK was so consistent and easy to pull off, especially in an era before widespread use of hand traps, that it actually won the World Championship in 2010. So shortly afterwards, they banned Substitoad almost immediately after the event so that frogs couldn't fill the graveyard with 20 frogs in a turn, and then a year later in March of 2011, they banned Mass Driver as well, since it allowed these kinds of combos to be a little bit too easy to pull off. Here's the thing though, Mass Driver is not the only card in the game with an effect like this. There's actually a series of monster cards that can kinda do the same thing, where they let you tribute a monster in order to inflict damage to your opponent without having once per turns on their effects. The reason Mass Driver got banned over all these monsters though, is because it's easier to get a spell card on the field than a monster, even if the spell card inflicts slightly less damage. Cannon Soldier inflicts 500 damage each time it uses its effect, although it's at 3 copies right now and unlimited, while Mass Driver is banned. And Mass Driver inflicts 100 less life points for the same effect and cost. Although honestly, all of the Cannon Soldier-like cards should be banned too, because they have been used in FTKs over the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well, which is why they are banned in the OCG, just not in the TCG yet. And part of the reason the 100 less life points thing doesn't matter for Mass Driver is because you're only ever using the effect with basically an infinite amount of cards anyway, or with so many like Substitute that it doesn't matter. Can Mass Driver be unbanned? Probably not, unless Konami is very smart about never introducing loops to the game that allow you to tribute an ungodly amount of monsters per turn, which, after the fiasco with Fireball Dragon, is probably asking a little bit too much from them. Because sometimes they'll accidentally print cards that can just kind of allow you to infinitely loop with Cannon Soldier-like cards, and Mass Driver would give those loots a lot more consistency, since they wouldn't have to spend resources trying to get a monster on the field in addition to pulling off that loop. How can Mass Driver be fixed to be unbanned? Simply give the card a once per turn on its effect. It doesn't even need a hard once per turn, just any kind of once per turn would fix the card, since it's only broken when used an infinite amount of times, or 20 times at least in the case of Substitute. Or if it limited the card to only be usable 10 times per turn, that would probably work too. Although generally, the highest a card goes to when it comes to the limited amount of times per turn is 3. So if it was limited to 3 times per turn, that would solve the problem as well. Just as long as you can't use the card 20 times in a turn, it's not really broken, and kind of mediocre even. This is an excellent case of how a lack of a once per turn completely destroys the card and makes it overpowered. And at number 3, we have Last Will. This is a spell card which allows you to special summon a monster from your deck just as long as it has less than 1500 attack, and you send a monster from your side of the field to the graveyard this turn. This card is not once per turn, but that's not why this card is currently banned. Like I mentioned with Spellbook of Judgment, being able to special summon a monster from the deck is incredibly powerful, and this card is super versatile with its target. It allows you to bring out Jiaojin the Spiritualist as well. And here's the thing about Last Will. This card kinda came out in the early days of the game, so its wording is a little bit unconventional. And because of its unconventional wording, you can technically special summon the monster with this card's effect whenever you want during your turn, just as long as it's at a spell speed 1. Which means you can technically activate the effect during your end phase in order to bring out Jiaojin the Spiritualist, exactly like with Spellbook of Judgment. Of course, it's a lot more useful if you use the effect during your main phase to bring out other cards. In the early days of the game, Last Will was used to bring out Magical Scientists in order to facilitate its FTK strategy with Catapult Turtle, as it could bring out either of those two combo pieces depending on which one you didn't draw into. Although Magical Scientist was banned as it was considered the problem part of that combo, because in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! It wasn't super useful to bring out low attack monsters from your deck outside of the lone Magical Scientist. It wasn't until we got better low attack monsters like Rescue Cat that the problems of this card started to become more apparent. The card was definitely not future-proofed, and was already a problem even when there were so few targets for it. Nowadays, there are tons and tons of really good monsters with less than 1500 attack, and the card that eventually got Last Will banned was Rescue Cat, because that card allowed you to special summon 2 other cards from the deck, so if you had Rescue Cat in your starting hand, you could use its effect to send itself to the graveyard to special summon 2 beasts from your deck. That would activate the conditions for Last Will, which would allow you to bring out another Rescue Cat and then get 2 more cards on the field. So a Rescue Cat in the hand as well as Last Will allowed you to end on a board of 4 monsters in the field directly from the deck, which was kind of a big deal in the early days of the game, especially when Synchro Monsters came out. Although Last Will got banned before Synchro Monsters ever got a chance to come out, as Last Will was banned in March of 2007, about a year before the first Synchro Monsters released. If Last Will existed in the game today, it's kind of guaranteed that it would be played in pretty much every single deck, as there aren't a lot of decks that do not have monsters of less than 1500 attack that they would love to special summon to the field. It's one of those cases where it seems like an incredibly simple effect, but is actually kind of overpowered in the right circumstances, and those circumstances are super easy to fulfill in a whole bunch of different kinds of decks. Can Last Will be unbanned? No, not at all. We still have cards like 1-for-1 limited on the ban list, which only allows you to special summon a level 1 monster from the deck, and requires you to actually discard a card in order to use it. A level 1 monster is way more limited than Last Will, and 1-for-1 is definitely considered a good card, which has basically seen competitive play ever since it came out. Last Will is just too much of a power card to be unbanned in the current format, and it just gets better and better as more cards are released. It also has that weird wording that allows you to special summon the monster whenever you want, which would allow you to do it during the battle phase as well. Although like I said a little bit earlier, it's much more useful if you just use it during your main phase like normal anyway. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? First up, probably fix the wording on the effect to limit it only during the main phases. That way it doesn't cause any rulings confusions. After that, have the card negate the effects of the monster that it brings out, including negating the effects of that monster's name for the rest of the turn, similar to cards like Peaceful Burial, where you can't activate the cards that share that card's name for the rest of the turn that you send to the graveyard. This would go a long way to fixing the card's problem of bringing out power cards that allow you to gain immediate advantage from them, like Rescue Cat or Magical Scientist. If you can't use those effects when brought out immediately, then there's a good chance they won't survive to the next turn anyway. There's also a lot of cards that would gain advantage when they're used as materials or sent to the graveyard, so this would be a catch-all in order to make sure those effects don't happen either. It would probably still be useful in some decks that just want cards in the graveyard but don't particularly need them right away, and would kinda stay true to the original effect, and also give the card a hard once per turn, because currently it doesn't have one. It would still be kind of good getting 3 monsters out from your deck with this card without a meaningful cost, since sending a monster from your field to the graveyard is super easy nowadays, and that used to be a little bit more difficult in the early days of the game. Alright, next up we have Painful Choice. This is a spell card that allows you to select 5 cards from your deck, then show them to your opponent. Your opponent gets to select one of those cards and add to your hand, while the other 4 get sent to the graveyard. Everything about this card is just pure advantage. The intended use of this card was to maybe get one useful card from your deck, while you had the negative effect of sending the rest of them to the graveyard where you wouldn't be able to use them again. However, with how many decks use the graveyard as a resource, and the amount of cards that gain advantage while in the graveyard, Painful Choice just kinda becomes a +4 in card advantage, as the card itself is hand neutral already. You get to add a card to your deck for playing 1 card from your hand. And then the 4 cards in the graveyard could all have graveyard effects that allow you to gain advantage from them as well. There's lots of cards in the game that give you advantage from the graveyard, like Metal Foes Fusion, Destiny Hero Malicious, Destiny Hero Celestial, Heroic Challenger Thousand Blades, Perform Mage Trick Clown, World Chalice Guard Dragon, the entire Phantom Knights archetype, most of the Burning Abyss cards, the Dragon Rulers, Orcus, Zombies, and so on and so on. You get the picture. There's lots of cards that love to be in the graveyard from many different archetypes. Even in the early days of the game when graveyard effects were rare, this card was used in Exodia decks in order to send all the pieces to the graveyard in order to add them back with cards like Backup Soldier. There's also cards like Chaos decks or Thunder Dragons that like to put cards in the graveyard to be used later on as a resource, in order to potentially gain advantage. Painful Choice was eventually banned in April of 2005. Can Painful Choice be unbanned? No, it's like a Foolish Burial on steroids, and Foolish Burial is still limited to 1 copy, is really good, and only allows you to send 1 card from your deck to the graveyard with no other kinds of benefits. There's also lots of strategies that only work when they're able to set up the graveyard, which Painful Choice would make way better. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? Currently, the big problem with this card is sending those cards to the graveyard, where even if they had effects like Peaceful Burial, where you couldn't use the card effects this turn, it would still be too good as a setup tool. So instead, I would probably take a page out of Pot of Desires, where the actual painful choice of the card is that the other 4 cards that aren't picked get banished face down. The card would still be good to allow you to add a card from your deck to your hand without a real cost, but at least you wouldn't be able to gain advantage from the other 4 cards as well. Banishing cards face down is kind of an actual real cost nowadays, even if there are ways to make use of those kinds of cards as well. And lastly, we have That Grass Looks Greener, a more powerful version of Painful Choice. Now, what this card does is if you have more cards in your deck than your opponent does, you get to send a number of cards to the top of your deck to the graveyard until you both control the same number of cards in your deck. So the way to make the most use of this card was to simply play a 60 card deck. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, or at least in a competitive environment, the optimal amount of cards to have in your deck is exactly 40, because you want your deck to be as consistent as possible, and the best way to increase your consistency is to play the minimum amount of cards. You just have a higher chance of drawing the cards you need if you have less cards to pick through. So if you played a 60 card deck, which was the maximum deck size when the card came out, That Grass Looks Greener would allow you to mill at least 20 cards from the top of your deck. And if you remember from the Painful Choice segment, there's a lot of cards that allow you to gain advantage from the graveyard, and also a lot of cards that can use the graveyard as a resource to gain advantage. So literally what some decks would do is just play a combination of Lightsworn, zombies, plants, and dinosaurs, as well as a whole bunch of other staple graveyard cards, in order to just gain a ridiculous amount of advantage from a single resolution of That Grass Looks Greener. If you were really lucky, you could go plus 20 off of its effect. Although that was like a super best case scenario in a gimmicky deck and wasn't what happened. Realistically, you'd go something like +5 or +10 off of the effect, which is still ridiculously good. The amount of advantage that Grass Looks Greener gave you was basically a 1-card win, as it was actual good advantage too that could be used during your turn, unlike Spellbook of Judgment where all the advantage was only during the end phase. And most of the advantage that card gives you has been kind of power crept by now. Resolving Grass was so much advantage in those kinds of decks that those decks were also happily playing 3 copies of Left Arm Offering, which was a spell card that required you to banish your entire hand as long as you had 2 or more other cards in your hand in order to add 1 spell card from your deck to your hand, but also had the restriction that you could not set other spell or trap cards during this turn. And Left Arm Offering was supposed to be a huge detriment in order to search out 1 spell card, but that 1 spell card was so good that it was absolutely worth the insane cost to activate the effect. And since that Grass Looks Greener was so successful at being a huge power card, that other decks in the meta that weren't even playing Grass started using 60 card decks just to counter this 1 card. Because if your opponent had 60 cards in the deck as well, then you couldn't actually get any mill off of that Grass Looks Greener, unless they performed a whole bunch of searches during their turn or something. And if a single card in the metagame was causing other people to start to suboptimally build their decks just to counter it, you know you kind of have a strong card in the game. So the card was eventually banned in May of 2018, and no one was really surprised by that. Funny enough, this card was actually added to Duel Links as well, where the maximum deck size in the game is 30, and the minimum is 20. So the most you could mill is 10 cards with the average stack for the effect. And eventually, that game got to the point where they had enough graveyard effects, where that Grass Looks Greener was one of the first ever banned cards in Duel Links, alongside Cyberstein. So, even in an incredibly restricted format with way less cards in the deck, it was still too good. So, can that Grass Looks Greener be unbanned? No. In the video that's grouping all of the singular most powerful spells, obviously none of these are going to get a yes. It's basically a better painful choice and has the potential to give you some of the most amount of advantage without looping or infinite combos out of basically any card in the game. Although it's easily countered by mirror matches and other people who decide to play 60 card decks. Having to play a 60 card deck in order to counter 1 card in the game isn't really a healthy game state. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? I have no idea. Being able to mill half of an average deck with 1 card is kinda strong. And the whole point of the card is to mill those cards to the graveyard. So having the card banish them face down, for example, wouldn't really make sense as a fix, with sticking to the theme of the card. Even if you gave it a peaceful burial-like effect so the cards can't be used that turn, it would still provide a lot of resources in the graveyard to be used later on. Although that would probably go a long way to limiting the potential of the card, and make it so Left Arm Offering wasn't a be-all end-all search it out, since it would leave you basically with nothing for a turn. Although if they were to make 1 fix to the card, giving it a peaceful burial-like restriction would kind of go a long way to giving it some counterplay at the very least, even if it's not really enough to fix exactly what's wrong with the card. This is a card that just kind of needs to stay banned, unless they make some kind of ruling in the future where graveyards aren't as valuable as they are today. Update: the card is still very good and ban-worthy, though I'd like to make a note that it's not a better painful choice. While it's true you could potentially go +20 with Grass, it requires you to play an unruly deck full of cards only usable in the graveyard, and hoping your opponent doesn't Ash Blossom your Grass or Left Arm Offering. While Painful Choice can just be played in a normal 40 card more consistent deck, and play much less, but still good, graveyard effects. So while the potential highs of Grass are bigger in theory, in practice, Painful Choice is the much more superior card of the two. First up, we have Heavy Storm. This is a spell card which simply has the effect to destroy all spell and trap cards on the field. Currently, we have a card that's limited to 1 copy called Harpy's Feather Duster, which allows you to destroy all of your opponent's spell and trap cards without a cost. We also have cards like Lightning Storm, where if you control no cards, allows you to destroy all your opponent's spell and trap cards. And Lightning Storm is currently unrestricted on the ban list. So why do we have 2 cards which can destroy all of your opponent's spell and trap cards unbanned, when we have a card like Heavy Storm which can do the same thing but also destroys your own spell and trap cards still be banned? Well, on surface level, Heavy Storm definitely seems like a worse version of Harpy's Feather Duster or Lightning Storm, and historically that has always been kinda true. That's why Heavy Storm was banned way later than Harpy's Feather Duster, not hitting the ban list until September 2013. But the reason Harpy's Feather Duster was released off the ban list before Heavy Storm is because the metagame has kind of shifted to a point where there's a lot more spell and trap cards that have good floating effects now, where that wasn't really the case back in the day outside of Gear Town shenanigans. and also the ever-rising popularity of the Floodgate. There are currently 2 really powerful floodgates that are banned, called Vanity's Emptiness and Royal Oppression, where they both basically allow you to prevent your opponent from summoning monsters. And the reason those 2 cards were banned was because they were too easy to remove during your own turn in order to just kind of ignore their downsides, where they were supposed to floodgate both players and not just your opponent. So Heavy Storm would allow you to simultaneously remove your floodgates that you only activate during your opponent's turn, and clear out your opponent's back row at the same time. Whereas Harpy's Feather Duster only allows you to clear out your opponent's back row. Now, being able to clear out your opponent's back row without much of a cost is incredibly powerful. Just look at Twin Twisters. It allows you to destroy 2 cards but requires a discard cost, and still sees heavy competitive play. So the effect is good. It's just the dual nature of being able to get rid of your own floodgates or activate your floating effects is just a little bit better nowadays. True Kings have trap cards which all have floating effects that destroy a monster when they're sent from the field to the graveyard, so if a True King deck uses Heavy Storm, they basically gain the ability to clear out their opponent's entire field. If you wanted to activate There Can Be Only One or Mystic Mind during your opponent's turn, and then turn them off during your turn, you could use Heavy Storm to get rid of those cards while also clearing your opponent's back row. Being able to gain 2 benefits from this card, with one of those beneficial features being incredibly powerful, i.e. clearing out your opponent's entire back row, it's no wonder the card has stayed on the ban list where they've slowly removed Harpy's Feather Duster from it a little bit. Can Heavy Storm be unbanned? Probably not, for the reasons I just described and why it was originally banned. Funny enough, the reason it was originally banned was because of its ability to clear out your opponent's back row, and was thought to be a little bit more balanced because it also cleared yours out. So it was just a staple card that everyone played, and they would try their best to only use it when they didn't have a back row to accidentally destroy in the process. Then in the modern game, the reason it wasn't unbanned over Harpy's Feather Duster was because that downside is actually kind of an upside now. So just having 2 positive good effects instead of 1 really good effect. Although, they're not really against having incredibly powerful singular cards that destroy in the game, so who knows really. How could they fix Heavy Storm to be unbanned? It's funny that the card was kind of designed in a way so that it wouldn't be broken, and already has negative side effects of destroying your own spell trap cards as well. One of the really good uses of Heavy Storm is the ability to turn off your floodgates. So if they also added a restriction to Heavy Storm when you used it in addition to its current effect, like maybe a Pot of Duality restriction where you can't special summon during the turn you use the effect, that would kind of fix the problem. You would still have the dual nature of being able to destroy your opponent's back row while also setting up your spell and trap cards in the graveyard or turning off a floodgate, but you would be floodgated a little bit until your next turn. And preventing special summons is kind of a catch-all term which affects a lot of decks, so it would only be abusable in very specific types of control decks that probably don't want to destroy their floodgates anyway. Update: all the reasons I mentioned in this video years ago are still true. However, I wanted to add more to this. The reason Heavy Storm is so good is because you can sit on floodgates to stop your opponent from playing the game. And since floodgates allow you to control the pace of the game, you have the luxury of waiting to draw into both Heavy Storm and your 1-turn win combo, and using Heavy Storm to clear away your board to pop off. Other strategies don't really allow you to just wait until you eventually draw into your combo. You have to build your deck full of search and draw effects and play through your opponent's disruption to get off that combo. But with floodgates, there's no need to go through that effort. You simply draw into one of your 20 floodgates, stop your opponent from playing the game on your first turn, and simply wait until you draw into Heavy Storm and your other combo pieces eventually. Your combo could simply be something like Cyberstein and Megamorph for 8,000 piercing damage on a Cyber and Dragon. It doesn't have to be something good, because you get to control the pace of the game and just clear it when you feel like it, along with anything your opponent might have sent, like their own in perms. Next up, we have Dimension Fusion. This is a spell card that requires you to pay 2,000 life points to activate, and then allows both players to special summon as many of their remove from play monsters as possible. When this card was first released, there wasn't a lot of good ways to remove monsters from play. It required a lot of life points to pay, and also allowed your opponent to special summon cards too, so it wasn't thought of as being that good. It had its moment to shine with an FTK involving Dark Magician of Chaos. Dark Magician of Chaos had the effect that when it was special summoned, you could add a spell card from your graveyard to your hand, and when it left the field, it would banish itself. Cannon Soldier could tribute the card for 500 points of damage, and Spell Economics could allow you to activate spell cards without paying a life point cost. So if you got Cannon Soldier and Dark Magician of Chaos on the field, and you use Cannon Soldier to tribute Dark Magician of Chaos for 500 points of damage, which would then banish the card, then you can activate Dimension Fusion to bring it back, which would allow you to activate its effect to add a Dimension Fusion from your graveyard back to your hand in order to do it all over again. This eventually got Dark Magician of Chaos banned, since Dimension Fusion wasn't thought of as the problem card in that combo. And also, Dark Magician of Chaos was only removed from the ban list because it got an errata, which changed it so it only adds spell cards to your hand during the end phase. Then, when the Airblade Turbo deck came out, involving Elemental Hero Stratos and Divine Sword Phoenix Blade, they were able to banish a whole bunch of Warrior-type monsters and then bring them back with Dimension Fusion for a whole bunch of advantage. This is what eventually got the card banned in May of 2008, and today, this card would be absolutely broken if it was live, because of just how much better decks have gotten at banishing cards and gained an advantage from that, and how good it would be to bring back 5 of them for the low cost of only 2,000 life points, and no hard once per turns on this card's effect. Being able to resolve a single Dimension Fusion could win you the game in a whole bunch of different kinds of meta decks, which was proven true with cards like Soul Charge, which allows you to bring up to 5 cards from your graveyard, paying up to 5,000 life points, giving up your battle phase, and having a proper once per turn. And Soul Charge was too strong to exist in the metagame. It was eventually banned after hanging out on the ban list at 1 copy for a couple of years. And Dimension Fusion is basically a better version of Soul Charge, which is why it continues to stay banned to this day. Can Dimension Fusion be unbanned? In its current form? No. There are decks like Thunder Dragon and Orcus which banish their cards while gaining effects at the same time. And being able to reset all the cards while gaining advantage would generate even more advantage in already inherent +4 that the card already has. The fact that it allows your opponent to summon monsters too is kind of irrelevant, since most decks can easily kill their opponent's field anyway. And Orcus and Thunder Dragons could turn that +4 into a +10 with the amount of extra advantage they could gain from those cards, which is a little bit too broken. And those are probably not even the best examples of decks that could take advantage of Dimension Fusion, although they're pretty good ones anyway. How could Dimension Fusion be fixed to be unbanned? If they lock you out of summoning cards from the extra deck the turn you use the effect, that would definitely help lower the amount of potential advantage you could gain, although you would still have all of the effects that you just reset that were originally banished in order to pay costs and stuff. You would still gain a whole bunch of advantage, and would probably still be too strong even if it had the side effect. So in order to fix it, you'd probably need to slap on a whole bunch of restrictions if you didn't want to give up its original effect. Remember, with this little segment, we're trying to find out how to fix the card. We're not trying to change the effect itself at all, and instead looking for ways to keep the effect intact, while also brainstorming how it could be unbanned for that effect to be balanced. So, if you brought all the cards back, but then banished them face down when they left the field, and also prevented you from special summoning for the rest of the turn, that could be enough to unban the card, if you also slapped on a hard once per turn and no battle phase just like Soul Charge. Although the fact that I feel the need to slap on 4 extra restrictions to make it more balanced should show how powerful the original card is. Next up, we have Metamorphosis. This is another old school spell card, which has the effect where you contribute 1 monster to then special summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck, just as long as it has the same level of a monster you attributed. This card was a cornerstone in GOAT format, one of the most popular and iconic alternative formats in the game, where they would use Metamorphosis on a scapegoat token in order to bring out Thousand Eyes Restrict. Although in those same formats, it could also just be used on a Magician of Faith or a Sinister Serpent, and sometimes used on an Air Knight Parshath in order to go Reaper on the Nightmare. Metamorphosis was banned in September of 2007, and with its banning, players could no longer properly summon Elemental Hero Neo Bubbleman. Now, in today's format, Metamorphosis still probably could not be removed from the ban list because of just how many stronger fusion monsters we've gotten over the years. For a couple of examples, we have Blaze Phoenix, the Burning Bombardment Bird, which could potentially be used and abused as Metamorphosis to burn your opponent in some kind of FTK. We have the Last Warrior from Another Planet, which could be used to lock down your opponent from summoning, which is a much bigger deal now than it was when the combo existed back in the day. And also Naturia Exterio, who can lock down your opponent's spell and trap cards and just straight up win you the game against certain decks. Being able to have easy access to the Last Warrior from Another Planet or Naturia Exterio would be a benefit to a whole bunch of meta decks, and this is only surface level stuff. Once pro players actually get their hands on Metamorphosis, I'm sure they'd find out better ways to break the card than the couple of examples I gave. The ability to cheat fusion monsters out of the extra deck with a somewhat easy to use spell card is kind of strong, as proven by some of the shenanigans you can get into with Cyberstein. Could Metamorphosis be unbanned? The answer is probably not. We currently do have Cyberstein in the game, which allows you to cheat out any fusion monster by just paying 5,000 life points. And while it does see some success, it's not an instant staple like Metamorphosis would be. The difference between the two cards is you have to get Cyberstein on the field, and of course pay a substantial amount of life points to use the effect. Whereas Metamorphosis would allow you to trade a monster in you probably brought out there for some kind of combo into just a better floodgate, like Nature Exterio. The difference between a monster having an effect and a spell or trap card having the effect is like why Cannon Soldier is not banned, but Mass Driver is banned, despite them both having the same effect. Spells and traps with powerful effects are just sometimes easier to use. And ease of use is a very important distinction in how broken a card might become. And Metamorphosis is a very easy to use card, and has a lot of very good targets. But if they banned all those very good targets, or if the metagame got to a point where those very good targets weren't that big of a deal anymore in comparison to just generic Link monsters, for example, then it could probably come off the ban list in this imaginary future, which is not today. How could Metamorphosis be fixed to be unbanned? I think if they changed the card to be more like Instant Fusion, where the monster brought out was destroyed during the end phase and could not attack, that could help. Instant Fusion is also really good, but that card allows you to special summon a monster for only the cost of paying 1,000 life points. Metamorphosis at least requires you to have a monster on the field of a high level if you want to make best use of it. So if that high level monster was going to get destroyed during the end phase anyway, that could help the broken nature of the card. That means you couldn't use it to easily get out the last word from another planet or Nature Exterio, but it wouldn't do anything to solve the potential Blaze Phoenix FTK problem. So that probably wouldn't be a good enough fix. So you could also just add on a little caveat where your opponent doesn't take any damage at all for the rest of the turn after you use the effect. That would cover the bases of any kind of effect damage burn for an FTK, in addition to the instant fusion-like restrictions. Next up we have Cold Wave, another pretty old school card. Cold Wave has the effect where you can only activate at the start of your main phase 1, and until your next turn, you and your opponent cannot set or play any spell or trap cards. So it basically locks you and your opponent out of being able to use 2/3 of the cards in the game for an entire full turn. And the best way to use this card was when you already had an established board of monsters in order to basically push for a win, or in a deck that didn't rely on spell and trap cards anyway. It's just a very easy to use and powerful floodgate that allows you to instantly win against a lot of decks, as most decks like to make use of their spell cards, if not traps. And funny enough, Cold Wave wasn't really considered a good card when it first came out, because of how slow the game was. That one turn of locking your opponent out of cards wasn't that big a deal. But with how easy it is for any deck to get more than 8,000 points of damage on the board, locking your opponent out of 2/3 of cards in the game for an entire turn is paramount to winning. This is why cards like number 16 Shockmaster are banned. Not allowing your opponent to use cards at all is kind of a powerful form of floodgating, especially when it's real easy to play around its negative side effects. Despite coming out in 2002, Cold Wave was not banned until March of 2011, almost 10 years after it came out, because for almost 10 years, the game was slow enough where it wasn't that big of a deal. And if Cold Wave was unbanned today, you can almost guarantee it would become a staple card almost overnight. Could Cold Wave be unbanned? This one's another probably not. We already have a lot of really good spell or trap card removal in the game, but there is a stark difference between removal and preventing your opponent from using them at all. A Harpy's Feather Duster isn't going to stop a player from using a Hero's Live to start up combos, use Super Polymerization to get rid of a field, or an Evenly Match to even the playing field, whereas Cold Wave stops all of those things. Lockdown effects are pretty powerful, and Konami has historically banned cards that completely lock down your opponent from playing cards at all, except for maybe True King of All Calamities as one of those lone exceptions, and everyone is kind of clamoring for it to be banned anyway. And True King of All Calamities doesn't have an effect as powerful as Cold Wave, only coming really close. How could Cold Wave be fixed to be unbanned? Well, they already have a retrained version of Cold Wave in the game called Cold Feet, which is a quick play spell card that prevents the person using it from activating any spell or trap cards during their turn. So if you simply activate Cold Feet with a Mystical Ref panel, you could use the effect of Cold Wave on your opponent during their turn. But it turns a 1-card combo into a 2-card combo, which makes it completely unviable. But you can't really apply this to Cold Wave because that's not really a fix on the effect, and more like just a joke on Konami's part. Instead, what you could actually do with Cold Wave to make it less powerful is to just layer on more restrictions for the turn player. Give the card an actual cost, like requiring you to discard a card, locking you out of being able to special summon or attack with monsters, or maybe giving your opponent advantage in addition to all that, like drawing a card, or, just maybe all of the above. I actually don't know of a good way to fix Cold Wave. I'm really interested in some ideas in the comments on how you could fix Cold Wave to make it more balanced without changing its base effect. Because currently it just locks your opponent out of 2/3 of all cards, and it's kind of hard to find a way to make that more balanced, where it already locks you out of them for a turn as well. And lastly, we have Brilliant Fusion. This is definitely the most modern card in this video, and it simply has the effect where you can fusion summon a Gem Knight fusion monster by using materials from your deck, but at a cost, where the fusion monster you bring out has its attack and defense set to 0, and also it's attached to Brilliant Fusion in a similar way to an equip spell card, where if it leaves the field, you destroy the fusion monster it's attached to. But if you wish to gain that monster's attack and defense back, you can discard one spell card from your hand, and you can only activate one Brilliant Fusion per turn, so it's a hard once per turn. Now, the way this card was used was generally as a staple card in just any meta deck, in order to bring out Gem Knight Seraphinite, while sending Gem Knight Garnet and Perform Mage Trick Clown from your deck to the graveyard as 2 of its materials. Then Trick Clown would bring itself back from the graveyard, and Gem Knight Seraphinite basically has a double summon effect, where you gain 1 additional normal summon for the turn. So with a single Brilliant Fusion in hand, you could get 2 monsters on the field and an additional normal summon, in a game where the normal summon is so powerful that a normal summon of a single Neospatian connector can end on a full board of negates. So getting 2 of them is even more valuable, in addition to just the +2 nature Brilliant Fusion has on its own. There's a reason this card was played so heavily in all kinds of decks, and why Gem Knight Garnet became the turn people use for cards that you want to stay in your deck. Although I should probably add, the only reason people used Gem Knight Garnet was because it was the highest attack Gem Knight main deck monster that could probably be played from your hand if you happen to have it. You didn't have to use Gem Knight Garnet. Now, Brilliant Fusion was also useful in its own archetype as well, as it just helped make the Gem Knight FTK more consistent, where what they had to do was get out a different Gem Knight fusion monster called Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli, who has the effect to inflict 500 points of damage to your opponent for each special summon monster on the field. Now, she has a hard once per turn on being summoned, but only a soft once per turn on her effect. So if you simply copied her effect from the graveyard with Gem Knight Master Diamond twice, you could easily pull out over 8,000 points of damage. And since Brilliant Fusion was both a really good staple in non-Gem Knight decks, and helped increase the consistency of the Gem Knight FTK inside of Gem Knight decks, it was just a little bit too good at everything and was eventually banned in January of 2020. Usually a card is only good at one thing, but Brilliant Fusion was able to generate a whole bunch of advantage in a whole bunch of different kinds of really good meta decks, while also making an FTK more consistent, and they generally try to get rid of cards that allow FTKs to become too consistent. Could Brilliant Fusion be unbanned? No. It was banned very recently, and is still just as strong as it was when it was originally banned. Even if they finally banned Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli, they still probably wouldn't unban Brilliant Fusion because of the massive amount of advantage it generates. How could they fix Brilliant Fusion to be unbanned? Seeing as it's supposed to be an archetype-specific card, if they made it so you could only special summon Gem Knight monsters for the rest of the turn, they could totally unban the card if they also banned Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli. I don't know why they don't just ban that one card when it's the problem. They do have Gem Knight Master Diamond limited to 1 copy because of the Gem Knight FTK, even though it's Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli who's the whole center focus of that FTK. If she's gone, then you literally can't do it. As long as she's in the game, then Brilliant Fusion just makes it a lot easier to do, even if they did add the restriction where you can only special summon Gem Knight monsters for the rest of the turn. So alternatively, if you also added the clause where your opponent can't take effect damage for the rest of the turn, that would fix both of its problems. Although that seems a little out of place in Gem Knight Fusion card. So this is another one where I would love some brainstormed ideas because it's not super obvious how to fix the card, since it's currently broken in 2 separate ways, as an FTK enabler and as a super advantage generator. First, let's take a look at Soul Charge. Soul Charge was released in 2014 and immediately saw a ton of competitive success, and was met with a lot of head scratching because it was pretty obvious this card was overpowered from inception. What it does is allow you to target any number of monsters in your graveyard and special summon them. But if you do this, you lose 1,000 life points for each monster special summoned by its effect. And you cannot conduct your battle phase that turn, plus it's a hard once per turn so you can't spam multiple copies. So what was such a head scratcher about this is that at the same time, Monster Reborn was still limited to 1 copy per deck, a distinction it still holds to this day. because being able to special summon one monster from your graveyard without any restrictions to the card is kind of really good in just about every deck. Of course, not every deck wants to special summon monsters from the graveyard, but a vast majority of them do, which is why if there's any card that allows you to special summon monsters from the graveyard too easily, they usually have a whole bunch of heavy restrictions to them, like Rekindling as a pretty classic example. Rekindling also allows you to special summon as many monsters from your graveyard as you want, except only targets that are of the fire attribute and have exactly 200 defense. Granted, a lot of fire monsters have exactly 200 defense, but it is a restriction to that crazy effect, and it's why even Rekindling saw some time on the ban list. And at the same time Soul Charge came out, we did have two other mass summoning cards banned, that being Return from a Different Dimension and Dimension Fusion. Dimension Fusion allowed both players to special summon as many of the remove from play monsters as possible at only a 2,000 life point cost, and is an incredibly powerful card. Return from the Different Dimension was a little bit weaker. It requires you to pay half your life points in order to special summon as many of your banished cards as possible, but all of those cards are banished during the end phase, and it's a trap card, so you had to wait a turn before you could use it. And again, all of these cards existed before Soul Charge came out, and some of them were even banned at the time that it came out. So it's pretty easy to see why everyone was so surprised to see a card like Soul Charge being released in 2014. It was obviously good, and saw all kinds of competitive play. So, what exactly is so obviously overpowered about Soul Charge? Well, being able to special summon a monster from the graveyard on a spell card is inherently powerful, which is why cards like Monster Reborn and World Legacy Succession constantly see competitive play, and are both limited in being either limited on the ban list, or just a hard once per turn. There are some monsters which gain effects when they're special summoned and don't have once per turn on their effects, like Elemental Hero Stratos. So, cards like Stratos gain all kinds of advantage if they're able to be special summoned as many times as you can per turn. Although there aren't a lot of cards like Stratos in the game, and usually special summoning from the graveyard is just a way to extend combos, since most cards that have really good effects do not have the ability to special summon themselves. For example, let's use Predaplant Orpheus Scorpio. This is a card which has the effect where you can send one monster from your hand to the graveyard to special summon a Predaplant monster from your deck. This is almost always used in order to special summon Predaplant Darling Tonia Cobra, which, when special summoned, allows you to add a fusion spell card from your deck to your hand. So if you just add a card like Instant Fusion, use that immediately, get a fusion monster in the field, you basically get 3 monsters on the field for 1 summon of a Predaplant Orpheus Scorpio. However, Predaplant Orpheus Scorpio cannot special summon itself, so bringing this card out would either require your normal summon, or using other cards to special summon it from somewhere else. If this card was simply ditched to the graveyard through some kind of discard effect, like just Dark World Dealings to keep it simple, then being able to special summon it from the graveyard could be paramount to getting 3 extra cards on the field thanks to its combo. Getting an extra Stratos on the field is always paramount to a +1 in card advantage. And that's kind of the power of cards that allow you to special summon other cards. A lot of cards are kind of balanced around requiring your normal summon, or requiring specific niche resources in order to bring it out multiple times. Purely generic support that allows you to special summon cards is pretty rare, and the really good ones are always banned, like Last Will or Summon Sorceress. So being able to special summon a single card from a location is quite good. It becomes a huge problem once you add multiples into it. For example, say you're behind in card advantage, your opponent managed to destroy your entire field and even looped all the cards out of your hand. You draw 1 card and it's Soul Charge, and you can immediately come back pretty easily because you just recur all of your lost advantage, assuming you had the required life points to get those cards out. Example 2. You're in the middle of a combo and your opponent activates a hand trap to stop you. Maybe something like Nibiru the Primal Being and destroys all your cards. You just Soul Charge in order to bring them all back and continue the combos like nothing happened. Example 3. You're going through a Goki Extra Link and run out of cards in order to finish the full U-Link, and you only have a measly 1 negate on the field. You Soul Charge to bring all of your Extenders back and complete your unbreakable board. Example 4. You're trying to set up an unbreakable board of monsters, and you just messed something up because you miscounted how many cards you had in the graveyard, or how many you had on the field for a specific Link summon. You just use Soul Charge to bring all your cards back and it doesn't matter. Basically, there isn't really an example in which this card isn't super useful. It's a 1-card win essentially. That's great as a comeback card, or just something that helps you extend your combos like crazy. There's almost no downside to it. Giving up your battle phase is kind of laughable for the amount of advantage it generates, and life points don't really mean anything as shown by how popular the Solemn cards are, as having low life points doesn't mean anything if you win the game anyway. And there isn't really a specific deck that this card breaks, it's just good in a majority of them, and even better with certain cards that have excellent effects on special summons. So it was kind of surprising that the card stayed unbanned all the way until January 2019, where it was finally placed on the ban list and no one was surprised. So, can Soul Charge be unbanned anytime soon? Seeing as it was banned 2 years ago? Probably not. Also, seeing as the effect was kind of broken as soon as it came out? Still probably not. Now, there are super powerful cards in the game that allow you to win in one turn, essentially, like resolving a Nibiru the Primal Being or even an evenly matched against certain decks. But those cards aren't also used as extenders to create unbreakable boards. It's basically a one-card win condition that isn't really conditional in how it wins you in one turn. If you draw into a Soul Charge, it's really hard to lose at that point, unless your opponent is able to successfully negate it or something. How could Soul Charge be fixed to be unbanned? Well, a big problem with this card is just using it to go into a whole bunch of extra deck plays. So, if it had the restriction where you can't special summon from the extra deck during the turn to use its effect, it would still be very powerful but not ridiculously broken like it is currently. It would still probably see play even if it had all the other restrictions in it in addition to the extra deck lockout, but I think that would probably be good enough. A lot of cards that allow you to special summon more than one card in one turn are almost always broken because of going into extra deck monsters. But if given this restriction, it would just be a really good comeback tool, which is fine in my opinion. Next, let's go over Giant Trunade. This is a normal spell card which simply has the effect to return all spell and trap cards on the field to the hand. So the obvious best use of this card is to return all of your opponent's spell and traps to the hand in order to push for game. That way you don't have to worry about negating your summons or something with a Solemn Warning, or destroying all your cards in the battle phase with something like Mirror Force. And since its effect doesn't destroy, it allows you to bypass a lot of normal failsafes that a lot of protections have for back row, because there's almost nothing that protects your spell and trap cards from being bounced. However, funny enough, the big reason why this card is banned is because of its ability to return your cards as well. More specifically, your face-up cards. They do have another card in the game called Hey Trunade, which simply returns all set spell and trap cards to the hand. It's basically the same exact effect, except it doesn't affect any face-up cards. And Hey Trunade is currently unlimited in the game with no restrictions, and only occasionally sees competitive play. It is, however, semi-limited over in Duel Links because that effect is actually pretty strong in that version of the game. So, let's go over why the ability to return face-up spell and traps to your hand is considered overpowered enough to ban this card, as this card has been banned for a long time, first hitting its ban status in September of 2011. So, one of its more famous examples is its interaction with Premature Burial. Premature Burial is a banned equipped spell card which allows you to special summon any monster from your graveyard at the cost of 800 life points, and then attaches this card to that monster. You can then use Giant Trunade in order to return that card to your hand in order to use it again to special summon a second card. Seeing as this combo was considered really good, you can kind of see extra why Soul Charge is banned as well. However, in the act of returning this card to your hand, you're also getting rid of all of your opponent's spell and trap cards, so you get a nice little benefit on top of it. A probably better example, say you have a floodgate out, like Skill Drain, Vanity's Emptiness, or There Can Be Only One, and you want to be actually able to use your cards during your turn. Giant Trunade will allow you to return those cards to your hand, that way you can just use them again as soon as you're done with your combos, while also getting rid of your opponent's back row in the process. You see, with other banned cards like Heavy Storm, you'd be able to turn off your floodgates for a turn as well, while getting rid of your opponent's back row, but you would lose those floodgates in the process. And that's strong enough where Heavy Storm is kind of banned for that reason. But with Giant Trunade, you get those cards back, and then can just use them again. You get the excellent effect of turning off your floodgates for a turn while not losing them like you would with Heavy Storm. And that's kind of the real power of Giant Trunade, being able to turn off your floodgates for one turn and then just have them again. It is also super useful for face-up effects that are soft once per turns that you can return to your hand, like Code A Ancient Ruins or Predaponics. Or just return continuous spell cards to your hand that you would normally only use once, but have a hard once per turns, like World Legacy Guard Dragon or Fire Formation Tenki, or even the plethora of field spell cards that allow you to search an activation, like Trickstar Lightstage or Union Hanger. There's just a lot of really good cards that you would love to be able to reuse those effects because you either placed them during a previous turn, and the card was balanced under the notion that you wouldn't be able to activate it again, or it just has a soft once per turn, like Code A Ancient Ruins, and can special summon cards from the graveyard. And one last thing I forgot to mention, probably the biggest reason, is that it allows you to return Pendulum Scales, Union cards, and even Crystal Beast monsters to your hand. One of the reasons Pendulum decks love to destroy their own scales so much is to clear up their Pendulum zones to use more of their effects. But Giant Trunade would allow you to clear them up easier and reuse certain effects immediately, like Luster Pendulum the Draco Slayer. And of course, using it with a full field of Unions or Crystal Beasts is like adding 4 monsters to your hand, while, also clearing your opponent's back row. So for Giant Trunade, it is all kinds of powerful with its bouncing that it's kind of hard to tell which one of them is the most broken. Is it more broken to turn off your floodgates for a turn, or to return Pendulum Scales to your hand, or one of the many other uses I talked about? So, could Giant Trunade be unbanned? Currently, that's still probably a no. Floodgates are still strong, even if a lot of the really strong ones are banned, like Vanity's Emptiness. But even with the ones we still have access to, like Skill Drain, or There Can Be Only One, or even Mystic Mine to an extent, it would still be a huge benefit to be able to return those cards to your hand for a turn, while also getting rid of your opponent's back row. And since they released a retrain in the form of Hey Trunade, they have less reason to actually unban the card, because they already released a fairer version of it, which kind of accomplishes the same goal as the original. Originally, it was supposed to be balanced by the fact that it also returned your own cards to your hand, and was generally thought as being the worst version of Harpy's Feather Duster. Although nowadays, Harpy's Feather Duster is off the ban list at 1, and Hey Trunade was given a weaker version so they wouldn't have to release it. So how can they fix the card in order to unban it? While ignoring its retrain that already did this, if we were trying to fix this card while also allowing it to affect face-up spell and traps, it would have to have a restriction like Vulcan the Divine, which is a level 6 synchro monster that has the effect to return 1 face-up card on both players' field to the hand. However, it adds a restriction to those cards returned to your hand, where you can't activate that card or effects of the card with the same name as those cards for the rest of the turn. But this wouldn't be enough, because it wouldn't solve the problem of resetting floodgates. So it would need to have some other restriction, like you couldn't set the card the turn you return to your hand either. This would stop you from reusing soft once per turn card effects like Code A Ancient Ruins or Luster Pendulum the Draco Slayer, and it would stop you from setting a floodgate to be used as soon as your opponent's turn starts, like Skill Drain. And since Giant Trunade is spell speed 1, this isn't really a problem because you'll just be using it during your turn anyway, and your opponent will be able to use their cards as soon as their turn starts. But this would still make the ability to return your floodgates to your hand good, because it doesn't solve the problem of turning off your floodgates after using them. So instead of making it so you can't set cards that were returned to your hand during the turn, you could just say it doesn't return face-up trap cards at all, and still give it the clause where you can't activate any cards returned to your hand in this way for the rest of the turn. With the restriction of not being able to use the cards that were returned to your hand or being able to set them, that would probably help the card no longer being super good, but would still allow you to use non-destruction removal of all your opponent's face-up cards as well, which is still pretty strong. It still allows you to turn off your floodgates, so unless you get super restrictive with what you can return to your hand, the best fix is just to not fix it at all, and allow Hey Trunade to just be its replacement. Update. All this info is still valid, however, I just want to repeat what I said at the Heavy Storm update. The ability to turn off your floodgates for a turn is still very good, because you can just play 20 floodgates and stop your opponent from playing anything on your first turn, then just simply wait until you draw your combo and Giant Trunade and pop off. Currently, this isn't viable because both Heavy Storm and Giant Trunade are the only 1-card spell cards with no cost that can accomplish this, and you have to jump through hoops with other ways to turn off your floodgates. Where floodgate decks today just only use strategies that can win under floodgates instead of bothering to wait for a combo turn to turn them off. Additionally, one of the best archetypes that works with floodgates, Runic, which didn't exist when I first made this video, can also benefit from Giant Trunade because its field spell is a soft once per turn, and it would allow you to draw 3 more cards if returned to the hand. First up, we have Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. This card is part of the Sky Striker archetype, which is a series of cards all revolving around one main deck monster and a whole bunch of Link 1 monsters, as well as a series of spell cards that have a gimmick where you need to have no monsters in your main monster zone in order to use them, and they gain extra effects if you have 3 more spell cards in your graveyard. Although this is just the basics to Sky Strikers. Eventually, they did get 1 extra main deck monster, and even a Link 2 monster. And what Sky Striker Mobilize Engage does is simply, if you have the conditions where you control no monsters in your main monster zone, you can add any one Sky Striker card from your deck to your hand except another copy of this card. Then, if you meet the conditions where you have 3 or more spell cards in your graveyard, you can draw 1 card. So normally spell cards, which allow you to search any card from the archetype from your deck, are some of the most played cards within those archetypes, like Emergency Call or Horatic Seal of Convocation, although most of the time they'll have restrictions to them, like Xian's Smoke Signal that only allows you to target level 3 or lower 6 samurai monsters. And sometimes it'll have benefits on top of the searches, like Toon Table of Contents having the benefit of searching out other copies of itself to fill up your graveyard and deck then, and Charge of the Light Brigade, which allows you to mill 3 cards while also searching. Sky Striker Mobilize Engage falls into the latter category, where it not only allows you to search out any card from the archetype essentially, but it also has bonuses on top of the excellent effect to search a card out. And the bonus effect is to simply draw 1 card. So it's a Reinforcements of the Army and an Upstart Goblin. Now normally the Spell Card Searcher is so widely played in any deck that is lucky enough to have one, because it's a straight up 1-for-1 trading in advantage. If you have an Emergency Call, for example, that card in your hand is basically any hero monster you want, and the ability to just become whatever card you want in your hand just adds all kinds of consistency to the deck. Especially since you don't lose any advantage for using the card. Sky Striker Mobilize Engage has the utility while also allowing you to go +1. The pretty infamous spell card Pot of Greed is banned because it's a simple +1 in card advantage that's usable in any deck. Engage has the benefits of being any Sky Striker card you want, and also being a Pot of Greed on top of it. It gets to replace itself with anything you want at the current moment, and give you advantage, which is kinda ridiculous. Charge of the Light Brigade has actually been on and off the ban list a lot, because it's a searcher that has benefits on top of searching. But Charge of the Light Brigade itself doesn't generate immediate advantage. You kind of need a deck that can gain advantage from sending cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard, which a lot of decks can do. Although Engage is just pure advantage, but only to the Sky Striker archetype, which does balance it out somewhat. Or, you'd think, because actually, the Sky Strikers worked incredibly well as a small engine thanks to Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones and Sky Striker Ace Kagari. Hornet Drones is a Sky Striker card, which requires you to have no monsters in your main monster zone in order to activate it, and then simply summons 1 Sky Striker Ace token. It has an extra effect if there's 3 or more spell cards in your graveyard, but that's largely irrelevant for its main purposes, as all it does is give that token extra stats. And then you would immediately use that token in order to link summon Sky Striker Ace Kagari, which simply requires any one non-fire Sky Striker Ace monster, which the token is, as it's a Dark Warrior token which has the name Sky Striker Ace in it. Sky Striker Ace Kagari allows you to add a Sky Striker spell card from your graveyard to your hand on its summon, which you can use to add back Hornet Drones, and then you can activate it again to get a second token since the card is not a once per turn. And so with a single Hornet Drones, you can get out 2 monsters on the field for link materials without using up your normal summon, and with only using a single card in your hand. And what was the best way to search out this incredibly useful +1 in card advantage combo? How about the +1 in card advantage Sky Striker Mobilize Engage? So as an engine in other decks, in order to get 2 extra monsters on the field to help further your combos, you could just play 3 copies of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage in order to search out that 1 combo piece. And if you happen to have other spells in the graveyard, you would just draw an extra card on top of that. The mini engine was already a +1 in card advantage. Being able to activate the extra effect of Engage turns it into a +2, which is why it was a very popular engine to use in its time, because generally mini engines that just make other decks better don't allow you to unintentionally go an extra +1 in card advantage while setting up a combo. In fact, most decks don't have an unintentional +1 in card advantage at all. And there's also the fact that Sky Striker Mobilize Engage is also not a hard once per turn, or a once per turn at all. So if you have multiple copies of the card in your hand, you just get to draw extra cards. And the Sky Strikers themselves have really good cards in their archetype, like the aforementioned Kagari and Hornet Drones. Sky Strikers also had Sky Striker Mecha Widow Anchor, which is a quick play spell card that allows you to negate and steal one of your opponent's monsters, which even earned itself a place on the ban list for a while. And Sky Striker Mecha Module's Multi-Roll, which basically allows you to go +4 in card advantage based on the number of Sky Striker cards you use that turn, which is just really good in its recoverability potential. As basically what the effect did was, it was a continuous spell card on the field, and once per turn during the end phase, you were able to set a number of Sky Striker spells with different names from your graveyard on the field, up to the number of Sky Striker spell cards you activated this turn, but they would get banished when they leave the field. So if you used at least 4 Sky Striker cards, you'd then get to set up your other 4 empty spell and trap card zones with Sky Striker spell cards from your graveyard, which could include a copy of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage to use on your next turn. Multi-roll also has an additional effect where it can send one other card you control to the graveyard in order to give all of your spell cards spell speed 4 protection, which means your opponent essentially can't respond to or negate your spell cards for the rest of the turn. So on top of being one of the best spell card searchers in the game, it also had really good targets to search out, and could also be played in all kinds of different decks as a mini-engine, and was already really good as part of its main deck, which was a competitive meta deck that saw all kinds of success. And most of that success was definitely facilitated by how strong their searcher was with Mobilize Engage, to the point where people were kind of surprised the card stayed unbanned for as long as it did, as it wasn't banned until a year and a half after it came out in January of 2020. Now, I will say, Sky Striker Mobilize Engage is not the strongest spell card searcher in the game's history. That distinction definitely goes to Spellbook of Judgment, which allows you to go +7 in card advantage. But Engage was definitely an overpowered searcher on a smaller scale. Spellbook of Judgment is just broken, whereas Sky Striker Mobilize Engage was simply overpowered, which is probably why it avoided the ban list for so long, because being merely overpowered doesn't mean a card will be banned, ironically enough. It's just Engage is kind of on the higher end of overpowered, bordering on broken with how useful it was. So, can Sky Striker Mobilize Engage be unbanned? This one is probably a yes. You see, it is a very good searcher that has a no downside upstart goblin effect stamped on top of it, but it's not completely broken, it's just like super good. Currently, it's still really good, and will probably stay on the ban list in the immediate future, but the power creep of the game does get stronger and stronger every year, and we might just get to the point where eventually, this overpowered card is only slightly overpowered, and it could be fine to be unbanned. But it's not a definite yes, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very afraid of +1s in card advantage when it comes to drawing cards. Other card games make fun of Yu-Gi-Oh! For being afraid to print cards like Pot of Greed, because card advantage in Yu-Gi-Oh! When it's generic draw is just so much stronger than other card games that have resource systems. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, since you can just use cards you have as long as you meet the activation requirements, it is possible to use every single card in your deck if you build for it. And since the kind of advantage this card gives you on top of its excellent search is that ever important +1 in a standard draw, that means it'll probably stay on the ban list a little bit longer, because as the power level of the game advances, that standard draw effect actually gets more and more valuable. There might be a time where the standard draw is not a big deal, but it's definitely not now. I should also mention it's only semi-limited in the OCG, although they also have Maxi Unlimited over there, so they have kind of a different game when it comes to drawing cards because of it. How could they fix Sky Striker Mobilize Engage to be unbanned? If they were to fix this card to make it less overpowered, while kind of keeping the same benefits and theme of the original, I think if they changed the second effect from simply allowing you to draw 1 card if you have 3 or more spells in your graveyard, to instead allowing you to search out a specific Sky Striker card, that might be enough to take it off of the ban list. Currently, the biggest problem with the card is definitely that +1 after the search. If you were to change it into a non-generic +1, where you had to search out a different named Sky Striker card, for example, it would still be super crazy strong in Sky Striker decks, but it wouldn't be an auto-advantage generator for other kinds of decks. Outside of removing that draw 1 effect, I can't think of too many other ways to change this card without completely neutering it, although it should probably have a hard once per turn slapped on it as well. Update: this card is no longer banned, and then immediately Sky Striker saw competitive play again, and even won first place at 2 major events in 2022 after being unbanned. Next card we'll be going over is Kaiser Colosseum, a continuous card floodgate, which is banned because it causes all kinds of really nightmares and is just a pretty powerful floodgate. Kaiser Colosseum has the effect where if you control 1 or more monsters, your opponent is not allowed to play monsters on their side of the field if they would exceed the amount of monsters you control. So if you control 1 monster, your opponent can only play 1 monster and not a second. And that's usually how the card was used. You would just end your board on 1 monster, and then your opponent wouldn't be able to combo because it's really hard to combo while only being restricted to a single monster zone. And one of the great things about Kaiser Colosseum as a floodgate is that it only restricted your opponent. During your turn, you can play as many monsters as you wanted because Kaiser Colosseum would only lock your opponent based on the amount of monsters you controlled. That means you can just kind of ignore the card during your turn as long as you entered your turn with a small number of monsters in order to make it a somewhat useful floodgate. which goes kind of counterintuitive to all the other floodgates which affect both players. If you want to use skill drain, for example, you have to build your deck around skill drain, because having all of your monsters' effects negated is pretty bad for a lot of decks, and doesn't allow you to use a lot of your combos. If you want to use There Can Be Only One, you have to make sure your deck is built around being able to play a bunch of different types of monsters. For Kaiser Colosseum, you don't have to build your deck around the card at all, and it doesn't restrict you at all during your turn. It purely has beneficial effects. It's just you can make it more beneficial if you end your turn with only one monster. But you don't have to. This in itself makes it a pretty powerful floodgate, but there's also the ruling confusions and an easy lockdown you can accomplish with this card. Basically, what Kaiser Colosseum is doing is preventing your opponent from even playing monsters in the field, regardless of how they would be summoned, because it counts number of monsters versus your number of monsters. So if we were to hypothetically remove a monster with a card effect, which at the same time would bring out another monster, Kaiser Colosseum would only care about a monster coming on the field, and not the cards leaving the field from your opponent, except when it doesn't. So to give a more concrete examples, say you, the player with Kaiser Colosseum, only has a single monster on your side of the field, and your opponent also has a single monster on their side of the field. Your opponent activates the Monarch Stormforth, which gives them the ability to tribute your card in order to summon a monster on their side of the field. However, if they were to summon a monster, that would mean they would have two monsters on their side of the field, which is a no-go because you have one monster out, and Kaiser Colosseum doesn't allow them to summon another monster. Although, when that monster comes out, it would be doing so by tributing your monster, leaving you, the player with Kaiser Colosseum, having no monsters at the end of that exchange, which means they should be able to bring out that tribute summon monster. But that's not the case, because Kaiser Colosseum doesn't care about the potential of the game state when it involves interacting with your opponent's monsters, and instead only cares about the potential game state based on the interactions of your monsters only, except when it doesn't. So if they want to bring out the tribute summon monster, they would have to instead just tribute their monster and not their opponent's. In another example, say you're in the same game state. You have Kaiser Colosseum and one monster, your opponent has one monster, and they want to special summon out a kaiju from their hand using its effect to tribute an opponent's monster on your opponent's side of the field. They can do this, no problem, and tribute your opponent's monster for the kaiju. This situation is almost exactly the same as the Monarch Stormforth, but one is allowed and the other isn't, and it's probably because the same number of monsters will be on both fields in the kaiju example, but I'm not 100% sure why that's the case. And since Konami was about to release a whole bunch of support for Monarchs, they banned Kaiser Colosseum in August of 2016. That way all of these new Monarch players wouldn't have to deal with the ruling nightmares that are involved with Kaiser Colosseum and the Monarch Stormforth. Because in addition to the ruling nightmares with tributing your opponent's monsters, it was also just a really strong floodgate with no downsides. There was also a complete lockdown you could perform with Kaiser Colosseum and two other cards. Destiny Hero Dark Angel is a card which prevents you from using spell cards while you control it. It also has a hand effect that allows it to discard itself and then special summon a Destiny Hero monster from your graveyard to your opponent's side of the field, as long as you had at least 3 Destiny Hero monsters in your graveyard. So you could just discard this card with its effect, then special summon itself to your opponent's side of the field, activate Kaiser Colosseum, and set any monster in defense position. This would lock your opponent out of summoning any monsters, and lock them out of using any spell cards, making it harder to destroy Kaiser Colosseum as common back row destruction is usually in the form of spell cards. And you could take this one step further and use Royal Decree to lock your opponent out of all trap cards too, or maybe even Mask of Restrict if you don't care about traps, because the only way to break the combo was to tribute the Dark Angel to get it off the field. And since Destiny Heroes are actually fairly competent at getting themselves in the graveyard very quickly and searching each other out, it was a fairly easy lockdown to set up. The hardest part was probably just searching out the Colosseum. So, could Kaiser Colosseum be unbanned? The answer to that question is yeah, probably. The card is unlimited in the OCG and isn't really a big deal, although the OCG also has Skill Drain Unlimited and Mystic Mine at 1, where the TCG has Mystic Mine at 3. So I'm not really sure what the philosophy on floodgates is over in the OCG. They seem to be fine and not fine with them at the same time. Either way, looking at the LCG isn't really a good indication of if a card is okay in the TCG. So to repeat the question, could Kaiser Colosseum be unbanned in the TCG? Yeah, probably. It would absolutely be a powerful floodgate, don't get me wrong. But we already have really powerful floodgates. It would kind of just add one more to the pile. Generally, allowing more powerful floodgates to exist in the game isn't a good idea because they are kind of annoying to play against, and only make control decks stronger. But if you just completely disregard your personal feelings on floodgates, and think of it as a powered leveled card compared to other cards in the game, Kaiser Colosseum isn't stronger than Mystic Mine, and Summon Limit also does a good job of restricting your opponent's summons, so it would just kind of fit in. And the ruling confusions are only with a couple of cards that don't really matter. Basically, you just can't use the Monarch Stormforth or Soul Exchange while Kaiser Colosseum is out, and that's it. So, based on the power level of the card, it could probably be unbanned. But, based on not wanting more strong floodgates in the game, I think it's totally fine leaving it banned forever. How could they fix the card to make it unbanned? Well, first, it'd be great if they could fix the rulings on the card, but they should also fix its floodgate to no longer just be beneficial to the person who uses it. It should also have the restrictions where you can't play cards if it would exceed the number of cards your opponent controls as well. That way, if you're playing this card, you'd have to be really dedicated to only having a single monster on your side of the field. Pretty much all of the floodgates that are unbanned affect both players equally, and Kaiser Colosseum should get a change that makes it affect both players negatively like all other floodgates do. Normally, people who play floodgates do so in decks that don't really mind the downsides, so it'd still probably be just as strong as it is now, but it would at least have a downside incentive compared to the one it doesn't have currently. First up, we have Butterfly Dagger Elma. This is an equip spell card which grants whichever monster it's equipped to 300 attack points, and simply has the effect that if it's destroyed and sent to the graveyard while equipped, you can then return this card to your hand. So in the past, you could equip this card to Gearfried the Iron Knight, in order for that monster to immediately destroy with its effect, which would then allow you to return it to your hand and then just repeat infinitely. So if you had a way to take advantage of being able to activate a spell card an infinite amount of times per turn, then you could use this to all kinds of advantage. Like if you have a Royal Magical Library on the field, each time you activate a spell card you get to place one spell counter on it, and then you get to draw a card by removing 3 spell counters. So with Gearfried and Elma, you'd be able to have enough spell counters to draw every single card in your deck as soon as you had the combo set up. Or as I'll show on screen, if you have Gearfried and Fire Princess on the field, as well as Morale Boost. Morale Boost has the ability to increase your life points by 1000 every time an equipped spell card is activated. Fire Princess allows you to inflict 500 damage to your opponent each time you gain life points. So you could just infinitely equip Gearfried the Iron Knight with Butterfly Dagger Elma in order to infinitely increase and deal damage to your opponent, until you deal the 8,000 points of damage required for an FTK. Basically, the big problem with Butterfly Dagger Elma is its lack of a once per turn on its ability to return to your hand, which causes all kinds of problems. Even if the card does have the ability to miss timing, it doesn't really matter in a controlled situation where you just infinitely repeat a combo to activate a spell card as much as you want. The card was banned in April 2005, and is one of the longest cards on the ban list. So, can Butterfly Dagger Elma be unbanned? No, because it still allows you to infinitely activate a spell card. Granted, it's not something you could do very easily in all meta decks that currently exist, but I'm sure someone could think of a way to take advantage of it in the modern era, even if its old uses are kind of outdated. You just really don't want to mess with cards that can infinitely return themselves to your hand. That's why Sinister Serpent got an errata in order to give it some restrictions on returning to your hand, and that card only ever returned itself to your hand once per turn. How could Butterfly Dagger Elma be fixed to be unbanned? Well, if they gave it a hard once per turn, that would do it. Update. Out of all of the abusable infinite loop cards, Elma is probably the weakest by far. But it's even easier to search out equip spell cards now than it's ever been thanks to cards like Toolbox and Power Tool Braver Dragon. If you simply bring out Braver Dragon, you can use the effect to equip KS and Elma to add Elma to your hand after it gets destroyed the first time, turning any availability of a level 9 generic synchro summon into a free Elma in hand. Next up, we'll be going over Premature Burial. This is an equip spell card which can be activated by paying 800 life points and targeting one card in your graveyard, in order to special summon that target and equip it with this card, where this card is then destroyed when that equipped monster is destroyed as well. So it's kind of like a Call of the Haunted, but in spell card form, and this card is probably one of the strongest equip spell cards ever printed. Which is kind of saying something, because technically it's a weaker version of Monster Reborn, a card that's currently limited to 1 copy in the game. Monster Reborn is a normal spell card that allows you to special summon one monster from either graveyard to your side of the field, with no restrictions on its target. Premature Burial requires you to pay life points, only targets a card from your graveyard, and even destroys the card if it's destroyed on the field. But Premature Burial is infinitely more useful than Monster Reborn, and the reason it's more useful is because it's an equipped spell card. Equipped spell cards are generally pretty terrible. And because most of them are not very useful, they receive a whole bunch of really good support. Now, the reason equip spell cards are not very useful is because they're very easy to counterplay. Let's take Axe of Despair for example. This card simply gives a monster equipped 1000 attack, and has some niche ability that allows it to return to the top of your deck. Whatever, the important thing about Axe of Despair is the ability to equip itself to a monster and grant it extra attack points. So, if the monster it's equipped to is destroyed, then this card leaves the field and you lose 2 cards in the exchange of your 1 monster being destroyed. So if your opponent uses something like Fissure, which would normally trade 1 for 1, they actually get a 2 for 1 trade because of the equipped spell card also getting destroyed in the process. However, Axe of Despair would also be destroyed if your monster was simply flipped face down with something like Book of Moon, or temporarily removed from the field through the effect of something like number 70 Malevolent Sin, or if Axe of Despair was simply destroyed with any kind of spell or trap card removal, or if you just use your monster for any kind of extra deck play. Basically, any and all forms of disruption stop equipped spell cards, whereas other kinds of cards don't really have to worry about constantly being attached to a monster. Equipped spell cards are doubly vulnerable to any form of monster or spell and trap card removal, which is why they're usually not very good. They have to be ridiculously broken to see play, and even then that doesn't guarantee they'll see play, as seen by Gridrod and UA Power Jersey. These are 2 equipped spell cards that are borderline broken, and they don't see any competitive play at all because they don't grant you immediate advantage, and instead just mega buff the monster they're equipped to. The kinds of equipped cards that do see play are ones that give you advantage immediately, which Premature Burial squarely falls under. There are 2 other equipped spell cards in the game called DDR Different Dimension Reincarnation and Living Fossil, both of which have the ability to special summon a monster when activated, and both absolutely see competitive play because of it. Although DDR Different Dimension Reincarnation is just a straight up downgraded version of Premature Burial. It requires you to discard a card in order to activate it, which is a much harsher restriction than just paying 800 life points, and it only allows you to target a monster that's banished instead of in the graveyard, and it's seen all kinds of competitive play in the past and present. Living Fossil is also a more restricted card. It only allows you to target a level 4 or lower monster, it has all kinds of restrictions on banishing the card after it leaves the field, it sets the monster's attack and defense to 1000, and it even negates the monster's effects while in the field, and it sees all kinds of competitive play. That's because equipped spell cards generally enjoy a whole bunch of support because they're mostly terrible, like Hidden Armory, which allows you to search out any equipped spell card from your deck or graveyard at the cost of giving up your normal summon. Vylon Cube, which allows you to search out any equipped spell card if it's used as a synchro material for a light monster. Power Tool Dragon, a generic level 7 synchro monster, which allows you to search out any equipped spell card from your deck as long as you have 3 copies of it. Infernal Knight Captain Roland, which allows you to send any equipped spell card from your deck to the graveyard and its synchro summon. Armory Call, a trap card that allows you to search out any equipped spell card from your deck and even equip it to a monster immediately if you want to. And Gearbreed, a continuous spell card which allows you to add any equipped spell card you want from your deck or graveyard to your hand during your draw phase. There isn't really this kind of generic support for any other kind of spell cards in the game, or even trap cards for that matter. None of the other types of spell or trap cards enjoy as much generic searchability as the equipped spell card. And the reason it's fine is because of how inherently bad most equipped spell cards are because of just how their mechanics work. And Premature Burial is easily one of the best. It's a generic special summon of any one monster from your graveyard that's not a once per turn, which means it's usable in pretty much every deck, and some of those decks have ways to even take advantage of some of the generic support, like Vylon Cube or Power Tool Dragon. And since Premature Burial doesn't actually do anything to the monster that it's equipped to if it's bounced, it could be reused with cards like Blackwing Zephyros the Elite, a card that special summons itself from the graveyard by returning a card you control to your hand, which is already used in Dark Warrior combos to return DDR Different Dimension Reincarnation. Premature Burial was good back in the days when using Premature Burial with Giant Trunade was considered a big brain combo. It would be absolutely broken in the modern era where they already take advantage of weaker versions of itself. In fact, part of the reason they can make so much really good generic support for equipped spell cards is because all of the really good equipped spell cards are banned, and there's not very many of them. Premature Burial was banned in September of 2008. Could Premature Burial be unbanned? No, it's ridiculously strong in the modern meta. It's like an easier to search out Monster Reborn, which can be reused. How could they fix Premature Burial so that it could be unbanned? Well, considering the fact that Premature Burial has had a handful of retrains, with DDR Different Dimension Reincarnation and Overdone Burial being the 2 I know about, It seems as if they can fix the card because they've kind of already done it. DDR, Different Dimension Reincarnation, is already a more limited version of the original card and enjoys a healthy amount of competitive success, but isn't quite broken because of its discard cost and more restrictive pool where it can special summon from. Overdone Burial is an even more restricted version. You have to discard a monster in order to activate this card, which does allow you to special summon a monster from your graveyard, but only a monster who has a level lower than the monster you discarded in order to activate the effect. It also negates the monster's effects on the field and has a hard once per turn on its activation. And what do you know, Overdone Burial has also enjoyed a lot of competitive success. So if two of its worst versions still see competitive play, it really shows just how strong the original was, and how difficult it would be to properly errata the card without it still being broken. However, here's my take on it. Give the original a hard once per turn, have it negate the effects of the monster it special summons, and then banish the monster when it leaves the field. In this form, it would still be way too strong in competitive play, and actually just be a better version of Overdone Burial, so I don't know if that's enough. It's hard to think of a good way to balance the card without completely neutering it, or making it worse than Overdone Burial. That's kind of the threshold I'm aiming for. Still usable, but not worse than Overdone Burial. But I think Overdone Burial kinda does a good job already, so they can just kinda leave it banned and just let Overdone Burial be its nerfed version. Or just take heavy inspiration from it, giving it restricted discard costs in addition to a hard once per turn. Or maybe even have it just discard 2 cards to use it as is, with a hard once per turn as well. And lastly, we have Smoke Grenade of the Thief, the newest equip spell card to be added to the ban list. This is an equip spell card which doesn't actually have an effect until it's destroyed on the field, where you can equip this card to anything, and then after this card is destroyed by a card effect while equipped to a monster, you get to look at your opponent's hand and then discard 1 card of your choice from it. So kinda like the effects of the banned spell card Confiscation, just with extra steps. And for the most part, this card was completely fine for most of its life in the game. It only saw niche play here and there, and it was never consistent enough where it was a problem, or even worth consideration even. It was always kind of one of those joke of a cards that always had the potential to be strong, but was just too difficult to make use of. Then, an archetype was released which allowed them to make use of the effect almost immediately every turn, no problem. The Noble Knight archetype received a level 9 synchro monster called Noble Knight Emperor Charles, which has the effect that during the end phase you can equip any 1 spell card from your hand or graveyard to this card, to then equip a Fire Warrior monster from your deck to this card as an equipped spell card, which grants it 500 attack. And then it has another effect, where if an equipped spell card is equipped to a monster on the field, even during the damage step, you then get to destroy 1 card on the field. So if you simply found a way to get Smoke Grenade of the Thief into the graveyard or your hand, then Emperor Charles can equip it and then destroy it during the end phase in order to use the Confiscation-like effect on your opponent's hand, which procced during both players' end phases. So you got the effect an additional time during your opponent's end phase. And that discard effect is super good in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! It can kind of win you the game on its own sometimes. And what do you know, Noble Knights had 2 in-archetype ways of getting Smoke Grenade of the Thief into the graveyard, thanks to their excellent Link 2 monster, Isolde, Two Tales of Noble Knights, which can send a number of equipped spell cards from your deck to the graveyard to special summon a warrior monster from your deck, whose level is equal to the amount of cards you sent to the graveyard. So Isolde could get a whole bunch of equipped spell cards in the graveyard, including Smoke Grenade of the Thief. They also had their level 5 synchro monster, Noble Knight Captain Roland, which when synchro summoned during your end phase allows you to send an equipped spell card from your deck to the graveyard in order to add a warrior monster from your deck to your hand. So with being able to get Smoke Grenade into the graveyard very easily, consistently, on your first turn, no problem, and then equip it to Charles during the end phase and then destroy it immediately with its own effect, basically allow the deck to just rip 1 card from your opponent's hand every turn by just doing their plays like normal. And Noble Knights were a competitive meta deck. So giving a competitive meta deck a consistent way to use Confiscation every turn was a little bit powerful. In fact, Smoke Grenade was a big reason why they saw play. And Link Cross, to be honest. Link Cross heavily contributed to the success of their deck as well, which is why they were hit so hard when both of these cards were banned together in December of 2020. Although, funny enough, it wasn't just Noble Knights that could take advantage of it. In Dragon Link, they can very easily make use of Vylon Cube for synchro plays, which allows them to search out any eco spell card from their deck. Normally, they'll just use it on something like Living Fossil to extend their combos. However, they also have the option to search out Smoke Grenade of the Thief, thanks to one of their combo cards called Rocket Tracer. Rocket Tracer has the effect where you can destroy 1 face-up card you control in order to special summon a rocket monster from your deck, at the expense of not being able to summon other non-dark monsters from your extra deck for the rest of the turn. So Dragon Link could also use the effect of Smoke Grenade of the Thief in order to rip a card from their opponent's hand mid-combo to maybe get rid of a hand trap that might stop their future plays, or to just get rid of a starter card so their opponent can't do anything on the next turn. And since two competitive decks could make easy use of Smoke Grenade of the Thief at around the same time, when competitive meta decks weren't really able to make use of it before then, was just too much for the card to stay off the ban list. Could Smoke Grenade of the Thief be unbanned? Yeah, probably, if they ever banned Infernal Knight Emperor Charles and Rocket Tracer, which I guess kind of means no. It probably won't be unbanned anytime soon. When people use the effects of Triple Tactics Talent, which allows them to choose one of 3 very powerful effects, the effect to look at your opponent's hand and get rid of one card is often the most chosen effect, because of just how much more powerful that is. So as long as easy access to activating the effect of Smoke Grenade exists, it's probably best to just leave Smoke Grenade on the ban list. How could Smoke Grenade of the Thief be fixed to be unbanned? Honestly, the card seems like it's already fine as is. I don't think they ever intended for this card to be consistently popped in order to activate its effect. It's already really hard to get the effect off. There just happens to be meta decks that are able to consistently use it while doing their combos like normal. So without completely changing the effect or condition of the card, we could just add one extra condition to the activation requirement, where in addition to being destroyed while equipped to a monster, it has to be during your opponent's turn only. Similar to how artifact cards work, so you only gain the effect during your opponent's turn. It could still be used with Rocket Tracer and Infernal Knight Emperor Charles, but not during your turn. So it'd kind of be balanced like a Pointer the Red Lotus, where that card is fine in order to rip one card from your opponent's hand because you can't use it during your first turn. Although granted, they only lose the card temporarily with a Pointer the Red Lotus, I think Smoke Grenade of the Thief already has a whole bunch of restrictions, where if you just made it so it can only be usable during your opponent's turn, that might be enough to make it not as broken. It would still probably be good though, maybe even overpowered, but not broken. Update, they released a new generic level 9 synchro monster called Power Tool Braver Dragon, which can equip Rod of Silence KS and Smoke Grenade on itself to proc the effect immediately. And anyone who's been playing Master Duel where Smoke Grenade is legal can attest to how annoying this card is. The second and last banned card is Mystic Mine. This is a field spell which makes it so the player who controls more monsters than the other cannot activate monster effects or declare attacks. However, during the end phase, if both players control the same amount of monsters, it destroys itself. Mine is easily one of the most controversial cards in the game's history, being even more hated within the Western community than the also highly controversial Max C. Mystic Mine is simply the best floodgate we've had available since Vanity's Emptiness, and it warped the meta just as much as that card did. When Mine first came out, it initially found a home in Sky Striker decks, which can comfortably play in a Cure Advantage until you lose the game. But there were also the much more infuriating Pure Mine decks, which aimed to activate Mine to lock you out, making sure it couldn't be removed by using defensive cards and giving your opponent's monsters, and then slowly burning you to death. But Mine was not only played in these decks, as with time it only picked up more and more traction as a great going second card. By bringing in Mine against a board that had no spell trap negates, or which had already used theirs, you could just activate it and then just pass back to your opponent until they decked out. The existence of Mine and the very real possibility of a deck out loss led to numerous decks having to splash in random pieces of back row removal such as Cosmic Cyclone in their main deck just so they wouldn't instantly lose to this card being activated. This card promoted extremely toxic game states, but even more so in real life events, as even if you did have an out, all the turns it might take you to draw into it might force you to go into time later on. This card was very often played as a one-of in decks with field spells to turn terraforming and set rotation into going second options. The most successful Mine decks throughout time ended up being Sky Striker and Altergeist, both control strategies which could poke your opponent under Mine, and then remove their own monsters with in-engine options to ensure you'd always have less cards. This card being around changed how people built both their decks and their boards, and while it did fall off the meta at some points, it always come back feeling stronger than ever before. In the past few metas, this card has been a staple in flu decks, as well as decks that tend to prefer board breakers over hand traps that aren't dimensional shifter. It was also popular in some sprite variants, which could play around one of outs to Mine, such as Galaxy Cyclone, by protecting their Mine with Beat Con of the Underworld. Another notable example of a deck that could use Mine as a win con is Pure Runic, which goes for the deck out better than any other Mine deck before, as it can thin your opponent's deck and get rid of their removal with their runic spells. Mystic Mine was actually hit fairly quickly in the OCG, going to 1 not long after its release over there, where it stayed for a couple years until eventually it got banned before Master Duel 5 even came into effect. The fact that this card spent as long as it did unrestricted in the TCG made many players think it'd be a staple of our format forever, as time and time again, people would ask for it to get banned only for it to stay unscathed again year after year. Most people had probably lost all hope as it went through September's list at 3 once again, even though many tournament winners were playing in their decks, and a recent YCS winner was even on a pure mind strategy. However, to everyone's surprise once again, this list switch came out of nowhere also addressed one of the longest lasting problems in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Mind wasn't that much of an issue at the moment, as the best deck of the format, Ishizu Tier, doesn't really struggle with it due to having access to Perla Reyno's Pop, as well as an in-archetype back row removal. However, it'd just be a matter of time until it came back into the meta again. But thankfully, that's not the case anymore, as it went straight from 3 to 0 in one fell swoop. If there's one card which both the competitive and casual communities won't ever miss, it's certainly Mystic Mine. First up, we have Last Turn. This was one of the first trap cards banned in the game, and has an effect which is kind of unique, where this card can only be activated during your opponent's turn when you have 1,000 or less life points. Then you select one monster on your side of the field, and your opponent gets to select any one monster from their deck. All cards in the field in both players' hands are sent to the graveyard, and then your opponent gets to special summon that monster from their deck in attack position, and then immediately attacks your monster. After this pseudo battle, there is no battle damage done to either player, and whoever has a monster remain on the field at the end of the turn wins the duel, with all other cases resulting in a draw. Now at first glance, this card seems somewhat balanced already. You have to pick one monster, but your opponent gets to pick any monster from their deck, and then they just do battle and whoever wins the duel. But you can only use this card when you're already super low on life points anyway. However, there is a way to cheat this card, and that's by simply having a card which prevents your opponent from special summoning a monster, like Jiaojin the Spiritualist, or the Last Warrior from Another Planet. And since the way this card removes cards from the field is by sending them and not destroying them, it bypasses all kinds of protections and immunities, so it's very hard to actually influence the outcome of that battle during the turn. And players found ways to kinda cheese their own life points by simply using Wall of Revealing Light to pay 7,000 life points, or using pre-errata inspection in order to just pay 500 life points 14 times during their opponent's standby phases, so that they were down below 1,000. And the strategy was consistent enough in the early days of the game, where they still had really good draw power in the form of not yet banned cards like Pot of Greed or Graceful Charity, that it was actually pretty consistent, and even won a world championship. Although, since the card wasn't really being played in its intended use, and ended up just being an easy way to get an automatic victory if you're able to bring out Jiaojin, the card was eventually just banned in 2006. So, can Last Turn be unbanned? Probably not. Ever since the banning of Last Turn, they released even more monsters that prevent your opponent from special summoning, and they've released even more support for normal trap cards, where searching out Last Turn would be a breeze. The hardest part of the combo would be get your life points below 1,000, but with decks like Magical Explosion FTK being able to consistently get their life points below 1,000 pretty easily, that wouldn't be too much of a concern either. Remember, when your whole win condition is just to activate and resolve one card, that means your entire deck can be played around just making sure that one card activates and goes off properly, which means you can just play a whole bunch of disruption and negates to make sure this one card goes off. How can Last Turn be fixed in order to be unbanned? Well, the simple answer seems like it would be to just make it so the card won't activate unless your opponent does summon a monster from the deck. That way you can't cheese the rulings with Jiaojin the Spiritualist. However, that's not quite the easy fix, because most main deck monsters that can special summon from the deck are not very strong. In the modern meta, most decks only play monsters as combo pieces to go into extra deck monsters, and there's lots of extra deck monsters that are pretty much unkillable by any main deck monster, like Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon, or number S39 Utopia the Lightning, or just more usable gigantic beatsticks like Access Code Talker. So, there would be ways to use this card anyway, even if you couldn't lock your opponent out of special summoning monsters. Plus, there's the whole factor that this card causes ties if a monster isn't destroyed. So you could just use this card like how Self-destruct button was used in order to just force ties, with using cards like Marshmelon, so your opponent couldn't destroy your monster by battle. The card just seems too tough to fix with an errata, because of the inherent strength of being able to instantly win as the main payoff of the card's effect. But even so, making it so your opponent at least got to special summon a monster from the deck, and changing it so that if you're not able to destroy your opponent's monster, then you lose the duel rather than causing a tie, those two changes might go a long way to fixing this card's inherent unfair advantage. Update. Power level of the card aside, another big reason they probably wouldn't want to unban this card nowadays is because of all the ruling nightmares it causes. I'll show you 5 examples of them from shorts I made on this subject. Last Turn is a ban card that might have the most amount of ruling confusions with how incredibly weirdly it's worded, as it sends all other cards in the field to the graveyard, summons a monster from your opponent's deck, forces a special second battle phase, then forces you to enter the end phase where a lingering effect resolves to check the board state, and make sure there's only one monster on the field to announce a win or a draw. However, with so much happening all at once, it's hard to know if effects are able to resolve during any point to this, and actually when you can do things. So what happens if Elephant Statue Disaster is sent to the graveyard during the first phase of this effect? This is a card that activates when it's discarded to inflict 2,000 points of damage to your opponent, and you need to have less than 1,000 life points to activate last turn. So if it's hit by an opponent's last turn, then you'll win right there. And based on some OCG rulings, there's actually a little bit of pause before you enter the special battle phase, which allows effects to resolve, like that of Elephant Statue being sent to the graveyard, or on summon effects like Armageddonite. So Elephant Statue can actually win you the game. However, there's many other interesting rules with this card, which we'll cover in the next part of the series. What happens if there's an immune monster on the field? Well, normally in Yu-Gi-Oh, you're not allowed to activate cards if you can't resolve their effects. Last Turn kind of ignores this to an extent, because you don't have to send all cards in the field to hand to the graveyard, you simply have to attempt to. So if your opponent has Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon, which is immune to all card effects, it will not be sent to the graveyard. However, everything else about the card will still resolve like normal. Your opponent will have to special summon a monster from the deck, and you'll have to enter the special battle phase. But since there will be 2 monsters on the field, it brings up another question of how does this special battle phase work? Well, there's another obscure, unofficial ruling that states only the 2 monsters summoned by the effect can battle each other, even if there's another card on the field. So the 2 monsters will fight out and ignore Ultimate Falcon, and then you'll have the end of phase check to see who wins the game, where the winner is whoever has a lone monster on the field. So if Ultimate Falcon is on the field and your monster is still on the field, the game will result in a draw. Last Turn has a unique effect where it produces an additional battle phase. Although while it's not technically called a battle phase, it is basically treated as one. If the card Frozen Soul is activated on you, where you won't be able to enter the battle phase, then you actually cannot activate the effect at last turn because you need to be able to enter the battle phase to resolve the effect. Although this also brings up a couple of other interesting rulings about the special battle phase it applies. If a monster has the ability to attack multiple times, it is able to attack all those multiple times, since the phase is treated as a real battle phase, where the only conditions applied where the monster is summoned by the effect has to attack. And in fact, it's because of Last Turn, a weather report, and an unfortunate report that every card which mentions attacking multiple times in the battle phase has to specify that it works in the battle phases, emphasis on the plural, even though there's only 3 cards in the whole game which produce additional battle phases. However, funnily enough, you don't need to do the battle phase for the win condition check to apply, but you do need to be able to enter the battle phase to use the card. For example, if you activate Last Turn during the standby phase and you for some reason use Thunder of Ruler, which skips that battle phase, you simply resolve as much of the effect as possible, skipping the battle phase and going straight to the end phase to check who wins the game. However, if your opponent uses something like Frozen Soul on you before you use Last Turn, which makes it so you can't enter the battle phase, then you can't use Last Turn, even though there's a ruling stating you can try to resolve as much of the effect as possible. And it's this little distinction in the rulings that allows the Joujin trick to work. Part of the effect of Last Turn special summons a monster from your opponent's deck, which Joujin prevents because it stops special summons. Although you can still use Last Turn while Joujin is on the field and just apply as much of the effect as possible, and you'll win during the end phase for having the only monster on the field. However, part of the rules for this special battle phase is that it immediately leaves whatever current phase you're on, then comes back to that phase before advancing to the end phase. So, due to this little distinction in rulings, it's technically possible to enter the same phase twice during the same turn. Which means if you have an effect like White Magician Pikaru or Cosmo Forerunner, which have effects that activate during the standby phase, but not once per turn, so you'll be able to trigger their effects a second time if you activate Last Turn during the standby phase and return to it. Although it only applies as long as the effect does not specify a once per turn, which none of these 2 cards do. Next up we have Time Seal. This is another one of the first trap cards banned in the game, and was used in some of the very first non-beatdown strategies that won events. Now what this card does is simply skip your opponent's next draw phase. And that's it. Essentially it makes it so your opponent doesn't draw 1 card for their turn, which doesn't seem very strong. We already have 2 trap cards in the game which are not banned or limited in any way, and also don't see any kind of competitive play, called Drop Off and Drastic Drop Off. Both of these cards get rid of the card that your opponent draws for their draw phase. So why are these 2 cards allowed in the game, whereas Time Sealed has been banned for over 15 years? Well, it's more of the game mechanics of skipping your opponent's draw phase. It creates a situation where if you're able to resolve Time Seal, and get rid of your opponent's board and hand, or just lock them out with some kind of floodgate, your opponent doesn't get any new materials to try to change the game state. And if you're able to loop Time Seal to use its effect every turn, then your opponent just simply never has a chance to come back. Whereas with Drop Off and Drastic Drop Off, that card will at least go to the graveyard, which gives them a chance to come back if they have a good graveyard effect. And that's really the distinction here. Time Steal is a complete stop on any comeback ability, whereas the drop-off cards do not have a 100% stop, even if not every deck can actually come back with their graveyard effects. The fact that it is possible is what's the difference. Now, Time Steal itself isn't very good, and this kind of situation is kind of difficult to pull off, where even if you do pull it off, it's probably because you're already in a winning position anyway, and it doesn't really matter. So a single Time Steal in your deck isn't gonna really help you win the game, because its power level is kind of low for a banned card. Although just because a singular card isn't very powerful doesn't necessarily mean it won't be banned for some other reason. And the main reason with Time Steal is because it just creates an unfair game state where your opponent can't possibly come back if you're able to use it, which isn't really the case for any other floodgates in the game. Time Steal was banned in April 2006 alongside Last Turn. Can Time Steal be unbanned? This one's kind of a tricky question to answer. If they did unban Time Steal, it probably wouldn't see any play. The reason it's banned is more for the potential of the card to create an unfair game state, rather than the actual power of the card. So if they did unban it, then it wouldn't really break any meta, it would most likely just be forgotten about. So, it probably could be unbanned until there's a super new trap-heavy support archetype that comes out which allows you to loop Time Steal super easily, in which case it would get banned again because of the unfair game state it can cause. How can Time Steal be fixed to be unbanned? If they gave it a once per duel on its effect, that would basically fix the problem. The main problem with this card is its potential to be used every turn with loops, so if you're only allowed to use it a single time per duel, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Although there isn't really a precedent set with once per duel effects on trap cards, so instead they could probably give it a 3 times per duel limit. Although we could just look for alternative ways to fix the card rather than creating a new precedent. They could also give an effect kind of like how they fixed Sinister Serpent, where once the card is used, it can't be used realistically again on the next turn, which would also kind of solve the problem of it being looped, but still allowed it to be used at least one time in its intended way. Or just make it work like Drastic Drop-Off or Drop-Off, where it sends the card to the graveyard instead of preventing the draw at all. Update. This card was eventually unbanned and sees 0 competitive play. Now let's go over Self-Destruct button. This is a trap card which can only be activated when your life points are 7,000 lower than your opponent's, in which case both players' life points become 0. So basically this card causes a tie, and that's the only function of the card. And there are currently no cards in the game that exist which allow you to circumvent this tie, and turn it into a win for yourself. Although there are a couple of cards in the anime which do allow that to happen, but currently none of them exist in the actual card game. So why is a card that only causes ties banned? Well, because of ruling problems and promoting unsportsmanlike conduct. You see, with the rulings, if you go into overtime, whoever has won the most amount of games is declared a winner. And there's a whole bunch of other things to it, but basically, what you could do with Self-Destruct button is just win game 1, and then just repeatedly cause ties until the game went into overtime, in which case you'd be declared the winner because you had 1 win over your opponent. And it's much easier to just cause ties forever until time runs out than it is to try to win a game 2, because of how the whole side decking mechanic works in competitive play. Generally, winning game 1 with an unconventional but consistent strategy is possible against a lot of meta decks. However, with proper side decking, they can pretty much counter whatever it is you're trying to do and then win the next 2 games pretty easily, especially if your entire strategy is fragile and can be stopped with a floodgate or 2, or a few choice negates here or there. But if you then side deck into a deck whose sole purpose is to try to cause ties as soon as possible, that's actually pretty easy to do and can be pulled off much more efficiently than a win condition, thanks to Self-Destruct button. Now in competitive play, it is against the rules to slow play, so that you run out time through normal gameplay, but it's not against the rule to tie as many times as you want. It's generally considered a pretty scummy thing to do, so since some players were using Self-Destruct button in order to cheese the time rules, Self-Destruct button was banned in January of 2014. Can Self-Destruct button be unbanned? The card is currently not banned in the OCG and doesn't really cause any problems. So the card could be unbanned, but not before they added a couple of rule changes to the game itself, in order to prevent the card being used in order to win by causing a whole bunch of ties and going into overtime. For some reason, they just don't do this in the OCG, apparently. Or maybe the rules for overtime just work differently over there. How could the card be changed to be unbanned? Well, if they just changed the rules on how overtime worked, they could probably unban this card without any changes to the card itself. However, It's much easier to just ban a card rather than change the rules of the game, which is why I think the card is still currently banned. However, if they were to errata the card, I'm not really sure how they could change it to function differently, other than maybe increasing the amount of life points required in order to activate the effect, from 7,000 to maybe 10,000 or something. Since making a 7,000 life point difference is pretty easy by just lowering your life points by 7,000. Whereas if the difference was 10,000, then you'd also have to increase your opponent's life points at the same time. And it would give your opponent more time to try to circumvent the effect by trying to pay half their life points or something. Next up, we have Trap Dustshoot. This is a trap card which can only be activated if your opponent has 4 or more cards in their hand. And it allows you to look at your opponent's hand in order to send one monster card from their hand back to their deck. So, on the surface, it seems kind of balanced already. You can only use it when your opponent has a big hand. It's a 1-for-1 in card advantage that doesn't actually gain you any advantage, and it only works on monsters, so if your opponent only has spell or traps, then you wasted the effect. Here's the thing though, most decks are very monster heavy, and being able to gain knowledge on your opponent's hand can be the same as winning the duel in some cases. As if you know exactly what your opponent's hand is, and even get to interact with it by getting rid of key combo pieces, then you know when to save your negates or hand traps in order to shut down your opponent's plays at key combo points. So, knowledge on your opponent's hand is incredibly valuable in the current metagame, and being able to effortlessly gain that knowledge while also getting a nice benefit is a little bit too strong, as shown by the fact that a Pointer of the Red Lotus sees competitive play. A Pointer of the Red Lotus is also a trap card that lets you look at your opponent's hand, however with a few differences. You have to pay 2,000 life points to use it, and also reveal your own hand in order to activate the effect. Then the card you choose is only banished for 1 turn instead of permanently losing the card. So a Pointer of the Red Lotus is still good in the fact that it allows you to look at your opponent's hand, but since it also makes you reveal your own hand to your opponent, it's not a one-sided information war. And even with all those limitations added onto it, it still sees competitive play, which should show you something about Trap Dustshoot, which is just a much better version of this card. Trap Dustshoot was banned in March of 2012. Can Trap Dustshoot be unbanned? No, this one's pretty simple. Unlike the previous 3 cards where there's a whole bunch of wiggle room, Trap Dustshoot is pretty straightforward in the fact that it's just a really powerful singular card, and you don't really need to play a particularly difficult strategy in order to take advantage of it, as it's just useful in a whole bunch of meta decks and would make a lot of decks better if they just played 1 copy of it. How could they fix the card to be unbanned? Well, they kind of already did this with the Pointer of the Red Lotus. So, if they change the card to have a discard cost and also reveal your own hand in addition to its other requirements, then they could probably remove it from the ban list and no one would play it. Although having a discard cost might be a little bit too much, they could go the route of giving it a tribute requirement like Spiritual Water Art Aoi, while also requiring you to still have 4 cards in your opponent's hand and revealing your own hand in the process. For some decks, it's easier to tribute a monster than it is to discard one. For other decks, it's easier to discard a card than it is to tribute. The point of it is to lose advantage in order to gain the powerful effect. I think that would go a long way to fixing the problems with Trap Dustshoot. Although losing advantage in order to interact with your opponent's hand doesn't guarantee that it's not going to be overpowered, like we saw with Topologic Gumblar Dragon, which I'll probably talk about in a future video when I go over why extra deck monsters are banned. Update: a few years or so after this video was made, they limited a Pointer of the Red Lotus to 1 copy. But what's funny is that there is now a discussion in the community that leans in the camp that Red Lotus is actually better than Trap Dustshoot. And the reason for that is because it can target spell and trap cards, whereas Dustshoot can only target monsters. And since they're trap cards, their only release will go in first, and the best going second cards are all spell and trap cards like Evenly Matched and Dark Ruler No More. And Red Lotus can let you snipe them from your opponent's hand before they can use them to break your board, where Dustshoot would only hit their monsters, which is not as useful as knocking out their OP board breakers. So if Dustshoot was unbanned tomorrow, people would still prefer to play Red Lotus over it like they do now. And lastly, we have Vanity's Emptiness. This is a continuous trap card which simply has the effect that neither player can special summon monsters while it's face up on the field. And also it has a negative side effect where, if a card is sent from your deck or field to the graveyard, this card will destroy itself. So the intended use of this card is to have a very strong effect, but giving your opponent an alternative way of getting rid of it, or hindering your plays while using it, as activating a single search card like Terraforming requires you to send that card to the graveyard after its activation, which would destroy Vanity's Emptiness. Here's the thing though, just like looking at your opponent's hand, the ability to lock out your opponent's special summons is just an incredibly powerful effect in the game. Not all effects are created equal. Some are just much better than others, like being able to skip your opponent's phases, getting information on your opponent's hand while being able to interact with it, and of course the ability to prevent special summons, like we saw with Last Turn in Jiaojin the Spiritualist. Now, Vanity's emptiness does seem kind of balanced on the surface, since it does prevent both players from special summoning monsters, as well as having that downside where it can be destroyed pretty easily. However, this card is very easy to play around. If you simply just activate this card during your opponent's turn, as soon as they start summoning monsters in order to lock them out of combos, there's not much they can do to the card during their turn, unless they have some kind of back row removal in their hand already, like a Twin Twister. And then, when it goes over to your turn, you can easily destroy the card yourself by just activating Terraforming or some other spell card. That way you can special summon no problem, and get to use its negative side effects as an easy way to get rid of the card during your turn. There is also other ways to circumvent this card's destruction, by simply comboing it with cards like Macrocosmos, another incredibly strong floodgate that banishes all cards that would have been sent to the graveyard. Since Vanity's emptiness specifically requires cards to hit the graveyard to destroy itself, if all cards are banished, then it can never activate its negative effect, and just becomes a permanent floodgate, alongside another really strong floodgate that's currently limited to 1 copy. And also some other decks could get around its effects, like the DDD archetype. They could use a card called DDD Curse King Siegfried, which allows you to selectively negate the effects of 1 face-up spell or trap card in the field until the end of the next standby phase. So, you could just use Vanity's emptiness during your opponent's turn, and then just negate the effect for your turn, where it would then turn back on again during your opponent's start of the turn, basically making it a one-sided floodgate. And there were a couple of other ways archetypes could play around this card, but suffice to say, even if you weren't playing around the card to keep it on the field as long as possible, having the effect for 1 turn was very powerful on its own. That's why they don't really print new spell or trap cards that prevent special summons, and also why they rarely release monsters that prevent special summons either. The effect of preventing special summons is just too powerful, to the point where basically all monsters that have the effect have seen competitive play. Vanity's emptiness was banned in March of 2017. Could Vanity's emptiness be unbanned? Honestly, it might be able to. I know I just explained how powerful this card is and why it's a problem, but currently, as of writing this video anyway, we have a card in the game called Mystic Mine, which locks out all monster effects and prevents your opponent from attacking, and is incredibly easy to play around and just use in a whole bunch of different kinds of decks. And Mystic Mine is not that much weaker than Vanity's emptiness. In fact, some cases can be made about whether one of them is better than the other. And if Mystic Mine is running around at 3 copies, then Vanity's emptiness could probably come back to 1 as well, and just be another powerful floodgate option. Although one of the advantages Vanity's emptiness has over Mystic Mine is that it's much easier to use Vanity's emptiness during your opponent's turn in order to only have a one-sided floodgate, whereas Mystic Mine requires other cards in order to make use of it in the same way. This is why I say only maybe with it being unbanned, rather than an enthusiastic yes, because Mystic Mine might also get banned in the future, or at least hit on the ban list in some other way, as it's currently limited to 1 copy in the OCG. How could they fix Vanity's emptiness to be unbanned? Honestly, if they just removed its current negative effect, that might go a long way towards balancing the card. Of course, obviously giving it another negative effect as well. Because currently, it's a very effortless card to use only during your opponent's turn, and since it's so easy to destroy during your turn with its current negative effect. So if they just removed its negative effect or altered it to something else, then you would also have to deal with the negative effect of not allowing special summons during your turn, or have to take up resources in order to destroy the card yourself if you wanted to use it like before. This system was successful with the unbanning of Imperial Order, so it might also work with Vanity's emptiness. If instead of it destroying itself when you send cards to the graveyard, they could have the negative effect where you can't normal summon monsters either while the card is out, and only to the person who controls it, or keep locking you out of special summons for the rest of the turn after the card is sent to the graveyard, but not your opponent. Or just required to pay a whole bunch of life points each turn like Mirror Wall, and have a maintenance cost of 2,000 life points, which isn't optional. It would still be powerful, but part of the problem with it is being able to get rid of it too easily during your turn. And like I already mentioned in the could it be unbanned category, it could probably unban without any changes and just limited to 1, and just be a very powerful staple that fits in with everything else. So just giving it a harsher maintenance cost while also removing its old negative effect could be all that's needed in order to fix its effect. Update: Mystic Mine is banned, and Vanity's Emptiness got banned really quickly Master after it launched. People would use Prime Mathmech Alambertian and Ignister decks to search out Vanity's Emptiness, then summon their Unbeatable Towers monster and use Vanity's Emptiness so it couldn't be Kaijun. Safe to say, this card should stay banned as it gets even stronger with more easier ways to search it being released. First up, we'll go with Sixth Sense, a trap card which has a very simple effect where you get to roll a 6-sided dice, and then call 2 of the possible numbers. If the dice lands on one of those results that you called, then you get to draw that many cards. If not, then you instead mill the amount of cards on the top of your deck to the graveyard. And one of the best ways to use this card was just to call 5 and 6. So with a 33% chance of calling the number correctly, if you did manage to call 5 or 6, that would allow you to draw 5 or 6 cards, which is incredibly broken for one card to give you with no cost. If you didn't, it would instead be able to mill 1 to 4 cards, which is also a good effect. So Sixth Sense basically gave you a 33% chance to instantly win with the amount of card advantage you get, or a 66% chance to also just have a regular decent effect. In Yu-Gi-Oh, there aren't a lot of gamble cards in the games that have 2 benefits. Generally, gamble cards have incredibly terrible downsides if you lose the gamble, or pretty minor upsides if you manage to succeed. Sixth Sense is like one of the outliers, where it has 2 good effects to it, but one of them is so strong that it easily earns its spot on the ban list. Even though this chance isn't that high, 33% means you can use this card every game and never get the result correctly. But the fact that one card can completely swing the game in your favor so hard in and itself a problem, and in a way that just generates way more advantage than anything else. And also, a really good case for this card being banned is just think that whenever your opponent uses this card, they're guaranteed to get 5 or 6. It feels really bad to see your opponent get lucky all the time, even if you yourself will never resolve the effect correctly. And I'm glad Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't really have competitive gamble cards, as that's one of the reasons I don't play Constructed Hearthstone, because gamble cards is kind of the core design philosophy of that game. Sixth Sense was banned in January 2014, shortly after being released to the TCG, and only was around for one format. Could Sixth Sense be unbanned? No. Even being a trap card which requires you to wait a turn, and only having a gambling chance to give you the advantage, the upsides are just too big, and the downsides are also a net positive, which is just too much potential to swing the game from one card. How can Sixth Sense be fixed to be unbanned? Currently, the big problem with the card is the fact that it can allow you to draw 5 or 6 cards, even if you're playing a deck that loves to mill and calls 3 or 4 instead. Being able to draw 3 or 4 cards is also still super good for one card with no cost. If they wanted to fix the card whose main problem is the amount of advantage it grants, they could start off by completely limiting your ability to play the game after the effect resolves, where if you do manage to draw cards from the effect, you can't actually use any of the cards until your following turn, and lock you out of summoning monsters or something similar. This would incentivize people to use it only when you've already established a board of monsters, which would turn it into a win more kind of strategy, and generally win more cards don't see play. Since if you're in a winning position, you don't need cards in order to further that winning position with more advantage. Generally, if you're in a winning position, what you want are more lockdowns or floodgates. And if you're using it from a disadvantageous position, you wouldn't be able to use all that advantage it just gave you for a turn, which would only be useful in some certain kinds of decks. Adding a delay to the advantage is a good way to circumvent cards that grant you a lot of advantage. Just look at the card Ledger of the Ledgerman. It potentially allows you to go +2 in card advantage, but it makes you wait 3 turns before you're able to get that advantage, so it doesn't see any play. So instead, if Sixth Sense made you banish the cards face down and then added them back after a turn or 2, like Ledger of the Ledgerman, then they could probably come back and no one would play it, because it would still be tied to a gamble effect, and without the upside of being able to draw a whole bunch of cards, only using the trap card to mill isn't that good. Update. People have actually metagamed this card even more in no ban list tournaments. The meta for this card now is to call 3 and 4 instead of 5 and 6. The reason for that is that drawing 3 or 4 cards is still very, very good, but milling 5 or 6 cards is also incredibly favorable. So by calling 3 and 4, you now have a 2/3 chance of having a positive effect instead of only a 1 in 3 chance from calling 5 and 6. The card is still very much good even after Power Creep from when the video was first released. Next up, we have Return from the Different Dimension. This card has the effect where you could pay half your life points to special summon as many of your banished monsters as possible, but they were all banished during the end phase. This is a trap card that's been in the game for quite a while and wasn't really banned until Dragon Rulers came out. where cards that could banish themselves for cost started to become way more commonplace. Although it started seeing success as early as 2004 thanks to the card Strike Ninja. Strike Ninja had the Spell Speed 2 effect where it could banish itself from the field for a turn at the cost of banishing 2 dark monsters from the graveyard. So they would just use a whole bunch of floating effect dark monsters to fill up the graveyard quickly, with stuff like Sangan and Mystic Tomato, and then bring them all back with a return from the different dimension in order to get more advantage from them or just push for game, back when being able to OTK your opponent wasn't so commonplace. It started seeing even more success and was actually restricted on the ban list for the first time when Dark Armed Dragon came out, and created an even better way to banish a whole bunch of dark monsters from the graveyard, where you could then return them with return from the different dimension and use them for synchro summons, since tuner monsters finally became available, and allowed easy access to get rid of monsters in the field before they got banished during the end phase. Because return from the different dimension did kind of have a downside to it, which was kind of hard to circumvent before synchro monsters came out, and then it just became even more advantage once you could use those monsters to go to extra deck plays. Although that still wasn't enough to get the card banned. It wasn't until Dragon Rulers came out that they could use the graveyard and banish zone even better than Dark Armed Dragon. That return from the different dimension just proved to be too broken, and then they finally just banned the card in January of 2014. Can return from a different dimension be unbanned? In its current state, no. There's even more cards that can make use of the banish zone than ever since 2014, and even though it's too slow for being a trap card, the power of the card is enough to basically win you the game on its own, in the same way as Soul Charge, another banned card. The potential to special summon up to 5 monsters with one card, with a downside that's kind of outdated, is just a plus in card advantage essentially. They can set up all kinds of gain states and recycle the effects to get even more advantage from those cards, since banishing monsters is supposed to be a really harsh cost, and this card just kind of turned that into an advantage, as even decks that love to banish their cards still love to have those cards brought back from the banish zone, like Thunder Dragons or Orcus. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? Well, a pretty easy fix would be to disallow special summoning from the extra deck during the turn you use the card, as it would kind of have to be used in the same way it was used during the Strike Ninja format, where you would just bring those cards out in order to use them for their actual monster card advantage, rather than being used as materials to go into extra deck plays. It would still be strong in some decks, but the real problem of this card is just how much better the extra deck has gotten over the years, and this card was already kind of broken when we only had Synchro on Xyz monsters. With the introduction of Link monsters, an even easier summoning method to use, the card would just be abused even more than it already was. So, just locking you out of the extra deck for that turn is a real simple fix. Alternatively, it can also have another effect where it gives a different lingering effect to all the monsters it brings out, where if the cards leave the field after being brought out with the effect, it instead banishes them again face down. That way, a lot of cards that do gain effects for being banished, or have some other kind of floating effect that you'd want to reuse, don't get to use those effects. At that point, the card would be kind of unplayable, if it both restricted you from extra decks and didn't allow you to use the floating effects of the monsters you brought out. Although even then, I'm sure someone would find a way to use the card to some kind of great advantage, but it would be relegated to gimmick decks most likely, and be completely fine in the meta. Just like how you can technically FTK with Yugioh Mind August, but it's so cumbersome to use and fragile to disruption that no one really does it. Next, we have Ultimate Offering. This is a continuous trap card which can be used during your main phase or the battle phase of your opponent's turn, where you can pay 500 life points to normal summon one monster from your hand. This is in addition to your one normal summon or set per turn, and can be used an unlimited amount of times as long as you have life points to pay for its costs. Now, here's the thing about this card. The one normal summon you get per turn is incredibly powerful in the current metagame, because of how limited it is. A single Neo-Spacing Connector normal summon is able to set up a full board of unbeatable monsters, thanks to its normal summon effect. Same with cards like Soul-Eating Oviraptor. The normal summon is just much more precious today than it was when the card first came out in the early days of the game. But even in the early days of the game, the card was still used and abused, as the whole gadget monsters had an effect where they could search out another one of the gadgets every time they were normal summoned. So a single gadget in hand with Ultimate Offering on the field meant you can get out a number 16 Shockmaster with 1000 life point costs, and then just keep going for more extra deck plays, which would be even better with Link monsters that can make better use of those cards. In Medulce decks at the time, if they had their field spell card out as well as Medulce Ticket, each time one of their Medulce monsters would be destroyed, it would just return to the hand, where they could then immediately normal summon it with Ultimate Offering, allowing you to have an endless supply of monsters in the field that could not be gotten rid of, while gaining advantage from some of their summoning effects. Now, these are just some of the uses it had before the card got banned. Today, there is much better ways to take advantage of it just with how much power creep the game has gone through. We even have cards like Brilliant Fusion currently banned because it offered too easy access to one additional normal summon. An unlimited amount of normal summons is just straight broken and completely messes with the balance of the game. Ultimate Offering was banned in September of 2013. Can Ultimate Offering be unbanned? No, the card is way too strong and would definitely need an errata to come back. Especially since normal summons have just gotten stronger and stronger over time. How can Ultimate Offering be fixed to be unbanned? Well, if they just gave it a once per turn, that would kinda do it. There are cards in the game that give additional normal summons that no one uses, because it's just not really useful unless you gain some other kind of advantage from it, or are able to just normal summon a whole bunch of times. We have cards like Double Summon, which almost never sees competitive play, because the only thing the card does is give you one extra normal summon. There's also cards like Chain Summoning, which have the potential to give you 3 normal summons for the turn that saw a little bit of competitive play. Getting 3 normal summons is a really good effect, but if you have to jump through hoops to get that effect, that kind of kills a lot of the viability of the card. It still saw some play anyway, despite the hoops you had to jump through to activate the effect, as you can only use the card as a Chain Link 3 or higher, because those extra normal summons are just that valuable. However, it's not broken and there's a limit to it. So if they just gave Ultimate Offering a once per turn, it would be completely fine and probably not even see play, even if it does allow normal summons during your opponent's turn. But then again, so does Arrival Rivals. Although an extra normal summon every turn might still be kinda strong, so who knows. Update. In March of 2023, they released a retrained, weaker version of this card in the OCG called Terminal Offering, which allows you to conduct 3 normal summons if it's used during your turn, or 1 normal summon if used during your opponent's battle phase. And with a weaker version, de-evolution of the card release, that makes it much less likely the original will be released anytime soon. And finally, we have Royal Oppression. This is another continuous trap card which has the effect that when a monster is special summoned, the opposing player can choose to pay 800 life points to negate and destroy the card that tried to special summon a monster. So think of it like a Solemn Warning, except with less than half the life point cost, and also usable as many times per turn as you want. And Solemn Warning is such a good card that it has seen pretty consistent play for a very long time in the TCG. Although Royal Oppression is supposed to be balanced by the downside that it can also be used by your opponent, so kind of like a field spell card in that regard. However, it's really easy to circumvent this by just using the card after you've already established a board of monsters. That way, you don't have to worry about your opponent negating all of your summons when using your card, and it just makes it even harder for your opponent to try to do anything afterwards. Or alternatively, you can just use it during your opponent's turn only, since it's a trap card that can be activated mid-combo, and then just destroy it yourself during your turn with a plethora of spell and trap card removal, or just by using a card that allows you to destroy your own cards to gain effects. Royal Oppression is such a strong singular card that it can easily win you games against a lot of decks by itself, because the ability to restrict your opponent's special summons on a spell or trap card is just so much more valuable than if it's attached to a monster. Because at least monsters always have the inherent downside where they can be destroyed by battle, whereas spell and traps can only be removed by card effects. And also, monsters require resources to put them on the field, whereas spell and traps can be placed directly from the hand without spending extra resources. Although even if its effect was attached to a monster, it would still be a really strong monster, which makes it even better that it's attached to a trap card that can be used at the right moment. Royal Oppression was banned in September of 2011, almost 8 years after the card came out. It was somewhat fine in the early days of the game when people weren't special summoning like crazy, but now the name of the game is special summon as many monsters from the extra deck as possible, so it just gives a huge advantage to decks that don't rely on special summons, and just a normal big advantage to decks that do, and can just play around the effect anyway. Can Royal Oppression be unbanned? Probably not. There are some really powerful floodgates in the game already, like Mystic Mine or even There Can Be Only One, but those ones have a lot of leeway with how you can play around them at least. Well, kind of. Mystic Mine is kind of broken as well, but if we were to compare the card to Mystic Mine, you at least need to use a second card in order to activate Mystic Mine during your opponent's turn, whereas you gain the same level disruption from one card with World of Depression, since it's a trap card. Although, that's really it. Mystic Mine also does an incredible job of just shutting down your opponent, even if your opponent can still summon monsters under Mystic Mine, no problem. The fact that they can't activate any monster effects is still a huge hit to most decks. And most decks can't get rid of Mystic Mine game 1 unless they have some form of spell or trap card removal, which is the same case as Royal Oppression. And if Mystic Mine is able to exist in the game at 3 copies, then they're fine with some powerful floodgates being in the game. So even though Royal Oppression is probably one of the strongest floodgates, I'm not sure its power is that much better than Mystic Mine. It is better, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't say that its power level is just that much higher though. How can Royal Oppression be fixed to be unbanned? Well, if they give it a clause where you can only activate the effect when you control no special summon monsters, similar to lose one turn, another more balanced floodgate, that would kind of go a long way to making the two-sided nature of this card more balanced. If they also gave it the effect where, during the turn this card is destroyed, you can't special summon monsters, that would remove its other downside where the card is easy to play around if you have a way to destroy it. And then just do your plays like normal. If it had both of those downsides, where you can only activate if you control those special summon monsters, and it also locked you out of special summoning the turn it was destroyed, then it could probably come off the ban list no problem, even if its effect is still really strong, where it's basically a solemn warning on steroids. But it would be much harder to play around its effect in order to take full advantage of it, and it would still keep the same benefits that it had before, where you could use it during your opponent's turn to disrupt plays, kind of like how Mystic Mine and Metaverse are used. It would just be another option as a very powerful floodgate, but one that couldn't just be used in any deck, no problem. As in its current form, whoever draws into Royal Oppression first basically has a very high chance of winning. Alright, next up in the video, I'm going to go over two cards that are banned in the OCG. Life Equalizer and Magical Explosion. Life Equalizer is one of the best life point conversion cards in the game, where if you're able to manipulate yours and your opponent's life points correctly, it's able to deal around 6,000 points of damage to your opponent, assuming a starting life point value of 8,000. And being able to set your opponent's life points to 3,000 is incredibly valuable in a whole bunch of certain kinds of burn decks. Like Magical Explosion burn decks. Magical Explosion is a card that can only be used when you have no cards in your hand, and inflicts 200 damage to your opponent for each spell card in your graveyard. If you manage to get 15 spell cards in your graveyard, that's 3,000 points of damage with one card, which is exactly the threshold of Life Equalizer. So with a single Life Equalizer and a Magical Explosion, and playing a deck that's able to draw into a whole bunch of spell cards instead of the graveyard while manipulating your opponent's life points, which is definitely possible in Chicken Game and also unbanned in the OCG, then performing an FTK with Life Equalizer and Magical Explosion is just too easy. In the TCG, Life Equalizer is not restricted at all, and Magical Explosion is only limited to one copy. So technically, the combo is viable in the TCG. It's just not easy to accomplish without Chicken Game. Although Magical Explosion is limited to one copy at least in the TCG, because if you're able to get 15 spell cards in the graveyard, and then just activate 3 copies of Magical Explosion, that's 9,000 points of damage. With Magical Explosion only at one copy, it's a lot harder to use it in order to win with an FTK. But not impossible thanks to cards like Life Equalizer. Now, there is no real need to go over how the cards could be unbanned or how that could be fixed in order to be unbanned, because we already know the answer to that. Just keep Chicken Game banned, and they're not really a problem. And therein concludes the banned trap cards in the game as of early 2021, when this portion of the video was completed. And the last card being forbidden is a counter trap, Red Reboot, going from limited to 0 copies. This card can be activated in response to your opponent activating a trap card, and it negates the trap card's activation and then sets it face down, while also allowing your opponent to set a trap directly from their deck. However, for the rest of this turn, after the card resolves, your opponent cannot activate any more trap cards. As a bonus, you can also activate this from your hand by paying half your life points. While not nearly as format warping as this card was when it was at 3, Red Reboot was still one of the sackiest 1-ups you could draw into in a match. This card just completely shuts down back row decks when activated, with very little counterplay outside of drawing a Solemn Judgment due to it being a spell speed 3 hand trap. It saw play in tons of side decks throughout the years due to being the best 1-card answer to trap heavy decks, while also not being bad versus combo decks which use trap cards as interruptions. Red Reboot's downsides didn't matter because with no more interruption to deal with, it's very easy to clear your opponent's board anyways, or just straight up have lethal that turn. This card being banned has a small downside of leaving decks with even less counterplay to sided floodgates in games 2 and 3. But it does make life better for back row decks, which no longer have to gamble with your opponent having a single card which says I win the game post side. First up, let's go over Firewall Dragon, as this card probably won't stay banned for very long. Firewall Dragon is a Link 4 monster who has completely generic materials for its requirements, as it can use any 2+ monsters as materials, and simply has 2 effects while on the field. One of them is a quick effect, where it can target a number of monsters on either player's field or in the graveyards, up to the number of monsters it's co-linked to, and return them to the hand. So it could be used to bounce your opponent's monsters, or return some monsters from your graveyard back to your hand to gain advantage. And alternatively, it could be used as disruption during your opponent's turn, so very versatile first effect. Its second effect was if a monster this card points to is destroyed by battle or sent to the graveyard in some other way, you get to special summon one monster from your hand. Now, this card was meant as a way to help transition people into the new Link era of Master Rule 4, with a heavily restricted extra deck monster zone where monsters could be summoned to. During Master Rule 4, you could only special summon an extra deck monster to the extra monster zone, or to a zone that a Link monster was pointing to. And this slowed down basically every single deck in the game that wasn't pure control. So Firewall Dragon needed to be a little bit generic and strong in order to help that along, as it was meant to be the Link monster to go in pretty much every deck. So it was easy to bring out, had two decent effects that allowed you to gain advantage and get more cards on the field while doing Link plays, and it was meant to be a little bit stronger than normal in order to fulfill this goal. However, there was one little problem with this card, and that was the lack of a once per turn on its second effect. Its first effect could be used a single time while the card was on the field, similar to a wind-up monster, so they didn't miss the ball in that one. But since its second effect to special summon a monster from the hand lacked a once per turn, and was very easy to activate, it could be used if just any monster was pointing to was sent to the graveyard in basically any way. This allowed a whole bunch of loops and combos in order to FTK your opponent very easily, with two of the more common ones involving A. Assault Core and Grapha, Dragon Lord of Darkworld. With A. Assault Core, it has an effect where if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you get to add one other Union monster from your graveyard to your hand. Its effect lacks a once per turn and works on other copies of itself. So if you simply had a second copy of A. Assault Core in your graveyard, and then use Cannon Soldier to tribute A. Assault Core on the field, it would allow you to inflict 500 points of damage to your opponent and then add the second copy back to your hand. And if it was in a zone that Firewall Dragon was pointing to, you could then just special summon that new A. Assault Core in your hand and then just do it again. Or if you had the Dark World monsters Grapha and Beige, you could tribute Grapha with Cannon Soldier in order to inflict 500 damage to your opponent, which would then proc the effect of Firewall Dragon to special summon a card from your hand, which really could be any Dark World monster. And then you could use Grapha to just return that Dark World monster back to your hand to special summon it from the graveyard, and then just do it again. There was even a loop with Trickstar monsters where they could infinitely summon Trickstar Lilybell and attack for game. It allowed Goki decks to climb like crazy, since basically all Goki monsters could search out another Goki when they were sent to the graveyard. But you could then immediately summon those new monsters due to Firewall Dragon. And all of these FTKs and crazy loops were incredibly consistent because Firewall Dragon allowed you to add key combo pieces to your hand and then special summon them with its second effect. So people would easily search out Cannon Soldier by just sending it from the deck to the graveyard with Curious. And then Firewall Dragon's first effect would allow you to add it to its hand, and then special summon it with its second effect, and then finish off with an FTK. And since its first effect was very similar to a wind-up monster, if you were able to bring Firewall Dragon out again, or just return it to the extra deck to summon it for a second time, which it could do with its own effect, then you could just use its recursion again. So, what they did with Firewall Dragon, instead of fixing the problem of just banning Firewall Dragon because it was obviously broken, was they tried to limit A. Assault Core to 1, and of course limit Firewall Dragon to 1 copy as well, which did all of nothing to stop Firewall Dragon, since that left the Dark World loop completely unhindered. So eventually, since Firewall Dragon was just causing too much problems by being too good at everything, Konami finally relented and banned the card in December of 2018, and then put A. Assault Core back to unlimited. Could Firewall Dragon be unbanned? Yeah, and probably soon. The original card itself was completely broken, but in the OCG they did an errata of the card very recently, as of making this video, where it can no longer special summon any monster from your hand and only a Cyberse type monster. And they also gave it the ever so important hard once per turn. If all they did was give it a hard once per turn, then it would have been fine. But they went the extra mile in order to limit which cards it could actually bring out from the hand, which really fixes all the problems the card had. The first effect was good and definitely helped it be as degenerate as it was, but it was 100% the second effect of not having a once per turn that made the card broken. Next, we have Elder Entity Norden. This is a level 4 fusion monster, which requires 82 synchro or exceeds monsters as materials, and has the effect that when it's special summoned, you can special summon any level 4 or lower monster from your graveyard, but its effects are negated and it's banished if Norden leads the field. So the most common way to use Norden was with instant fusion. That way it turned instant fusion into a 1 card rank 4 Xyz, or if you had a tuner monster in your graveyard, a 1 card synchro summon. It was a very powerful tool, but for the most part, Elder Entity Norden was just a strong staple that everyone used, but it wasn't really that big of a deal. Then, when Zodiac monsters came out, it showed just how much of a problem Norden could be if you recycled the card over and over and actually brought it out with its proper summoning method. Zodiacs would use Zodiac Broadbowl in order to search out Lunalight Black Sheep to their hand, and then they would use Black Sheep in order to search out Fusion Substitute. Fusion Substitute is a spell card that treats its name as polymerization and has the effect where you can fusion summon monsters by only using materials that you control, instead of allowing you to also use monsters from your hand like polymerization. And for this restrictive condition that it places on itself, it goes on to have a graveyard effect, where you can banish this card from the graveyard in order to return a fusion monster from your graveyard to the extra deck, and then draw one card. So since Zodiacs were super good at getting Xyz monsters on the field, that might even be an understatement with how good they are at just abusing the Xyz mechanic, and could search out Black Sheep, which would then search out Fusion Substitute immediately. They could just fuse their Zodiacs into Norden, and then bring back Ratpier, who had a broken effect, that if it was used as an Xyz material, you could special summon another copy of itself from the deck. Then they would just reset Norden with a Fusion Substitute, bring it out again, and then reset it with Rapier and Daigusto Emerald in order to do it all over again. Zodiacs were already hyper consistent at this point, being one of the few tier 0 decks in the game's history, and Norden allowed them to draw 5 cards in one turn on top of everything else they were able to do. Which is why eventually in June of 2017, Norden was banned, and will probably stay banned since it's even better now that Link monsters have come out and made its effect all the more valuable. It's funny that Norden was abused with instant fusion for so long, and everybody expected it to get banned someday because it was very powerful with instant fusion, or at the very least to get instant fusion finally banned. But I don't think anyone really expected it to finally get banned because it was being brought out properly with Fusion Substitute. Can Elder Entity Norden be unbanned? The quick answer is no, and that's because Link monsters can make better use of it than Xyz monsters could. Norden was already good with just Xyz and Synchro monsters, and Link monsters are a much easier summoning method to use it with, and could turn a single instant fusion into a full Link climb, due to Norden's ability to effortlessly bring out cards from the graveyard. Its special summon effect is also not a hard once per turn, so you can just recycle the card with refusion in order to keep using its effect. And even if they banned instant fusion, the card is good enough to be brought out normally as shown with Zodiacs, where that wouldn't really stop the power of the card. How could Elder Entity Norden be fixed in order to be unbanned? Well, if they gave its effect a hard once per turn, that would definitely help. If they also changed it where it can only be special summoned by a fusion summon, that would go a long way to fixing its problem as well. After Norden was released and it was constantly abused with instant fusion, they released another Elder Entity card called Elder Entity Natis, who has the effects where it can only be special summoned by sending its materials you control to the graveyard and cannot be brought out with polymerization. It can only special summon a card from the hand and not the graveyard, and it has a floating effect to destroy one card in the field when it's sent to the graveyard. And it even goes on to have extra restrictions where you can only special summon this card once per turn. And funny enough, Elder Entity Natis sees a lot of play because of its floating effect. So after everything they went through to make this card a more balanced version of Norden, it still ended up seeing a lot of play because it's one of the few cards that's able to impact the field if it's sent directly from the extra deck to the graveyard. So if they just did everything they did to Elder Entity Natis to Elder Entity Norden, they could probably unban the card, make it so it can only be special summoned once per turn, and put harsher restrictions on how you can bring the card out. Next up, we have a synchro monster, Ib, the World Chalice Justiciar. For this first video on all the banned extra deck monsters, I decided to choose one monster of each extra deck type. So Ib is the synchro monster I chose for this video. Ib, like a Firewall Dragon, was created as a way to kind of help Link monsters along. So they made it real easy to bring out, as it's a level 5 monster who's able to use a World Chalice normal monster as one of its materials, even if it's not a tuner. Then, when this card is summoned, you can add one World Legacy card from your deck to your hand. And if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon a World Chalice monster from your deck. So Dragon Link decks would most commonly use this card as just a really good combo piece, which could start off with a single card from your hand most of the time. And since it was brought out most of the time with one card, it was basically a +2 in card advantage when used as a Link climbing tool, and was incredibly valuable in any deck that could play its small engine, as generally, the card it brought out would allow you to further your plays as well. World Legacy Guard Dragon could allow you to special summon a dragon monster from your hand or graveyard, and World Chalice Guard Dragon could special summon itself from the graveyard, which furthered the potential amount of advantage that Ib generated. And Ib herself was considered a tuner monster, which would make her even more valuable after the Master Rule revisions. It was just too good of a combo climbing machine, which generated too much advantage by bringing out cards which themselves could generate extra advantage. That it was actually banned at the end of Master Rule 4 in January of 2020, a couple of months before the Master Rule revisions could go through, because it was already strong during the restricted format, and was the most played synchro monster in the game at the time, and would be straight broken after the restrictions were lifted, as we saw with the plethora of synchro monsters that saw play after the Master Rule revisions, like Borreload Savage Dragon and Martial Metal Marcher. Could Ib, the World Chalice Justiciar, be unbanned? No, definitely not. It was banned specifically because the Master Rule revisions were going to go through, and it was already strong before they lifted all the restrictions on synchro monsters. Ib herself is an inherent +1 in card advantage, and if you played her correctly, you could easily go +3 directly from the advantage that she generated. It's too good as a combo piece to come back anytime soon. How could they fix Ib, the World Chalice Justiciar, to be unbanned? Well, she already has a hard once per turn all of her effects, so that's not the problem. Her big problem is the fact that she's just too good at generating advantage if played correctly. Even if you don't use her to her full potential, and just use her normally as she was probably intended, she at least goes card neutral in card advantage. So, what they could do is just make her harder to synchro summon, really. If they made it so she could only be summoned with a World Chalice monster as one of its materials, that would make it so it's not as usable in other decks. And if they also made it share a hard once per turn between both of its search effects, that would inherently limit how much potential it had turn 1. It would have to be like the Yugioh Guardian fix, where they fix the card by just making it harder to summon. But also, they would need to rein in its search effect a little bit as well, since it's a little bit too easy to get both of them off in the same turn. Although, even then, I'm not sure if that would do very much, as there are already some variants of decks that would just use a World Chalice monster as one of its materials anyway. Although, removing this card from being generic would go a long way nonetheless. Next up, we have an Xyz monster, Lavalval Chain. This is a generic rank 4 monster that came out with one of the earliest waves of Xyz monsters, and has a very simple effect. You can detach one of its materials in order to activate one of its 2 effects, where you can either send one card from your deck to the graveyard, or choose one monster from your deck and place it on top of your deck. And of course, the broken effect from this card is one that's not immediately obvious. You see, this card is banned because of its ability to send any monster, spell, or trap card from your deck to the graveyard. The ability to send cards to the graveyard is just super valuable, because it's needed for a whole bunch of different kinds of plays, like the ones that would set up the Fireball Dragon FTKs. Remember, in those combos, they would go through the trouble to bring out Curious the Lightsword Dominion, who also has an effect to send any card from your deck to the graveyard, but is not easy to summon, as it requires 3 monsters that have to be the same attribute but different types. Lavalval Chain only requires 2 level 4 monsters, which is literally one of the easiest requirements for an Xyz monster to have. And the effect to set up your graveyard with any one card from your deck is just incredibly powerful for a generic rank 4 monster. We already have cards like Armageddon Knight, Dark Grepher, Foolish Burial, and Beatrice, Lady the Eternal, who are all limited to 1 copy on the ban list because of their ability to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. And none of them are as easy to use as Lavalval Chain, who also has no restrictions on what target it can choose. There wasn't just one deck that could take advantage of it, it was a staple addition to pretty much every meta deck. It would be a staple addition to a whole bunch of combos and FTKs even today. Eventually what got the card banned was its interaction with Necros decks, surprisingly enough, where they would use Lavalval Chain in order to send Djinn Releaser rituals to the graveyard. That way, they could use it as a ritual material to lock their opponent as special summons. So the card was banned in July of 2015, and Djinn Releaser Rituals was banned shortly after. Can Lavalval Chain be unbanned? When Lavalval Chain was first banned, Dark Grepher and Armageddon Knight were still unlimited to 3 copies because they didn't think they were that big of a problem. Then Dark Warrior Ling combos came about, and the ability to send cards from the graveyard just became even better than it was when Lavalval Chain was unbanned. So, due to how powerful graveyard effects are today, and just getting cards in the graveyard for combos, Lavalval Chain is still too strong to come back in the current format. How could Lavalval Chain be fixed to be unbanned? Well, currently, we have a perfect example of what's required in the form of Curious the Lightsworn Dominion. Just make it really hard to summon, and its ability to set up the graveyard isn't that big of a deal. So, if they really wanted to kill Lavalval Chain, they could just make its requirement 2 level 4 Pyro type monsters, and they could unban the card tomorrow and no one would play it. Alternatively, they could change it so the card you sent from the deck to the graveyard could not be used during that turn, like the trap card Peaceful Burial, as part of the advantage of sending cards to the graveyard is the ability to use them immediately for combo plays. Having to wait a turn really slows them down, to the point where Lawful Chain probably wouldn't see that much play. Update: they banned Curious in 2022, showing again how powerful being able to send any card from your deck to the graveyard was. Curious was used to send a Point of the Red Lotus to the graveyard to set it to the field with Nightmare Griffin so they could hammer their opponent to board breakers and long combo decks. Lawful Chain would allow these same combo decks to do this combo even easier. And last up for this video, we'll go over Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity, another Xyz monster that they banned, mainly because there's a lot of banned Xyz monsters and it's better to double up on them one of the other types of extract monsters. What Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity does is it's a rank 3 monster that simply requires 82 level 3 monsters as materials, and has the effect to detach one of its materials to special summon any wind-up monster from your hand or deck. It goes on to have an additional effect, where if a wind-up monster in the field is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can detach one of its materials to return that card to your hand. Now, the reason this card is banned is because its ability to special summon a wind-up monster from your deck, as that's one of the strongest places to special summon a card from. And it's even better if you're able to do it on an extra deck monster. And Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity was generally used as a combo piece in order to get rid of all cards in your opponent's starting hand, or in order to go into number 16 Shockmaster and just lock your opponent out of playing. Now, the way it was able to accomplish the hand loop was through a combination of Wind-Up Magician, Shark, Rat, and Hunter. Wind-Up Magician can summon a Wind-Up monster from your deck if the effect of a Wind-Up monster is activated. Wind-Up Shark can special summon itself from your hand when a Wind-Up monster is summoned, and has the effect where it can increase its level or decrease it by 1. So you just bring out Wind-Up Magician, activate Wind-Up Shark's effect to special summon itself from the hand, which would then proc the effect of Magician in order to special summon another Wind-Up Magician from your deck. Then you'd use Wind-Up Shark to lower its level to 3 to proc the second Magician's effect to bring out Wind-Up Hunter, where you would then go into your first Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity. Then Zenmaity would be used in order to bring out Wind-Up Rat from your deck. Wind-Up Rat allows you to special summon a Wind-Up monster from your graveyard by simply changing it to defense position, and is coincidentally level 3, and helped further the combo. As you could then do a loop with Wind-Up Rat and Wind-Up Hunter, where Wind-Up Hunter would allow you to tribute a Wind-Up monster to send one random card from your opponent's hand to the graveyard, and Wind-Up Rat allowed you to special summon a Wind-Up monster from your graveyard. And since Wind-Up Hunter and Wind-Up Rat were both level 3, they could then be used to go into another Zenmaity in order to do it all over again. It was kind of a complicated combo, but it was very easy to accomplish with Wind-Up decks. And since Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity was crucial to all these loops, the card was eventually banned in March of 2013. Could Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity be unbanned? The answer is probably yeah, but only if they banned Wind-Up Hunter, which is exactly what they did in the OCG. Without Wind-Up Hunter, Wind-Up decks lose the ability to snipe every card from your opponent's hand during the first turn, and they already banned number 16 Shockmaster, so that's not really a big deal anymore. And there are more floodgates I could go into besides Shockmaster, and Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity would help that happen, but not enough for it to be competitive against other current meta decks. How could Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity be fixed to be unbanned? Well, if they really don't want to ban Wind-Up Hunter to bring it back, they could just give Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity a hard once per turn. That would also kind of fix the problem. The ability to special summon a Wind-Up from the deck is really good, but what's broken about the card is being able to use it multiple times per turn. And currently, even without Zenmaity, there are some gimmick Wind-Up decks that are still able to use Wind-Up Hunter loops, although Zenmaity just makes them more consistent. So it can't really exist in its current way unless Wind-Up Hunter is banned, without some kind of hard once per turn's ability to special summon a Wind-Up from the deck. Although, having a hard once per turn on a Wind-Up kind of goes against the whole gimmick of the archetype. Starting off, we'll go over Thunder Dragon Colossus, one of the newer banned extract monsters, and one of the few banned fusion monsters in the game's history. There is a surprisingly little amount of banned fusion monsters in comparison to the other extra deck types. Thunder Dragon Colossus is a level 8 fusion monster who simply requires one Thunder Dragon plus any one Thunder monster as its fusion materials, and also has an alternative summoning condition where if you meet the condition that a Thunder monster effect was activated in your hand this turn, then you contribute one non-fusion Thunder effect monster you control to special summon this card from the extra deck, and it allows you to choose either of its summoning conditions rather than restricting you into one of them. Thunder Dragons also have access to one of the best archetype-specific fusion cards, Thunder Dragon Fusion, which allows you to use cards from your field graveyard or your face-up zone that are banished as materials for a fusion summon, and also has a graveyard effect where you can add a Thunder monster from your deck to your hand. So Thunder Dragon decks would bring out Thunder Dragon Colossus in both ways, because it was one of the best summoning conditions that a fusion monster had, i.e. bringing itself out like a Link 1 monster, and also has an excellent archetype-specific fusion card. And what does this card do when it actually hits the field? Well, it has a one-sided mistake lockdown, where your opponent cannot add cards to their deck to their hand except by drawing them. And it also has protection, where if this card would be destroyed, you can banish one Thunder monster from your graveyard instead. And since like most of the Thunder Dragon archetype gains effects when they're banished, its protection effect actually allows Thunder Dragons to go plus. And that is an excellent lockdown to have, which is only one-sided, as basically all meta decks love to search out cards like crazy. In fact, that's kind of a requirement of a deck to be meta, is how good they are at accessing cards from the deck. So, to list off the many advantages of Thunder Dragon Colossus, it's one of the easiest fusion monsters to bring out. It fulfills the conditions almost by accident in its own archetype. It has access to an excellent archetype-specific fusion spell card as well. It has an excellent one-sided lockdown. It has an excellent protection effect. The protection effect allows you to go plus in card advantage when used within its archetype. And it has a decently high attack at 2600. Plus, it can be used as a material to go into the other Thunder Dragon boss monster, Thunder Dragon Titan, which surprisingly has a slightly worse protection effect than Thunder Dragon Colossus, where Thunder Dragon Titan can only protect itself from card effects and not battle destruction, and requires you to banish 2 cards instead of 1. So because of how ridiculously good Thunder Dragon Colossus is, and the fact that it has a really good lockdown on top of that, it was eventually banned in January of 2020, since Thunder Dragon decks were a little bit too good, and Thunder Dragon Colossus was a huge contributing factor to that. Can Thunder Dragon Colossus be unbanned? Probably. It is a singular, powerful card, but it's not broken either. It just has like a really high power level. There are a couple of cards on the ban list that are there, not because they're necessarily broken, but because they just have a slightly higher power level than everything else in the meta at the time, and there's a good chance they might be unbanned in the future. Kind of like how El Shadow Construct was. This was a fusion boss monster who was way ahead of its time in terms of power level, and eventually got taken off the ban list once the power creep of the game got to a point where it wasn't stronger than everything else in the game anymore. That's kind of the situation Thunder Dragon Colossus is in. It was incredibly strong for its time, is still incredibly strong as of making this video, but was never unbeatable even in its heyday, and could probably be removed from the ban list in the future, as it's already only limited to 1 copy over in the OCG and it's not a huge problem. How could they fix Thunder Dragon Colossus to be unbanned? One of the big problems of this card is how easy it is to summon for how good of a boss monster it is. It basically has the same requirements as a Link 1 monster. And honestly, one of the biggest problems with Link monsters is Link 1 monsters. Being able to go into extract monsters with only 1 material from the field is kinda strong, especially if the card they bring out is incredibly powerful, like Thunder Dragon Colossus. So I could think of 2 possible changes in order to make Thunder Dragon Colossus a little bit more fair. One of them would be to simply make it cost 2 Thunder monsters instead of 1 as its materials, or to change its floodgate to affect both players instead of just your opponent, as Thunder Dragon players also do not like to have their searches restricted. Next up we have Ancient Fairy Dragon. This is a synchro monster that came out kind of in the early days of the synchro format, and was kind of considered the weakest of all the boss monsters from the anime. Which is funny because it's the only synchro monster that was a boss monster in its anime, which is currently banned. And the reason that happened was because of how the metagame shifted since then. What Ancient Fairy Dragon does is this is a generic level 7 synchro monster and has 2 effects. One of them allows you to special summon a level 4 lower monster from your hand, and the other one allows you to destroy all field spell cards, then add 1 field spell card from your deck to your hand while also gaining 1000 life points. Both of these effects are soft once per turns, so you can reuse them if you summon multiple copies of Ancient Fairy Dragon. Now, the ability to summon a monster from your hand was always kind of the only decent effect of this card, but since it locked you out of the battle phase for the turn, it wasn't a very popular choice if you wanted to do that. And the meta shift that happened since this card first came out over to why it's considered overpowered today is really the field spell card effect. When this card first came out, field spell cards were kind of bad. Outside of maybe a few outliers, generally field spell cards for an archetype were always the worst card, and kind of just there for flavor. It wasn't until the modern era that they started printing field spell cards which were oftentimes the best card of the archetype, like Spiral Resort or Union Hanger. And a lot of these newer, better field spell cards allow you to search on their activation and don't have hard once per turns on their search effects, or like to search on their destruction, like 3 of the FA field spell cards. And because Ancient Fairy Dragon allows you to get rid of your opponent's strong field spell cards, while also allowing you to add extra ones to your hands, on top of the ability to further combo plays by special summon a monster from your hand, made it a little bit too much of a card advantage machine. In decks like Spirals and FA, Ancient Fairy Dragon could allow you to go +2 while furthering combo plays with its hand special summon, and that was for each copy of Ancient Fairy Dragon you brought out. It would allow you to search out a field spell card, and then that field spell card would allow you to search out another card, and then you can bring out another Ancient Fairy Dragon and do it again, which was helped along by Ancient Fairy Dragon's other effect of special summoning another card from your hand. Combine this with Destrudo, the Lost Dragon of Frison, who could allow you to bring out Ancient Fairy Dragon with any level 6 or lower monster. It was all a little bit too easy to go into Ancient Fairy Dragon. So Ancient Fairy Dragon was banned in May of 2018, and field spell cards are just as strong as they were back when Ancient Fairy Dragon was in its prime. So it's kind of funny how this card retroactively became overpowered, because when he came out it was absolutely fine and even a little bit bad, because of how bad the average field spell card was. And then once field spell cards actually started to become good, then this card became straight broken overnight. Could Ancient Fairy Dragon be unbanned? Not currently. Field spell cards are still pretty good, even if they haven't been printing powerhouses like Spiral Resort anymore. Konami kind of learned their lesson after how strong that card became, and have been slapping hard once per turns on all of their search effects. Even though Destrudo is currently banned, synchro monsters are seeing more and more play today than ever, and Ancient Fairy Dragon still generates a little bit too much advantage for how easy it is to bring out, while also kind of accidentally destroying your opponent's field spell cards as well. How could Ancient Fairy Dragon be fixed to be unbanned? Well, giving it a hard once per turn on its field spell card effect would definitely help, but even resolving the effect a single time is pretty good. Although without giving it a whole bunch of other restrictions, a simple once per turn on its search effect would probably do the job. It would still be powerful, but not abusable like it is now. To go one step further, they could add a clause where it can't use the card it adds during the turn it activates its effect, which would kind of fix the problem of the card still being able to generate a +2 in card advantage, by delaying that card advantage for a turn. Update: they gave this card an errata and it's unbanned now. It now has a hard once per turn on both of its effects, and it can only search out a different named field spell than the one it destroys, instead of being able to search out the same one again. Next up we have MX Saber Invoker. This is a generic rank 3 Xyz monster who has the effect where it can detach one of its materials to special summon a level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast Warrior monster from your deck in defense position, but it's destroyed during the end phase. This card has pretty much seen competitive play ever since it first came out, but it was never really broken because of how restrictive its targets were, despite the fact that special summoning monsters from the deck on an extra deck monster has historically been pretty powerful. In 2017, when Zodiacs were running about being the best deck in the game, they had a whole bunch of level 4 Earth Beast Warrior type monsters, and were an archetype dedicated to Xyz summoning, and MX Saber Invoker was definitely used in those decks in order to start plays. You see, MX Saber Invoker was commonly brought out with the Speedroid engine, where they would use Speedroid Terratop to go into Speedroid Taket Tomborg, which allowed them to go into MX Saber Invoker without using a normal summon, and only one card from the hand. This would allow Invoker to search out Zodiacs from the deck, which could start all of their insane combos. And funny enough, it wasn't Zodiacs that got the card banned. Eventually, Konami did hit a whole bunch of cards around Zodiacs, including 3 of the main Zodiac problem cards, but left MX Saber Invoker alone completely. It wasn't until the Link era and Goki monsters release that MX Saber Invoker finally got banned. You see, Link monsters added a couple of new support cards for archetypes and types of monsters, and the warrior type got a huge boost to their power level with cards like Isolde Two Tales of Noble Knights, who only requires 2 warrior monsters as materials, searches a warrior on its summon, and allows you to special summon a warrior from the deck. And the Goki deck is an archetype full of Earth warrior type monsters of various levels, and they all float into a search of another Goki monster when they're sent to the graveyard. And Goki decks use a lot of level 3 monsters as starters, like Junk Forward and Marauding Captain, so they could easily make MX Saber Invoker, and MX Saber Invoker could allow them to easily further their plays, when they were already super consistent as is. So, rather than ban the newer cards, they went and hit a whole bunch of the older cards around those combos. And MX Saber Invoker got hit because it was already a problem card in the previous year with Zodiacs, and then was seeing even more play with Goki decks, and the banning of MX Saber Invoker was kind of the start of them just getting rid of extra deck monsters that could special summon monsters from the deck. Especially since the warrior type is just a lot stronger now than it was back then, and it was already historically pretty powerful. Warrior is one of the most plentiful types of monsters in the game with a mountain of support, and MX Saber Invoker was one of those really powerful support cards. MX Saber Invoker was banned in September of 2018. Can MX Saber Invoker be unbanned? Currently, the warrior type is still very powerful, as they went even further and started restricting Dark Warrior combos, with Dark Grepher and Armageddonite being limited to one copy. So, it probably could not be unbanned yet. The ability for extra deck monsters to summon non-archetype specific monsters from the deck is always pretty strong, especially when it's attached to a monster that has generic materials. MX Saber Invoker wasn't that big of a deal when it first came out because of how restrictive its targets were, and because of how restrictive extra deck summoning was when it came to monsters at specific levels. It wasn't until Link monsters were introduced, where the levels didn't matter as much anymore, that being able to bring up monsters from the deck just became a lot better. And the card was banned in the middle of Master Rule 4, so after the restrictions were lifted, it would be even better if it was released today. How can MX Saber Invoker be fixed to be unbanned? Well, a good way to fix broken extra deck monsters is to just not make them generic. So if MX Saber Invoker required 2 level 3 X Saber monsters as its materials, then it could probably be unbanned tomorrow. Unless they introduce a whole bunch of new really good X Saber monsters, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Outside of just making it harder to summon, if you wanted to fix the effect itself, you could just make it so it's incredibly inconvenient for yourself after you summon the monster from the deck, where you can't special summon or use that card as a link material. That would kind of overly fix the problem though, because the targets are already kind of restrictive as is, and there'd be no reason to use the card at all if you couldn't use the card it brings out for extra deck plays, which is why only limiting it from link monsters would probably be a good fix as to restriction that the card it brings out. Because remember, even in full-powered Zodiacs, one of the few tier 0 decks in the game's history, its ability to be used with Xyz plays wasn't considered the problem part of the deck. It was just Zodiacs themselves being broken. Next up, we have another Xyz monster, Outer Entity Azathoth. This is a rank 5 Xyz monster, which requires 3 level 5 monsters as materials, or can be brought out on top of an Outer Entity Xyz monster you control. And its effects were twofold. When this card was Xyz summoned, your opponent cannot activate monster effects for the rest of the turn. And also, if it had a convoluted amount of Xyz materials, it could destroy all of your opponent's cards, which was almost never used. The powerful thing about this card was its ability to lock your opponent out of monster effects for a turn. So, when a card called the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche was released, people started playing around with a lot of Phantom Knight support cards, since Rusty Bardiche allowed dark monsters to get a whole bunch of advantage if they use them. And one of the Phantom Knight support cards is called the Phantom Knight's Rank Up Magic Launch, which is a quick play spell card that allows you to rank up a dark Xyz monster you control with no materials into a monster that's 1 rank higher, and treat that as an Xyz summon. So, this gave it the ability to Xyz summon during your opponent's turn. So if you just got out a level 4 dark Xyz monster, then ranked it up during your opponent's turn to go into Outer Entity Azathoth, you could lock your opponent out of monster effects for the entire turn, which was so good that it eventually got the Phantom Knights of Rank Up Launch banned, and the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche was banned sometime later too. Although that card is kind of mega broken in the amount of advantage it generates, and I'm surprised it's only limited to 1 copy now, as they eventually removed it from the ban list. Although even after its broken ability to be used during your opponent's turn was kind of removed, Outer Entity Azathoth still saw a ton of play by just bringing it out normally during your turn. You see, there's another card called Outer Entity Gnarla, who is a rank 4 Outer Entity monster that only requires 2 level 4 monsters as materials, which are completely generic. Its effect doesn't matter, because you basically only bring the card out in order to rank it up into Outer Entity Azathoth in order to shut down your opponent's hand traps. So, a lot of combo-heavy decks, more specifically cards that use the Orcus engine, would go into Outer Entity Azathoth in order to turn off their opponent's hand traps, so they could do all of their plays uninterrupted. And it was such an effective counter to hand traps that they eventually banned Outer Entity Azathoth in January of 2020, before the Master Rule revisions were going to go through to make playing Xyz monsters even easier. And they also eventually just removed the Phantom Knights of Rank Up Launch from the ban list, since the reason it was banned was because of Outer Entity Azathoth. And since people were using Azathoth to a great effect no matter which turn it was brought out on, it was obvious that the problem card was the Xyz monster itself. Could Outer Entity Azathoth be unbanned? as long as the Phantom Knights rank up magic launches in the game, as well as the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche? No. Its original overpowered combos are currently live if they unban Outer Entity Azathoth. They'd have to probably go back and re-ban those 2 cards if they wanted to remove it from the ban list, because being able to easily shut down your opponent's monster effects for the turn is paramount to winning the game against most decks. Although I don't think turning off hand traps during your turn is really that much of a problem. But Konami really hates cards that are anti-hand trap, as they have cards like Called by the Grave limited to 1 copy, when its number 1 interaction is stopping hand traps during your turn. How could they fix Outer Entity Azathoth to be unbanned? One of the main problems of this card is how easy it is to bring out for how good of an effect that lockdown is. So we could look into its second effect that is rarely used in order to find a way to fix it. If this card has at least 3 Xyz materials, and those include a Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz monster, then you could detach one of its materials to destroy all of your opponent's cards. This requirement is kind of hard to pull off, but not impossible in Outer Entity decks, and is kind of the boss monster of that deck. So, if they instead changed its rank up effect to only allow you to use it on a monster that already had all of those materials, then it could probably be taken off the ban list. So if you can only rank this card on top of Outer Entity Narla, when it had a Synchro and Fusion monster as its materials, that would make it hard enough to summon where it wouldn't be used generically. Although you would still have to add an extra restriction so it can't be brought out with the Phantom Knights of Rank Up Magic launch. So you could also add the restriction where this card can only be brought out with its listed requirements of 3 level 5 monsters, or by bringing it out on top of an Outer Entity Xyz monster who has a Fusion and Synchro monster as its materials, and cannot be brought out in other ways. This would allow it to be used within its archetype like intended, while still having its powerful effect, but no longer being used in other non-Outer Entity decks as just a way to floodgate your opponent. Lastly, we have Topologic Gumblar Dragon. This is a Link 4 monster which was banned 6 months after it came out, being one of the fastest a release monsters has been banned since its introduction, only being out by Nightmare Goblin, who was banned 4 months after its introduction, and would be talked about in a future video. So why was Topologic Gumblar Dragon banned so quickly? Well, because it allowed you to discard 4 cards from your opponent's hand before they got to start their first main phase. And we have cards in the ban list like Delinquent Duo because they're too overpowered for being able to discard 2 cards from your opponent's hand. So, more specifically, Topologic Gumblar Dragon is a Link 4 monster that requires any 2+ effect monsters as its materials, and has 2 effects, where, if this card is extra linked, for you people who don't understand Link monsters very well, that means when 2 Link monsters are pointing directly to each other with their arrows. Anyways, then, while it's extra linked, during your main phase, you get to make your opponent discard 1 to 2 cards from their hand, whichever is higher. And if there's no more cards in their hand, they take 3,000 points of damage. Its other effect is if a monster is special summoned to a zone a Link monster points to, you can discard 1 to 2 random cards from your hand to make your opponent discard the same number of cards. Thankfully, this card has a hard once per turn shared amongst both of these effects, so you can't use both of these discard effects during one turn. So here's how people were able to use 2 of its effects before your opponent's first main phase. It was usually with the ability to just discard 2 cards from your hand in order to make your opponent discard 2 cards, and was rarely used with the extra link effect. Goki decks are an archetype where almost every single main deck monster has the effect that when it's sent to the graveyard, you get to add another Goki monster from your deck to your hand. So when Goki decks made link plays, they're able to constantly refill their hand with other copies of Goki monsters. So they always have pretty high card counts when it comes to their hand. And they regularly use a card called Divine Sword Phoenix Blade in their combos, thanks to Isolde sending it to the graveyard to special summon more Gokis from the deck. Divine Sword Phoenix Blade is an equip spell card that can add itself from your graveyard to your hand by banishing 2 warrior monsters from your graveyard. It's almost never actually used to equip to a monster since its on-field effect is kinda terrible, but does technically count as 1 card in your hand. So, thanks to Divine Sword Phoenix Blade allowing you to have at least 1 extra card in your hand, they could use Topologic Gumblar Dragon to discard 2 cards, very easily get rid of 2 cards of your opponent's starting hand. Then, during their opponent's draw phase, they would activate the effect of Link Kuriboh, who has a quick effect that allows it to special summon itself from the graveyard by tributing a level 1 monster. And what do you know? Gokis have a level 1 Goki monster, which is a perfect target for this card, and can be special summoned from the deck with Isolde Tale of 2 Noble Knights by sending a Divine Sword Phoenix Blade from your deck to the graveyard. You can kind of see the inherent strategy all of these combos had. So, they would bring out Linkuriboh during their opponent's draw phase and summon it to a zone a Link monster pointed to. That way they can activate Topologic Gumbler Dragon again during their opponent's draw phase, and since it only has a hard once per turn, that gets reset as soon as your opponent's turn starts. And that's how they were able to get the other 2 cards for the 4-card discard. Most decks would go even further and get rid of a 5th card with Neospacian Aqua Dolphin while just doing their combos like normal. But really, once you discard 4 cards from your opponent's starting hand while setting up a full board of monsters, you don't really need to use Neospacian Aqua Dolphin, as getting rid of 4 cards was already kinda broken. The fact that they could get rid of all of their cards just made it extra spicy. The reason hand discard effects are so powerful is because it kinda stops your opponent from having a chance to play the game, unless they're really lucky and all the cards you discard just happen to be really good graveyard effects, which was definitely possible if they were going against an Orcus deck. So, Topologic Gumbler Dragon was banned in January of 2019, 6 months after it was introduced. Can Topologic Gumbler Dragon be unbanned? No, not at all. It's way too powerful, and kind of broken. Being able to interact with your opponent's hand is always very dangerous, and one of the most powerful effects in the game. How could Topologic Gumbler Dragon be fixed to be unbanned? It's funny how they already tried to future-proof the card by giving it a hard once per turn, shared between both of its effects. So, you already have to choose one of the effects per turn to use, and they tried to balance it by requiring you to discard the same number of cards that you discard from your opponent's hand. So, it's really funny to say that that didn't work, and it was still ridiculously broken anyway. So, without changing how many cards you discard, or even the cost on how to discard, if we were to propose a fix for the card to make it unbanned, it could be fixed by giving it the Chaos Emperor Dragon Envoy of the Yendarada, where you can't use its discard effect during the same turn that you've activated other card effects. This would make it so you'd have to wait a full turn before able to use the discard effect, or only be able to do the Linkuriboh thing during your opponent's turn. Although even discarding 2 cards from your opponent's hand before their turn starts in the main phase is still pretty good, but that would heavily restrict how you could use the card, while still making it pretty good. Although even then, discarding from your opponent's hand is still really good even if you only do it in your opponent's turn. So, I can't think of a better way to fix it rather than also restricting it to only being usable during your turn. This would force you to have to wait a full turn of the card being on the field before you could start discarding, and would completely remove the Linkuriboh cheese. At that point, you have to jump through so many hoops in order to use the effect that it would be kind of worthless. But the inherent effect itself is just so strong that I can't really think of a good fix besides making it incredibly hard to use. This is one of those where it might be interesting to see viewer suggestions on how the card could be fixed. Starting off with the very fun dragon, also known as True King of all Calamities. This is a generic rank 9 monster which requires any 2+ level 9 monsters as its materials, and has the effect where, on a quick effect, you can detach one of its materials to declare an attribute. Then, all face-up monsters in the field become that attribute, and all monsters your opponent controls with that attribute cannot activate their effects or attack. It also has an additional effect where if you would use one of your True King or True Dracos to destroy cards and activate their summoning costs, you can choose monsters on your opponent's side of the field that have the appropriate attributes. But that's not why people use this card. It's definitely for its first effect, which basically locks your opponent out of playing the game for a turn. Most decks in the competitive metagame are very monster effect heavy, to the point where even hand traps are actually monster cards most of the time, despite the fact that they're ironically called traps. And this card applies a continuous effect to the field for a whole turn, which doesn't need this card to stay on the field in order to keep that effect in place. So if you just activate this card's effect during your opponent's draw phase, and your opponent's not able to immediately negate the activation of the effect, then there's nothing they can do about the effect on the field for the entire turn. They'll just be locked out of being able to use monster effects and attacking. So they can't even try to get rid of True King of all Calamities unless they have a spell or trap card removal at the ready, or some kind of negate they can use during their draw phase, like Forbidden Droplet. And since it's so hard to play around this card once the effect actually is activated, it was basically a 1-card win condition if you had a way to go into level 9 monsters easily. And that was kind of the limiting factor of this card for the longest time, because of how unpopular level 9 monsters were in the past. It did see play in the meta, but never saw enough play where it was that big of a deal. That was until the Virtual World archetype came out. They are an archetype of monsters who consist of nothing but level 3 and 6 main deck monsters, and also specialize into going to Synchros and XC summons, which made them the perfect archetype for going into True King of all Calamities very easily during their first turn. And in fact, most Virtual World decks can go into 2 copies of it, What they could do is just their normal plays in order to special summon themselves from the hand in order to go into a whole bunch of synchro plays, and then maybe use their trap card from the graveyard in order to reduce the level of their archetype specific level 9 monster to level 6. That way, they could use it with one of their level 3 synchro monsters to go into Cloud Castle in order to bring back that synchro monster and have 2 level 9 monsters in the field for a true King of all calamities. That was one of the main ways to bring this card out, but there were others. Although a lot of them did involve using Cloud Castle in order to bring back a level 9 monster from the graveyard. If anything, Cloud Castle was a huge contributing factor to True King of all calamities being easy to bring out as well. And since this card became easier to bring out and already had a pretty busted effect anyway, it was banned in March of 2021. Could True King of all calamities be unbanned? Seeing as this card was recently banned, that's probably a no. I honestly would have expected them to ban Cloud Castle before True King of all calamities, since Konami likes to ban combo pieces rather than the actual problem cards themselves, although actually hitting the main problem card turned out to be a good decision, because its effect is a little bit too strong. You don't even need to call the appropriate attribute that your opponent is playing. You can just call Divine and still lock down your opponent's field. The only benefits to trying to call a specific type of attributes is being able to negate the monster effects in your opponent's hand as well. How could True King of all calamities be fixed to be unbanned? I think if they made its effect tied to True King of all calamities being on the field, that would give it enough of an out where your opponent could reasonably try to counterplay its effect. Like a skill drain, for example. It's a trap card that allows you to negate the monster effects of all monsters of the field, but you can get rid of it if you destroy that card, and get rid of the effect immediately. Plus, the card doesn't prevent you from attacking and affects both players. Skill Drain is limited to 1 copy and is a really strong card, but there is some counter-measure play around it that True King of all calamities just doesn't really have. So if they were to fix the card, they could probably do it like Skill Drain, where it only negates your opponent's card effects while this card is face up on the field. So if it is flipped face down or sent to the graveyard, then its lockdown effect stops. This could be helped further along if they didn't also stop your opponent from attacking, because if it keeps its effect as is, it's still kind of hard for your opponent to actually get rid of the card in order to stop its effect. Although that would also open up the option of counterplay of just negating the card's effect for a turn was something like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler. Basically, it can keep its effect just to have some way to play around it. Next up, we have Number S0 Utopic Zexal. This is a rank 1 monster, which can be brought out using 3 Number Xyz monsters with the same rank as materials, or by ranking this on top of a Utopia monster you control by discarding any rank up magic normal spell card. Then, while this card is on the field, it has a quick effect where you can detach one of its materials in order to make it so your opponent can't activate card effects this turn. So it's kinda like True King of all calamities, except better, because it locks down everything instead of just monsters. Although better might be a little bit too hard of a term. Sure, the effect itself is better, but it was always balanced around the fact that it's a lot harder to bring out. And also, its attack and defense are dependent on the amount of Xyz materials it has, as its attack and defense are equal to 1000 times the number of Xyz materials. So if you detach too many in order to activate its effect, it will get weaker and weaker and easier to attack over, especially since it doesn't stop your opponent from attacking like True King of all calamities does. Now, over the years, there were some decks that could turbo this card out, but generally they were able to stop a lot of them by just banning rank up Magic Argent Chaos Force, and it only occasionally saw play in the metagame. Then, for some reason, they released a card called Numeron Calling, which has the effect that if you have Numeron Network field spell card out and no monsters, you can special summon up to 4 Numeron Gate Xyz monsters with different names from your extra deck, but they're banished during the end phase. And also, you can only normal or special summon once for the rest of the turn. And what do you know, Numerons have 4 Xyz monsters who are all number monsters and of the same rank, numbers 1 through 4 Numeron Gates. Although this is restricted by the fact that you need the field spell card Numeron Network. However, Numeron Network's only effect is basically to search out Numeron Calling, as its effect allows you to use its effect from the deck as long as you meet the conditions for that card on the field. And so all of this allowed you to bring out Utopic Zexal pretty easily with 3 materials, and then you can just lock down your opponent for a turn and do your plays on your next turn with 2 more full lockdowns ready to go. And funny enough, this 1 card combo that brought out Number S0 Utopic Zexal is not the full reason why this card was banned. It was actually banned as a preemptive measure in the TCG because 2 new cards were going to be released, namely ZS Ascend Sage and Zexal Construction. Ascend Sage has the effect that allows it to special summon itself from your hand if you control no cards. and if it's used as an Xyz material for a Utopia monster, it gains the effect to search out a rank up magic normal spell card from your deck. So with ZS Ascend Sage, it basically turned any other level 4 monster into an instant number as 0 Utopic Zexal, because normally they didn't have convenient searchers for rank up magic normal spell cards, which they could now search out by just going into a Utopia monster and then searching it out with its inherited effect. Further helped along with Zexal Construction, which basically allows you to search out any rank up magic normal spell card, or ZS Ascended Sage, and being able to bring out Utopic Zexal with 2 level 4 monsters with 4 materials is way more convenient and useful than the Numeron calling method. And it's kinda crazy that 2 avenues exist to bring out this broken card easily. Which is why number S0 Utopic Zexal was banned in March of 2021, right before ZS Ascend Sage or Zexal Construction would come out, with them also unbanning Rank Up Magic Argent Chaos Force at the same time. Can number S0 Utopic Zexal be unbanned? I'm surprised it took them this long to get it banned in the first place, seeing as it was banned over in the OCG already. But this card's somewhat easy summoning condition for how good its lockdown effect is. It was only a matter of time before they released something that made this card coming out a little bit too easy. Kinda like what they did with Gossip Shadow and Rongo Miniad. How could they fix number S0 Utopic Zexal to be unbanned? Usually, my go-to for fixing extra deck monsters is just to make them harder to summon. But this one is already somewhat difficult. Konami just for some reason decided to make it much easier to come out, with Numeron Calling in ZS Ascend Sage. So that probably wouldn't help in this situation. Instead, what they could do is probably fix its broken effect. Locking out your opponent from activating card effects for an entire turn is a tad bit too powerful. If they instead made it an Omni Negate, or require detaching 3 materials instead of 1, it would definitely be a lot less powerful, but still useful. If you can only detach 1 in order to negate an effect, that would still be super good. And if you detach all 3 materials in order to lock out your opponent for 1 turn, it would still be really good and probably not slow it down enough to stop it from being overpowered. Generally, I'm not a huge advocate for changing the function of cards when I suggest changes, so I'm kind of stumped on how to make this one less broken, besides just banning the brand new support that came out, so that it's not easy to bring out. Next up, we have Union Carrier. This is a Link 2 monster which can be brought out with any 2 monsters of the same type or attribute, so very generous requirements for its summon, and has the effect where once per turn, you can target 1 face-up monster you control in order to equip any monster from your hand or deck to that monster who shares the same original type or attribute. Then it goes on to give that card the effect where the monster will gain 1000 attack, and has a couple of restrictions, where if you equip a monster from your deck, you can't special summon a monster with that card's name for the rest of the turn, and Union Carrier itself cannot be used as a link material the turn it's summoned. So to simplify this card's effect a little bit further, this card basically allows you to get any cards in your deck in the graveyard, and also situationally can be used to kind of cheese the activation requirement of some cards that have effects that activate when they're sent from the field to the graveyard, like Dawn Knight, Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, and Earthbound Immortal Asla Piscu. Dawn Knight has the effect that if it's sent from the field to the graveyard, you can send any 1 light monster from your deck to the graveyard. And since Union Carrier can just equip Dawn Knight to itself from the deck, since it itself is a light monster, and since sending Dawn Knight from the equip zone to the graveyard technically counts as sending it from the field to the graveyard, Union Carrier basically turns into a Foolish Burial for any light attribute monster, which was very useful in Drytron, since pretty much all their main deck monsters are light attribute, and can special summon themselves from the graveyard. It can also be used in order to equip Dragon Buster Destruction Sword to a dark attribute monster, in order to very easily lock your opponent out of summoning from their extra deck, which was not supposed to be that easy, since Dragon Buster Destruction Sword was supposed to be balanced around the fact that it was part of an archetype that almost never used it. And Earthbound Immortal Asla Piscu has the effect that if it's sent from the field to the graveyard, it destroys all of your opponent's face-up monsters, and inflicts 800 points of damage to your opponent for each monster destroyed. So if your opponent had a full board of monsters, you could basically deal half of your opponent's life points as damage. And it was even used in a couple of FTK strategies with Dragon Links. Although Union Carrier was intended to be used with the ABC Dragon Buster archetype, which is an archetype all around Union monsters and attaching other cards to stuff. But they ended up making Union Carrier a little bit too strong by making it completely generic, and not limiting it to only work with actual Union monsters. And because of all the unintended really good effects this card caused, it first got Dragon Buster Destruction Sword banned, and then when it was still super useful in Drytron decks, They eventually just banned the card itself, and then took Dragon Buster Destruction Sword off the ban list. Union Carrier was banned in March of 2021. Can Union Carrier be taken off the ban list? If they went ahead and just banned Dawn Knight, Earthbound Immortal Oscillpiscu, and then re-banned Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, then again, they could probably remove Union Carrier from the ban list until someone found a new way to break the card. The card itself is just a little bit too good for how versatile it is, with being able to equip basically any monster from your deck to a card you control, who simply matches either its type or attribute. Even if they banned the known problem cards, there are probably new ones in the future, or just someone will find another old card that unintentionally works super well with this, like they did with Dragon Buster Destruction Sword. How could they fix Union Carrier to unban it? If they made it so it only worked with Union monsters, that would fix everything. 3 of the biggest problem cards with it are not Union monsters, and it was intended to be support for a deck that has almost nothing but Union monsters. And its whole theme is Union monsters anyway. It's even called Union Carrier. So, if the monster it could equip was simply restricted to Union monsters only, they could unban the card tomorrow and only ABC players would use it. And lastly, we have Link Cross. This is a Link 1 monster, which requires a Link 2 or higher Link monster as its material, and has the effect where it can special summon a number of tokens equal to the Link rating of the monster used for this card's material, which is usually up to 2 tokens. And then the card goes on to have the restriction where the tokens cannot be used as Link materials for the rest of the turn. Now, this card's original intended use was to help out synchro decks by immediately giving you a downward pointing arrow from pretty much any Link monster, and then giving you a couple of tokens to be more flexible with synchro plays. But then, after the Master Rule revisions in 2020, where synchro monsters were no longer restricted to only Link zones or the extra monster zone, Link Cross kinda became overpowered overnight. It was just an incredibly versatile combo climbing tool that could further along existing combo plays without losing any advantage, and in fact, giving you a +2 in card advantage with the extra tokens, which could be used after a Crystron Halki Fibrax in order to have a level 3 tuner to interact with those tokens it provided, in order to do all kinds of combos. One of the most common was using it with Martial Metal Marcher. I'll be showing a few of those combos on screen, but suffice to say, if you had a deck that liked to go into synchro monsters, then Link Cross was going to make them 10 times better. There wasn't really one combo or card that made this card broken, because it was just so versatile in how it could be comboed with tuners and synchros in order to bring out heavy hitters, like Borreload Savage Dragon, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, or even Herald of the Arc Light. Being able to convert a combo piece into another combo piece that basically gives you +2 in card advantage, all while using a card from your extra deck that you don't need to search out, is pretty strong. Link Cross was banned in December of 2020, after the Master Rule revisions were put through, and Konami saw just how widely used Link Cross was in a whole bunch of different kinds of decks. Could Link Cross be unbanned? Not currently, not unless they reintroduce the restrictions of Master Rule 4, or just ban a whole bunch of synchro monsters. Even if they banned one of its best friends, Crystron Halki Fibrax, Link Cross is still incredibly valuable. Generally, this segment for banned cards and whether they should be unbanned or not is a lot more useful for older cards and not ones that were just banned. Just a side note. So, how could they fix Link Cross to be unbanned? If they made it so the tokens cannot be used as synchro materials, it would completely kill the intended use of the card, but that would do it. The ability to bring out 2 tokens very easily mid-combo, and then use them to go into synchro summons is why this card is currently banned. Alternatively, they could make this card just slightly harder to use. When Link Cross was still running around, it was almost always used with a Link 2 monster. So if they simply made this card require a Link 3 or higher monster, that would limit its combo potential a little bit, where it would still definitely see play, but wouldn't be as overpowered as it is currently. Link 1 monsters are kind of inherently broken, because being able to go into an extra deck monster with only 1 card on the field has the potential to create cards like Link Cross, where you can just further a combo play without losing any advantage. So, making you give up a tiny bit more advantage for its effect, and maybe only giving you a single token instead of multiple tokens, would probably be enough for the card to still be used in its intended way, but not be broken post Master Rule 4. First up, let's go over Zoodiac Broad Bowl. Zoodiac Broad Bowl simply has the effect, which is shared amongst all Zoodiac Xyz monsters, where once per turn you can forego this card's normal summoning condition in order to Xyz summon this card on top of any one Zoodiac monster you control with a different name, in which case if it has Xyz materials they get transferred to this card. Then it has a different effect where once per turn you can detach one of its materials in order to search out any Beast Warrior type monster from your deck, as long as that monster has the ability to be normal summoned or set. And what's funny about Broad Bowl is that its first effect, where it has an alternative summoning condition, is a hard once per turn. But its second effect to search a card from your deck is not, and is only a soft once per turn, which is what causes the big problems with Zoodiac Broad Bowl. Extra deck cards that allow you to search other cards from your deck have to be real careful about not being broken. There's only a handful of them in the game, and generally, they only search out incredibly specific things, like Striker Dragon and Salomon Great Bale Links only searching out their archetype field spell card, although both of those have a hard once per turn on even that search. There are other cards which can search out of the deck which are not hard once per turns, like King of the Feral Imps and Gear Giant X, which only have soft once per turns on their ability to search out any reptile or any level 4 lower machine type monster. And while those two cards only have a soft once per turn on their search, and technically King of Feral Imps can search out a wider range of targets, the reason these cards are not banned is because they're not super easy to bring out like Zoodiac Broad Bowl. In addition to the card being able to be brought out on top of any one Zoodiac monster, it can also just be brought out normally with just 2 level 4 monsters. So you could get off one search by just using its special ability to bring itself out easier, and then if you manage to get more monsters on the field, you could just hard summon the card with its normal summoning procedure to use the effect again. And Zoodiacs were able to do this very well. On screen I'll be showing the footage of a full-powered Zoodiac deck, using Zoodiac Broad Bowl to its full potential with only a single card in the opening hand. Although Zoodiac Broad Bowl was only part of the problem with what they were able to accomplish. The other part of it was Zoodiac Ratpier, which allowed you to special summon other copies of it directly from the deck on a soft once per turn as well, which was reset every time a Zoodiac Xyz monster was summoned on top of it. Basically, Broad Bowl could be used in order to search out Lunalight Black Sheep, which could be used to search out Fusion Substitute. Fusion Substitute could be used to bring out Elder Entity Norden, who simply required any 2 Xyz monsters as his fusion materials, which coincidentally, all of the Zoodiac cards are. So after using Zoodiac Tiger Mortar in order to get 2 copies of Zoodiac Ratpier from the deck, you could then use your XC monsters to go into Norden in order to bring back a level 4 monster from the graveyard, which will allow you to hard summon Zoodiac Broad Bowl. Then Broad Bowl could be used to search out Coach Captain Bearman, who could change your Ratpiers in the field to level 8 to allow you to go into Coach King Giant Trainer, which then allowed you to draw 3 cards, then you could draw 1 more by using Fusion Substitute to reset Norden. And then you could just kind of go off from there, using Daigusto Emerald to reset the Zoodiacs back into the deck, and then extend with whatever cards you had, as I ended up resolving the effect of Zoodiac Broad Bowl 3 times. In the example I'm showing, the board ends off with 4 cards on the field and 5 cards in the hand, which is a +8 in card advantage, with only 1 card from the starting hand. However, most of the cards involved in this ridiculous advantageous board state are banned. So, if Zoodiac Broad Bowl was released with the ban list today, you wouldn't be able to do this. But even then, the lack of once per turn and how easy it is to summon and how good a lot of the targets it can search out are, it would still be strong today, by the fact that Zoodiacs still see play even without Zoodiac Broad Bowl. So if their ridiculously good searcher isn't even needed for the deck to function, then it just kinda shows how broken 1-card XC summons are. Konami made a big mistake with the Zoodiac archetype. Their whole gimmick was being able to bring out any of their extra deck monsters with a single card on the field. And it ended off with one of the few Tier 0 formats, where there was even an event where every single top 32 deck was a variant of Zoodiac. It was probably the only time a Tier 0 format had 100% representation at an event, which should go to show how strong 1-card extra deck summons are. And that has kind of held true even after Zoodiacs, where they didn't stop experimenting with this, as I'll talk about later. Zoodiac Broad Bowl was banned in September of 2017, 7 months after its release. One of the fastest a card was banned after its initial release. Could Zoodiac Broad Bowl be unbanned? Seeing as they recently unbanned and then banned a different Zoodiac monster? Probably not, as Zoodiac Broad Bowl is the hyper-consistent king of the Zoodiac deck, even with Zoodiac Ratpier limited to 1 copy. I can't see Zoodiac Broad Bowl being unbanned anytime soon, unless they rat its effect, or the power creep of the game just gets to the point where it's no longer that big of a deal, and they never put Zoodiac back to 3, or ever unban Elder Entity Norden. How could Zoodiac Broad Bowl be fixed to be unbanned? If they slapped a hard once per turn on its search effect, that might do it. I would still be strong though, but the current problem with the card is its ability to be able to reuse that effect. Although the effect is still kind of strong even if you slap a hard once per turn on it. So additionally, I would also change it to only search out Zoodiac monsters, instead of any Beast Warrior type monster, because that just kind of adds all kinds of unintended combos to a card, which was obviously meant to search out its archetype. If it could only search out Zoodiac monsters, it still might be too strong, which I think is kind of funny. Next up, we have Zodiac Trident. This card was also banned at the same time as Zodiac Broad Bowl, but then it was unbanned in the April 2020 ban list because the power of the game got to the point where Zodiac Trident wasn't that big of a deal anymore, which was true for about 6 months. Zodiac Trident has the effect where it can XC summon itself on top of any one Zodiac card, like all of the Zodiac XC's monsters, and then it has an additional effect where once per turn it can detach one of its materials to destroy one face-up card on the field. And this effect is a quick effect, which means you can use it during either player's turn and use it to disrupt plays. And Zodiac Trident was the boss monster of the Zodiac archetype. There is no point in gaining a whole bunch of advantage if you can't use it for anything. So you would use Zodiac Broad Bowl to build up a huge board, and then use Zodiac Trident in order to sit on that board and stop your opponent from doing anything, or just destroy whatever you wanted. Zodiac Trident was also a sought once per turn with its destruction effect. So if you managed to get out 3 Zodiac Tridents, then you would have 3 pops each turn. And because of just how good Zodiacs were, in an effort to stop their tier 0 dominance of Zodiacs in 2017, they banned Zodiac Broad Bowl and Trident, while also limiting Zodiac Rapier to 1, which definitely did the job, as those were the 3 problem cards of the deck. Although without a boss monster, Zodiacs couldn't really do anything anymore, so they kinda fell into obscurity. So after 3 years on the ban list, Konami decided to unban Zodiac Trident at the cost of putting Zodiac Barrage to 1 copy, which is a continuous spell card that allows you to special summon a Zodiac monster from your deck. So they lowered the consistency of Zodiacs a little bit so they could bring back the boss monster of the archetype to 1 copy, so that maybe they could do something again. And it did. Zodiac did see competitive play once Zodiac Trident was brought out. But it wasn't a dominant meta strategy like it was in the past, because Zodiac Rapier was still at 1 copy, and Zodiac Broad Bowl was still banned. Then 6 months later, in November 2020, Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder was released. This is a rank 12 XC's monster, which either requires 2 level 12 monsters as materials, or has an alternative summoning condition in order to ignore its normal procedure, where if you control an XC's monster that has battled this turn, Zeus will then have its effect live, where it can XC summon itself on top of any XC's monster you control, which does not have to be the XC's monster that battled, where it then gains the materials that card had, and Zeus itself also has a quick effect, where you can detach 2 of its materials to send every other card in the field to the graveyard, without destruction or targeting anything. So it's a full board wipe in one of the best possible ways of removal. And what's really great about Zeus is that its effect is not once per turn at all. Its ability to bring itself out with its alternative summoning condition is once per turn, but not its quick effect, which means if you have enough materials attached to Zeus, you can just chain its effect on top of itself. And Zodiacs were really good at getting out a whole bunch of XC's materials onto a single monster, with only a single summon. So what Zodiacs would do was actually use one of their lesser known Zodiac XC's monster called Zodiac Borbo, which can bring itself on top of any Zodiac monster like all the other Zodiac XC's monsters, and also has the effect where it can attack directly. So thanks to Zodiac Borbo, you could pretty much always guarantee that you're going to have an XC's monster attacking. Then during the main phase 2, you could simply bring out Trident on top of Borbo in order to destroy a card, or just ignore that and go straight into Zeus. Then just use Zeus to wipe the field. If your opponent tries to negate the effect of Zeus, it would have 6 XC's materials attached to it thanks to the 5 Zodiac XC's monster, plus the 1 Zodiac monster on the field to start the whole thing. So you can activate Zeus's effect 3 times in sequence, which means your opponent would have to negate Zeus 3 times if they wanted to stop the full board wipe. Which basically meant if Zeus came out, it was going to remove everything, and it was very hard for your opponent to stop it. However, thanks to Zodiac Trident, it also gave the deck a whole bunch of versatility in being able to create a board state in the first place, where you could then eventually bring out Zeus in order to be a big boss monster. The ability to just destroy any one card on the field by detaching one of its materials is actually super good, especially on its quick effect. So it could be used in response to something else, or you can just sit on a copy of Zodiac Trident during your opponent's turn to destroy something if you weren't able to bring out Zeus. Zodiac Trident was just the ultimate middleman into Zeus, and just opened up all kinds of control options so that you can bring out Zeus, and even if you didn't use its effect, provided 1 more additional material so that Zeus would have 6 materials for its 3 activations. And Trident Zeus combos were just a monster in the game again, as you can go into an unbeatable Zeus with just 1 card in the field thanks to how the Zodiacs work, so Trident was eventually banned in the June 2021 ban list, in order to lower the power level of Zeus decks a bit, because it was making them too versatile and consistent. They can still bring out Zeus pretty easily thanks to Zodiac Borbo still being in the game, but they definitely lost their control card, which allowed them to be more versatile in how they played. Could Zodiac Trident be unbanned? If they were to ban Zeus, they could probably unban the card without too much problems. The ability to have an easy-to-use Raigeki break always has the ability to be a little bit too strong. Part of the reason Masterpiece is banned is also because it has an easy-to-use Raigeki break. And there's a reason they stopped adding this ability to boss monsters after Zodiac Trident and Masterpiece were banned, with Spiral Sleeper being one of the last meta-archetype boss monsters that could do something like that. Until they added Zeus, which kind of broke all the rules, of course. And the reason a Raigeki break on a boss monster is so strong is because you can just use it to stop your opponent plays before they can start them, or use it to pop a back row that might be devastating you, destroy a floodgate, or just push for game if you're able to destroy one of your opponent's boss monsters. There isn't really a bad downside to being able to destroy one of your opponent's cards whenever you want, which is why Raigeki Break has the inherent -1 cost to it. So if you're able to use Raigeki Break-like effect without going -1 in the process, like Trident, who's able to use one of its infinite supply of Xyz materials, then you're just gaining all kinds of advantage over the course of the card's time being on the field. Even then, if Zeus was ever banned, they could probably bring back Zodiac Trident to one copy. Zodiacs currently in 2021 are more restrictive on the ban list than they were back in 2017, because they left Zodiac Mirage on the limited list after they rebanned Trident. How could they fix Zodiac Trident to be unbanned? Well, seeing as it has an incredibly easy to use Raigeki break, if they wanted it to be less easy to use, I would say make it require detaching 2 materials instead of just 1. At 1 material, it's too easy to use. At 2 materials, it's still possible to use in Zodiac decks, as their whole gimmick is being able to get a whole bunch of materials onto one Xyz monster, but would no longer allow single card Zodiac Trident pops before going into something else. I'm not sure if a hard once per turn would really help, so just making the quick effect harder to use is probably the best way to go. Update: Zodiac Mirage was banned shortly after too. Zodiac Trident is banned in every format except Master Duel. And finally, we have Guard Dragon LP. This is a Link 1 monster which just requires a level 4 or lower dragon type monster as its material, and then has the effect where once per turn during your main phase you can special summon any one dragon monster from your hand or deck to a zone that 2 of your Link monsters are pointing to. And it also has the downside where you cannot special summon monsters except dragon monsters while it's on the field. Now, the existence of Link 1 monsters proves that Konami didn't really learn a lesson from Zodiacs, which was kinda driven home by how powerful Zeus is. Although Link 1 monsters always have the potential to be a really big problem, which is why 1/3 of all banned Link monsters are Link 1 monsters. You see, the problem with Link 1 monsters is that you don't lose advantage for going into them. So, say for example, you bring out a monster who has a great effect on the field, or whatever. It does its thing and basically spent its existence on the field, and now just kinda sits there taking up space. You can give that card a second life if it happens to be a material for a Link 1 monster. So even though the card probably already made you go +1 if it searched something out, or destroyed something, special something else, whatever it did in order to make itself useful on the field, you could now use it as a material to go into something like Guard Dragon LP in order to be useful again, without losing any advantage. And then Guard Dragon LP is just pure advantage. It allows you to special summon any dragon type monster from your deck, which in itself is one of the strongest effects you can have on a monster. Being able to special summon monsters from your deck is even stronger when it's attached to an extra deck monster, because you don't have to search those cards out, you can just bring them out, as long as you have a game state which facilitates them. Which is even more broken when it's a Link 1 monster, which already has the potential to be too strong because of the advantages I described earlier. It's able to use a card that has already been useful in the field in order to gain even more useful effects to special summon any one dragon monster from your deck. And there are tons of ways to make use of this, especially since it's versatile and allows you to choose a target in your hand as well. One of its best targets before it got an errata was Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon, since that card can also special summon a dragon from your hand or graveyard, which turned Guard Dragon LP into a +2 if it brought that card out. Which it could still do because even after the errata, you could still use the effect once before it went on its hard once per turn. In Dragon Link decks, I'll be showing an example on screen, they could use Guard Dragon LP to search out whatever they needed for their current combo in order to continue that combo without losing any advantage. Guard Dragon LP was kind of release broken on purpose, and the reason it took so long to get banned, as it wasn't actually banned until 2 years after it was released, was because it was released alongside Guard Dragon Agripane and Guard Dragon Pisty. Guard Dragon Pisty isn't that big of a deal, but Guard Dragon Agripane was so overpowered that it definitely overshadowed Guard Dragon LP. Guard Dragon Agripane has the effect where it can special summon any dragon monster from your extra deck to a zone that 2 Link monsters are pointing to, or to just an extra monster zone. And being able to cheat out any dragon-type monster from your extra deck is definitely way more powerful than being able to cheat out one from your main deck. But they're both strong. That's like saying an 11 out of 10 is stronger than a 10 out of 10. Because sure, it is more powerful, but that doesn't mean a 10 out of 10 isn't still the top. So Aggro was eventually banned pretty quickly because I'm not sure what they were thinking with that effect. But then Guard Dragon LP just kinda stayed unhindered for 2 years. It absolutely saw non-stop competitive play, and contributed to some of the strongest decks, but other decks were still able to compete, so I guess it didn't seem as overpowered alongside other overpowered decks. And as the other decks started getting hit one by one, Guard Dragon LP's power level just kind of stood out, where it was eventually banned as well alongside them. There's no one combo or one deck in which LP was super powerful. It was a cornerstone of Dragon Link, where they used a whole bunch of cards. The card itself is just overpowered, especially being a Link 1 monster, which just made it effortless to use in pretty much any dragon deck. And also a fun fact, 7 of the 29 banned extra deck monsters are cards that can special summon a monster from the deck, with 7 more of them being able to special summon a monster in other ways, which means about half of the banned extra deck monsters are banned because they allow you to summon more monsters. Guard Dragon LP was banned in July of 2021. Could Guard Dragon LP be unbanned? I'm surprised it was unbanned for 2 years, to be honest. Generally, the effect of special summon on an extra deck monster has historically been very strong unless it has a lot of restrictions, and Guard Dragon LP does not have enough restrictions for how wide range of targets it could bring out. How could they fix Guard Dragon LP to be unbanned? I think probably one of the best ways would be to make it not a Link 1 monster. Even Guard Dragon Aggro was a Link 2. A Link 1 just means Guard Dragon LP loses no advantage for coming out at all, and is purely beneficial with its strong effect. So if it required at least one more resource, that would go a long way to help. Also, if they just added onto its restrictions to special summons, where it gave you an effect for the entire turn where you cannot special summon except dragons, that would definitely help to lower its power level, because you can too easily bypass its downside by just linking the card away with some kind of Dragon Link 2 or higher. Which I guess could also be solved by just not allowing the card to be used as a link material instead, like the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche. Alternatively, you could restrict the targets it special summons, at least to level 4 and lower dragons would be a nice start. Or if it was restricted to only Guard Dragon monsters, that would probably be good enough as well. Starting off with Guard Dragon Aggro. Guard Dragon Aggro is a Link 2 monster that requires 2 dragon monsters as its materials, and has the effect where you can special summon a dragon monster from your extra deck to an extra monster zone, or a main monster zone that 2 Link monsters are pointing to. You also can't special summon other monsters as like dragon monsters while it's on the field, its effect is a hard once per turn, and it can only be special summoned once per turn. So lots of restrictions on its summoning condition and how to actually bring the card out, but basically, the ability to cheat a monster out of the extra deck is incredibly powerful. Pretty much every card that can cheat monsters out of the extra deck has seen competitive play, but they usually have incredibly harsh restrictions on them, or only allow you to bring out limited targets, like how Cyberstein requires you to pay 5,000 life points to bring out a fusion monster, and is so good that it's currently limited on the ban list. Or Waken the Dragon, which allows you to special summon any monster from your extra deck as a floating effect, and it's the only effect it has, and it's seen competitive play precisely because of that ability. Although Aggro is limited in which cards it can bring out, as it's only dragon monsters. So one of the best monsters to bring out is Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss. This is a synchro monster which doesn't have any stipulations on its summoning conditions, which is excellent for cards that like to cheat monsters out of the extra deck, and has the quick effect where, once per turn, you can just straight up target one card in the field and negate its effect until the end of the turn. Which does work on cards which only appear on the field for a short time, like normal spell cards. So if your opponent activated something like Monster Reborn, for example, you could chain Hot Red Dragon Archfiend's Abyss effect on that card in order to negate it. Even though the card only exists face up on the field long enough to activate its effect, it counts as a face up card on the field. So basically, Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss could allow you to negate any card effect that wasn't spell speed 3 or higher. And with the baseline attack of 3200, it was going to be hard to get rid of on top of that. So going into Aggro was equivalent to being able to get out an easy negate in the form of Hot Red Dragon, or Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, which also has a negate and doesn't have any pesky summoning restrictions on its effects. So, it's fully usable if cheated out of the extra deck with Guard Dragon Aggro. And these are just 2 of the negate monsters. There's other targets you can pick since it's any dragon monster from your extra deck, which is incredibly powerful. Guard Dragon Aggro was banned in October of 2019, about 9 months after it was released. And honestly, it's a surprise it lasted that long, because it was immediately broken upon arrival, and constantly saw competitive play until it was banned, since being able to cheat monsters out of the extra deck is one of the strongest effects in the game, period. Could Guard Dragon Agripane be unbanned? If they banned every single good Dragon extra deck monster, then yeah, probably. Which is like saying no, it probably won't be unbanned anytime soon unless they errata its effect. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? If they limited its targets to only non-effect dragon monsters, that would probably fix it. That would then make its best target Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which is a nice 4500 attack beatstick, but not overpowered like being able to negate any card or monster effect, like with Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss or Crystal Wing Single Dragon. Or if they really wanted to keep the effect to special summon any dragon from your extra deck, they could instead just give it way more triggers or restrictions, like the monster it brings out can't activate its effect on the field, or locking out of special summoning any monsters at all while the target's on the field. Just something more restrictive than the nothing it currently has. Next up, we have Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom. This is a level 8 fusion monster which requires 2 Dark Pendulum monsters as its materials, and can be fusion summoned normally, or alternatively, you can special summon this card from your extra deck by tributing its fusion materials on your side of the field. And then this card has the effect where once per turn, you can target another monster on the field or in your graveyard in order for this card to gain that monster's effect. In addition, it gains the effect to inflict piercing battle damage this turn. So, the reason this card is banned is because of Lyrilisk Independent Nightingale. This is a level 1 fusion monster, which is immune to card effects, gains 500 attack times its level, and once per turn allows you to inflict burn damage to your opponent equal to 500 times its level. So if Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom simply copies Nightingale's effect, its attack will go up to 6800, and it will be able to inflict 4000 points of burn damage to your opponent while being immune to card effects. And the way you can instantly win with this effect during your first turn was to simply bring out 2 copies of this card and then use its effect twice for 8000 points of burn damage, since it's not a hard once per turn. And this was possible in regular competitive meta decks, so if the combo was stopped, you could literally just continue your plays like normal without losing very much in advantage. So it's kind of a very overpowered effect that is definitely not future-proofed, as if the card was still unbanned in the game, future cards would need to be designed under the notion that it might have its effect copied by Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom. As even outside their Lyrilisk Independent Nightingale combo, it was also really useful for being able to reuse the effects of other monsters you had that might have been limited at the time, like Heavy Metal Foe's Electromite. Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom was banned in May of 2018, about 8 months after it came out, not even existing a full year before it was on the ban list, similar to Guard Dragon Agripane. Could Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom be unbanned? No, not at all. Not in the TCG anyway. It is unbanned in the OCG for some unknown reason. The ability to copy monster effects in the graveyard is so powerful that you can bet they won't make future cards that have this effect, considering how broken Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom and the Tyrant Neptune ended up being when they released Lyrilisk Independent Nightingale. It just limits future card design because they have to worry about the unintended consequences of effects interacting with copying card effects. If they were to make cards that can copy effects less broken, they'd have to only be able to copy very specific targets instead of anything like what Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom does. How could Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom be fixed to be unbanned? If they change its effects to only be able to copy the effects of a singular pendulum archetype or just a much more smaller range of targets, that might be good enough. The card is meant as a generic Dark Pendulum support, so if they only limit it to copying Dark Pendulum monster effects for a turn, then it might still have a couple of strong interactions, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. And it would be much easier to design around that card's effect, since Konami doesn't really like making new pendulum monsters anyway. Next up we have Tempest Magician. Tempest Magician is a level 6 synchro monster which requires a spellcaster monster as one of its non-tuner materials, and simply has the effect where when it's synchro summoned, you get to place 1 spell counter on it. It also has the effect where once per turn, you can send any number of cards in your hand to the graveyard to place an equal number of spell counter cards amongst cards you control. Then it has another effect, where you can remove all the spell counters on the field in order to inflict 500 points of damage to your opponent for each one. So if you're able to get 16 spell counters on the field, then you can FTK your opponent with Tempest Magician's effect. And for the longest time, outside of incredibly inconsistent combos, this wasn't very likely. There were some decks that could absolutely pull off the FTK, but they weren't consistent enough where Tempest Magician was a problem. Kind of like how Yugioh Mind August is involved in all kinds of FTKs, but they're all very inconsistent, so the card is unlimited on the ban list and no one really plays it. However, the problem with potential FTK cards comes when a new card is introduced that allows activating the effect easier, which came with the Link monster Selene, Queen of the Master Magicians. This is a Link 3 monster which requires at least one spellcaster monster as one of its materials, and when it's Link summoned you get to place a number of spell counters on this card equal to the number of spells in the field and in the graveyard. So, if you're able to get 15 spell cards in the graveyard, then this card will have the 15 extra spell counters required for Tempest Magician to perform the FTK, since Tempest Magician provides one immediately on its summon. And getting 15 spell cards into the graveyard is actually pretty easy, thanks to the Bamboo Engine and a couple of other cards that allow you to cycle through your deck and get spells in the graveyard, like Toon Table of Contents or Foolish Burial Goods. So the hardest part of pulling off the FTK would be just getting Selene and Tempest Magician on the field. So Tempest Magician was actually banned preemptively before Selene, Queen of Master Magicians was added to the TCG in January of 2020, with the Link monster releasing 3 months later. However, funny enough, in the OCG, Tempest Magician wasn't banned until recently, and Selene, Queen of Master Magicians was released 4 months earlier than the TCG. So the OCG had both of the cards in the game at the same time for over a year. And what do you know? Tempest Magician was 100% used in FTK decks. That was incredibly consistent thanks to danger cards, and eventually the card was banned a year later. And it's funny because the TCG obviously saw that it was going to be a problem immediately and preemptively banned Tempest Magician, but the OCG did not, and the card was a problem, and then eventually got banned a year after it already topped a bunch of events. Although I guess since it didn't take a whole bunch of top spots, they were able to take their time on banning it. Could Tempest Magician be unbanned? This one's a little bit more open to discussion than the previous 2 cards, because Tempest Magician did exist in the game for a long time, without being broken before Selene, Queen of Master Magician was added. As long as there isn't a card which can just add a crap ton of spell counters on the field very easily when it's summoned, then Tempest Magician isn't that big of a deal. It still has the potential to FTK, sure, but so does Yugioh Mind August, and spell counters were always kind of a joke mechanic until modern Endymion cards were released, in which case Tempest Magician was played with them and occasionally would win the game for them, but it wasn't as easy as just summoning a single Link monster with 15 spell counters, which coincidentally is also Endymion support. The biggest problem with Tempest Magician is Selene, Queen of the Master Magicians, so if they just banned that card, Tempest Magician could probably be unbanned as well, and would probably be used in FTK combos, but they wouldn't be consistent ones. How could they fix Tempest Magician to be unbanned? Currently, the biggest problem with Tempest Magician is the unlimited potential in its burn damage. If you're able to get a whole bunch of spell counters on the field, then you can instantly win with its burn effect. However, adding a cap to the amount of burn damage doesn't seem necessary, as what you can instead do is just delay the effect. If instead it had a clause where it can't use its burn effect on the same turn that it's summoned, then you would no longer be able to FTK with the card, and it would be almost completely useless. If you want to use this card for any of its other effects to place spell counters on itself, then that would still be possible. If you wanted to instantly win on your first turn before your opponent had a chance to play the game, then you wouldn't be able to do that anymore. But you could still win with the card if you protected it for a full turn and then did the combo like normal. Although instead of making the card unplayable by delaying its effect for a turn, adding a cap on the amount of damage it can inflict would probably work too, by simply saying, this card can remove up to 5 spell counters to inflict damage to your opponent, instead of just all spell counters. And of course, make it a hard once per turn. Next up, we have number 16, Shockmaster. This is a rank 4 Xyz monster, which was released early on in the Xyz introduction era, requires 3 level 4 monsters as its materials, and simply has the effect, where once per turn you can detach one of its materials in order to declare one of the 3 card types. Then your opponent cannot activate any cards of the declared type until the end of their next turn. So if you simply declared monster cards, your opponent would essentially be locked out of hand traps for the rest of this turn, and then out of all monster effects on their turn. So it's basically a shutdown of 1/3 of cards in the game for 2 turns, with a single effect and a single detach of one of its 3 materials. The effect is also only a soft once per turn, so if you wanted to get extra spicy, you could bring out 3 copies of this card and lock your opponent out of being able to play anything for those 2 turns. And the problem with being able to lock your opponent out of 1/3 of the cards for 2 turns is the fact that your opponent can't do anything about it unless they're able to stop the effect during their opponent's turn. As the effect activation happens during your turn, so your opponent needs to have a pre-established negate on the board in order to try to stop it, or a hand trap ready to go in their opening hand if you're doing it on your first turn. And disregarding the no counterplay part of its effect, Just the power of being able to shut down your opponent's monster effects for a turn in of itself is already super strong, as seen by Outer Entity Azathoth, which is banned for having the same effect, except a harder to use version of it. They even recently banned True King of all Calamities for the same thing. They could shut down all of your opponent's monster effects for a turn. And those two cards only worked on monster effects. Shockmaster could choose that as just one of its 3 options. Shockmaster is a beast of a shutdown card, which has a devilishly simple effect that doesn't seem very broken on the surface, until you really understand the gravity of what being able to turn off your opponent's card effects for 2 turns really entails. So the card was banned pretty quickly after introduction, being banned in September 2013, 1 year after it was added to the TCG, being banned in the middle of the Dragon Ruler format, which didn't make use of level 4 monsters at all, and was probably the reason it stayed unbanned for over a year. The ability to lock out monster effects has gotten even stronger in the modern era, and Shockmaster was considered a problem in the early Xyz era, with much less negates and hand traps. Could number 16 Shockmaster be unbanned? The answer to that question is a pretty easy no. It's an easier to bring out and easier to use True King of all Calamities and Outer Entity Azathoth, 2 other banned extra deck monsters, as getting 3 level 4 monsters in the field is a cakewalk to a whole bunch of decks. It's basically a win condition to just get out 3 level 4 monsters. How could they fix number 16 Shockmaster to be unbanned? The effect of the card is just too powerful to really add restrictions to its summoning, basically resolving the effect as a win condition, so you'd have to add a whole bunch of restrictions to keep the effect intact. So, if you wanted to fix this card without changing its effect at all, you could probably change it so it requires 5 level 4 monsters as materials, cannot be cheated out with a spell card, and requires it to detach 3 monsters instead of 1. Then you could keep its old effect, and it would probably be restrictive enough where it might not see competitive play. Alternatively, it's much easier to just change the effect of the card to be less broken. Instead of preventing all effects of 1/3 of the cards in the game, it could instead be more specific, with only working during your turn, and not carrying over to your opponent's turn, as it would be a way to shut down your opponent's negate that currently exists on the field, and that's about it. And last up, we have number 86, Heroic Champion Rongominiad. This is a rank 4 monster which requires 2 to 5 level 4 monsters as its materials, and gains a number of effects equal to the amount of Xyz materials it has. Where if it has 5+ materials, it has the effects where it can't be destroyed by battle, it's immune to card effects, gains 1500 attack and defense, once per turn destroy all of your opponent's monsters, and also it has a floodgate where your opponent cannot normal or special summon monsters. And it's really that floodgate effect on top of being indestructible that makes this card completely broken. The fact that you can also destroy all of your opponent's cards once per turn is just salt in the wounds. If that effect wasn't there, it would still be broken, but the fact that it has that on top of everything else is just extra nasty. And for the longest time, this card did see competitive play occasionally, but its materials were restrictive enough where it wasn't consistently coming out with 5 materials, or if it did come out with the 4+ materials and had the floodgate and indestructible effects, it would eventually lose those materials because it had to detach one of its materials during each of your opponent's end phases as its maintenance cost. So it was a hard to bring out boss monster that occasionally would wreck the field for a couple of turns and might even win you the game. Where this card started to become a real problem was when they released a new Xyz monster called number 75 Bamboozling Gossip Shadow. This is a rank 3 monster that just requires 2+ level 3 monsters as materials, and has the effect where, if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can detach 2 of its materials to change the effect to where both players draw 1 card instead. So it's a form of effect negation. The real broken part of this card is its second effect, where if you control a number Xyz monster, you can attach this card and all of its materials to that monster. And since Bamboozling Gossip Shadow allows you to use 2+ level 3 monsters, you could simply bring out Rongominiad with just 2 level 4 warrior monsters, and then just fill up Gossip Shadow with a whole bunch of level 3 monsters, and then use Gossip Shadow to attach itself to Rongominiad to give it way more than 5 materials. But just using the minimum amount with Gossip Shadow would give Rongominiad 3 extra materials, which could allow you to get all the way to the 5+ effect with the minimum amount required on both monsters. And so with a much easier to bring out Rongominiad that had more than 5 materials, there wasn't really anything your opponent could do to stop it, as it would eventually just win you the duel by destroying all your opponent's cards once per turn, locking your opponent out of doing anything with monsters, while just baseline being immune to all card effects, of course. It was kind of anime levels of broken with Gossip Shadow, and it was never meant to get to the full materials so easily. So this card was banned in January 2019, and Gossip Shadow was left completely unrestricted, and has occasionally seen competitive play since, but was really broken with Rongominiad and not really worth banning for its interactions with any other cards. Could number 86 Heroic Champion Rongo Miniad be unbanned? This one seems like it's up for debate, since it was fine until Bamboozling Gossip Shadow was released. But the power creep of the game has gotten to the point where you could probably get Rongo Miniad out with 5 materials without Gossip Shadow and just do the same things it was doing. Modern metadecks are able to spam out way more cards than they ever could, so the card will probably stay banned because it's just not future-proofed, as proven by how broken Gossip Shadow made it. How could number 86 Heroic Champion Rongo Miniad be fixed to be unbanned? If they removed its Floodgate effect, the 4+ condition, then the card would be fine. It's literally just that Floodgate that makes it overpowered, because there isn't really a way to out the card if you can't summon monsters as it's unaffected by card effects, as not even the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode or a Kaiju can out the card, which is usually the go-to case for indestructible boss monsters. As I can't really think of a way to change the card by just adding restrictions to it, because it already has pretty heavy restrictions, which are completely circumvented by Gossip Shadow. But even if they did add some kind of effect where you can't add extra XYZ materials to this card, it still has the problem of power creep making the card broken in the future again, so I can't really think of a way to fix this card without just removing its 4+ effect and changing it to something else. Or at the very least, its 3+ effect that makes it immune to card effects. That way there's some measure of counterplay. Summon Sorceress is a Link 3 monster, which simply requires 2 more monsters with the exact same type as its materials, except tokens. Although if you had tokens, you could convert them into Link Spiders and Link Karibos in order to get the same type of effect monsters on the field in order to go into Summon Sorceress. So this was a very easy restriction to get around if you wanted to abuse tokens. And Summon Sorceress has the effect where when it's Link summoned, you can special summon a card from your hand to your opponent's side of the field, and also once per turn, you can target a face-up monster this card points to in order to special summon a monster from your deck with the same type as that monster to a different zone this card points to, but its effects are negated. So with its ability to special summon a card from your hand to your opponent's side of the field, you could just put it onto the field where Summon Sorceress points to on your opponent's side of the field in order to more easily set up its ability to special summon a monster from your deck. Now, the ability to special summon monsters from the deck is pretty strong, and normally there's a whole bunch of restrictions on this because of just how game-breaking it is to an extent, where you're both able to search out the monster you need from the deck as well as getting it onto the field, which is like accomplishing 2 effects in one. So we have main deck cards like A Hero Lives, which has a whole bunch of restrictions where you need to have no face-up monsters on your side of the field, you have to pay half your life points, and you can only special summon a level 4 or lower monster, which is specifically from the Elemental Hero archetype, which is just like one of 6 different kinds of hero cards. So it doesn't even let you bring out the Destiny heroes or Vision heroes, for example, just the Elemental heroes. And A Hero Lives is so good it's currently limited to 1 copy, even with all of these restrictions. We have Wind-Up Carriers and Matey, which can only special summon a Wind-Up monster from your deck. MX Saber Invoker, which only allows you to special summon a level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast Warrior monster from your deck, and only exactly level 4 monsters. It's not even level 4 or lower like A Hero Lives. Guard Dragon Elpie only allows you to special summon dragons from the deck, and then Union Carrier only allows you to equip a monster from your deck to a monster. It doesn't even special summon it. And all 4 of these cards are banned because of just how good it is at doing those things, either within their respective archetypes, or because it just allows a whole bunch of other combos which weren't really intended. Summon Sorceress has none of these restrictions. There's literally no restrictions on the monster it can summon from the deck, except that it has to be the same type as the monster it points to. There's no level 4 or lower, being part of a specific archetype, or even restrictions on what you can do for the rest of the turn when you summon Sorceress. It does at least negate the effects of the monster it summons, but that's not really going to stop the card from being absolutely bonkers. Summon Sorceress effect to special summon a monster from the deck is so good that it kinda blows all the other, much more specific special summons from the deck out of the water. And the fact that Summon Sorceress is also almost completely generic means the card absolutely saw tons of competitive play, and was included in pretty much any deck that can use it, because obviously it was. It is one of the most powerful effects in the game without any restrictions. There are 7 other extra deck cards on the ban list currently, which accomplish a similar thing except with way more restrictions. And that effect is good enough to be banned 7 other times. So you can kind of see why Summon Sorceress, who is a more powerful version of those cards, is also banned. Summon Sorceress is kind of like the pot of greed of extra deck monsters. Its effect is good in pretty much every deck, and is also really strong and easy to use. Its materials might as well be generic with how easy they are to get around. Summon Sorceress was banned in April 2019, about a year after it came out. Could Summon Sorceress be unbanned? No, it's too generically good. Even when the card first came out, everyone knew it would be banned eventually, and it was kind of an open secret to use the card as long as you could before it was eventually banned. And then when it was banned, no one was surprised. The card was most likely created overpowered on purpose though, in order to push the link mechanic, as it was introduced very early on in the OCG, but about a 6-month delay before it was released in the TCG. Because you see, when the XC's monsters first came out, the first wave of them were pretty mediocre, and no one really took advantage of XC's monsters as much as Konami probably hoped they would, and just kept playing synchros. That was until they banned a whole bunch of really good synchro cards in support, and then released some overpowered XC's monsters to finally complete the transition, and get people to use the new mechanic. So nowadays, whenever they release a new type of summoning method, they usually print a couple of overpowered cards like Summon Sorceress in order to coerce people into actually using them. Which is why no one is really surprised when cards like Summon Sorceress or Firewall Dragon get banned. And also, why no one is surprised when they are obviously released broken. Because otherwise it would be another repeat of the XC scenario, and people would just be upset at the new summoning method and just kinda stick to what they already know. How could Summon Sorceress be fixed to be unbanned? Well, two things really. Give it a restriction on level 4 or lower monsters only. I'm not sure what they were thinking allowing any level monsters to be special summoned from the deck, as most cards are kind of balanced around the fact that level 5 and higher monsters are much more difficult to search or special summon than level 4 or lower monsters. In addition, make it so the card it brings out is banished when it leaves the field instead of going to the graveyard, and that would probably be enough. It would still be strong getting a named level 4 or lower monster on the field, but would get rid of a lot of the floating effects or graveyard effects that are facilitated by Summon Sorceress. Next up we have Danglong, first of the Yang Zing. This is a level 5 synchro tuner monster, which has completely generic materials, and has 3 separate effects. The first is, when this card is special summoned, you get to add a Yang Zing card from your deck to your hand. Second, once per turn you can send a worm type monster from your deck to the graveyard, in order to make this card's level equal to that monster's. So it mills the card from your deck as a cost. Lastly, if this card leaves the field, you can special summon a Yang Zing monster from your deck. And it also has a restriction where you can only special summon this card once per turn, which means its other effects are only soft once per turns. Now, what's good about this card is that there is a negate within the Yang Zing archetype called 9 Pillars of the Yang Zing, which has the effect where, if a card effect is being activated and you control a Yang Zing card, you can negate the activation and then shuffle that card back into your deck. Then you have to destroy one Yang Zing card you control. So it's a full Omni Negate which spins the card back to the deck, which is one of the best forms of removal by the way, because cards can't activate floating effects in the deck. And also, it allows you to destroy Danglong, although Negate is only part of the reason Danglong is good. There's also a synchro monster called Herald of the Arc Light. This card has a floodgate effect on the field, where any monster sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard is banished instead. In addition, it has an Omni Negate, where if a card is activated, you can tribute this card in order to negate and destroy that card. And additionally, it can search out a ritual card when it's sent to the graveyard, which is irrelevant for how Danglong used it. The Yang Zing archetype has a card called Chiwen, allied to the Yang Zing, which is a level 1 tuner that has the effect where if a Yang Zing card you control is destroyed while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon it but it's banished when it leaves the field. There's another Yang Zing called Bian, Earth of the Yang Zing, which has the ability that if it's used as a synchro material, the synchro monster that comes out is immune to being destroyed by battle. Additionally, it can also synchro summon as a quick effect during the main or battle phase. So, if you activate the Omni Negate 9 Pillars of the Yang Zing, then use the cost of 9 Pillars in order to destroy Danglong on your side of the field, this will proc the effect of Chiwen in your graveyard to special summon itself, where you can then use Danglong's floating effect in order to bring out Bian. And if done during your opponent's turn, you can simply have Bian use its synchro summon effect during your opponent's turn in order to go into Herald of the Arc Light, where you then have a floodgate with an optional Omni Negate it can use once, that can't be destroyed by battle. Whereas usually, Herald of the Arc Light is very easy to beat over because it only has 1000 defense. This combo overcomes the biggest drawback, where you can just destroy the card by battle without having to deal with its Omni Negate. Not with Danglong though. Danglong was basically a way to convert any deck that can get out materials for a level 5 synchro monster into 2 negates on the field, thanks to 9 Pillars of the Yang Zing and its easy access of Herald of the Arc Light, with its Chiwen and Bian combo. And dinosaur decks are able to accomplish this pretty easily thanks to Soul Eating Oviraptor. Soul Eating Oviraptor is a level 4 monster, which on summon allows you to take a dinosaur monster from your deck and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. So if you simply choose Miscellaneous Saurus and send it to the graveyard, you can then use Miscellaneous Saurus' effect in the graveyard to banish itself in order to special summon a Dirac Alio from your deck, which is a level 1 tuner, which allows you to go into a level 5 synchro monster. And if you're just going to Danglong, you have 2 negates. So pretty much any deck that was able to supplement having 3 kinds of Yang Zing cards in their deck, while accomplishing their goals like normal, could easily play the Denglong engine and just gain an immense amount of value from one synchro summon. And that's only one way the card was used. It was also used in some combos in other decks like Metal Foes or Zephyros. And also, the fact that this card just has a better floating effect than its archetype. Normal Yang Zing cards only proc floating effects when they're destroyed by battle or card effects, and use a win effect, whereas Denglong's effect procs if it's just removed from the field in any way, and has an if clause instead of when. So, the card activates its floating effect if it's sent to the graveyard for a synchro or link summon, so you could use the fact that it's a tuner monster in order to go into another Yang Zing card from your deck, basically turning the card into a +2 in card advantage if it just hits the field, and card advantage which could be turned into negates, which is even more important. Denglong was banned in September of 2017, after being used in a lot of topping decks with the new Dinosaur Structure deck. Could Denglong, first of the Yang Zing, be unbanned? Probably. This card is currently unbanned in the OCG with a little problem, although the OCG has a different metagame than we do, so that's not the biggest case to be made for cards in unbanned status. However, ever since 2017, the game has gotten way more easier to use negates that don't require you to play a whole bunch of Garnets in your deck, because Denglong is really good, but you have to set up your deck for it, and with quite a lot of cards too. The decks that could facilitate his combos are definitely getting a lot of advantage out of it, but not every deck can make use of its advantage, because they just can't play a whole bunch of Yang Zing cards in their main deck. Or they probably wouldn't want to if they could just use something like Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess or Borreload Savage Dragon instead. Although just because it wouldn't be useful in every deck doesn't mean it's not still really good advantage. It's kind of like a less advantageous Ib the World Chalice Justiciar, who is able to go +2 on a generic level 5 synchro summon as well, although it was also really overpowered. So just because it's not as good as Ib doesn't mean it's not good. That's why it's only a probably. They might be able to unban the card and it would not be completely broken, but it would still be very strong. How could they fix Denglong, first of the Yang Zings, to be unbanned? If they gave the restriction where it can only be synchro summoned with Yang Zing monsters, that would fix the card overnight. You literally wouldn't have to change anything else about its +2 status or the fact that it can Foolish Burial as a cost, if you just made its requirements non-generic. The fact that it has generic requirements means it can be used in a whole bunch of different kinds of decks. If the requirements were specifically Yang Zing, it could definitely be played to great advantage in Yang Zing decks, but that would so heavily limit its potential that it would no longer just be very strong, and just be a strong option in a specific type of deck or engine. Because there are cards in the game which are very strong that are not problems in the meta, like Magical Musketeer Max, which is a Link 1 monster that can allow you to go +5 in card advantage. And I'm sure most of you have never even heard of this card, and that's because that advantage is only relevant within its archetype, which only occasionally sees competitive play because it's not generic. Next up, we have number 95, Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon. This is a rank 9 monster which can be special summoned by bringing it out on top of a Galaxy Eyes Xyz monster you control, and has the effect where, when it's summoned, you can send 3 Dragon-type monsters from your deck to the graveyard with different names in order to make your opponent banish 3 cards from their deck. And since it sends the monsters to the graveyard as a cost, your opponent can't actually negate the effect, which is the good part about this card. It also has the effect where it can be used as an Xyz material, and also you can detach one of its materials in order to allow it to attack 2 monsters during the battle phase. Now, what's really good about this card is definitely that mill effect, as there are a ton of really good dragon-type graveyard effects in the game, and Galaxy Eyes Matter Dragon does not have a once per turn on its effect. So I'll show you a quick little example of what it was capable of when the card first came out. With just 2 cards from your opening hand, you could easily get a full board of monsters, thanks to the Dragon Rulers and all other graveyard special summoning shenanigans. Although there are modern dragon cards which can special summon themselves in the graveyard too, although not to as great advantage as the Dragon Rulers could. Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon is kind of what finally got the Dragon Rulers banned, as it was just too much advantage of sending 3 of them to the graveyard on a card which was not once per turn. If you just brought out a Galaxy Eyes monster like normal, like number 107 Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon for example, and you were able to special summon the card again later on, you could just rank up the other copies of Dark Matter Dragon on top of it in order to get its effect 3 times. Or even more if you're able to reset the card. Basically, Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon is really strong if you're able to use its effect a single time per turn. The fact that it's not once per turn is kind of broken, as only using the effect a single time is equivalent to going +3 in card advantage. And even though this thing is a crazy advantage machine on summon, it's also a 4000 attack beatstick that can attack twice, which is not the reason why this card is banned, but it is a definitely benefit to the card nonetheless. And what finally got Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon banned was when they released the Gar Dragon support, which made dragons even better, as you can see if you watched some of my previous videos on why Gar Dragon LP or Gar Dragon Aggro Pain are banned. Number 95 Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon was banned in April of 2019. Could number 95 Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon be unbanned? The answer to this question is probably no. It's basically a +3 on summon and doesn't have a once per turn on its effect. And it's real easy to summon, so you could theoretically go +9 if you brought it out 3 times. Although, even if the card is limited to 1 copy and you can only use the effect a single time, it's still really good and too easy to bring out. With one of the most supported types of cards in the game, as Konami loves to print new dragon support every chance they get. Even if they have already banned 5 dragon monsters with good graveyard effects, there are still a lot of others. How could number 95 Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon be fixed to be unbanned? If it simply banished the cards face down as its cost instead of sending them to the graveyard, that would do it. They wouldn't have to give it a once per turn if they did that. Alternatively, it could be changed to just have a hard once per turn on its mill effect, and also add restrictions to the dragons that sent to the graveyard, where they don't activate any effects the turn they're sent to the graveyard, and you can't use the effects of cards with the same name until the end of the turn. And also probably not make it a cost and part of the effect so it can be negated. This would allow you to set up the graveyard with specific dragons you want, just not ones with graveyard effects that you could use immediately. And lastly, we have Heavy Metal Foes Electromite. This is a Link 2 monster which just requires any 2 Pendulum monsters as its materials, and has the effect that when it's Link summoned, you can add any Pendulum monster from your deck to your extra deck face up. Once per turn, you can destroy a face-up card you control in order to add a Pendulum monster that's face up or in your extra deck to your hand. And its third effect is if a card in your Pendulum zone leaves the field, you get to draw 1 card. So basically, Electromite can allow you to add any Pendulum card from your deck to your extra deck, and then immediately add it to your hand while drawing a card. So it's a +2 in card advantage, or it's supposed to be only a +1, since you do have to destroy one of your Pendulum cards in order to add that Pendulum card to your hand. Unless you use this with one of the plethora of Pendulum monsters that activate their effects on their destruction, like Double Iris Magician. Although, let's just assume you're not gaining advantage off the card you destroy. It is only a +1 in card advantage with all of its effects. However, the way it goes +1 is by allowing you to basically have any Pendulum card in your hand that you want, and also allowing you to draw another card, and setting up your extra deck with another Pendulum card when you destroy it with its effect. And its first 2 effects are only a soft once per turn, so if you bring out the other copies of Heavy Metal Foes Electromite, you can search out more Pendulum cards. So on screen, I'll be showing the card being used to great effect with Astrograph Sorcerer, which is another Pendulum card that is currently banned because it just allows you to get too much advantage, and was definitely abused with Heavy Metal Foes Electromite. Electromite was kind of the card that was released in order to help Pendulums when Link monsters are added to the game with the Master Rule 4 restrictions. For those of you who don't know how Pendulums work, basically, you look at the number on the card located in the bottom left and right. Then, if you have 2 Pendulum cards in the left and right spell and trap card zones, once per turn you can perform a Pendulum summon, similar to how once per turn you get a normal summon for free. Then, with this Pendulum summon, you can special summon any monster from your hand or face-up Pendulum monsters in your extra deck to your monster zones, just as long as the targets you choose from your extra deck go to zones that either a Link monster is pointing to, or is the extra monster zone. Now, I'm sure current Yu-Gi-Oh fans already know this, but there are a surprising amount of people who watch these videos that don't actually play the game, and one of the number one confusions I get in the comments is how Pendulums work. And knowing how Pendulums work is kind of important for explaining why Heavy Metal Foes Electromite is so good. Because you see, Pendulums also go to your extra deck face up when they're destroyed on the field, instead of going to the graveyard. So, the cost of activating its effect to destroy a card you control, in order to add a Pendulum card to your hand, isn't really a negative effect at all, and in fact is a huge plus to most Pendulum decks. Especially since the card allows you to draw a card if you decide to destroy one of the cards in your Pendulum zones to activate its +1 effect. And with 2 downward pointing arrows, it allows you to bring out 2 Pendulum monsters from your extra deck with the Pendulum summon by itself, without any other kind of cards, which is usually enough to perform a lot of Pendulum plays. So Heavy Metal Foes Electromite is kind of like a band-aid, which fixes all of the problems Pendulum cards have after Master Rule 4 kind of restricted them. As before Master Rule 4 and Link monsters, you could special summon as many Pendulum monsters from your extra deck to any of the zones you wanted. Now they can only go to zones that Link monsters are pointing to or the extra monster zone. And Electromite definitely helps that out, except it was too good at its job. because it was basically a +2 in card advantage with extra steps, and those extra steps were just plain competitive pendulum decks like normal. So originally they tried to rein in the effect of the card by banning Astrograph Sorcerer, so you can no longer gain huge pluses off its effect. Then limiting heavy metal foes to 1 copy, so you couldn't double up on its first 2 effects, which were not once per turn. Until eventually the Endymion archetype came out, and were just a really good pendulum archetype, which didn't necessarily take advantage of heavy metal foes Electromite's effects as much as Astrograph Sorcerer did, but were just so good on their own that giving them a +2 with heavy metal foes Electromite does make them even better, to the point where they just decided to ban the card, rather than allow pendulum decks to just have a really good support card. Because the ability to just search out any card from your archetype on summon, and also facilitating all of the plays they like to do like normal, while drawing an additional card, is good in pretty much any archetype. And being able to accomplish this with every single pendulum archetype is just a little bit too strong. Which is why the card was banned in January of 2020, very shortly after most of the Endymion cards were released in the TCG. Could Heavy Metal Foes Electromite be unbanned? The answer to this question is probably yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was unbanned sometime soon. Because you see, the card is really good, and is basically a +2 to every pendulum deck. However, pendulums were hit very hard by the Master Rule 4 restrictions, and they were the only extra deck type which was not unrestricted when they updated the rulings with the Master Rule revisions. So they're still playing by the original Master Rule 4 restrictions, and Heavy Metal Foes Electromite was released in order to help alleviate some of those heavy burdens. And because they still have those heavy restrictions, pendulum decks don't really see as much competitive play. And one of the best ways they could support every pendulum archetype at once would be just to release Heavy Metal Foes Electromite to 1 copy. Heavy Metal Foes Electromite is a very strong card, but it's not overpowered at 1 copy. And Konami is definitely fine with allowing very strong cards to exist in the game at 1 copy. Just take a look at Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. And the card is already at 1 copy in the OCG. Although, like I said earlier, the OCG is a lot different from the TCG, but even then they still have the same restrictions on pendulum summoning. How could they fix Heavy Metal Foes Electromite to be unbanned? Well, firstly, they should slap the hard once per turn on all of its effects, instead of just its effect to draw a card. Alternatively, if they just change its materials to Heavy Metal Foes monsters instead of any pendulum monsters, they could probably unban the card without too much difficulties. The Heavy Metal Foes pendulum cards are actually pretty good within other pendulum archetypes, so it still might see play, but having basically generic materials in a pendulum deck just makes it too strong. So it could be like a Denglong situation, where they could easily fix the card by just making it restricted to the archetype it actually belongs to. As Heavy Metal Foes Electromite is supposed to be a Heavy Metal Foes card, but it's also just the best pendulum support card in the game. Update. With the power creep of the game ever getting more powerful, pendulum decks are falling further and further behind in relevancy. They do still see play in the form of Draco Slayers, but that's really it. If they ever do unban this card in the future after this video goes live, it's because they want to throw pendulums at both. Tellarknight Tomias is a rank 4 monster, which can be brought out with 2 or more level 4 monsters, which is important because it has 3 effects, where its first effect allows it to, on spell speed 2, detach 3 of its materials in order to rank this card up with a rank 5 monster from your extra deck, just as long as it's not a number monster. Its second effect allows you to detach 7 Xyz materials in order to skip your opponent's next turn. And its final effect is during each player's end phase, you get to attach a Stellar Knight card from your extra deck to this as one of its Xyz materials. Now, the effect that got this card banned is its first effect, and more specifically, the card Cyber Dragon Infinity. Cyber Dragon Infinity is a rank 6 monster, which can be brought out on top of Cyber Dragon Nova instead of its normal procedure, and has the effect where it gains 200 attack for each material it has. Once per turn, it can absorb an attack position monster, and also once per turn it has an Omni Negate, which allows you to detach one of its materials to stop any effect and destroy that card. And Cyber Dragon Nova is just a rank 5 monster who has some effects that aren't really relevant, and basically just exists as a middleman to get into Cyber Dragon Infinity. And Tellarknight Tomias was a middleman in order to get into Cyber Dragon Nova, as it basically allowed any deck that could spam out level 4 monsters easy access to Cyber Dragon Infinity and its negate. So in 2016, right after the release of Draco Pals, thanks to cards like Perform Mage Plushfire being ridiculously broken, they could easily get out a whole bunch of level 4 monsters on the field, which allowed them to end on Cyber Dragon Infinity pretty comfortably. This was also the time when ending on a negate wasn't super common, so having easy access to Cyber Dragon Infinity, in addition to just the massive amount of advantage that Draco Pals were able to generate, being one of the few tier 0 decks in the game's history, it was seen as kind of a problem, In addition, Tellarknight Tolmaeus was also just easy access to Stellar Knight Constellar Diamond. Diamond could rank its up on top of an Xyz Tellarknight monster, and Tolmaeus was one of the only rank 4 Tellarknight monsters that could be brought out with only 2 materials instead of 3 or more. And Diamond has the Floodgate effect, where neither player can send cards from the deck to the graveyard, cards that would be returned from the graveyard to the hand are banished instead, and it has a negate that only works on dark monsters. And with dark being the most prevalent attribute in the game, being able to go into Diamond with only 2 materials was just a pretty easy way to shut down any dark deck. Whereas normally, Diamond is kind of difficult to bring out because it requires 3 or more level 5 monsters as materials, or one of the rank 4 Tellarknights that requires 3 or more level 4 monsters as materials. Being able to go into with only 2 materials was just really strong, in addition to the fact that Tolmaeus could also just be used to go into Cyber Dragon Infinity instead. So Tellarknight Tolmaeus got emergency banned alongside Perform H Plushfire in April 2016, shortly after Cyber Dragon Infinity came out. It did have some niche uses with its other effects, but its main use was definitely going into Cyber Dragon Infinity, or being a 2-monster way to go into Constellar Diamond. Could Tellarknight Tolmaeus be unbanned? The answer to this question is a tentative maybe. You see, back in early 2016, being able to easily go into one negate like Cyber Dragon Infinity was really good. In fact, it's still good even today. However, this same amount of materials can be used to bring out Apollousa, Bow of the Goddess, which grants you 3 monster negates. And there's also a lot of other 1-card ways to go into stuff like Borreload Savage Dragon or even Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, which are arguably better negates. Basically, modern decks do have access to better negates, and they can go into them easier than getting 3 level 4 monsters in the field for Tolmaeus into an Infinity combo. Although just because other negates are easier to go into, doesn't mean we should really give more decks the options to go into another one. There's also the fact that Tolmaeus kind of limits future card design to an extent, because it's basically a rank up magic on legs, which is really easy to access. Although only kind of, because it just gives you access to the rank 5 pool, which isn't very popular anyway. So, Tellarknight Tolmaeus could probably be unbanned. It would be strong, but we have stronger cards that are already unbanned, and it would just kind of fit in with all the other overpowered negates. How could they fix Tellarknight Tolmaeus to be unbanned? If the card only allowed you to rank up into Tellarknight monsters, it wouldn't really be a problem. The fact that it has access to Cyber Dragon Infinity in addition to Constellar Diamond plays is kind of why the card was banned. If it no longer has access to Infinity, it could probably be unbanned tomorrow without anyone ever playing it, even if it could still be used for Constellar Diamond. Update. This card was unbanned and doesn't really see any competitive play, so my original guess this card could probably be unbanned without much issue was spot on. Next up we have Nightmare Goblin. This is a generic Link 2 monster which requires 2 monsters with different names as its materials, like most of the Nightmare cards. And this card only has 2 effects. One of them is when this card is Link summoned, you can discard 1 card in order to normal summon 1 additional time to a zone this card points to. And also if it was co-linked when you use this effect, you get to draw a card as well. Additionally, while this card is on the field, neither player can target co-linked monsters you control with card effects. And co-linked, for those who might not know Link rulings very well, is just when 2 Link monsters have their arrows pointing directly at each other. Now, the reason this card is banned is actually kind of unique for a lot of these banned cards, and the fact that both of its effects contributed to its banned status. Usually it's just one or the other, rarely is it both of them. Obviously though, first effect is way stronger of the 2. Being able to gain an additional normal summon is kind of broken. The card Double Summon, which is a normal spell card that simply gives you 1 extra normal summon, has kind of seen constant competitive play ever since it came out. And it's not even a good card, because it requires you to use 1 resource from your hand and takes up a spot in your deck, in order to just allow you to summon 1 additional monster from your hand, which is inherently a -1 in card advantage. But the normal summon is incredibly valuable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Just take Alistair the Invoker for example, one of the strongest normal summons you can perform. If you normal summon Alistair the Invoker, it allows you to add Invocation from your deck to your hand, which is a +1 in card advantage. Then you can use Alistair the Invoker to go into a Link monster or some other combo extender, which puts the card in the graveyard while not losing advantage. You can then use Invocation to fuse Alistair in the graveyard with one of your opponent's monsters in their graveyard, preferably a light attribute monster, in order to go into Invoked Makaba, which gives you a strong boss monster with an Omni Negate. Then you can use Invocation from the graveyard to add Alistair back to your hand, which is technically only a +2 in card advantage, since using Invocation to bring out Makaba is card neutral. So, you're getting an Omni Negate on the field, using Alistair as a material for 2 cards, removing a resource from your opponent's graveyard, and then just ending with Alistair in your hand so you can do it all over again on your next turn. And all of this is balanced around the fact that it can only do this with its normal summon. And a lot of combo decks start off their combos with a single normal summon, which can completely stop them in the tracks if that one normal summon is interrupted. And in Nightmare Goblin's short reign of being unbanned, as it was only in the game for around 4 months, it was mainly used in Goki and Spiral decks to put out unbreakable U-locks, which leads into its next effect. The card also made its co-linked monsters you controlled so they cannot be targeted by card effects. And with other Nightmare cards granting protection from destruction by card effects in battle, this could make putting up a U-link of monsters almost impossible to get rid of without a direct counter. Since there are actually lots of ways to remove cards without destroying them, usually you have to target in order to do those things though. Being target immune is way better than being destruction or battle immune, but Nightmare U-links also had destruction immunity thanks to Nightmare Cerberus, and most non-targeting effects in the game destroy things, so they were extra hard to counter with their target and destruction immunity. And it's very rare for there to be non-targeting removal that isn't destruction. It definitely exists, it's just not very common. So unless you had an anti-goblin card in your hand, like the Winged Dragon or Raw Sphere mode, chances are you just wouldn't be able to get past your opponent's lock with Nightmare Goblin, because they'd also have it locked with stuff like Tri-Gate Wizard to just negate one of your outs. And this was before Dark Ruler No More, Nibiru the Primal Being, or Forbidden Droplets were in the game. So unless you're main decking the Winged Dragon or Raw Sphere mode, it was almost impossible for the average deck to get past a Goblin-protected Tri-Gate Wizard. And it was able to accomplish this protection while also just being one of the best combo extenders in the game, and being completely generic, so it was usable in pretty much every deck. And at the time Nightmare Goblin was out, Brilliant Fusion was still in the game as well, which is another card that's banned. Brilliant Fusion allows you to have an additional normal summon while going +1 in card advantage, but it requires you to play bad cards in the deck. So Nightmare Goblin was thought of as the better Brilliant Fusion because he didn't have to play Garnets in order to accomplish the same thing. Sure, Brilliant Fusion was more card advantage, but if all you cared about was that extra normal summon, it was better to not have to worry about using a Garnet. And it's kind of funny that this card has 2 really strong effects, and they thought it might be balanced by the fact that it's not a starter card, because both of its arrows point sideways. So you can't even use this card if it's the first link monster you go into, and it can only ever be a second one, where its effect is only live while it's in the main monster zones. Which was never really a restriction to the card at all, and just made it an excellent extender tool instead. So Nightmare Goblin is one of the strongest link monsters ever printed, and was banned only 4 months after it came out in September of 2018. Could Nightmare Goblin be unbanned? Probably not. Its effect is still strong even today, even if the ability to grant blanketed targeted protection isn't as game-changing as it was in 2018. Now that so many going second cards have been created, which could allow you to stop a Nightmare's Goblin protection much easier, like Dark Ruler No More for example. Although having a generic double summon that doesn't require a card from your deck, which can be accomplished while just extending your plays like normal, is even stronger than ever, considering Brilliant Fusion was banned shortly after Nightmare Goblin and it was considered a worse Nightmare Goblin. How could they fix Nightmare Goblin to be unbanned? The big problem with the card is definitely that extra normal summon. One of the ways to balance it would be to make it not generic to summon. However, the whole point of most of the Nightmare cards is in the fact that they are generic Link 2 summons. So instead, we could take a book from Nightmare Mermaid and just make it so that its normal summon can only be used on a Nightmare monster. There are only 3 main deck Nightmare monsters in the game, and only one of them is below level 4, where you'd actually be able to extend with it. And Nightmare Corruptor Eboli actually has a pretty decent strong normal summon effect, so it would still be kind of useful. But the most important thing is that it doesn't have generic normal summon potential, so you wouldn't be able to use it on something like Alistair the Invoker or Goki Suprex. And this might be enough to fix the card, even though it still has the really good targeting protection for co-linked monsters. Next up we have number 42 Galaxy Tomahawk. This is a generic rank 7 monster which has the effect where you can detach 2 of its materials to special summon as many Battle Eagle tokens as possible to your side of the field. However, they're destroyed during the end phase and your opponent takes no further damage this turn. So the intended use of this card was to summon out a whole bunch of 2,000 attack tokens in order to maybe destroy your opponent's cards by battle, I guess. Or maybe use them as synchro materials with a tuner monster on the field. This card originally came out in 2014 and saw absolutely 0 competitive play until Link Monsters came out. Link Monsters were the king of making past token generator cards broken, like Scapegoat and Grinder Golem, and of course Galaxy Tomahawk. You see, Link monsters, like Link Spider, can just convert one of those tokens into an effect monster on the field, which could then be used for all kinds of other Link plays. You could even just convert one token into a Link Spider and then use the other token plus the Link Spider to go into a Nightmare card. Or you could convert the tokens into Proxy Dragon or just anything else that just requires generic materials, to the point where Galaxy Tomahawk being summoned was basically equivalent to going +5 in card advantage, if you were able to get all 5 tokens out. And of course, there were other ways to use the tokens as well, since Synchros and Tuners go hand in hand with Link monsters in the modern meta, which having access to a full field of level 6 tokens could definitely provide some combo potential. Although Tomahawk was mainly used as just a way to generate tokens for Link fodder, generally in decks that could get out level 7 monsters pretty easily, like Spirals, Dangers, and Dark Warrior combos. The other reason Galaxy Tomahawk wasn't banned immediately as soon as Link monsters came out was because going into level 7 Xyz monsters is not easy for a vast majority of decks. Although Dangers definitely made it a lot easier thanks to Danger Dogman and Danger Nessie both being level 7, and with Danger Nessie being one of the best Danger cards. So when Galaxy Tomahawk was eventually banned in January of 2019, literally no one was surprised. In fact, it was hardly even talked about. When I do research for these videos, I go back and watch a whole bunch of videos on people reacting to ban lists, in addition to a bunch of other things, and pretty much everyone was just like, hey, they finally banned Tomahawk. Neat. And then they just talked about everything else, since the January 2019 ban list got rid of a whole bunch of really popular cards that were much more played, like Fairy Tail Snow, Grinder Golem, number 86 Heroic Champion Rongo Midiad, Topologic Gumblar Dragon, and Soul Charge. In fact, the January 2019 ban list was pretty big on its hits, to the point where Galaxy Tomahawk was definitely worthy of being banned, but it's kind of funny that it got overlooked because it was banned alongside a bunch of other, more meta-defining cards. And in fact, it was most likely banned because they were also banning Grinder Golem finally, as it was definitely a much more problem card of the meta, which was also a token-generating machine. Could number 42 Galaxy Tomahawk be unbanned? The answer to this question is definitely no. Its ability is still basically a +5 in card advantage even today, and tokens have not gotten any weaker and are just as strong today as they were back in 2019. And if anything, there's probably more ways to go into Galaxy Tomahawk now, which would incentivize it not being unbanned even more. How could they fix number 42 Galaxy Tomahawk to be unbanned? If they made it so the tokens can't be used as link materials, that would do it. Additionally, if they just allowed you to summon a finite amount of tokens instead of filling up your board with them, they might be able to limit the potential of the card. Like maybe only 1 token per detachment of an Xyz material. Or they could just limit it to 3, like Mecha Phantom Beast or Rorodon, and then also have the same restriction where you can't link summon for the rest of the turn, rather than limiting the tokens to never being usable as link materials. And next up we have Nightmare Mermaid. This is a Link 1 monster which simply requires any Nightmare monsters as materials except another copy of itself, and has the effect that when it's link summoned you can discard 1 card to special summon a Nightmare monster from your deck, and then if this card was co-linked when you use this effect you get to draw a card. Additionally, all monsters on the field lose 1000 attack and defense unless they're co-linked. So Nightmare Mermaid is basically a 1-card setup combo play, since the ability to special summon a monster from your deck is super strong, especially when it's attached to a Link 1 monster. Although one of the caveats of Nightmare Mermaid is that there's only 3 main deck Nightmares in the game. So most of the time you're bringing this card out on top of a Link 2 Nightmare card. And of the 3 targets you can bring out from the deck, there are only 2 of note. Nightmare Corruptor Eebly was an option, where it has a passive effect that the owner of this card cannot special summon except Link monsters. And it had the ability to special summon itself to your opponent's side of the field if it was sent to the graveyard. So if you special summon it with Nightmare Mermaid, you could then use it for a Link summon in order to give it to your opponent, in order to have a soft lock on your opponent's special summons, where they'd be forced to use Eebly in some kind of Link summon before doing any of their other plays. However, the real power of Nightmare Mermaid was definitely Orcus Nightmare, to the point where, when Nightmare Mermaid was running around the meta, a lot of people theorized that Orcus Nightmare would probably get banned because it just worked way too well with Mermaid. Now, what Orcus Nightmare does is, while it's on the field, it can't be destroyed by battle with a Link monster. And its real effect is its graveyard effect, where you can banish this card from your graveyard in order to target 1 monster you control, then send 1 Dark Machine monster from your deck to the graveyard, except another copy of itself, in order to increase that monster's attack by the level of the monster sent times 100. But you can't special summon monsters for the rest of the turn except for Dark monsters. And most of the main deck Orcus cards are all Dark Machine type monsters. So the best target to send to the graveyard with this effect was usually Orcus Harp Horror. This card is actually banned because it has a super good graveyard effect, where it can just banish itself from the graveyard to special summon an Orcus card from your deck, which you can use to special summon Orcus Symbol Skeleton from the deck in order to get another card on the field. And then, once Orcus Symbol Skeleton was used as material for a card, usually to go into Galatea the Orcus Automaton, it can then use its graveyard effect to special summon any Orcus monster from your graveyard. And commonly this was just used to bring Galatea back to the field, which is a Link 2 Orcus monster that allows you to reset your Orcus monsters that are banished in order to set an Orcus spell or trap card from your deck, which was usually used on Orcus Crescendo. Orcus Crescendo is a counter trap Omni-Negate that also has a graveyard effect to recycle one of your Orcus monsters that are banished by either adding it to your hand or just adding another Orcus monster from your deck to your hand instead, which has got to be one of the best graveyard search effects in the game. And Galatea can also be used as the full material to go into Dingirsu the Orcus of the Evening Star, which was their boss monster that could non-target, non-destroy, remove one of your opponent's cards on its summon, or attach one of your banished machine-type monsters to it as a material, which could allow you to reuse something like Orcus Harp Horror if it was attached. Because it also has the effect that while it's on the field, if any card or cards you controlled would be destroyed, you can detach one of its materials instead. So it provided blanket protection to your entire field. And all 6 of these cards are worth mentioning alongside Nightmare Mermaid, because simply going into Nightmare Mermaid with any cards in your hand allowed you to end on Dingirsu pretty easily, while also having the game set up so that you can reuse those Orcus monsters again on your next turn. The amount of advantage that all of this provided is kind of hard to calculate, because specific decks could get even more advantage out of it if they were going into things like Phantom Knights or the Rusty Bardiche. But suffice to say, it was at least a +3 in card advantage, even if it took a few turns in order to see the full potential of that card advantage. And on screen, I'll be showing an example of this with Phantom Knights, and not abusing any other engines which might allow the combos to extend even further. It's pretty easy to end your first turn going +3 immediately, not even counting how the graveyard is set up for the next turn to be used to get even more advantage, just by the very nature that a lot of the cards involved have hard once per turns on their effects. Although Rusty Bardiche is kind of overpowered, which is why that card was banned shortly after it came out, and was only released from the ban list after Nightmare Mermaid was banned, and didn't allow it to be the middleman to all their combos anymore. And as you can probably see, Mermaid itself is not the full problem with this combo. It's just the thing that allows Orcus combos to start from pretty much any deck using any 2 monsters. Kind of like how Predaplant Verte Anaconda allows you to turn any 2 monsters into Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. Nightmare Mermaid was just a little bit better because it gave you more advantage than just getting a single or strong boss monster on the field, because it also set you up for later turns, because of just how much recursion the whole engine had. If you were able to count the additional advantage of just the Orcus cards in the Mermaid combo, from only getting a single Nightmare Mermaid on the field, you're looking at a +5 in potential card advantage over the course of a few turns from that first single summon of Mermaid, because of how the Orcus cards just reuse their effects, thanks to Orcus Crescendo and Dingirsu Orcus of the Evening Star. So, the deck that took advantage of it the most were Dark Warriors, Lunalights, and of course pure Orcus decks. Although, it was also just using a whole bunch of other things like Grand Maju, Cyber Dragons, Spirals, Thunder Dragons, Dinosaurs, Goki, and even Sky Strikers. The Orcus engine was just very good, and worked in a whole bunch of decks that didn't even use dark monsters. And because they could start all of these combos with just getting 2 monsters on the board, thanks to Mermaid, it was kind of obvious which card needed to be hit in all of those combos. So after Nightmare Mermaid was hit, the Orcus engine, which was able to accomplish all of that advantage, was still seeing heavy competitive play. So they eventually banned Orcus Harp Horror as well, and that finally stopped Orcus engines from reigning supreme in every deck as an engine. They had to ban 2 of the best starter cards in the Orcus engine in order to finally stop everyone from using it all the time. Nightmare Mermaid was banned in October of 2019, 4 months after the Phantom Knight of Rusty Bardiche was banned, with Orcus Harp Horror being banned in January 2020, only a short 3 months later. Could Nightmare Mermaid be unbanned? Probably not, as long as Orcus Nightmare exists and allows it to be a pseudo-Orcus card. If they were to ever ban Orcus Nightmare, then Nightmare Mermaid might be okay to be unbanned, although it would still be a very strong card even with only Nightmare Corruptor Eboli being its best target. The big problem with Nightmare Mermaid was just how it allowed pretty much every deck access to the Orcus engine. Even with Orcus Harp Horror still currently banned, it's still probably too much generic access to the rest of the engine. The way they were finally able to curtail Orcus dominance as one of the best engines in the game was by eliminating the 2 cards that allowed you to special summon the combo pieces from the deck. And of the 2 pieces that could special summon the combo pieces from the deck, Nightmare Mermaid was definitely the bigger problem of the 2. Although they were both really strong. It's kind of crazy to think Nightmare Mermaid and Orcust Harp Horror were both legal in the game at the same time. And it makes perfect sense why every deck tried to include the engine if they could. Even Sky Striker decks who don't like to play main deck monsters used it. As I didn't even mention at all the fact that Nightmare Mermaid was also used as just part of U-Link lockdowns, because reducing all your opponent's monsters attack by 1000 was actually pretty good, as was the placement of its arrow and usage with the other Nightmare monsters. The Nightmare archetype has got to be one of the strongest archetypes ever added to the game. How could they fix Nightmare Mermaid to be unbanned? What's funny about Nightmare Mermaid, in comparison to Nightmare Goblin, is that its effect to special summon a monster from the deck is already tied to its archetype, and its archetype is incredibly small. There are only 3 main deck monsters, remember, and one of those main deck monsters is also an Orcust card, which is what caused all of its problems. So if they just excluded its ability to summon Orcust Nightmare, that would probably be enough. But that's not really a thing that cards get with erratas. So if you wanted to just restrict it from not being able to bring out Orcust Nightmare at all, it could have the restriction where it only works with special summon a Cybers or Fairy Nightmare monster from your deck. That way you could exclude Orcust Nightmare without actually having to name it specifically in the card text. Although even bringing out Eebly was pretty good, but nowhere near as strong as Orcust Nightmare. Generally, special summoning monsters from the deck on an extra deck monster has always proven to be strong, so even if they did just exclude Orcust Nightmare as one of its targets, it might still eventually become a problem in the future. But I think that's definitely the best way to fix this card, would be just to exclude that one card as one of its targets. Although another change that could be made, if not to make the card so convoluted, is to only allow the card to special summon an Orcust monster from your hand. The card would still be useful for its link potential and its on-field effect to reduce attack and defense of your opponent's monsters, but would no longer be broken by giving you access to the Orcust engine from the deck, as it would just be a mediocre way to get a card from your hand on the field instead. As we'll be starting off with Blaster, Dragon Ruler of the Infernos. Dragon Rulers have got to be the strongest deck in the history of the game that never made Tier 0 status. It's also technically not an archetype, because the cards never refer to the Dragon Ruler tag, and is more of a series of Dragon-type support that is then divided evenly into support for 4 different attributes as well. As all of the Dragon Rulers share the same 3 basic rules. They're all level 7 monsters that have high stats, they're all Dragon type, and they all share a variation of these 3 effects, where each one has a hand effect, where you can discard the Dragon Ruler from your hand in addition to a monster that shares its attribute in order to perform some special function. For Blaster, its hand effect allowed you to discard itself and another fire monster in order to destroy one card on the field. Then all the Dragon Rulers had graveyard effects, which doubled as hand effects, where you could special summon the Dragon Ruler from your hand or graveyard by banishing 2 other monsters who were either Dragon type or a monster that shared that Dragon Ruler's attribute. So for Blaster, you could banish 2 Dragon type monsters, 2 fire attribute monsters, or any combination of those 2 in order to special summon itself from your hand or graveyard, with the downside that it would return to your hand during your opponent's end phase. Then they all had a banish effect, where if the card was banished, you could add 1 Dragon type monster that shared the Dragon Ruler's attribute from your deck to your hand. So in Blaster's case, if it was banished, you could add a fire Dragon type monster from your deck to your hand. And all 3 of these effects shared a hard once per turn. So you couldn't discard this card from your hand to the graveyard in order to destroy a card on the field, then special summon it from the graveyard, then have it banished later on to get a search. So they were supposed to be inherently limited by that hard once per turn shared amongst all 3 of the effects. So only one of those effects per turn. However, this ended up being, even then, a little bit of an oversight. Generally, cards that allow you to special summon themselves from the graveyard are pretty strong, or that allow you to gain advantage from the graveyard in some way, because it almost turns the graveyard into a second hand, where the Dragon Rulers literally use the graveyard as a resource in order to gain advantage on the field. And since they allowed you to banish other Dragon Rulers to activate their effects, you were using the resource in your graveyard to generate more resources by getting searches off of those Dragon Ruler banishes. And because they all had 2 hand effects, the deck was impossible to brick with, even though it was full of high-level monsters, because they could just impact the field in some way with their hand effect, or just break themselves out. Thanks to the Baby Rulers, a series of support for the main deck monsters, they could also be brought out of the deck while putting resources into the graveyard. Blaster has a Baby Ruler known as Burner, Dragon Ruler of Sparks. which is a level 3 dragon type monster who has the effect in the hand where you can discard this card in addition to one dragon type or fire monster in order to special summon Blaster Dragon Ruler of Infernos from your deck. The only downside was that monster could not attack the turn, and the Baby Ruler has a hard once per turn on its effect. So with the Baby Rulers also adding a way to get the Dragon Rulers out quicker, as all 4 Dragon Rulers had their own Baby Ruler with the exact same effect, there was almost no way to draw badly with the deck. Every opening hand would allow you to get a Dragon Ruler in the field or the graveyard, and then set up your advantage from there. At the time the Dragon Rulers came out, they also had 2 really good rank 7 Xyz monsters, known as Mecha Phantom Beast Dracosac and number 11 Big Eye. Mecha Phantom Beast Dracosac allowed you to use any 2 Dragon Rulers to create a monster on the field, who could generate 2 tokens and then tribute one of those tokens to destroy a card on the field. And also, while tokens existed on the field, the card cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. And number 11 Big Eye allowed you to use any 2 Dragon Rulers in order to basically steal one of your opponent's monsters with its mind control effect. That did not return the card at the end of the turn like most mind control effects do. You just got to steal one of your opponent's monsters permanently, with the only downside that Big Eye could not attack that turn. And being able to take control of one of your opponent's monsters is inherently a +2 in card advantage. The Dragon Rulers also had access to synchro monsters and easy access to cards like Light and Darkness Dragon, who could come out and start negating things and then float into a Dragon Ruler on its death. They also had cards like Super Rejuvenation, which allowed them to refill their hand at the end of their turn when they just used their Dragon Ruler effects like normal from the hand. They could also use Sacred Sword of the 7 Stars in order to banish a Dragon Ruler from their hand in order to go +1 while searching out a card. And the card returned from the different dimension was still legal at this time, so they could just recover all the Dragon Rulers on their next turn. You see, the biggest problem with the Dragon Ruler archetype was you couldn't really cause them to lose advantage. If you destroyed the monster, it would just come back on the next turn, or it would just become a resource for the Dragon Ruler to use on the next turn. If you banished the card, it would just search. If you returned it to the hand, it was basically the same as being in the graveyard, or even better, since some of them had really good hand effects. The only way to deny Dragon Rulers of advantage was to literally return them to the deck. And even that wasn't much of a hindrance because of the Baby Rulers allowing you to bring them out of the deck very efficiently. It's almost like the Orcus deck to an extent. They're an archetype of monsters who all have effects that allow them to banish themselves in the graveyard in order to gain some kind of advantage. But they all have the big downside where each of them have a hard once per turn on their effects, and also restricts you to a summon that turn, so you're locked into only dark attribute monsters being allowed to special summon for the rest of the turn after you use any of their effects. And the Orcus deck is really good. It saw tons of competitive play, and it only got slowed down when they had their power card, Orcus Harp Horror Band. The Dragon Rulers are kind of like the Orcus archetype, except imagine if every Orcus also had a hand effect, and then could also gain advantage when they were banished, while also removing the restrictions on special summons of other monsters in the turn. So if a watered down version of Dragon Rulers saw a ton of competitive success, you can imagine Dragon Rulers in their prime. Although, funny thing is, despite how completely broken the archetype is, it never made it to Tier 0 status. In the exact same set which released Dragon Rulers, they also released the Spellbook archetype, including Spellbook of Judgment, which I will be talking about in a future explaining the ban list video. Spellbook of Judgment was such a powerful card that it single-handedly stopped Dragon Rulers from making Tier 0 status, because Tier 0 requires 65% representation or higher at top events, and because there was another brokenly overpowered archetype in the game at the time, Dragon Rulers never got that high representation. Instead, most of the high representation was split between Spellbook and Dragon Ruler players, with a smaller piece of the pie taken up by the Evil Swarms, because they could kinda counter both of those archetypes. In September of 2013, Konami banned all of the Baby Rulers, as well as banning Spellbook of Judgment, as a way to try to rein in the power of the Dragon Rulers without having to ban their entire archetype. With the Baby Rulers banned, they no longer had easy access to all the Dragon Rulers from the deck, and they also hit a couple of the other choice cards around the Dragon Rulers to try to limit their insane recoverability. Although this didn't really stop them. The hit to the Baby Rulers was not as bad as the hit to Spellbooks, and Dragon Rulers appeared in about 50% of all top spots after this hit, and was definitely the best deck in the game at the time. But still never made it to Tier 0 status, funny enough. So with Dragon Rulers never slowing down and seeing consistent success, Konami tried again and limited all 4 of the Dragon Rulers to 1 copy per deck in January of 2014. You would think such heavy limitations to their archetype, the Dragon Rulers would finally stop seeing play. But no. All of the Dragon Rulers saw consistent play in various decks as an excellent engine because the way the Dragon Rulers were designed allowed them to support other decks that shared their attribute. If there was a deck that primarily used Earth monsters, it was guaranteed to have a copy of Redux, Dragon Ruler of the Boulders in it. If it used Water monsters, it was guaranteed to have Tidal, Dragon Ruler of the Waterfalls, and etc, etc. Because the advantage it could give the deck, even at one copy, was just worth including it because of how easy it was to use. Eventually in April 2015, after consistent play, with the Dragon Rulers never dropping out of the meta, they finally banned all 4 Dragon Rulers. But the reason they finally got them all banned was because number 95 Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon was released. This is an Xyz monster that allows you to send 3 dragons from your deck to the graveyard on its summon, which would have made it too good with Dragon Rulers in the game, and everyone was kind of tired of seeing Dragon Rulers everywhere anyway. Eventually, number 95 Dark Matter Dragon got banned as well, and I'll be talking about that card in a future explaining the ban list video as well. Then 4 years later, in July of 2019, Konami unbanned a single Dragon Ruler, Tempest, Dragon Ruler of Storms, and only to 1 copy per deck, as kind of a way to test the waters to see if maybe they were okay in the current meta, and we're still kind of in the air on that verdict. So, can Blaster, Dragon Ruler of Infernos be unbanned? Probably not. Currently, Tempest is unbanned, but it had one of the weakest effects and attributes of the Dragon Rulers, and even then, it's still enjoying some niche success. Blaster had one of the best hand effects, allowing it to actually destroy cards in the field, and also the highest attack points at 2800. There is currently a meta deck full of fire attribute monsters who also love to be in the graveyard, which Blaster could totally help out. If only released to 1 copy, it would probably just be a powerful staple card, as the Dragon Rulers are kind of broken when played together, so it would probably have to come back by itself, or without any of the other Dragon Rulers being limited as well. How could the card fix to be unbanned? The real problem with the card is it doesn't really have any downsides. It's able to gain advantage from everywhere and use everything as materials for its summon. If they simply removed its ability to special summon itself, that would kind of fix all of its problems. Although just removing one of its effects isn't really good for fixing a card. I'd probably add restrictions to it, where you could probably only special summon dragon-type monsters during the turn it uses any of its effects, give it a hard once per turn that's shared amongst Dragon Ruler archetype and not just the card itself, or maybe pull what they did with Dotscaper and give it a once per duel limitation on all of its effects, instead of a hard once per turn, while still having a limitation where you can only use one of the effects per turn, because if you remove that, then they would be even more broken than they were before, since most players only care about their first turn plays anyways. So restrictions on the summons when it brings itself out, similar to the Orcus, and once per duel restrictions on their effects, similar to Dotscaper. Update. This card is still banned in the OCG and TCG, but it's actually limited to 1 copy in Master Duel, and is seeing some success in Galaxy Tomahawk Turbo decks alongside Tempest there, but it's not really taking the meta by storm either. The community at large is of the opinion it might also be unbanned in either the TCG or OCG sometime soon as well, but probably not Redux or Tidal as they're both still kinda bonkers. Next up in this video, we have Redux, Dragon Ruler of Boulders. This is the Earth attribute Dragon Ruler who was banned for the same reasons I discussed in the Blaster segments, and has all of the same effects as Blaster, where it can special summon itself from your hand or graveyard by banishing a combination of Earth or Dragon type monsters from your hand or graveyard. It has a hand effect to send an Earth monster from your hand to the graveyard, and it has a banish effect which allows you to add an Earth Dragon type monster from your deck to your hand when it's banished. Now, Redux's hand effect, the one thing which is different for all the Dragon Rulers, was this card could discard itself in 1 Earth monster to then target any 1 monster in your graveyard and special summon that target. Not just Earth monsters, not just Dragon monsters, but literally any monster in your graveyard was the target for this card to bring out with its hand effect. Do you want to know which decks use Redux Dragon Ruler Boulders when it was still live? If a deck had Earth monsters in it, then they ran this card. If they didn't have Earth monsters, but had the options to use Earth monsters, they would run those options so they could use this card. This was kind of one of the things with Dragon Rulers. There was really no reason not to run them because they had such good effects. Especially one like Redux, which allowed you to literally monster reborn while putting itself in the graveyard to be used later for more advantage. There is no downside to the special summon. You could just bring it out in an attack or defense position, it didn't negate the card's effects, it stayed out forever, and could target anything. It's probably the strongest of all the Dragon Ruler hand effects, even though Blaster also has a really good one as well. You can see why they didn't choose Blaster or Redox as one of the Dragon Rulers to limit to one in order to test the waters, because they are both kind of really good. Can Redox Dragon Ruler boulders be unbanned? Same with Blaster? Probably not, unless it was the only Dragon Ruler unbanned, as they're kind of broken when played along with each other. Although Redox has a ridiculous hand effect as well, which might extra put him on the ban list. If they were to limit Dragon Rulers individually, Redox would probably be at the bottom of the list of priority targets because of its really strong hand effect. How could they fix this card so it could be unbanned? In addition to the parameters I set with Blaster, giving it actual downsides during the turn it brings itself out, and maybe slapping once per duel effects on all three of its effects, I would also propose some kind of limitation on its ability to monster reborn a card from the graveyard, at least negating the effect of the monster it brings out, like almost all other monsters that can bring out monsters. Or having the monster banish itself if it leaves the field, because currently it doesn't really have any restrictions on such a powerful effect, which is on top of everything else that's broken about the card. Next up we have Tidal, Dragon Ruler of Waterfalls. This is the Water Attribute Dragon Ruler, who has all the same effects as the previous two, except it's allowed to use water monsters as well as Dragon-type monsters. And its hand effect is it can discard itself and one water monster from your hand to the graveyard, in order to send any one monster from your deck to the graveyard. Now, there's a card on the ban list called Lavalval Chain, which is a rank 4 Xyz monster, who has an effect that allows you to detach one of its materials to send one card from your deck to the graveyard. It is currently banned for this effect. There is a card limit on the ban list known as Foolish Burial, which is simply a spell card that makes you go -1 in order to send one monster from your deck to the graveyard. This card is currently limited to 1 copy per deck because this effect is too strong. Tidal is literally Foolish Burial, except one that allows you to gain advantage from the card later on because of all of its other effects. I'm sure you can see why Tidal was not the Dragon Ruler pick to be unbanned, because Tempest is the least broken of the 4. Can Tidal Dragon Ruler Waterfalls be unbanned? Probably not. Its Foolish Burial effect is pretty strong. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? I would also propose the same limitations on this card as the other two, restrictions on the special summon and a once per duel effect in all 3 of its effects. Although I would also add restrictions where you can't use the monster you send to the graveyard during the turn it uses its hand effect, similar to the trap card Peaceful Burial. Being able to send monsters from your deck to the graveyard without a real downside is too powerful. Next up in this video, we have Orcust Harp Horror, a non-Dragon Ruler card. Although to round off this video, I decided to add in a couple of banned cards which also have graveyard effects, since that totally fits in the theme with all the Dragon Rulers. Orcust Harp Horror has a graveyard effect, where you can banish this card from the graveyard to special summon any one Orcust monster from your deck, except another copy of this card. Also, for the rest of the turn, you cannot special summon monsters except dark monsters. And the card has a hard once per turn on this effect. Now, being able to special summon monsters from the deck is one of the strongest effects in the game. Being able to do this from your graveyard is kinda broken, especially since the targets you can bring out also have graveyard effects that allow them to gain even more advantage. The Orcust deck is also able to recycle Harp Horror back into the graveyard, so they could realistically use the effect of Harp Horror every single turn, assuming their opponent didn't just completely shut them down with a floodgate. And since Orcust decks had access to cards like Dingirsu, the Orcust of the Evening Star, a powerful boss monster that can non-target remove cards on the field and provide protection to your entire field, and also easy access to the Omni-Negate card Orcust Crescendo, and endless recoverability with their Link monsters, the Orcust archetype was a very powerful deck which was bordering on tier 0 status in a couple of events. Turns out gaining advantage from cards from your graveyard always works out pretty well for decks, as proved with the Dragon Rulers, even if the cards have heavy restrictions attached to them like the Orcust do. Add on top the Orcust field spell card, Orchestrated Babble, they could use Orcust Harp Horror during their opponent's turn to double up on its effect, where they could use the effect effectively 2 times before your next turn happened. As the field spell card would turn all of your Orcust effects into quick effects, including the ones from your graveyard. So Orcust Harp Horror provided a lot of advantage and was very easy to use, recycle, and its limitations weren't that big a deal, because the Dark attribute is the best attribute in the game, so there are a lot of good targets you can bring out even under the restrictions, like Borrowed Sword Dragon for easy OTKs. In fact, it was such not a big deal that the Orcus engine was used in a whole bunch of different non-pure Orcus decks. So almost every meta deck at the time was just some variation of the Orcus engine, with something else on top of it. Orcus Harp Horror was banned in January of 2020. Can Orcus Harp Horror be unbanned? Probably, but not at 3 copies. The effect is powerful, and it allows the Orcus decks and engines a little bit too much consistency, where a single Orcus Harp Horror in the graveyard can set up all of your combos. Having the card banned was a good way of stopping the Orcus engine, even after cards like Nightmare Mermaid and Phantom Knights of the Rusty Bardiche were banned. But recently, Rusty Bardiche was unbanned, and they don't really need better ways of getting that broken card out. So while I think it could probably be unbanned in the future, I wouldn't say the immediate future. How could the card be fixed to be unbanned? If they gave this card a once per duel, it would still probably be good. And once per duel effects don't fix every card. I saw a lot of comments in the last video about just slapping once per duels on everything, and while I did suggest that myself for the Dragon Rulers, I'm not even sure if that would limit them that much. Orcus Harp Horror at once per duel would still give you immediate advantage from the graveyard, and allow you to set up all of your combos, which is what most combo decks care about anyway. There are cards on the ban list which have once per duel effects, so that's proof enough that it doesn't fix everything. For Orcus Harp Horror, I'd probably just add more restrictions on its effect to special summon a card from the deck, because currently it's too good with the kind of advantage it gives you. So if you had it tribute a monster on the field, or discard a card from your hand in addition to the card banishing itself from the graveyard, I think that would kind of balance it out a little bit, even though you're still getting targeted special summons from the deck. Update. This card is still banned in the TCG, but unbanned in the OCG and Master Duel, and doesn't really see any competitive play due to power creep finally catching up to the card, and due to the fact that Nightmare Mermaid is still banned. So as long as they leave Mermaid banned, they can probably unban this card in the TCG too. And for the next monster in the video, we're going to be talking about Fairy Tale Snow. This is a level 4 monster, which has the effect that when it's summoned, you basically get a Book of Moon effect, where you get to flip one face-up monster your opponent controls face down. And remember, when a monster is flipped face down, it can't be used as material for extra deck plays outside of fusion summons, or very specific types of alternative summoning conditions. So it's a really good way to interrupt plays if used during your opponent's turn, which goes into this card's second effect. If this card is in your graveyard, as a quick effect, you can banish 7 other cards on the field, hand, or graveyard in order to special summon this card, which then allows you to use its first effect to flip one of your opponent's cards face down. And just a note, none of these effects are once per turn, or once per chain for that matter. If your opponent tries to negate the effect of Fairy Tale Snow in your graveyard, you can just use its effect again during the same chain to bring it out. The only way to stop Fairy Tale Snow from coming out is to stop it from having resources to banish to bring itself out, which is supposed to be a lot at 7 cards. That was originally how this card was supposed to be balanced. You really shouldn't have 7 cards to banish in order to bring this card out multiple times. However, this card was played in a couple of strong decks over the years, including being a staple addition in that Grass Looks Greener decks, which could mill about 20 cards from the deck during your first turn. And of course the Lightsworn decks, which are all about milling cards. Although it wasn't until Thunder Dragons came out that the card finally got banned. The card was always good. It always allowed you to convert resources in your graveyard into a monster on the field, who also doubled as disruption during your opponent's turn. So you could use it for extra deck plays, and then use it to interrupt your opponent during your next turn. However, Thunder Dragons were able to double dip on its effect, as they have 4 monsters in their archetype who gain advantage or effects from being banished. So using Fairy Tale Snow and Thunder Dragons allowed them to go +4 in card advantage, while also being able to reset their hand and mulligan if they wanted. Even more advantage if you played copies of Dotscaper or Giant Rex. It was also easy to get Fairy Tale Snow in the graveyard thanks to Brilliant Fusion, which could send Fairy Tale Snow directly from the deck to the graveyard while going +1 in card advantage and setting up an extra normal summon. Which is why Fairy Tale Snow eventually got banned in January of 2019. Thunder Dragons were taking advantage of it a little bit too hard, and it was already very good before then. Can Fairy Tale Snow be unbanned? Currently, Brilliant Fusion is banned, that Grass Looks Greener is banned, Thunder Dragon Colossus is banned, and you would think with all 3 of these cards banned, it would be fine to unban Fairy Tale Snow, since all the problem cards have already gone from the game that allowed you to kind of take advantage of it the most. Except even with the good boss monster Thunder Dragons being banned, they could still make use of the effect and gain a whole bunch of advantage in other ways. There's also currently El Shaddoll Construct, who's unbanned, who was still banned when Fairy Tale Snow was running around, And she has a deck that can use El Shadow Fusion, which can send Fairy Tale Snow directly from the deck to the graveyard, who allows you to easily get in the graveyard in a deck that also fills up your graveyard with cards pretty easily. The card was also strong ever since it came out, and more meta decks are dumping cards in the graveyard like crazy. And Fairy Tale Snow allows you to convert all of those cards sitting in the graveyard and doing nothing into advantage without downsides, and with the added option to disrupt your opponent. So the card probably still can't be unbanned even today. How could they fix the card to be unbanned? Well, if it banished the cards face down and had a hard once per turn on its effect, that might be good enough. Currently, the big problem with the card is a lack of a once per turn. So if you just dumped half your deck into the graveyard on your first turn because of a whole bunch of combos, you can turn all those cards into advantage thanks to a single Fairy Tale Snow. Although if you had a hard once per turn, you'd still gain advantage, but nowhere near as much. And if the cards were banished face down, then you couldn't gain advantage from the Thunder Dragon cards, which would kind of solve the problem. So this one seems like kind of an easy fix. Update. This card actually did get unbanned, then got banned again in an attempt to hit tier limits. But when it was out and about again, Thunder Dragons could not use it to great benefit like they did when they were meta all those years ago. So as long as there isn't a super mill heavy deck around, or a deck that can send Snow to the graveyard very easily, it's really not that big of a deal anymore. Seeding your graveyard with on-banish effects takes too much work for Snow's payoff, when you can just play your mainline engine instead, which usually with modern meta decks gives you more advantage anyway. However, the reason the card got banned again was because they keep making easy ways to send this card to the graveyard, and they keep making really good graveyard-focused decks. And for the next monster in this list, we have Eclipse Wyvern. This is a level 4 dragon-type monster who has an effect that if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can banish a level 7 or higher light or dark dragon-type monster from your deck. Then, if this card in your graveyard is banished, you can add the monster banished by this card's effect to your hand. So at first glance, it doesn't seem that powerful. It has to be sent to the graveyard, and then it has to be moved from the graveyard somewhere else with something else in order to perform the search. And that used to be enough of a limitation where the card did see competitive play, but not like a broken amount. That's mainly because its only good targets in the past were Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon and Dark Arm Dragon. They were good cards, but you couldn't really take advantage of the effect that easily either. Then Guard Dragons came onto the scene. Cards like Guard Dragon LP allow you to bring the card out of the deck very easily. And cards like Chaos Dragon Levianeer became the best targets for Eclipse to search out from the deck. Chaos Dragon Levianeer has a combination of effects that allow to either shuffle one card from your opponent's hand back into their deck, or to non-target destroy 2 cards in the field. So it's a very good card to search out from the deck, especially if you're able to do it effortlessly through Eclipse Wyvern. Eclipse Wyvern could also be recycled thanks to the new Chaos Emperor, the Dark Dragon of Armageddon, who is both a target to be searched out by the card, can add the card back to your hand after it does its search, and can even banish the card from the graveyard to allow it to search again. And of course, there's still the targets of Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. But really, the main reason this card was banned was because of its easy availability to search out Chaos Dragon Levianeer, a card which is still currently seeing competitive success even with the lack of a proper search target. And since one of the best decks in the current meta as of making this video is Dragon Link, a deck all about dragon-type monsters with a nice combination of Chaos monsters and Chaos Dragon Levianeer, I don't see this card being unbanned anytime soon. Eclipse Wyvern was banned in July of 2019. Can the card be unbanned? Not right now, but maybe after there are some hits to the Dragon Link deck, and if Chaos Dragon Levianeer or Guard Dragon LP ever get banned, then it could probably come off without too much difficulty. The card has always seen play in the past, but it's currently banned because it's a little bit too good with some of the newer support that was released over the last couple of years, namely the whole Guard Dragon archetype and Levianeer. How can the card be chained to be unbanned? The card should really have a hard once per turn on its effect. Part of the reason the card is banned is because it's not once per turn. You can get multiple searches off of multiple copies of this card, or even recycling the effects thanks to cards like Dark Dragon of Armageddon. That's not really why the card is banned though, but it definitely contributed to its ban status, so if they did that, the card could probably come off the list for just being a searcher that can't be abused that badly. Update. They did eventually ban Guard Dragon LP, but now we have a thing known as Bestial Dragon Link in the meta, which would love to play this card, so it would probably be stronger than ever than when it was first banned. And last up in this video, we have Samsara Lotus. This is a level 1 monster who has the effect that during your end phase, if you control no spell or trap cards, you can special summon this card from your graveyard in phase up attack position. Then this card controller takes 1000 damage during each of their standby phases. Basically a punishment if you happen to have the card around during your next turn. The card was always just a worse version of Treeborn Frog, which has a similar effect except special summons itself during your standby phase. So you're able to get the card immediately as your turn starts in order to use it as tribute fodder for cards like Caius the Shadow Monarch. Samsara Lotus could not be used in the same way since it brought itself out during the end phase, and with 0 attack, it could only bring itself out in attack position. And then if it managed to survive until your next turn, so that you could use it as a tribute, you would be punished by taking 1,000 points of damage. So the card didn't really see any competitive play until Link Monsters came out, and a combination of 3 cards allowed you to use Samsara Lotus in order to abuse its lack of a once per turn. The 3 cards are Trickstar Black Cat Bat, Nightmare Cerberus, and Topologic Bomber Dragon. Topologic Bomber Dragon has the effect that if a monster is special summoned to a zone that a Link monster points to, this card will automatically destroy all cards in the main monster zones. Trickstar Black Cat Bat has the effect that if the card this monster is pointing to is sent to the graveyard, you can inflict 200 points of effect damage to your opponent. And Nightmare Cerberus simply has the effect that co-linked monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects. So if you simply have these 3 cards in the field with Nightmare Cerberus and Trickstar Black Cat Bat co-linked with each other, then during the end phase you could just bring Samsara Lotus out of the graveyard to the spot where Trickstar Black Cat Bat was pointing to, causing Topologic Bomber Dragon to destroy all the main monster zones, which would only destroy Samsara Lotus, since both Cerberus and Cat Bat would be immune to destruction effects. This would cause Samsara Lotus to go to the graveyard, inflict 200 damage to your opponent. Then, since there was no once per turn on Samsara Lotus's effect, it could just come back and do it again. Because there's also no once per turn on Trickstar Black Cat Bat's effect or Topologic Bomber Dragon's effect. So you could do this as many times as you needed in order to reduce your opponent's life points to 0. Which could be set up on your first turn pretty easily. And with the starting life points of 8,000, you simply need to perform this little loop 40 times in a row. So rather than ban any of the Link monsters involved in this combo, they just banned Samsara Lotus because the Link monsters were kind of new when this combo was introduced, and they generally like to ban older cards rather than the newer ones if there's a problem with their interactions. And no one was using Samsara Lotus in anything besides this FTK when it was introduced to the game, other than maybe some gimmick decks that would use 2 copies of them during the end phase with Arcana Force the World to skip their opponent's turn endlessly. And they had already given an errata to Treeborn Frog in the past to slap a once per turn on its effect, although they didn't do that to Samsara Lotus as well because no one was really using it. So since it kinda slipped under the errata radar, they just banned the card instead. Samsara Lotus was banned in September of 2018. Can Samsara Lotus be unbanned? In its current form? No. As the game progresses, old cards that don't have once per turns on special summon effects are generally ripe for future abuse. And even if they banned one of the 3 Link monsters in the current FTK combo, some would probably just figure out something else later on anyway. How could the card fix to be unbanned? Simply give it a hard once per turn. Same thing they did to the Treeborn Frog. And that would kinda fix everything about it. The card is broken because it doesn't have a once per turn. So simply giving it one would allow you to unban the card without incident. First up, we have Destrudo, the Lost Dragon's Frizzen. Destrudo is a level 7 tuner monster, which has the effect that if it's in your hand or graveyard, and you control a level 6 or lower monster, you can pay half your life points to special summon this card from either of those 2 places, and also this card's level will be reduced by the level of the monster you selected. And also, the card will place itself at the bottom of the deck if it leaves the field, and all of this with a hard once per turn. So basically, the card can bring itself out very easily, even at the cost of half your life points, and has a couple of other restrictions in order to make it so you can't reuse the card over and over, i.e. hard once per turn and returning to the deck instead of getting banished or something else. The card was always pretty good. It basically allows you to bring out a level 7 synchro monster no problem, since its level will always adjust to the monster you target in order to bring the card out. So if you have a level 4 monster on the field, its level would lower by 4 and it would become a level 3 monster on the field, allowing you to go into level 7 synchro monsters. And that was the main use of Destrudo. The fact that you could bring it out of the graveyard meant it was an excellent combo piece for monsters or cards that had Foolish Burial type effects to send it to the graveyard. And since it was dark and dragon, it was very easy to send to the graveyard with stuff like Armageddon Knight or Dragon Ravine. So it technically wasn't a 1 card level 7 synchro, but there were some cards that could allow you to use Destrudo in order to essentially become a 1 card level 7 synchro, if you could send it directly to the graveyard. And even if it was in your hand, the fact that it was so versatile and allowed you to special summon itself from the hand as well meant it wasn't a brick and was basically always useful. Then, an event happened on March 19th of 2020, where a little old card called Crystron Halqifibrax was going to be released, which was an excellent combo tool that only needed a tuner monster on the field, plus another card in order to bring itself out. And since Destrudo was real easy at getting itself on the field, especially from the graveyard, which is much more important than from the hand, meant it would be too easy for the card to be used in Halqifibrax combos, since it was always good even without Halqifibrax in the game. So, the card was banned in April 2020 in anticipation for the release of Crystron Halqifibrax, since they knew it would be too strong with the addition of that excellent tuner support, and the ability to turn Destrudo into a full board of negates, in any deck that had the extra deck and garnet space for the combo pieces. So, can Destrudo the Lost Dragon's Prison be unbanned? Not really. Another reason it was too strong was because of the changes of Master Rule 5, or Master Rule 4 revisions, which allowed synchro monsters to come out a lot easier without link monsters, since they changed the rules to allow you to special summon monsters with the extra deck to zones other than the extra monster zones or ones that link monsters are pointing to, except for pendulums. And since Destrudo was already seen a whole bunch of play in Master Rule 4, it would be way stronger in the new unrestricted format, so it was probably due for a ban anyway. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? Well, if they banned Crystron Halqifibrax, it could probably come off the ban list, but only probably. Another one of the contributing factors to its ban status was just how many good link monsters combo with the card itself, which wasn't really a big deal before the Master Rule revisions. Even without Halqifibrax, Destrudo would still be strong, and there is a lot of really good synchros to go into, like Borreload Savage Dragon, or strictly speaking of just level 7 synchro monsters, F.A. Dawn Dragster, who allows you to negate spell or trap cards. Destrudo already has a lot of restrictions on it to try to balance it out. So if you were to fix the card so it could be unbanned without banning a whole bunch of other cards, including Crystron Halqifibrax, what you could do is make it so you can only synchro summon after using its effect, because currently it's kind of strong when combined with link monsters, and I think that would kind of restrict it enough to only be used in its intended way. Currently, Destrudo is just all kinds of strong because he has like the perfect attribute and type as well as a whole bunch of restrictions already, where it's kind of hard to just put more of them on him, other than just restricting his interactions with link monsters. Update: they did eventually unban this card after they banned Halq. Also, forgive the mispronunciations on Halq in this section of the video. A little context is that at the time of Halq's release, no one knew how to say its name correctly. Even Konami avoided a direct question on how to pronounce its English name properly. Eventually, the community collectively decided to call it Halqifibrax. But if you go back and watch videos from the time period when it was first released from other YouTubers, you'll notice most of them saying it weirdly too. Anyways, as soon as Destrudo got unbanned, it immediately started seeing play again. But funnily enough, it was mainly used to go into Barone, a level 10 synchro monster, despite it being intended to be level 7 synchro support. Next up, we have Blackwing Steam the Cloak. This card has the effect that when it leaves the field, you get to special summon a level 1 token to your side of the field. This effect is not once per turn. So if you have a way to constantly remove them from the field and bring it back, you can theoretically summon an infinite amount of tokens. It goes on to have another effect that allows it to bring itself back to the field, where if this card is in your graveyard, you can tribute a monster to special summon this card from the graveyard, although this effect can only be applied once per duel. And if it's brought out in this way, it can't be used as a synchro material monster unless all the other synchro materials are Blackwing monsters. Which doesn't matter if you just use it for Halqifibrax to go into other combos, and then just use the tokens, which have no restrictions on them, to go into more link monsters. This card was already strong before Halqifibrax was in the game because of its ability to leave an endless amount of tokens behind when you bring it out, and due to its ability to bring itself back. A single normal summon of Blackwing Steam the Cloak, then send it to the graveyard with a link summon, would bring out a token, and that token would allow you to bring it back, and then go into another link summon and bring out another token. This one card could net you a +1 in card economy if used for link summons. The card was obviously balanced around synchros, which is why it existed in the game for so long without too much issue, kind of in the same way as Blackwing Gofu the Vague Shadow. The card was obviously balanced around synchro summons, and became broken once a new extra deck summoning method was added to the game. Although Steam the Cloak wasn't as strong as Gofu, not until Halqifibrax came in, and allowed you to open up its original, only a +1 in card advantage, into way more depending on how you use the card and combo pieces, which could easily end on a board of full negates like I showed you at the beginning of this video. Because on its own, a single Blackwing Steam the Cloak can allow you to end on a Link 3 monster. If you add on Crystron Halqui Fibrax into the middle of that combo, you get way more advantage that it's kind of ridiculous. Blackwing Steam the Cloak was banned in April 2020 alongside Destrudo, in preparation for Crystron Halqui Fibrax being added to the game. And of course, the new Master Rule revisions. Tuner monsters that can special summon themselves from the graveyard are just too good alongside Link monsters, especially one specific Link monster. Can Blackwing Steam the Cloak be unbanned, assuming they also ban Crystron Halqui Fibrax? Probably not. Again, the other reason the card was banned was because of the Master Rule revisions, and the fact this card can summon an infinite amount of tokens, and the tokens can be used with Link monsters very easily. As part of the reason why cards like Link Cross are considered overpowered, all it does is bring out 2 token monsters that can't be used for Link materials. Even if they banned Halqui Fibrax, they still probably wouldn't be able to unban Steam the Cloak. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? Probably slapping a hard once per turn on its token summoning effect. That would go a long way to fix its problems, but I don't think even that would be enough, since just being able to bring out 1 token is more than good enough for its combo setup. So instead, probably update the restrictions on how it can be used. Like with the Destrudo suggested fix, only allowing you to do synchro summons after this card brings itself out from the graveyard, which would ruin its interaction with Link monsters completely and kind of make it usable in the way it was intended. Update. This card eventually got unbanned and is at 1 copy now, and it sees almost 0 competitive play. And the reason for that is that modern meta decks just don't really Link climb that much, so there's no reason to use this card. Especially since Hulk is banned now too. And the few decks it manages the competitive play in after its banning were actually just Blackwing decks. Next up, we have Glow Up Bulb. This card simply has the effect that if it's in your graveyard, you can send the top card of your deck to the graveyard in order to special summon it. And it also has a once per duel restriction on this effect. Glow Up Bulb and Blackwing Steam the Cloak are good indications that not even once per duel restrictions can stop a card from being overpowered. Now, Glow Up Bulb was actually first banned in March of 2012, as it was always a really strong single enabler, and they really wanted to stop people from using synchro decks when the new Xyz monsters came out. So they banned a whole bunch of really good tuner and plant support in order to kind of force people to use the new Xyz monsters. Then as new Xyz monsters came out and they became much better than their first initial release, they finally took Glow Up Bulb off the ban list in October of 2015, about 3 years later. And it really didn't do much in the meta. By this point, we had very strong Xyz monsters, and even the new pendulums coming out. So Glow Up Bulb only saw niche success, even though it had a really strong graveyard effect. Then when Link monsters came out, Glow Up Bulb did see some new success in a couple of plant-based Link decks, but not really in the TCG, more of an OCG thing where they got Halqui Fibrax early, as well as Aroma Seraphi Jasmine. So the card got banned way earlier in the OCG than in the TCG. Although this video is about TCG ban list stuff, for now anyway. Then in April of 2020, alongside Destrudo and Blackwing Steam the Cloak, Glow Up Bulb got banned in preparation for Crystron Halqui Fibrax being added to the game. As with a single Glow Up Bulb, you could start all of the combos associated to Halqui Fibrax as shown at the beginning of the video in order to easily end on a board of Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, Borreload Savage Dragon, Herald of the Arc Light, True King of All Calamities, or even a nice combo of Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon equipped with Dragon Buster Destruction Sword, which gives you the double whammy of negating your opponent's monster effects while also locking them out of special summons from the extra deck. Of course, you can't go into all of these monsters at the same time, but you could kind of go into a combination of 2 of them pretty easily, which all started with a single Glow Up Bulb in your hand, while also allowing you to add extra cards to the graveyard with its excellent mill effect. The conditions for bringing this card out of the graveyard are kind of a plus to a lot of decks that use the card. Currently, you're able to gain too much advantage from a single Glow Up Bulb, because tuners that can special summon themselves from the graveyard are incredibly strong in the current metagame. That has the Master Rule revisions in place, alongside powerful Link monsters like Crystron Halqui Fibrax, Link Cross, Union Carrier, and Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon. Can Glow Up Bulb be unbanned? If they banned Crystron Halqui Fibrax? Probably not. If they also banned Link Cross and Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon in addition to Halqui Fibrax, then maybe, yeah. I think it would still probably be strong as long as there was excellent synchro monsters to make use of its effect, but currently its interactions are broken because of Link monsters and the Master Rule revisions. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? Well, kind of like the other two suggestions, just make it so you can only synchro summon after the card uses its effect. That would limit its potential to be used with Link monsters, and of course allow it to be used in its intended way, or at the very least only be able to special summon synchro monsters from the extra deck for the rest of the turn. That way they can still be used in other combo pieces that don't involve Link monsters. Update. They did ban Link Cross, Hulk, and Auroradon, and most people at large in the competitive community still think this card would be too strong in the modern metagame. A level 1 tuner with a beneficial cost for bringing itself out of the graveyard would just be amazing with how much people use synchro monsters to end on. Next up in this video, we have Jet Synchron. This card is kind of like Glow Up Bulb, a level 1 tuner that can special summon itself from the graveyard. Only this card requires you to discard a card from your hand in order to perform the special summon. So it's not an inherent +1 like Glow Up Bulb, and instead, a hand neutral effect, since you can give up one card in your hand you control in order to bring out a card from the graveyard back to the field. And the card doesn't have a once per duel restriction on this, but the card does banish itself when it leaves the field, and does have a hard once per turn. So while you may not be able to use it more than once per turn, you can actually use the effect multiple times during the duel. Although the fact the card has a much harsher restriction on its special summon than Glow Up Bulb always just kind of made the card a worse Glow Up Bulb. That's why the card avoided the ban list when Halqui Fibrax was added to the game. After the April 2020 ban list and Halqui Fibrax was released, Jet Synchron kinda shot up as one of the most used tuners in the game, because they could just use the card in place of Glow Up Bulb for all of the excellent Crystron Halqui Fibrax combos. It even had the added benefit of having a search in the form of tuning, and some specific synchro monsters that worked exclusively with synchron monsters. So after a couple of months of dominating the spot of the most used tuner monster in the game, the card eventually got banned in September of 2020, about 5 months after Crystron Halqui Fibrax was added to the game. So can Jet Synchron be unbanned? If they banned Crystron Halqui Fibrax? Maybe. It already has better restrictions than all the other tuner monsters I've talked about so far. However, the fact that it can special summon itself from the graveyard is still kind of a problem. Currently, there is another card called Plague Spreader Zombie, which can also special summon itself from the graveyard and is a tuner monster, and kind of has the same restrictions as Jet Synchron, where it requires you to lose advantage from your hand in order to bring it out from the graveyard, and even banishes itself when it leaves the field. However, it doesn't really see play because it's not as easy to set up as Halqui Fibrax combos, since you can't use Link Karibo with it. But you can use Salamangreat Mirage to basically do the same thing, only without as much freedom as you can't then use Link Karibo later on to convert tokens into effect monsters from the graveyard. How can Jet Synchron be fixed to be unbanned? If they banned Crystron Halqui Fibrax, that might be enough. Jet Synchron isn't as much advantage as the previous 3 spots. It's just its interactions with Halqui Fibrax allowed to generate so much advantage that its little downside isn't even really a downside. In fact, some decks like the fact that it allows you to discard in order to set up the graveyards further, which is another reason why Plague Spreader Zombie isn't really used, because that card requires you to send the card back to your deck, which is strictly worse. Although outside of just banning one Link monster, which probably wouldn't solve all of its problems anyway, probably also have to hit Auroradon. If you could only special summon synchro monsters from the extra deck after you use its graveyard effect, it wouldn't be that bad. In fact, it probably wouldn't see play at all if it had that effect. Update. This card is unbanned in playable 3 copies and sees no current competitive play. Turns out without Hulk, the card is just not strong enough with its discard cost. It was briefly unbanned when Hulk was still legal and did see competitive play with it, but then immediately stopped seeing competitive play once Halqui Fibrax was banned. And finally, last off on this video, we have Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion, the final monster on the ban list because of Halqui Fibrax. Well, kind of. As you can probably figure out from the rest of the video, it's not only Halqui Fibrax that makes this card strong, it's just a big contributing factor to it. Now, Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion is definitely used with Crystron Halqui Fibrax combos, but not in the same way as the previous 4 cards. You see, this one was one of the best targets to bring out of the deck with the effect of Halqui Fibrax that allows it to special summon a level 3 or lower tuner monster from your hand or deck. Bringing out O-Lion would give you a machine type tuner monster on the field, which matched the type of Halqui Fibrax, who was also machine type, and could then allow you to go into Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon. However, even outside of that, O-Line has the effect that when it's sent to the graveyard, no matter how it's sent to the graveyard, you can special summon a Mecha Phantom Beast token to your side of the field, which is a level 3 token with no stats and is also machine type. The fact that it's a level 3 token means it's much more useful for synchro plays than the usual level 1 tokens that are normally summoned. In fact, it's such a big deal that the card was commonly used even without ever touching Auroradon. Although Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon is a huge contributing factor to Mecha Phantom Beast O-Line being banned, since it was released in the exact same set in the TCG that brought us Halqui Fibrax. And the card just comboed a little bit too well together, where even after O-Line got banned, Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon is still seeing tons of competitive success. What the card does is it's a Link 3 monster that requires 2+ machine type monsters as materials, and when it's Link summoned, you get to special summon 3 Mecha Phantom Beast tokens. And remember how I said these tokens are better than normal tokens because of their high level? Well, Auroradon facilitates all kinds of synchro plays thanks to the ridiculous advantage it gets when it comes out. And the only restriction is you can't summon more Link monsters for the rest of the turn. That almost does nothing to slow down the combos with Auroradon, as the card also has a couple of other effects where you can tribute up to 3 monsters in order to use one of its 3 effects. Generally, you use its Tribute 2 monster effect that allows you to special summon a Mecha Phantom Beast monster from your deck, namely Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion. Funny enough, most of the combos with O-Lion are done with Halqui Fibrax not even bringing it out first. The combo was as follows. First, they would use Halqui Fibrax to bring out Despot 001, which is a level 1 machine type tuner that has the effect that if 2 or more machine type monsters are special summoned at the same time, while this card is in the graveyard, you can special summon it. So they would just use Despot and Halqui Fibrax to go into Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon, which would special summon 3 tokens at once, which would proc the effect of Despot 001 in the graveyard to bring itself out. And then Auroradon would bring out O-Line from the deck, and you'd have 2 tuner monsters on the field, as well as 2 other tokens, assuming you use Auroradon as one of the tributes for its effect. And then once O-Line was used for a synchro summon, it would summon another high-level token, which could then just be used for more plays. For O-Line, it's really strong with Halqui Fibrax, but it's even better with Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon in the game at the same time. Mecha Phantom Beast O-Line was banned in September 2020 alongside Jet Synchron. Can Mecha Phantom Beast O-Line be unbanned? Currently, not at all. Even after O-Line got banned, Auroradon is still seeing tons of play alongside Halqui Fibrax. Losing one of their best targets only slowed them down a little bit, so it wouldn't really make sense bringing it back in the current format with those 2 little cards still running around in the game. How can the card be fixed to be unbanned? This one is kind of a tough one because it's not really used in the same way as the previous 4 tuner monsters. This one is almost exclusively used when it's brought out from the deck, instead of a starting combo like the other 4. Although since it can be brought out with 2 of the problem Link monsters, it makes sense that it was hit while the other problem cards like Despot 001 avoided the ban list for the time being. The card already has a hard once per turn on the token it summons, and it doesn't really do anything on its own. It's more the fact that it's just an excellent target for 2 other strong cards that kind of make it strong because it can also summon a token when it leaves the field, and just happens to be a tuner. If they wanted to fix the card, just removing the fact that it's a tuner would probably make the card completely unplayable, while not changing anything else about its effect. Although outside of just banning the other cards that take advantage of it, I can't really think of anything to fix the card in his little thought experiment, and I don't seriously suggest removing the fact that it's a tuner from the monster. More of a case to describe that some cards are just kind of broken because of other cards in the game, and there's not much you can do about the card itself to fix it, since it already has reasonable enough restrictions on it. The card did also see play before those Link cards were introduced anyway, it just wasn't broken until those 2 Link monsters were added to the game, as well as the Master Rule revisions. So I don't have a very good answer on how to fix this card for it to be unbanned, other than just calling for the ban of 2 other Link monsters, or slapping some crazy restrictions to the token summon, like not being able to special summon non-Mecha Phantom Beast monsters afterwards. Update: both Halq and Auroradon are now banned. So they unbanned O-Lion, and it currently sees 0 competitive play at 3 copies. First up, we have Performage Plushfire. Now, Performage Plushfire is a pretty good pendulum monster to start off with, as it's probably the most broken out of all of them. You see, its pendulum effect is as follows. If a Performage monster you control is destroyed, you can special summon this card from the Pendulum Zone and then take 500 points of damage. But this effect is a hard once per turn. Now, pendulum monsters that can special summon themselves from the pendulum zone are pretty good, and they generally see play if they're able to do it pretty generically, like Abyss Actor Curtain Raiser. Now, Perform Mage Plushfire isn't as generic as Abyss Actor Curtain Raiser, but a lot of Perform Mage cards are pretty good and have seen a bunch of competitive play. So, this is a pretty good first effect. Now, its monster effect is as follows. If this card on the field is destroyed, you get to special summon one Perform Mage monster from your hand or deck, except another copy of this card. Now, this effect is why the card is banned, because it's not once per turn and is incredibly easy to activate. There's this little distinction about pendulum monsters where they can place themselves on the field as a spell card in the pendulum zone, and if they're destroyed while treated as a spell card on the field, they're able to gain their monster effect floating effects, since they turn into a monster as soon as they leave the field. So, if you had a Luster Pendulum the Draco Slayer in the other scale, that card could use its effect where it destroys your other Pendulum Zone scale in order to add one card from your deck to your hand with the same name as that card. So, Luster Pendulum could destroy Perform Mage Plushfire to add another copy of it, which could allow you to special summon a card from your deck, and then set this card in your extra deck to be summoned later with the Pendulum Summon. And since Perform Mage Plushfire does not have a once per turn on its effect to special summon from the deck, which I might add is the absolute best place to summon a monster from, then you could use the other Perform Mage Plushfire to destroy it to special summon a second monster, perform a Pendulum Summon to get both of them back, destroy them both with something like Perform Mage Pendulum Sorcerer to summon 2 more cards from the deck. So, going through normal Performapal plays, starting with a single copy of Perform Mage Plushfire, you could get out 4 monsters from your deck very easily, which is completely broken. I don't know if they've just forgot to give it a once per turn, but that was such a huge oversight considering how easy it is to proc the effect, and how recyclable the card is through Pendulum Summoning mechanics. Plus, the Perform Mage and Performapal archetype is full of a lot of good cards. There's a couple of other ones on the ban list as well that I'll talk about in future videos. And remember, we have cards like A Hero Lives limited to 1 copy on the ban list because it allows you to pay half your life points to summon 1 level 4 or lower hero monster from your deck, assuming you control no other cards in the field. And A Hero Lives is really good and sees competitive play. And Perform Mage Plushfire is like a Super Saiyan version of A Hero Lives, which is why Perform Mage Plushfire was banned in an emergency ban list in April of 2016. Can Perform Mage Plushfire be unbanned? God no. This is probably one of the strongest cards on the ban list because of how abusable that effect is to just bring out so many cards from the deck. Good cards too, like Perform Mage Trick Clown, Perform Mage Damage Jungler, and Perform Mage Hat Tricker. All of these cards see competitive play in decks on their own, and Perform Mage Plushfire allows easy access to them. I wouldn't be surprised if they never unban this card without an errata, and I can't see the game getting to a point where it's no longer overpowered, even after Master Rule 4. How could they fix Perform Mage Plushfire to be unbanned? Slap a hard once per turn on its monster effect and that kind of fix it. That's pretty easy. It's broken because it's not once per turn, and if it's once per turn, it's still strong but not broken. Update. This card is still banned, but honestly, with the current power creep of the game and how much investment is required to proc Plushfire's effect, I don't think it's as broken as it once was. The card is still one of the most broken pendulum monsters ever made, but the targets it summons aren't that big of a deal anymore, and modern metadecks can put up more impressive boards for less investment. I wouldn't be surprised to see this card unbanned without an errata someday, as long as they do not release any better targets for it to summon from the deck. Next up, we have the Tyrant Neptune. This card has appeared in so many of my top 10 lists that I banned it from taking spots in future videos, just because I got tired about talking about it all the time. Now, let's go over this card's effect. It's a level 10 reptile type monster with no stats, and cannot be special summoned, and has the effect that when this card is tribute summoned, it gains the original attack and defense of the monster used for its tribute summon. You can also choose to only tribute summon this card with 1 monster to bring it out too. Then afterwards, you can target one of the monsters used in its tribute summon from the graveyard in order to change this card's name to that target's name and permanently gain that monster's effects. So basically, if you get a monster on the field, the Tyrant Neptune can allow you to copy its effects from the graveyard. Now, for the longest time in the game, this was not very good card at all, and it's actually never seen competitive play in a topping event in the TCG. There were a couple of niche uses with it, by using cards like Hardened Arm Dragon to give the Tyrant Neptune some destruction protection if you wanted to have a different really good effect on the side. But it wasn't super good and was always kind of a gimmick. Then Lyreless Independent Nightingale was released. This is a level 1 fusion monster who has the effect where it gains attack equal to its level times 500, is unaffected by other card effects, and once per turn allows you to inflict damage to your opponent equal to its level times 500. And Lyreless Independent Nightingale can be brought out with instant fusion. So, what you would do is just bring out Independent Nightingale with instant fusion, then tribute it with the Tyrant Neptune and allow it to copy its effect from the graveyard. This would change the Tyrant Neptune to be a 6,000 attack beatstick, who is immune to all other card effects like Ultimate Falcon, and can inflict 5,000 points of effect damage to your opponent once per turn. All because the Tyrant Neptune is level 10 baseline, and Lyreless Independent Nightingale is supposed to increase its level by how it's fusion summoned, as when it's fusion summoned, with its normal procedure, it's supposed to gain levels equal to the amount of Xyz materials attached to its fusion materials. So you weren't really supposed to get Lyreless Independent Nightingale to level 10. At best, you would get her up to around level 6 or 7 by expending a whole bunch of resources to the point where it'd be kind of worth the payoff. The Tyrant Neptune allows you to ignore all of those resource requirements and just go straight into it with a 2-card combo. And a Lyreless Independent Nightingale buffed Tyrant Neptune is kind of unbeatable. There are very few meta decks in the game who would even be able to out the card, let alone survive 2 turns of it being able to inflict 5,000 points of damage, if you didn't win immediately when you brought the card out, since it could attack over basically anything with 6,000 attack. Remember, Ultimate Falcon can win you the game by itself against a lot of decks, and that card is usually cheated out of the extra deck with none of its materials, so the only effect it has is being immune to card effects and having 3,500 attack. And the Tyrant Neptune would have around double the amount of attack, while also having a super good burn damage effect. And this kind of brought up a design flaw with the Tyrant Neptune, where if it's this broken because they released a card that unintentionally worked very well with it, they would have to design future cards around the notion that it might be broken with the Tyrant Neptune as well. So they eventually just banned the Tyrant Neptune rather than banning the fusion card. That way, they wouldn't have to design cards around a graveyard copy in effect. Although they didn't learn this lesson fast enough, as they did release a fusion monster who could do the same thing, and then was banned for the same reasons as the Tyrant Neptune. But I'll talk about that when I get to that card in a future video. The Tyrant Neptune was banned in March of 2017. Coincidentally, the same year that Lyreless Independent Nightingale was released. Can the Tyrant Neptune be unbanned? Not as long as Lyreless Independent Nightingale is in the game, or instant fusion. Although, with the potential to just be broken again later on in the future, it's probably safe to just leave it on the ban list forever, or change its effect to something else. How could they fix the Tyrant Neptune to be unbanned? Well, they do have a card in the game that can copy effects in the graveyard and is not banned, called the Phantom of Chaos. This is a level 4 monster who can banish a card from the graveyard in order to gain that card's effects and attacks for the turn. But it's only until the end phase, and it can't inflict any battle damage to your opponent. So if they just made the Tyrant Neptune's effect only last for 1 turn, and also lowered its level down to like 7, and also make it so it can't inflict any damage to your opponent at all during the turn, then they could probably release it from the ban list. It would be almost useless, but it would no longer be banned. Although even in this state, I'm sure there would still be a card in the future that would be really broken with the suggested fixes. And next up in this video, we have Masterpiece, the true Draco Slaying King. This is a level 8 monster who has 3 effects, and also an odd attack and defense power value. If you wish to tribute summon this card, you can also use face-up continuous spell or trap cards as tribute materials in addition to monsters. When this card is tribute summoned, it gains immunity to the types of cards that were used for its tribute summon. And once per turn, it has a quick effect where you can banish any 1 continuous spell or trap card in your graveyard to target and destroy 1 other card in the field. So basically with this card, you got to choose any 2 types of cards you wanted it to be immune to, out of monsters, spells, or traps. Generally, this was used with monsters and traps during your opponent's turn, as the True King trap cards all have floating effects, where they destroy a monster when they're sent from the field to the graveyard. So they would just tribute summon Masterpiece during their opponent's turn in order to destroy 2 cards. One with the trap card floating effect, and then the other one with Masterpiece's effect. And then of course, have their nearly immune to everything beatstick on the field, who also had protection from the field spell card. That would prevent it from being destroyed by battle once per turn. So Masterpiece was kind of hard to get rid of, and was a really good effect on the field that had the ever-important spell speed 2 destruction effect, where it could destroy your opponent's cards during their turn in order to interrupt combo plays at key moments, or to stop a bigger monster from trying to attack over it, or to just destroy something before that big monster could ever come out, or destroy a floodgate, or just pop back row. Being able to destroy any other card in the field whenever you want during both players' turns is pretty valuable, and there's a reason they stopped giving this effect to so many boss monsters after Masterpiece. And also, if you did manage to destroy the card, it was so easy to bring back that it was almost not even worth going through the effort to try to get rid of it. The true Draco archetype is able to almost infinitely recycle their cards from the graveyard and search them out, as their entire archetype kind of revolves around searching cards from the deck very easily. And the Disciples of the True Draco Phoenix could allow you to send the cards back to the deck, and they could just bring Masterpiece out of the graveyard with True King's Return. And the effect Masterpiece has was not a hard once per turn. So having multiple copies of Masterpiece out meant you could pop multiple cards during both players' turns. So it was only limited by how many continuous spell and traps you can get into the graveyard to feed their effects. Masterpiece was a pretty oppressive boss monster, as it kind of got a mark on the checklist for everything that goes into a good boss monster. It was easy to search out in its deck, it was easy to bring out, it was hard to take out by your opponent, and it could immediately impact the field as well as disrupt your opponent's plays during their turn. Masterpiece, the True Draco Slain King, was banned in May of 2018. Could Masterpiece, the True Draco Slain King, be unbanned? The answer is probably, but with like a huge asterisk. You see, the thing is, meta decks have evolved a lot since 2018 to the point where Masterpiece would just kind of fit in rather than be oppressive. If True Draco decks were able to bring up Masterpiece at all, with the metagame being all about getting a huge board of monsters that can negate your opponent from even playing the game. Masterpiece is still good, don't get me wrong, it's an excellent boss monster, but it would still probably lose to something like Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, or get destroyed by a Lightning Storm or Forbidden Droplets if it was brought out with monsters and traps like it was in the past. Although, it would do pretty well against most other boss monsters, and it could adjust by just making itself immune to monsters and spells instead of traps, and that's where the huge asterisk comes in, because I'm not 100% sure if this card would be broken in the current metagame, which is why I think it could probably come off the ban list, even though the card is so good. It really just goes to show how powerful decks are today, where a card which can be immune to 2/3 of card effects and destroy cards during both players' turns would just kind of fit in with all the other boss monsters that are running around. So how could they fix Masterpiece, the True Draco Slain King, to be unbanned? If they made the card not have the availability of being immune to monster effects, then it would probably be fine. But it's also probably fine as is as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it's lifted off the ban list in the future, so I don't really think it needs too many changes, but being immune to card effects is generally really good, so who knows, I might be completely off base on this assessment. Update. I was very wrong about this card. In the years after I made the video, there were some no ban list tournaments, and some players metagamed this card and figured out the real reason this card is banned. And that's because it's the Floodgate boss monster. It can use floodgates to bring itself out. It can use floodgates in the graveyard to remove cards from the field. And it's immune to its own floodgates due to its blanket immunity. And as it turns out, floodgates get better the faster the game gets. And the game is pretty darn fast nowadays. There is no other boss monster who dominates as hard as Masterpiece while under a miasma of floodgates. It lives and breathes in floodgates. Made even better that it doesn't need to be special summoned and it's a tribute summon monster. So you get to play even more good specific floodgates with it. Plus, its overpowered field spell that lets you search it out easily also protects it from battle one time. Which means if you want to out this boss monster through all the floodgates, immunity to card effects, and 2950 attack, you have to do it twice in one turn. Most decks can accomplish getting more than 3000 attack once, but not twice. Especially not under floodgates and disruption. This card needs to be locked in ban list prison forever, unless they ban all floodgates, or the game just gets to a state where floodgates are just not that powerful anymore. The stronger floodgates get, the stronger this card gets, and floodgates are still pretty good right now. Next up, we have Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis. This is a level 8 plant monster, which cannot be special summoned except with its own effect, or by the effect of Phoenician Seed. And during the end phase, you can special summon this card from your graveyard by banishing one other plant type monster from the graveyard. And if this card is destroyed, you get to inflict 800 points of damage to your opponent. So once Topologic Bomber Dragon was added to the game, this card's effect immediately kinda became broken overnight. Topologic Bomber Dragon allows you to destroy all cards in the main monster zones when a monster is summoned to a zone that a link monster points to, and is not once per turn. And none of Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis' effects are once per turn either. So, as long as you're able to get 10 plant-type monsters in the graveyard as well as Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis, then that's enough to use the effect 10 times during the end phase thanks to Topologic Bammer Dragon's destruction effect in order to burn your opponent for 8,000 points of damage, which is really easy with plant monsters like Lone Fire Blossom and Evil Thorn. The hardest part of the plant FTK was getting Topologic Bomber Dragon on the field in addition to getting 10 plants in the graveyard, which still proved easy enough that the plant FTK became a competitive meta deck in the OCG when Topologic Bomber Dragon was added to the game. And since the Link mechanic was the new hotness at the time, they just banned this old card, Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis, instead of the card which was allowing it to be broken in the first place. So, in the TCG, Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis was banned in May of 2018, before Topologic Bomber Dragon came out. Could Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis be unbanned? As long as Topologic Bomber Dragon is in the game, no, it cannot. If they ever banned Topologic Bomber Dragon, then maybe, since that's kind of the only reason this card is banned is because of that easy combo. How could they fix Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis to be unbanned? If they just gave any of its effects a hard once per turn, that would do it. The fact that it can special summon itself endlessly during the end phase as well as inflict 800 points of damage each time it's destroyed is why the card is currently broken. They only need to give both of these effects a hard once per turn, and then it would be okay enough to not see any play like it did before Topologic Bomber Dragon was added to the game. And lastly, we have Grinder Golem. This is another card which saw no competitive play before Link monsters were introduced, then kinda became broken overnight. You see, what Grinder Golem does is it cannot be normal summoned or set, and can only be special summoned from your hand to your opponent's side of the field by summoning 2 Grinder tokens to your side of the field in face-up attack position, each one of them being a level 1 token with no stats. And then it goes on to have the restriction where during the turn you use its effect, you cannot normal summon or set monsters. So it was super restrictive in how you could use it. You basically give your opponent a 3000 attack beat stick in exchange for 2 tokens. That also lock you out of normal summoning so you couldn't immediately use them for synchro plays or something, as synchro monsters were the only real benefit of using tokens before Link monsters came out. Then, once Link monsters did come out, the fact that Grinder Golem lacked a once per turn on its effect became immediately abusable. Specifically, thanks to Akashic Magician, Security Dragon, and Firewall Dragon. These 3 Link monsters could all be summoned with either the tokens Grinder Golem brought out, or by converting the tokens into Link monsters with Link Spider and Link Haribo. And these 3 Link monsters had effects that allowed them to bounce Grinder Golem back to your hand. So, with the first 2 tokens, you can convert them into Link monsters in order to have the materials go into Akashic Magician. And as long as you summoned Grinder Golem to the zone that Akashic Magician would eventually point to, you could just return it back to your hand. Then bring out Grinder Golem for a second time in order to use its 2 new tokens for Security Dragon, which would allow you to return Grinder Golem to your hand for a second time. Then you could bring out Grinder Golem for a third time in order to use its brand new tokens to go into Firewall Dragon, to bounce Grinder Golem for a third time. Then you would have a Link 4 and Link 2 monster on the field while having Grinder Golem in your hand, essentially being a +2 in card advantage, or a +6 if you're counting the individual Link ratings of the monsters, as you could still bring out Grinder Golem for a 4th time. And all you had to do was give up your normal summon for all of this advantage, which was generally worth it in a whole bunch of decks. Grinder Golem immediately became a staple card in pretty much every deck once Link monsters came out, despite the fact that it only ever saw play in gimmick decks before this. It was really good, but Konami thought it was balanced enough by the restriction of no normal summons for the turn. So in their initial bid to restrict the card, they only limited it to 1 copy. And what do you know? Everybody played 1 copy of Grinder Golem in the deck because it was so good. And it could basically win you the game with the amount of advantage that 1 card would get you. So they eventually just banned the card in January of 2019. Could Grinder Golem be unbanned? After the Master Rule 4 revisions? No, it's even better now than it was back then. Even after Firewall Dragon was banned, it's still good if you're only able to bounce it twice with the Akashic Magician and Security Dragon. And there's probably other better cards that have been released since then that I'm just not remembering, which could make better use of it. How could Grinder Golem be fixed to be unbanned? If they gave it a hard once per turn, that would probably do it. This is another one that's kind of broken by its lack of a once per turn, as it already kind of has a lot of restrictions to it. It would still probably be good at a hard once per turn, just not infinitely abusable like it is now. Dandelion is a level 3 plant monster, which simply has the effect that if it's sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 2 fluff tokens in defense position. The tokens have 0 attack and defense and are level 1, and have the effect where they cannot be tributed for a tribute summon during the turn that they are special summoned. And Dandelion activates its floating effect no matter how it's sent to the graveyard, and it's not once per turn. So Dandelion has actually had a history of constantly seeing competitive play, because being able to special summon 2 tokens as easily as Dandelion can has just always been somewhat useful. Back in the day with Debris Dragon, they would commonly combo Debris Dragon with Dandelion in order to go into Black Rose Dragon and destroy the field, where after Black Rose Dragon blew up the field, you would get to special summon 2 tokens with Dandelion's effect, essentially allowing you to destroy all of your opponent's cards while ending on 2 tokens, so you weren't completely vulnerable to your opponent's monster's attacks, or to just use those tokens to go into more synchro summons. Then in 2017, with the release of Link Monsters, Dandelion became a little bit more of a problem. Thanks to Link Monsters, Dandelion was no longer just a monster, but rather 3 monsters as far as Link Monsters were concerned. Getting a Dandelion on the field was equivalent to getting 3 bodies for Link climbing, and it became incredibly apparent how broken this was when Aroma Seraphi Jasmine was released in the OCG. This is a Link 2 monster which requires 2 plant monsters as materials, and has the effect where you contribute 1 monster this card points to in order to special summon any 1 plant monster from your deck. So going into Jasmine could allow you to get Dandelion straight out of the deck, and then that Dandelion was basically a +2 in card advantage all by itself, with how you were able to use it with other Link monsters. And it had an incredibly good FTK deck that it definitely helped become hyper consistent. Basically, plant FTK would try to get Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis in the graveyard, along with 10 other plant type monsters, and Topologic Bomber Dragon on the field. Topologic Bomber Dragon would constantly destroy Amaryllis when it special summoned itself from the graveyard during the end phase, which would allow you to inflict 800 points of damage to your opponent, and then bring it back and do it again as long as you had other plants to banish. Repeat 10 times and you win, since none of these effects were once per turn. And the strategy of just getting 10 plants in the grave along with Topologic Bomber Dragon on the field was pretty easy with the 3 bodies that Dandelion provided. So, in the very next ban list in the TCG, they preemptively threw Dandelion on the ban list so that it could never be abused, even though Aroma Seraphi Jasmine wasn't actually released in the TCG until 2 years later, probably because how afraid they were of Plant FTK, even though they banned all the cards that allowed it to happen. Although even without Plant FTK, Aroma Seraphi Jasmine still allowed easy access to a +2 from the deck, which would definitely have been used and abused if Dandelion was still in the game. So it was banned in February of 2018, in the very next ban list cycle after Jasmine was released in the OCG, despite the fact it wasn't released in the TCG until 2 years later. Could Dandelion be unbanned? The answer to this question is a maybe? The card is basically 3 monsters as far as Link monsters are concerned, but it's not able to special summon itself like some of the other monsters that are broken with Link monsters, like Blackwing Gofu the Vague Shadow or Grinder Golem for example. You do have to expend resources to get Dandelion in the field, and then it's able to start doing stuff as long as you're able to use other resources to reuse its effect. Aroma Seraphi Jasmine allows you to do this pretty easily, which is probably why it will stay banned, because it's too easy to access this really good card thanks to this 1 Link monster. But itself, it's not as good as cards like Gofu, but it's still really strong nonetheless, as its normal summon can provide you with enough materials for 3 Links worth of monsters. Or if you're able to cheat the card in the field, then you have access to 3 Links worth of materials. How can Dandelion be fixed to be unbanned? The simple answer to this question is to give it a hard once per turn, but it was mostly only used once per turn anyway, and is still a 3-for-1 type deal. The only thing going for Dandelion in its favor of not being completely broken is the fact that it's not a tuner monster like Gofu or Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion, 2 other token generated cards that are also banned, mainly because they're tuners and have synergies with Crystron Halki Fibrax. But it is still 2 tokens when it goes to the grave, which can be used to start all kinds of combo plays. 2 tokens on the field can turn into 2 Link Karibos, which can be converted into Predaplant Verde Anaconda, and give you access to Red Eyes Dark Dragoon or Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer. So if you were to fix this card and make it future-proof, you would have to do something about the tokens it summons. One of the easiest things you can do is just make it so they can't be used as Link materials. This would still allow it to be used with synchro summons, but it wouldn't be as versatile as it is currently, or just an unlimited non-once per turn +2 on its removal. The tokens that are summoned already have restrictions on them, where they can't be used as tribute summon material for that turn. They could just go ahead and add link summons to that as well, and that would kind of make the card good to go, because it could probably come off the ban list and just be really strong but not overpowered, similar to the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche. The fact that the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche and Sky Striker Mobilize Engage are unbanned shows that Konami is not afraid of very powerful cards existing in the game. Next up we have Yatagarasu. This is a spirit monster that has the effect where if this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, they skip their next draw phase. It only has 200 attack, has all the downsides of spirit monsters where it can't be special summoned, and returns to your hand on the turn that's normal summoned or flip face up. So, the card is kind of bad to an extent, because it is very cumbersome to actually be used to any kind of advantage, and simply skipping your opponent's draw phase is basically just a -1 to your opponent in card advantage, and there's lots of stronger cards in the game that can accomplish something similar. In fact, there's even a couple of trap cards that allow you to get rid of the card your opponent draws, like Drop Off and Drastic Drop Off. However, Yatagarasu is one of the longest banned cards in the game, being one of the first ever cards banned alongside other cards like Delinquent Duo, Graceful Charity, and of course Chaos Emperor Dragon and Void of the End, plus a few others which have since come off the ban list. And when you compare Yatagarasu to something like Graceful Charity or Delinquent Duo, it doesn't really measure up in powerfulness. Because if Delinquent Duo or Graceful Charity was released from the ban list tomorrow, they would instantly see play in all kinds of competitive decks, but not Yatagarasu. In fact, it would probably not see any competitive play if it was released from the ban list. But its effect is degenerate enough where it comfortably stays on the ban list and they probably won't ever take it off without some kind of errata, as shown by the new card they released called Yaoi, which has the effect that when it's summoned you get to skip your opponent's next draw phase. However, it locks you out of special summoning other monsters for the rest of the turn, and its effect is a once per duel, which is one of the harshest conditions placed on any effects. And Yaoi is such a new card that it's not even released in the TCG yet. So, why exactly is skipping your opponent's draw phase so powerful that they had to restrict a new card with the effect so much? Well, the effect itself is actually not that powerful on its own. It's more the situations in which the effect can be a complete game winner, without actually being a game-winning effect like Exodia. Just ask yourself, what happens when your opponent plays Yatagarasu? It means if you don't have an answer to it right now, this very second, with the cards in your hand, graveyard, or banished zone, then that's it, it's game over. Your opponent needs an answer to the effect immediately with whatever they have at their disposal whenever Yatagarasu hits the field, otherwise they cannot ever have an answer to it. If you put up an unbeatable board of a whole bunch of big boss negate monsters, it is possible to draw into a Dark Ruler no more in order to completely turn off their effects for a turn. It's not a completely unwinnable game state, but it is a very powerful one. If Yatagarasu attacks for 200 points of damage and you don't have a way to stop it already, then you'll never get an answer to it, and have no choice but to just give up. That's why a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh games are programmed where if you perform a successful Yato lock on your opponent, they'll instantly give up, whereas normally the AI never surrenders. The card itself won't win you the game single-handedly, it's just a very good card at removing your opponent's ability to come back in any way, shape, or form. And since it's a pseudo-instant win condition, your opponent really has no choice but to just surrender. Otherwise, waste time as you slowly pack away at your opponent's life points in 200 increments. It's like the slowest instant win condition there is, since you don't win in one turn and over the course of a whole bunch of turns in which your opponent can't possibly do anything to change the game state. Yatagarasu was banned in August of 2004. On one of the very first ban lists they actually put cards to 0 copies. Because before the August 2004 ban list, they only ever limited cards to 1. Could Yatagarasu be unbanned? The answer to this question is probably yes, and nobody would ever play it. The original Yato lock, which allowed you to create a game state where your opponent had no cards on their field or hand, and you could attack and win with Yatagarasu, is no longer possible because all the other cards in that combo have been errata. Although just because the original combo was no longer usable, doesn't mean someone can't come up with a new creative way to use it, to basically accomplish the same thing. The effect itself is incredibly powerful, as a way to just assure that you win if you're able to attack with it a single time, and your opponent doesn't have a way to come back with whatever they have in their possession. Especially since its spirit condition kinda protects the card a little bit. As it returns to your hand, you're in the end phase so that you can normal summon it and do it again on your next turn. Although, generally, Win more cards don't see too much competitive play, and Yugioh requires the rest of your deck to be super good and just have Yugioh be the closer, as it is probably one of the ultimate closing card effects. So, I can't give a definite answer to whether this card can be unbanned or not, because the card itself is not very good, but the effect is super powerful as a closer. So, there could be some combos in some decks that allow you to use it very easily, that I can't just think about at the moment, where it would immediately just be broken all over again. Or, it would be completely ignored, and no one would use it. Kind of like what happened when they removed Tribe Infecting Virus from the ban list without an errata. How could they fix Yugioh to make it unbanned? If they limited its effect to once per duel, that would probably fix it immediately. It would still be powerful enough in skipping your opponent's next draw phase, so if they couldn't possibly respond to your current board in one turn, but at least it wouldn't be a pseudo-win condition. And if its effect was once per duel, it would just be a slightly stronger Yaoi, since it doesn't restrict you from other special summons for the rest of the turn. Or maybe it would just be a slightly weaker one, who knows? Just given a hard limit on how many times you can gain this super powerful effect would probably be enough to fix it. Update. This card was unbanned and sees 0 competitive play. It's even at 3 copies right now. Win more cards are just not good in modern Yu-Gi-Oh at the moment, and no one plays them anymore. Next up we have Level Eater. This is a level 1 monster that has a graveyard effect where, if you control a level 5 or higher monster, you can reduce that monster's level by 1 permanently, and then special summon this card from the graveyard. And while this card is on the field, it cannot be tributed except for a tribute summon. What's interesting to note about this card is that its effect is not once per turn. And when they designed the card, they immediately knew it could be busted if comboed with something like Cannon Soldier, which is why it has that built-in limitation where it can't be tributed for those kinds of effects. But it could be used for pretty much anything else that required an effect monster on the field with a level. So, it's all kinds of play in the past with synchro decks, as most synchro monsters are a high level monsters, and getting extra bodies on the field for synchro plays is only a benefit to a lot of those decks. Like if you combined Level Eater with Labradorite Dragon, which is a level 6 tuner dragon monster, you can reduce its level by 1 in order to bring out Level Eater, and then you can go into any level 6 synchro monster you want. So as long as you have ways to recycle Labradorite Dragon, then you can always just bring out Level Eater later as well, to go into another synchro monster. Or you just always get 2 materials on the field for just 1 Labradorite Dragon. And even though Level Eater did see competitive play, it was surprisingly not broken. Even though this card could special summon itself from the graveyard as many times as you wanted with its own effect. There just wasn't really a way to take advantage of that because the tribute clause actually did a good job preventing it in being used in loops. Then in 2018, less than a year after Link Monsters had been out, Konami announced a new card called Link Karibo. So in preparation for Link Karibo coming to the game, they preemptively banned Level Eater, because they would be way too broken in the game at the same time. On screen, I'll be showing a very generic example of the kind of advantage you can gain with just Link Karibo enabling Link plays. Link Karibo is a Link 1 monster that just requires a level 1 monster as its full material. The effects of the card are kind of irrelevant, as what it does is allow you to convert Level Eater into a monster on the field. And a lot of Link monsters require 2 or more effect monsters in the field in order to come out. So being able to use Link Karibo alongside its own body, by just coming out again, allows you to Link climb like crazy. So if you just have a high level monster in the field, you could continuously lower the level of that monster to bring out Level Eater, and then just use it with Link Karibo to go into all kinds of plays. And without the once per turn, a single Level Eater with a high level monster in the field could turn to a potential +5 in Link materials real fast. Even without Link Karibo, it's possible to just have Level Eater extend with an already pre-established field of a whole bunch of high level monsters, thanks to the power of Link monsters. Link Karibo was just kind of a cheat way for using it without a pre-established board already, and Link monsters love effect monsters as materials more than anything. Level Eater was just way too good for all kinds of decks, which is why it was banned in February 2018 alongside Dandelion in preparation for new Link monsters coming out. That would be incredibly broken if they existed in the game at the same time. Could Level Eater be unbanned? The answer to this question is probably no. Link monsters allow you to gain too much advantage from Level Eater, and there are just way too many Link monsters out nowadays where it would probably be broken with some other Link monster that I don't even know about, even if they also banned Link Karibo in the process. It's just one of those few cards which was not intended to be usable with how Links work, and would most likely need a rod in order to come off the ban list. Link monsters are just too strong of an extra deck summoning mechanic, as there are only a handful of cards in the ban list specifically there because they're just broken with how Link monsters work. and Level Eater is kind of one of the poster boys for that, alongside Grinder Golem, Go for the Big Shadow, and of course Dandelion. How could they fix Level Eater to be unbanned? If they gave the card a hard once per turn, that would probably do it. All of the current problems with the card are specifically how easy it is to reuse the effect multiple times per turn with link monsters. So if you can only use the effect one time, it might still see competitive play but not be ban worthy. Which should probably say something about how good the card is if I still think it will see competitive play even if it was limited to just once per turn. Next up we have Magical Scientist. This is a level 1 monster which has the effect, where you can pay 1000 life points to special summon a level 6 or lower fusion monster from your extra deck. However, that monster cannot attack your opponent's life points directly and has to return to the extra deck near the end of the turn. And interesting to note about this card's effect is that it's not once per turn. So you can use the effect 7 times in your first turn before you run out of your starting life points in order to resolve the effect. So as long as you just set up your extra deck for this, Magical Scientist is basically a free +7 in card advantage, which I don't think I need to explain how powerful that is in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Or even just casual Yu-Gi-Oh! There's this trend with a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTubers, where they play sealed formats and only use cards from earlier days of the game. And pretty much all of these closed formats where you're not allowed to use every single card in the game, and only what you get lucky in being able to draw, Magical Scientist has kind of been a problem in every single one of those formats. Even with an incredibly restrictive card pool of not even being able to use link monsters sometimes. Magical Scientist was broken before they had other extra deck monsters besides fusions, and is obviously way more broken once you include the other types of extra deck monsters that can actually use the fusions for more permanence on the field. On screen, I've been showing the Magical Scientist in a sealed format I played with another Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTuber, where I managed to pull out a single copy of Magical Scientist and a whole bunch of random extra deck monsters, and I was able to create combos with those plays to create pretty oppressive boards in that closed format. And I got to the point where every time I drew Magical Scientist, I basically just won that duel. And that's also kind of how it was used in early Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. In addition, there was also a combo with Catapult Turtle and Magical Scientist, which was kind of one of the first FTKs in the game, where the pre-erotic Catapult Turtle could allow you to tribute a monster in order to inflict damage to your opponent's life points, equal to half of that monster's attack, and was not once per turn. So as long as you just brought out enough high attack level 6 fusion monsters with Magical Scientists, you could distribute them all in order to inflict enough damage to your opponent to win on your first turn. Magical Scientist was banned in April of 2005, about 1 year after they finally started banning cards, and only because there were just other more broken cards in the game where it was kind of overlooked for a bit. Could Magical Scientists be unbanned? The answer to this question is a hard no. The card is way too strong in the modern game, and I can't imagine it being unbanned without an errata. It's just one of those singular powerful cards that is way too easy to take advantage of in all kinds of formats, especially the modern format. How could they fix Magical Scientists to be unbanned? If they gave a card a hard once per turn, that would probably fix it. This gets me wondering how many cards exist in the ban list that can be fixed with just a simple once per turn, because Magical Scientist is definitely one of those. It's basically a worst instant fusion if it's a hard once per turn, because it would require you to get a monster on the field before being able to special summon that level 6 or lower fusion monster with its effect. And finally, we have Substitoad. Substitoad is a level 1 water monster, which provides battle immunity to all your other frog monsters on the field, and has the ability to tribute one monster to special summon any frog monster from your deck. So you could tribute Substitoad himself in order to special summon something like Death Frog from your deck, which is a level 5 frog monster with 1900 attack. Or you could even tribute it to go into something like Swap Frog in order to set up all your other frog plays. Or you could just tribute one of your other frogs in order to get every single frog in your deck at the graveyard, because its effect is not once per turn. And that's kind of why the card is banned. It can allow you to get 20 frogs in the grave. You see, there's this other card in the game called Ronin Totem, which, surprise surprise, is another frog monster that doesn't have a once per turn on its effect, where if it's in the graveyard, you can banish another frog monster from your graveyard in order to special summon this card. Then if you use something like Cannon Soldier, or back when Substitoad was still around, the continuous spell card Mass Driver, you could just tribute Ronin Totem in order to inflict damage to your opponent. And again, since his effect is not once per turn, and Substitoad could allow you to get 20 frogs in your grave, you could just simply use the effect 20 times in order to have it tributed 20 times off of Mass Driver in order to inflict 8,000 life points of damage to your opponent on your first turn. And Swap Frog allows you to set all these plays up by itself, as it could special summon itself from your hand, get Ronin Totem in the graveyard, and provide a body for a normal summoned Substitoad to start its combo of getting all the frogs in the graveyard. It's probably one of the most consistent FTKs in the game that has seen competitive success, as it even won the World Tournament in 2010. There have been other consistent FTKs in the game too, but most of those were banned before they could make it all the way to Worlds. And of all the non-once-per-turn cards that were involved in the combo, only 2 of them were banned, Substitute and Mass Driver. And both of those cards remain on the ban list to this day. Substitute was banned in September of 2010, shortly after winning the 2010 World Championship. Could Substitute be unbanned? The answer to this question is another pretty hard no. Frog decks have continued to see competitive play even after Substitute was banned, mainly because they were given an overpowered boss monster called Totally Awesome. And Substitute would allow you to fuel bringing out a whole bunch of Totally Awesomes to negate everything your opponent might try to do. Frog decks are kind of limited in how they aren't able to get a million frogs in the graveyard in one turn, so their potential of Ronin Totem plays are inherently limited by how much they can mill with what Swap Frog is able to do alone, and Substitute would just add to that exponentially. Plus, there's the fact that they could use Cannon Soldier instead of Mass Driver to perform the same FTK they used back in 2010. And Substitute is one of the few banned monsters that received a weaker retrain in the form of Trade Toad, which has the same stat line as Substitute and even a similar artwork, but just has a much weaker effect than Substitute, where once per turn you contribute an Aqua-type monster in order to special summon a frog monster from your graveyard. So, absolutely no looping potential at all with Trade Toad, and it doesn't see any play in modern frog decks, whereas Substitute might. How could they fix Substitute to be unbanned? If they gave it a hard once per turn on its effect, that would probably do it. It might even see competitive play if it was just once per turn, because of how powerful the frog boss monster is. But it also might not. The reason I gave this card a definite no on its unbanned status is because of its ability to put a million frogs in the grave. If it's only able to special summon 1 frog from the deck, I don't think it would actually be strong enough to see play in frog decks, even if it would still have a technically good effect. So just a simple once per turn would probably fix the card, same as Magical Scientist and Level Eater. Update. They actually unbanned this card in the TCG to 1 copy. However, they did this at the same time as banning Ronin Totem. Turns out, without Ronin Totem existing to use the frogs in the graveyard to summon a bunch, Substitute doesn't really do anything by itself, as it currently doesn't see any competitive play after it was limited to 1 copy. But Swap Frog still does, funnily enough, even without Ronin Totem to send to the graveyard anymore. Then we have Ronin Totem, going from unlimited to ban. This is a level 2 water aqua monster, which cannot be treated as a synchro material and whose name becomes Des Frog while on the field. Its actually relevant effect, though, is that it can banish another frog monster from your graveyard to special summon itself, and this is not a once per turn. Ronin Totem was banned because it provided a really easy way for decks to go into Totally Awesome, which is a rank 2 Xyz which can negate and steal an opponent's card, with a floating effect that puts back any water monster from the graveyard back to your hand, but needs to be made with aqua monsters as its materials. Totally has been an incredibly powerful card, which was only somewhat balanced due to how it was kind of awkward to bring out most of the time. Many decks like Paleos, Prank Kids, and really anything that could make Bahamut Shark had played Toad in the past, but it finally became a huge issue with the new Sprite cards. Sprite Gigantic is a generic rank 2 which can summon out any level 2 monster from your deck, and Sprite Elf is a link 2 which can revive any level 2 as a quick effect from your graveyard, or even a rank or link 2 if your opponent controls a monster. The way this was usually used is that Gigantic would bring out Swap Frog from the deck, which sends Ronin Toad into the graveyard. Then Gigantic and Swap get linked off into Elf to bring back Swap Frog, and then its non-once per turn effect to send another frog to the graveyard to give you fodder to bring back Ronin Toad. Then Ronin Toad and Swap Frog on the field, you can go into Totally Awesome. During your opponent's turn, you could use Totally to negate and steal twice, because Elf could bring it back as long as your opponent puts a body on the field, all while Totally's graveyard effect gives you follow-up for the next turn. This engine was one of the main reasons why Sprite was so successful, but Terror Element decks also sometimes played a frog engine because of Terror Element's early. They're archetypal level 2, which it allows for easy access to Elf and even Totally Awesome itself because it's also an aqua monster. This hit drastically lowers the ceiling of Sprite, one of the current tier 1 strategies, since most variants relied on how well Sprite Elf went with Totally Awesome to stop your opponent from playing. First up, let's go over Performer Pal Monkey Board. This is a pendulum monster with a scale of 1, and the only thing that really matters about this card is its pendulum effect, which allows you to add a level 4 or lower pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect during the turn that it's activated, and it's also a hard once per turn. In addition, this card's scale becomes 4 if you do not have a Performer Pal monster in your other pendulum zone. Now, what's really important about this card is that it basically allows you to set up your scales with a single card and doesn't archetype lock you for doing so. You see, one of the things that kind of balances pendulum monsters to an extent, as they can allow you to basically special summon every card from your hand and some from your extra deck if you have the zones available, is that you need to have 2 cards on the field that have opposite scales. So if you start off with 5 cards in your opening hand, the most you can summon from your hand is 3 monsters if you need to use 2 of the monsters from your hands that have opposite scales. And the important thing is that opposite scales part, because pendulum monsters all have predetermined scales on their card. So there's a chance you could just draw a whole bunch of scale 1 pendulum monsters and not be able to use any of them to actually pendulum summon the others. So cards which are able to change their scales to a different number are very valuable, like the Yosenju pendulum monsters for example. And cards that allow you to search out other pendulum monsters unconditionally are also pretty powerful because it allows you to search out the opposite scale to a scale that you might already have in your hand or already set up on the field. Which is part of the reason why Heavy Metal Foe's Electromite is banned, because it allows pretty much any pendulum deck the ability to search out any pendulum monster they want, so that you can much more readily set up your scales. And there's even a card called Pendulum Call, which requires you to discard 1 card in order to activate it, but you're able to add any 2 Pendulum Magician monsters from your deck to your hand with different names, which allows you to set your opposite scales with 1 card from your hand, and a discard. And Pendulum Call was so good, it was actually limited on the ban list for a while. So you might be seeing a pattern here with all of these really good Pendulum support cards. Being able to set up scales is a balancing factor of Pendulum monsters. So, Performapal Monkey Board by itself allows you to set up both of your scales without bothering with any of those other support cards. If you have a starting hand of 5 cards and one of them is Performapal Monkey Board, then you can special summon those other 4 cards by just searching out an appropriate opposite scale when you activate Monkey Board, since there are a ton of Pendulum Performapal monsters. Performapal 5 Rainbow Magician has an opposite scale of 12, although only allows you to pendulum summon monsters from the extra deck. Performapal Odd Eyes Unicorn has an opposite scale of 8, which allows you to special summon monsters between the levels of 2 and 7, which is a majority of the monsters in the game. Or if you're just playing a whole bunch of level 4 monsters, which is even more common, you have the option of Performapal Lizard Draw, which has an opposite scale of 6, and has the effect where it can destroy itself in order to draw 1 card, just as long as you have another Performapal monster in the other pendulum zone. So Monkey Board could search out Lizard Draw. Lizard Draw could be used with Monkey Board in order to pendulum summon your monsters. Then afterwards, Lizard Draw could destroy itself to allow you to draw 1 card. Alternatively, Performapal Guitardo could be used to the same effect. So Performapal Monkey Board could be used in order to search out a pendulum scale in any deck, which is another distinction that matters because there are other pendulum cards which can set up their own scales as well. If we take a look at Cleafort Scout or Abyss Actor Mellow Madonna, these are 2 pendulum monsters that are able to search out an opposite scale from their own archetype. However, they both have a restriction where you can only special summon monsters from their archetype, whereas Monkey Board has no such restriction, and has a ton of search targets that also have no such restrictions. So, they can be played with pretty much any deck, and was especially useful in decks that made use of Performapal monsters, and even had some other support cards which allow you to plus even further, which I might stress were not necessary to make Performapal Monkey Board strong. Monkey Board exists as kind of a lone pendulum monster who allows you to set up both of its scales by itself while also being one of the scales and not restricting your special summoning to its archetype. And as a bonus, without having to have any kind of special summon condition or a card on the field, it doesn't even have a cost, whereas Madonna and Scout both require you to at least pay life points to activate their searches. The fact that a lot of the cards Monkey Board can search out can also search out other cards or even gain more advantage was just kind of icing on the cake. Without the availability of going into Lizard Draw, Guitardle, Skulkerbat Joker, Winds of My Magician, or Sorcerer, it would still be good if all those other 5 cards didn't exist in the game. The fact that it can search out 5 other cards that allow you to gain more advantage is kind of the reason why this card has stayed banned for so long. Performapal Monkey Board came out in 2016, was limited on the ban list very shortly after it came out, then banned in August of 2016, where it has stayed banned to this day. The fact that there was a deck that had both Monkey Board and Performage Plush Fire in it at the same time, both of which were legal at 3 copies, is kind of insane, as these are 2 of the strongest pendulum monsters ever made. And I'd argue Performage Plush Fire is just one of the strongest cards ever made, and it's no wonder that Performage Performapals were a tier 0 deck. Could Performapal Monkey Board be unbanned? With the changes of Master Rule 4, where you can no longer summon pendulum monsters from the extra deck to a zone, unless it's the extra monster zone or a zone a linked monster is pointing to, they are definitely heavily limited compared to how they were pre-Master Rule 4, and after the Master Rule 4 revisions, they kept their restrictions, while the Synchros, XCs, and Fusion monsters had their restrictions lifted. So with a more stringent summoning restriction on pendulum monsters, Monkey Board is still too strong because it allows you to set up your own scales generically. It doesn't even matter that pendulums are still limited, because Monkey Board is still as strong on turn 1 as it was back in the day. It's just no longer strong in the grind game. Nothing about the restrictions really stop Monkey Board from being powerful, other than lowering the power level of pendulums on a whole. So it will probably stay banned unless Konami starts printing out a whole bunch of other cards that are able to sub their own scales as well, without locking you out of summoning other types of monsters, where Monkey Board might just fit in with this new overpowered meta. How could Performapal Monkey Board be fixed to be unbanned? If they gave Monkey Board a restriction where you could only special summon Performapal monsters for the rest of the turn after you activate its effect, that might be enough to fix the card. It would still be powerful support within the Performapal archetype, but you wouldn't be able to play a whole bunch of other Pendulum monsters, and only the Performapals. Now, there are a ton of Performapal monsters in the game, so even this might not be enough to fix it, because there's probably some broken combo I'm not even thinking of, but the main reason this card is banned is because of its generic availability of setting up its own scales, and not locking you into its archetype while doing so. Update. This card got unbanned. It is now limited to 1 copy in the TCG, but still banned in the OCG. And it does see play in Draco Slayers, which is currently the only real competitive Pendulum deck. But, funny enough, it's not to set scales. It's to be a 1-card level 8 Synchro Summon because it can search out Performapal Odd Eye Synchron. Synchron can summon Monkey Board from your Pendulum Zone after it's been searched and immediately go into a level 8 Synchro of your choice. Usually Ignis or Prominence, the blasting Draco Slayer to further Pendulum combos. Next up, we have another Pendulum monster. This time we have Lunalight Tiger. Just like with Monkey Board, the reason Tiger is banned is because of its Pendulum effect, where while this card is on the field and treated as a spell card, it has the effect where once per turn you can special summon any Lunalight monster from your graveyard, but its effects are negated and it can't attack and it's destroyed during the end phase. Which doesn't matter because you can just use that monster as a material, and a lot of Lunalight monsters have effects that activate when they're sent to the graveyard anyway. And what's really important about Lunalight Tiger is the fact that its effect is only a soft once per turn, and within its own archetype it has a card called Lunalight Yellow Marten, which can special summon itself from your hand or graveyard by returning a Lunalight card you control from the field to your hand. But the card then banishes itself when it leaves the field. So, you could use Lunalight Tiger to special summon a monster from the graveyard, which by itself is already a +1 in card advantage. Then return it to your hand with Yellow Marten in order to fulfill its cost of special summoning itself, where you can then just activate Lunalight Tiger again, and immediately use its effect for another +1 in card advantage. And what do you know, since the effect is only a soft once per turn, if you're also playing a card like maybe Blackwing Zephyros the Elite, and then just activate that card for another +1 in card advantage for another special summon. Since the good effect of this card is on its Pendulum effect, and you can activate spell cards as many times as you want per turn, which includes just activating a Pendulum monster into one of your Pendulum zones, the more you can return this card to your hand, the more you gain the +1 in card advantage. And the fact that its archetype has a card that allows you to reuse the effect, this is just asking for all kinds of abuse. There are actually a lot of archetype specific cards that allow you to special summon monsters from the graveyard, like Dark Lord Contract for example, but some of those cards have hard once per turns on them, and most of them are spell cards that go to the graveyard immediately after you use them, so they don't require hard once per turns, because it's infinitely harder to reuse a spell card which does not stay on the field. And Lunalight Tiger gives you all of the advantages of those archetype-specific Monster Reborn cards while being usable every turn and even loopable on the same turn. There is other continuous spell cards that allow you to special summon monsters from the graveyard just like Lunalight Tiger, as you can see with Predaponics for example. This is a continuous spell card which allows you to special summon a level 4 lore Predaplant monster from your hand or graveyard, but its effects are negated. It only has a soft once per turn and has a maintenance cost and is currently unlimited in the game without any problems. The difference between Lunalight Tiger and Predaponics is 1, Lunalights are a better archetype than pure Predaplants, and 2, if Lunalight Tiger is destroyed before it's able to use its Pendulum effect, it activates its monster effect, where if it's on the field and destroyed by battle or card effect, you get to special summon a Lunalight monster from your graveyard, but without any restrictions on that monster. So you can stop a Predaponics with a Mystical Space Typhoon if you chain it to the activation of the use of the card. But if you try to do the same thing to Lunalight Tiger, it then activates its monster floating effect where it will still special summon a monster anyway. So it has a loopable effect and a floating effect and could use both of them on the same turn, and you could even proc both of them yourself. But funny enough, its floating effect is a hard once per turn, unlike its more abusable Pendulum effect, which is kinda backwards. Lunalight Tiger was banned in April of 2020. Could Lunalight Tiger be unbanned? The answer to this question is maybe. Despite how good the card is, the effect is tied specifically to an archetype and it's not a generic advantage like Monkey Board for example. Lunalight Tiger will only ever benefit Lunalight decks, so its power level is entirely dependent on how strong those Lunalight decks are. So if Lunalight ever got power crept into uselessness, then Lunalight Tiger could definitely come off the ban list and might not even make the deck good enough to compete with whatever is currently running around in the meta. Cards can kind of be stronger than normal when they're restricted to an archetype. And in fact, there are a lot of very strong cards in the game currently that probably should be banned, but are not because they're only really good within a specific archetype, like Sky Striker Mobilize Engage or the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche. Both of these cards allow you to gain way more advantage than a normal card really should be able to, and both of them were even banned at one point, but they eventually came off the ban list and weren't too big of a problem, because that advantage is tied to a specific archetype. How could they fix Lunalight Tiger to be unbanned? If they simply gave its pendulum effect a hard once per turn rather than a soft once per turn, that would do it. Update. This card got unbanned, it is now limited to 1 copy in the TCG, and it's unlimited in the OCG. And it actually saw some really good success in Danger Teal'rant builds, taking some really high top spots in competitive events before Tier got hit hard by the ban list. Next up we have Jin, Releaser of Rituals. This is a level 3 Dark Fiend monster, so it can be searched out of the deck with Tour Guide from the Underworld, and has the effect that, if you ritual summon a monster, you can banish this card from your graveyard as one of the materials. Additionally, if this card is used as materials for the ritual summon of a monster, your opponent cannot special summon monsters while you control that ritual summon monster face up. So it basically grants a lingering effect to any ritual monster that is equivalent to Vanity's Ruler, which is a very strong Floodgate monster that has seen a lot of competitive play in the past precisely because of its effect to disallow your opponent from special summoning monsters. Even though the card itself has a restriction where it can't be special summoned at all, and you have to waste 2 tributes in order to bring this card out normally. There's also a trap card called Vanity's Emptiness, which has the continuous effect where neither player can special summon any monsters, but it's also incredibly fragile, and the fact that if any card is sent from your field or deck to the graveyard, it will destroy itself immediately. Shutting down your opponent's special summons is a very powerful effect, one of the best floodgates you can have, where even something that has a whole bunch of built-in restrictions to that floodgate effect and affects both players is considered too strong to be in the game. However, Jin, Releaser Rituals was fine for a really long time, as this card came out in 2009, and it wasn't banned until 2015. And the reason the super powerful floodgate was allowed to exist in the game for 6 years uninterrupted is because it only applied its effect to ritual monsters, and ritual monsters are kinda garbage. Rituals have to be one of the most failed type of monsters they've ever added to the game, and is so inherently clunky and unplayable that they could kinda print any kind of support they wanted for ritual monsters and it wouldn't matter, because they just weren't very good. But then, in 2015, the Necroz archetype was released. This is an archetype of ritual monsters that finally solved the problem of how to make ritual archetypes not useless. And the way they solved the problem was by giving all of the ritual monsters hand effects, in addition to just basing their effects on the field on really strong synchro monsters of the past. And in fact, Necroz were such a successful ritual deck that they even managed to attain tier 0 status for like 1 event, and just normal tier 1 status across the board when they were at full power. And one of their main playmakers was a level 3 ritual monster. Necroz of Colossus is a level 3 ritual monster which has the effect where you can discard this card from your hand in order to add a Necroz spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. And Necroz also have a card called Necroz Embryonic, which you can discard itself from your hand in order to add any Necroz monster from your deck to your hand. And Necroz also had a card called Necroz Kaleidoscope, which allowed you to special summon a Necroz monster from your hand by tributing monsters from your hand, field, or extra deck. So, if you use Kaleidoscope in order to bring out Necroz of Unicorn, which is a level 4, sending a Herald of Arc Light to the graveyard as its target, that allows you to search out any ritual monster or ritual spell card. So, thanks to the trifecta of Colossus giving you access to all other spell cards, Kaleidoscope into a Unicorn giving you access to all other spells or monsters, and Embryonic giving you access to everything, it was incredibly easy to get out whatever you wanted for Necroz. And since one of those main playmakers was a level 3 monster, you could instead just choose to ritual summon it normally with Jin, Releaser Rituals as its full materials, as it even had an impressive 2300 defense for a level 3 monster. So unless your opponent was able to beat over Necroz of Colossus without special summoning a monster, they were pretty much locked out of the game. And there was even protection for Necroz of Colossus, as Necroz of Trishula could be used from the hand in order to negate any card effect that would target it, and Necroz of Decisive Armor could be used to increase its defense by an additional 1000 with its hand effect, if they did manage to something with more than 2300 attack, but less than 3300 attack. And Necroz of Unicorn had a passive effect to negate the effects of all monsters that were special summoned from the extra deck anyway, so if your opponent already had an answer on the board, they probably wouldn't be able to use its effect. And one last thing that made Releaser Ritual's effect so strong was the fact that it applied its effect as a lingering effect, which can't be negated. So if your opponent had something like Dark Ruler No More or Forbidden Droplets, trying to shut down all of your monster effects so they could summon, it actually would not negate the effect of Jin Releaser Rituals, if it was affecting one of your ritual monsters. The only way to stop it was to remove the monster from the field or flip it face down. So because a new ritual monster archetype was released that was actually good, they had to retroactively think about all of the broken ritual support they've released over the years, and Jin Releaser Rituals definitely got hit in that adjustment. Could Jin Releaser Rituals be unbanned? Probably not. Ritual decks still pop up in the meta every now and then, and giving them access to a super powerful floodgate that can't be negated is probably not a good idea, as floodgates themselves are just inherently unfun to play against, doubly so when you can't actually do anything about it. How could they fix Jin Releaser Rituals to be unbanned? Well, if they made the effect affect both players, that would definitely go a long way from not making it completely overpowered, and just simply very powerful, as it would still allow you to use it to kind of the same effect. If you bring out Herald of Ultimateness with Jin Releaser Rituals, it probably wouldn't matter if you couldn't special summon anymore, because you would just be able to negate anything your opponent might try to do, and you could probably win by just attacking with a vanilla beat stick. So they would probably have to just change the effect on a whole, or at least make it more restrictive in what it disallows your opponent from special summoning. Like maybe it only locks your opponent out of their extra deck, or only from special summoning monsters from the hand, maybe not from the graveyard. Just something other than a full lockdown on all of your opponent's special summons. And at number 4, we have Cyberjar. This is an old flip monster from the early days of the game, which has a very weirdly overpowered effect, considering the time period this card was released, where when this card is flipped face up, it destroys all monsters in the field. Then it allows both players to reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, where you then special summon all level 4 lower monsters that were revealed in either face-up attack position or face-down defense position. And then you just add the other cards to those players' hands. So the fact that this card destroyed all the monsters in the field on its summon is pretty strong on its own. There aren't a lot of flip monsters that can just unconditionally destroy everything on the field when flipped face up. It also allows you to potentially summon 5 monsters from your deck, which is pretty generically super powerful. And even if you don't special summon any of them, you just get to add 5 cards to your hand, which is also a super powerfully strong effect. And it's just in addition to whatever cards in your hand, so you don't have to empty your hand like with Morphing Jar, another really strong flip monster that allows you to draw 5 cards. If you get Cyberjar in the field and then flip it up immediately with something like A&D Changer, you get to just add 5 extra cards to your hand, while also potentially destroying all of your opponent's monsters if you're doing it going second. So you'll have up to 10 cards in your opening hand to deal with your opponent's board instead of only 5, while also being able to special summon monsters, which in itself is also a really good effect. Sure, your opponent also gets 5 cards and also gets to special summon, but you're adding 5 cards to your hand on your own terms, which is just ridiculous card advantage in Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though this card is a slow flip effect monster, it's easily the most powerful of all the very powerful jar cards in the game. Morphing Jar, for example, is a potential +5 in card advantage, is limited to 1 copy, and is a baby card compared to Cyberjar, which can blow up the field and gain you the same amount of advantage without worry for cards that are already in your hand. Cyberjar was banned in April 2006, shortly after they created the Forbidden List. Could Cyberjar be unbanned? Probably not, even though it's a very slow flip effect monster. The card is just a pure 5 extra cards in your hand if you don't summon the monsters with its effect, which could allow you to start the duel with 10 cards in your hand. And there aren't really other cards in the game that allow you to get that same kind of setup. The way this card moves cards around is so extreme that it really stands out from other Yu-Gi-Oh cards, where being able to draw 1 card unconditionally is considered a powerful effect. Remember, there's a card in the game called Sekka's Light, which is only a +1 in card advantage, as it just lets you draw 2 cards and allows you to mulligan 1 card in your hand afterwards. But it has a side effect where you can't activate any other spell or traps for the rest of the duel, except other copies of this card. And this card is considered so good that it's currently limited to 1 copy. How could they fix Cyberjar to make it unbanned? Well, they could adjust its effect to be more like Morphing Jar number 2, which was another jar card that was banned and eventually taken off the ban list because it wasn't as powerful as the others and was mainly used in inconsistent loops. Morphing Jar number 2 can shuffle all cards in the field back into the deck. Then you have the potential to summon cards equal to the amount that were shuffled back. So if Cyberjar instead only allowed both players to summon cards from top of their deck equal to the amount of cards that were actually destroyed on both players' fields, and also didn't allow you to keep any of the other cards, then it could probably be unbanned with no problem. There's also the fact that this card could probably be unbanned as is and wouldn't see competitive play just because it's a flip monster, which should show you something a little bit about how unviable flip monsters are. But the potential of this card is just way too strong for that, so it would need an errata. Update. This card got unbanned and is now limited to 1 copy in the TCG, but still banned in the OCG. It has seen 0 competitive play since its unbanning. Lastly, we have Fiberjar, the other jar card which is currently banned. This card has the full effect where both players have to shuffle all cards in their hand, field, and graveyard back into their deck, then both players draw 5 cards. So the card basically resets the duel, as losing all of your graveyard setup is completely detrimental to a lot of decks, as is losing all the cards on the field, which is bad for most decks, and of course losing all the cards in your hand, which is bad for every deck, except for Infernities probably. You do get to draw 5 cards afterward, which kinda puts the game back into the original state that you probably would start it off with, which is a huge problem if you're just playing Fiber Jar in any kind of stall deck. One of the ways to beat a stall deck is just to outgrind their card advantage. If you're using typical stall cards like Threatening Roar or Waboku, which both have the abilities to stall at an entire turn, they are inherently limited by the fact that both of these cards are -1s in card advantage. So, while you may be able to stall out for a number of turns using these kinds of cards, eventually some of them will be destroyed before they're used. Some of them might even be negated, and you need to win before you run out of card advantage for whatever kind of game state you're trying to achieve, whether you're trying to survive 20 turns to resolve Final Countdown, or just long enough to draw 5 pieces of Exodia maybe. Whatever the case, being able to reset card advantage to both players is just incredibly powerful. It doesn't matter how well your opponent was playing the game and out-resourcing you, if you're able to resolve Fiber Jar, it just resets everything back to square one. And if you're playing something like Final Countdown, where all you have to do is just survive for 20 turns, that reset in card advantage can be the same thing as winning the game. Fiber Jar is another one of those where the potential of the card is just too powerful, even if the effect of the card itself is not that big a deal. If Fiber Jar was unbanned tomorrow, it probably wouldn't see any competitive play. It's kinda like Yatagarasu. But the kind of effect that it has should just not exist in the game, which is why it stays banned and was even banned before Cyber Jar, as this card was banned in April of 2005, 1 full year before Cyber Jar, even though both of those cards came out in the early days of the game before the ban list was created. It really goes to show that resetting the card advantage of the game is more ban-worthy than gaining the ridiculous effects of Cyber Jar. Could Fiber Jar ever be unbanned? It probably could be unbanned and nobody would ever play it. But it also probably should never be unbanned without an errata, because if there is ever a deck that's able to make it viable, that would be a very annoying deck to play against. How could they fix this card to be unbanned? If they remove the effect of resetting the hands and graveyards and just left in the effect of resetting the field, but also allow you to draw cards until you have 5 in your hand, that would probably do it. The really powerful thing about this card is resetting your opponent's graveyard and hand, as the graveyard is basically a second hand in most decks, and the hand is the most valuable place you can hit with any kind of card effect, which is why a lot of cards that allow you to discard from your opponent's hand generically are straight up banned. And the only cards that do interact with your opponent's hand usually have a bunch of requirements on how they're able to do that, and some of them only do it temporarily, while only targeting 1 card at a time. However, if the card was able to only shuffle all cards on the field back into the deck, it would still be a powerful effect, even if it also allowed both players to draw until they had 5 cards in their hand. But it wouldn't be as broken as it is currently, where it's able to target the hand and the graveyard and get rid of them. Block Dragon is a rock monster, despite its name, which was released in 2016 and banned in September of 2020. Why was this card able to be in the game for 4 years before finally getting hit? Well, Block Dragon is another one of those cases where cards were released later on that made it retroactively kind of broken. However, this card was always ripe for future abuse anyway because it was made broken right out the gate kind of on purpose. This card has the effect where it can special summon itself from your hand or graveyard by banishing any 3 earth monsters from your hand or graveyard. It has a passive effect on the field where rock monsters can't be destroyed by card effects. It also has decent stats, and it has an effect where, if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard in any way, you can add up to 3 rock monsters from your deck to your hand, just as long as their combined levels equals exactly 8. And its effect to search out 3 monsters has a hard once per turn. So it's one of the very few monsters that's able to summon itself from the graveyard and not be banished afterwards. And it's supposed to be balanced by the fact that it requires 3 resources in order to do this. But its ability to summon itself is not once per turn, so you can just keep doing it as long as you have earth monsters to banish. This alone makes the card pretty valuable, especially since it works with any earth monsters and not just rock types. It also has a decent body on the board with some decent protection too, which probably would have pushed this card into scene play as is. But the reason this card is broken because it has these 2 effects on top of a broken search, because it literally goes +2 in card advantage if you're able to search out all 3 cards. The reason this card was fine for so long before it eventually got banned was because rock was one of those very under-supported types that had a whole bunch of garbage cards, kind of like how the pyro type is currently. So this card was meant in order to try to boost the power level of that type of card, by giving them a really powerful searcher and boss monster that could be added to any rock-based deck. Because at least you could use this effect to search out 2 level 4 rock monsters if it was sent to the graveyard, and it only really searched out 3 monsters if you built your deck specifically around being able to get out 3 searches, by maybe playing some suboptimal cards at lower levels. But there are 2 very meta decks that were able to search out the full 3 cards every time it was sent to the graveyard, and turn that +2 in card advantage into a real threat. The first of the decks that actually made use of Black Dragon was the Gem Knight FTK, which became viable once their Link monster Gem Knight Phantom Quartz was released in 2018. The way Gem Knight FTK worked was they would bring out the fusion monster Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli, who had the effect to inflict 500 points of damage to your opponent for each special summon monster on the field, but could only be special summoned once per turn. So what you would do is get 6 special summon monsters on your side of the field, then activate Lapis Lazuli's effects 3 times for a win. And even though the card can only be summoned once, you could use its effect 2 other times thanks to the effect of Gem Knight Master Diamond being able to copy the effect in the graveyard, and not having a hard once per turn on its summon or effect. And some of the key cards in order to get the combo going were Gem Knight Lapis, a level 3 normal monster needed in order to bring out Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli, Gem Knight Obsidian, a level 3 monster that could get more special summon monsters on the field, and Crystal Rose, a level 2 rock monster that could get another material on the field for plays. And what do you know? The levels of these 3 monsters equals exactly 8, and are all crucial parts of the combo. So getting Black Dragon in the field as soon as possible in order to send it to the graveyard was kind of the first step in performing their FTK. So they would usually turbo into Curious in order to send Black Dragon to the graveyard so that it could come out and perform its search. Konami did try to stop Gem Knight FTK by banning Brilliant Fusion and limiting Gem Knight Master Diamond, so Black Dragon was able to avoid the ban list for this interaction, but not the next one. Konami then released an archetype called Emancipators, which is a full rock archetype that has a whole bunch of level 2 and level 4 monsters that can special summon themselves from the hand or the top of the deck. And since the whole archetype is only level 2 and level 4 main deck rock monsters, they could easily search out the full 3 rock monsters on Black Dragon going to the graveyard. And Emancipators were so powerful, especially with Black Dragon them giving them just a free +2 every turn, that's what finally tipped the scales of Konami thinking, okay, this card's too much. And it was finally banned in 2020, coincidentally shortly after Emancipators were released in the TCG. Can Black Dragon be unbanned? Anyone who's played Master Duel can kind of see the full power of Black Dragon, because as of making this video, Black Dragon is unlimited in that game alongside a nearly full-powered Gem Knight FTK and Emancipators. So, I guess I should say no, it should definitely not be unbanned, and they should hurry up and ban it in Master Duel already. It's an effortless +2 for anything that makes use of rock monsters, and there are a couple of decks that are actually able to make use of it to great effect. How can they fix Black Dragon to unban the card? If they change the activation requirement for how to perform the search, where you can only do the search if the card is sent to the graveyard if it's destroyed by an attacking monster, that might actually be enough to fix the card while leaving everything else intact. Currently, it is incredibly easy to meet the conditions of performing the search, because you can just send it to the graveyard for a Link summon, and then go +2 off of its effect, or +3 depending on how you count the card for that Link summon. If you only get the search if it's destroyed by an attacking monster, similar to how Divine Serpent Get activates, then it wouldn't be usable at all in the combos that it's currently used in, but would still have a place in decks as just an easy to bring out rock monster anyway, and could probably use more for its intended purpose as a boss monster of the rock type. Next up we have Victory Dragon. This is a level 8 dragon monster which has the effect where it can't be special summoned, and you have to tribute 3 dragon type monsters in order to tribute summon this card. And its effect is that if this card attacks directly and reduces your opponent's life points to 0, you win the match, which means you don't have to do a game 2 or 3, so it automatically wins another duel outside of the current one. And a way this effect could be applied to great advantage is if you're playing some really unconventional deck that's able to steal a game from your opponent on turn 1, stall out long enough to bring out Victory Dragon, and then beat them before they're able to go into their side deck to try to counter your unconventional strategy. Similar to how Self-destruct button was used in the past, because in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, it's actually not that hard to steal the first victory in a game. But it is very hard to win the next 2, because of the side deck mechanic of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh just allows you to completely counter a lot of unconventional strategies. So Victory Dragon kind of allows you to take advantage of trying to make best use of your first game, so that you can entirely avoid the side deck. However, unlike Self-destruct button, which was actually used to competitive effectiveness of taking advantage of these rulings, Victory Dragon is kind of the opposite, where it could technically be used in this way, but was mostly banned because it caused its own set of ruling confusions and unsportsmanlike conduct. You see, the way to counter Victory Dragon is to just simply surrender the duel before Victory Dragon can resolve its effect. And technically, you're allowed to surrender whenever you want. So if you know for a fact Victory Dragon's effect is going to go off, you can just surrender as soon as it's about to declare an attack, and completely avoid the effect. However, this might cause some arguments between players, which might get judges called to their table and just waste a whole bunch of everybody's time. So in order to just completely remove unsportsmanlike conduct from the game, there are a couple of cards that are banned for that purpose, and Victory Dragon is definitely one of them. Victory Dragon was banned in March of 2007. Could Victory Dragon be unbanned? The answer to this question is yes, absolutely, and nobody would play it. It doesn't really need to be banned, it's just there to not waste anyone's time in an event in case someone does try to use it and be annoying. How can they fix Victory Dragon to be unbanned? They don't really need to do anything because the effect is already fine as is, where it's incredibly mediocre and not really worth trying to build around because of how easy it is to dodge the effect by just simply surrendering. Next up, we have Spiral Master Plan. This is a level 7 monster which has the effect where, once per turn, it can add a Spiral Mission card from your deck to your hand. Additionally, has the effect where if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard in any way, you can add 2 cards from your deck to your hand, one of them being their field spell card, Spiral Resort, and the other being any Spiral monster, except another copy of itself. And its floating effect is a hard once per turn, but its on-field effect is only a soft once per turn. So the card basically searches out 3 cards, which is a +2 in card advantage since one of those searches does require it to go to the graveyard, but it replaces itself with 2 other cards. Plus, searches once while it's on the field. So the same card advantage as Block Dragon basically. And Spirals are a deck that have a lot of ways to make use cards that are searched out, and were part of a tier 0 strategy when Spiral Quick Fix was unlimited, and Firewall Dragon and Nightmare Goblin were unbanned, and unerrated. So, with all of those cards being hit on the ban list, there was really no reason to restrict Master Plan, because she was kind of hard to bring out. The best way to use her was with Spiral Double Helix, special summoning the card directly from the deck. That way they could use it for a link summon in order to get the full 3 searches. Then, Konami released a piece of Dark Magician support, which unintentionally works so well with Spiral Master Plan that it was eventually banned as well, in order to rein in just the absolute power of the searches those 2 cards provided together. Magician's Souls is a level 1 monster which has the effect where, if this card is in your hand, you can send a level 6 or higher spellcaster type monster from your deck to the graveyard in order to special summon this card from your hand. And while it's on the field, it has another effect, where you can send 2 spell or trap cards from your hand or field to the graveyard in order to draw an equal number of cards. So, you could special summon Magician's Souls from your hand by sending Spiral Master Plan from your deck to the graveyard, since it's a level 7 spellcaster type monster. And also, some of the cards that Spiral Master Plan search out are not immediately useful the turn you get them, but do have useful graveyard effects, like Spiral Mission Rescue, which can banish itself from the graveyard in order to special summon a Spiral monster from the graveyard, or Spiral Mission Recapture, which can banish itself from the graveyard to prevent destruction of your Spiral monsters, or even Spiral Mission Assault, which allows you to special summon a Spiral monster from your hand with its graveyard effect. And Spirals could get Spiral Master Plan out of the graveyard easily with Spiral Gear Big Red, or of course Spiral Mission Rescue, in order to use Spiral Master Plan in order to do all of its searches, and then turn some of those cards it searched into more card draw with Magician's Souls effect, where it was just a match made in consistency heaven that spiraled Spiral cards into tier 1 status again, even after Konami had tried so hard to hit all of their combo pieces on the ban list so people would stop using them. So because Spiral Master Plan was already a machine at generating advantage, and they printed a card which accidentally worked to turn its advantage into even better advantage, Spiral Master Plan was banned in April 2020, a few months after Magician's Souls was released. Could Spiral Master Plan be unbanned? Spirals are way too good at searching and recurring their resources to the point where they don't really need their archetype version of Black Dragon back in the game. Especially when they have Magician's Souls, it just enables their plays even harder. As long as Magician's Souls is in the game and Spirals have their current ban list of cards, Spiral Master Plan is just a little bit too much advantage. Or if you're able to pull off the full combo, it puts you at such an advanced game state, it's really hard for your opponent to just come back from the amount of advantage. So it probably can't be unbanned anytime soon. How could they fix Spiral Master Plan to be unbanned? The card kind of exists just to search a whole bunch. So the way to fix it would be to probably just restrict how it can do all of its searches, with a suggested fix to where it just shares a hard once per turn between both of its effects. So if Spiral Master Plan could only use its effect to search on the field or search on floating once per turn, then either way, that would lower the amount you could search from the card each turn by at least 1, which would make it a lot more reasonable, and not the same kind of card advantage as a Black Dragon. I'm not sure if that would be enough to fix the problem, but it would definitely lower the power level without changing the card too much. Next up, we have Blackwing Gofu the Vague Shadow. This is a level 5 tuner monster which can special summon itself from your hand if you control no monsters. Then when this card is special summoned, you can special summon 2 Vague Shadow tokens, which are level 1 and have no stats, that have the lingering effects where they can't be tributed or used as synchro materials. And Vague Shadow has the other effect, where it can banish itself and 1 or more face-up non-tuner monsters you control in order to special summon a Blackwing synchro monster from your graveyard, whose level is the same as the monsters banished for the effect. And that synchro monster is also treated as a tuner. So the intended use of Gofu was a way to special summon your Blackwing synchro monsters from the graveyard. And it was definitely not meant to be used in any other kinds of decks besides Blackwings. And for this intended purpose, they added the usual restrictions to the token so they couldn't be taken advantage of. So this card was definitely made before Link monsters were added to the game, because Link monsters immediately made this effect really powerful. The card doesn't use your normal summon, nor does it lock you out of any other summons for the turn. As long as you have a clear field, it's a straight +2 in board presence card economy, which can immediately be used for a Link 3 monster. And one of the monsters it summons is a tuner, which means you can go into Crystron Halki Fibrax, and still have 1 token left over for use in other combos. So because the card is a straight +2 in card advantage for any deck that uses Link monsters, it was a pretty no-brainer auto-inclusion in pretty much every deck under the sun. Unless you just did not like to use Link monsters at all for whatever your strategy was using. So in an effort for Konami to curtail a lot of cards that were unintended to work with Link monsters, Gofu was banned in February of 2018 alongside cards like Dandelion and Level Eater. Could Blackwing Gofu the Vague Shadow be unbanned? Probably not, because Link monsters are even more powerful than it was banned in 2018, after they lifted a lot of the restrictions on Master Rule 4 in 2020. If it was unbanned, it would just be another very easy combo extender that would be included in pretty much every deck that could afford to run it. How could they fix Blackwing Gofu the Vague Shadow to be unbanned? If they added restrictions to the tokens where you can't link summon from the extra deck while they're on the field, similar to the restrictions on the tokens from the card Soul Sword of Taya, that would probably do it. It's 100% Link monsters that made this card broken, and it would only be useful in Blackwing decks if they actually made it less generic. And lastly, we have Magispector Unicorn Kirin. This is a level 6 pendulum monster which has the effect where it can't be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and has a quick effect where it can bounce 1 pendulum monster you control and 1 monster your opponent controls to the hand. Now, a few things about this card. This card belongs to the Magispector archetype, which is a pendulum archetype that has the gimmick where their main deck monsters can't be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects. And Kirin was meant as the boss monster of that archetype, but funnily enough, can't be pendulum summoned natively by its own archetype, because their scales only go up to 5, and Kirin is a level 6 monster. So the intended way to use this card was basically to just tribute summon it, using your other Magispector monsters on the field after they've used their effects to search out other Magispector cards, as most of the smaller Magispector monsters have effects to search when they're summoned, and then just bounce it back to your hand every turn to keep doing this. The way it was actually used was just in other decks that could special summon it every turn with their pendulum summons by having scales that actually went higher than 6, most commonly in Metal Foes decks. So they would only play Magispector Raccoon Bunbuku in order to search out Kirin, and then just have a free bounce every turn as they could infinitely recur Magispector Unicorn Kirin. So, Unicorn basically became a compulsory evacuation device on legs, that came back every turn and also attacked for 2,000 points of damage, while being very hard to get rid of because it couldn't be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects. And if your opponent did finally have a way to actually get rid of the card, it could just dodge the effect by returning itself to the hand and bouncing one of your opponent's cards. So Kirin was a lot like Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, which is a card that's also able to disrupt your opponent's plays while dodging pretty much any form of removal because its effect requires it to destroy itself. And with how much competitive play Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer sees, specifically because of its ability to disrupt and dodge effects at the same time, you can imagine how good Kirin was at his time, being able to do the exact same thing and was even harder to actually destroy. So just kind of think of Magispector Unicorn Kirin as the early version of Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, or maybe an even superior version tailor-made for pendulum decks that could afford to bring out a level 6 monster every turn. So Magispector Unicorn Kirin was banned in March of 2017, about a year and a half after its release, which is actually a pretty fast time for a card to be banned, and stay banned as it's still in the forbidden list to this day. Could Magispector Unicorn Kirin be unbanned? This one is kind of a tough question because Master Rule 4 did heavily restrict the power level of pendulum decks, but the way Kirin uses his effect kind of gets around the Master Rule 4 restrictions, because its effect returns itself to the hand, not the extra deck. and pendulum summoning monsters from the hand has no restrictions like the extra deck does. So because pendulums as a whole are kind of underpowered due to Master Rule 4 restrictions, they might be able to unrestrict Kirin in order to give all pendulum decks their own Phoenix Enforcer. But also, Kirin is still just as useful today as it was back in 2017. But also, the meta today is way stronger than it was in 2017. So I'm kind of up in the air of whether this card could come back or not. It's obviously a very strong pendulum support card, which can be used in pretty much any pendulum deck to great effect, just as long as they have the skill that lets them summon their level 6 monster from the hand, and they have a strategy that allows them to play the card in the first place. So I would say tentatively, it probably could be unbanned, and it probably wouldn't cause any more problems than what happened when they unbanned other powerful cards, like the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche. How could they fix Magispector Unicorn Kirin so it could be unbanned? If they restricted its effect to the Magispector archetype more, that would make it so it's not a generic boss monster for pendulum decks. So if it had the effect where it simply cannot be pendulum summoned except by having Magispector cards in your pendulum zones, or some other similar restriction, they could probably unban the card because it literally wouldn't be summonable without some kind of support that changes the scales of your pendulum monsters. It'd be a lot more balanced of not coming back every turn for free, as you'd have to actually perform the tribute summon as it was probably intended. Fishborg Blaster is a level 1 tuner monster which has the effect that, if you control a level 3 or lower water monster in the field, you can discard one card to special summon this card from the graveyard. But if this card is used as a synchro material, all the other synchro materials must be water. And the reason why this card is banned is it's not once per turn, and its costs and restrictions are kind of easy to get around. Since Fishborg Blaster is a fish-type monster, it has excellent support with another really strong card called Super Ancient Deep Sea Coelacanth, which is a level 7 monster that has the effect to discard one card to special summon as many level 4 or lower fish monsters as possible from your deck. But their effects are negated and they can't attack. So if you just find some way to cheat out Coelacanth easy, you can use this effect in order to set up all kinds of combos with Fishborg Blaster. However, you do have to discard every time you want to bring back Fishborg Blaster for synchro summons, which is hilariously easy to offset by just bringing out TG Hyper Librarian first, since this is a level 5 synchro monster which has the effect where, if a monster is synchro summoned, you get to draw one card. And the effect is not once per turn, so every time you bring back Fishborg Blaster in order to go into another synchro summon, you basically get to draw a card which fuels its next discard effect. So with Coelacanth and the TG Hyper Librarian combos, it was really easy to go into shooting Quasar Dragon, shooting Star Dragon, or even Red Nova Dragon, while ending your turn with 5 cards in your hand because of all the advantage you generated on the way there through TG Hyper Librarian and Formula Synchron. And this was just cards pre-2011. If Fishborg Blaster were live nowadays, it would be used in a whole bunch of Link combos to much better effectiveness, because it has no restrictions on Link summons at all. And currently, we have cards like Jet Synchron banned, because they're able to bring themselves back from the graveyard a single time, while being a level 1 tuner. And Fishborg Blaster is basically a much stronger version of Jet Synchron, who would absolutely be busted in the modern meta if it was already busted in a much lower power level version of the game in 2011. Although funny enough, even with all of its combo potential, it saw almost all of its success in Monarch decks, where they would play an engine of level 2 or lower water monsters in order to facilitate their high level tributes, and Fishborg Blaster just gave them access to a synchro pool. Fishborg Blaster was banned in September of 2011. Could Fishborg Blaster be unbanned? Not without an errata. There's a whole bunch of other banned tuner monsters who were banned for less reasons than Fishborg Blaster, and most of those are once per turn, or once per duel in the case of Glow Bulb. How can they fix Fishborg Blaster to be unbanned? Fishborg Blaster is one of those old banned cards which had a retrain made of it in order to fix its effect, that being Fishborg Launcher. This is a level 1 tuner monster that has the effect where, if this card is in your graveyard and all other monsters in your graveyard are water, you can special summon this card from your graveyard but then banish it when it leaves the field. And also, you can only use this card as a synchro material for a water synchro monster, and it even has a hard once per turn on its effect. So it doesn't require a discard like the original Fishborg Blaster, but it does lock you pretty squarely into only water monsters, since it can only be used for the synchro summon of water monsters, instead of only uses materials with other water monsters for any synchro monster. And also checks your graveyard to make sure you have other water monsters there, further disincentivizing it using other kinds of monsters, like TG Hyper Librarian or Formula Synchron. And then they even gave it a hard once per turn on top of that. So if they were to try to fix the original Fishborg Blaster, they would have to give it a hard once per turn, and then also give it a whole bunch of these water-only synchro restrictions, and then it would probably be fine, just like the other Fishborg monsters. Next up, we have Mind Master. This is a level 1 tuner which has the effect where you can pay 800 life points to tribute one Psychic-type monster, except Mind Master, in order to special summon any level 4 or lower psychic type monster from your deck in attack position. And just like Fishborg Blaster, this effect is not once per turn. Now, being able to pay life points in order to shuffle a whole bunch of psychic type monsters into your graveyard is valuable for certain kinds of combos. Even more valuable if you're able to equip it with Telekinetic Charging Cell to make the effect infinite, so you don't have to pay life points for it. But in its day, you can actually just ignore the gimmick of equipping it with Telekinetic Charging Cell, or having Brain Research Lab out, and use a single Mind Master in order to end on a board with Naturia Beast, Barkion, and a level 8 Synchro monster of your choice. So, completely locking out all of your opponent's spell and trap effects, while maybe also having a Stardust Dragon to protect from anything else. And the way you could accomplish this was by having any Psychic-type monster in your hand, plus either Emergency Teleport or 1-for-1 in order to bring out Mind Master from the deck. Or just some way to get Mind Master and another Psychic-type monster in the field in order to start the combo, where you would then use Mind Master's effect 2 times in order to get 2 copies of Esper Girl in the graveyard, then get out 2 copies of Hush Psychic Cleric. You would use Hush Psychic Cleric's effect in order to discard 1 card and banish Esper Girl from the graveyard, which would allow you to special summon the Esper Girls when they were eventually tributed with Mind Master in order to bring out 2 other cards to set up your Synchro Summons. Hush Psychic Cleric can special summon a card banished with its effect when it leaves the field. Esper Girl allows you to go +1 if it was special summoned while banished and then sent to the graveyard. And since it's an Earth Tuner monster, easily sets up Naturia Beast and Naturia Barkion. Then you could go into Psychic Life Transfer to recover some life points to bring back more Psychics, and then do other combos based on the extenders you have in your hand, or that you would get through Esper Girl's effect. And this was just a 2011 combo. Nowadays, you could probably do way more than that, especially adding Link monsters into the mix just like with Fishborg Blaster. And having a 2-card combo that ends on a board of negates was just kind of unheard of at the time, which is definitely why the card was banned in September of 2011, alongside Fishborg Blaster, for kind of similar reasons. These are both very early tuner monsters, and having access to an extra deck toolbox with the Synchro monsters was still very new, so it kind of makes sense why they accidentally created 2 very broken cards and added all kinds of restrictions to tuner monsters that can special summon themselves or other cards in the future. Could Mind Master be unbanned? Not without an errata. Its effect is still pretty strong even today, due to the potential of just summoning an infinite amount of monsters from your deck. The effect is just mega broken, even if it does have a semblance of restrictions with that life point cost. How could they fix Mind Master to be unbanned? This one's pretty easy to fix if you just give it a hard once per turn. Its 2011 combos heavily rely on being able to bring out at least 6 other monsters, so it can't really do those combos if it's limited to once per turn. And at once per turn, it might just be a neat option that's not gonna break the game. Arch Nemesis Protoss is a level 11 worm-type monster, which has the effect where it can only be special summoned from your hand by banishing 3 monsters with different attributes from your graveyard or face up on the field. And it has 2 effects in the field. One of them makes it immune to destruction effects, and the other one allows you to declare 1 attribute of monster that's currently on the field in order to destroy all monsters on the field with that attribute, and then activate a short lingering floodgate, where neither player can special summon monsters of that attribute until the end of the next turn. So if you're able to get out Arch Nemesis Protoss and destroy any attribute of monster that your opponent really needs in order to do their plays, like maybe a light attribute against a Blue Eyes deck, then you can essentially win the game by shutting them down for an entire turn, in a way that they can't possibly react to outside of negating Protoss's effect immediately as soon as it's summoned. And because it provides a floodgate-like effect that can't be negated retroactively, and needs to be stopped as soon as it happens, it creates a pretty unfair game state, unless you're lucky enough to have the out immediately, rather than being able to play around it during your turn like you can with a traditional negate, that can be shut down with something like Dark Ruler No More or Forbidden Droplet. If you negate the effect of Arch Nemesis Protoss in the field, the lingering floodgate is still applied, just like True King of All Calamities. And when Arch Nemesis Protoss first came out in 2020, it was perfectly fine because there wasn't really a meta deck that could easily search or bring the card out. It didn't really become a problem until the Sword Soul archetype was released in 2021, which is a series of pretty good worm-type monsters that have easy access to synchro monsters, combo well with the Tenyi engine, and have an archetype-specific card that can be used to search out Arch Nemesis Protoss from the deck. If they use the card Sword Soul Emergence, it allows them to add a Sword Soul monster from the deck to their hand, or if they control a synchro monster, you can just add any worm-type monster instead. And Sword Souls excel at going into synchro monsters. It's real easy to activate the second condition of this effect in order to just have Arch Nemesis Protoss on the field after you set up your other combos. The Tenyi cards also have a search with Heavenly Dragon Circle, and the Tenyis themselves, as well as the Sword Soul monsters, are all of various different attributes, which easily allows you to meet the conditions of summoning Protoss from your hand, which kind of creates the perfect combination of cards that were already strong on their own, and could just add Arch Nemesis Protoss to the mix in order to make themselves even stronger, with an uninteractive floodgate that was randomly immune to destruction effects as well, to make it even harder to get rid of. And since Arch Nemesis Protoss was closing out so many games with the Sword Soul engine, it was banned in February of 2022, alongside a couple of other small hits to rein in the archetype. Arch Nemesis Protoss was one of those cards that had a potentially broken effect, but didn't really have an archetype that could take advantage of it until Sword Soul came out. Kinda like Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis or Spiral Master Plan, or Tempest Magician, a lot of other cards that are currently banned. Could Arch Nemesis Protoss be unbanned? Probably not. The actual power level of the card is not super high, especially since it's a main deck monster you have to search out first, and then activate a Spell Speed 1 effect in order to resolve the floodgate in the first place, unlike True King of All Calamities, which has a better effect, can be brought out right out of the extra deck, and has a Spell Speed 2 lockdown. But even with having a weaker version of True King of All Calamities' effect, a lingering effect that stops you from playing the game, which you can't do anything about, really shouldn't be on cards that are easy to bring out. At least with a Floodgate, you can play around it by destroying the card in the field with a Harpy's Feather Duster. But if you're not able to stop Arch Nemesis Protoss' effect immediately, then the best you can do is just wait for it to run out on its own. Which is not really a good thing to do when your opponent also has a whole bunch of other super strong synchro monsters on the field with a full established board, while you have nothing. How could they fix Arch Nemesis Protoss' effect in order to be unbanned? If they lower the duration on its Floodgate to just the turn it activates it instead of allowing it to linger over into the next turn, that could probably do it. In fact, it probably wouldn't even be played if it didn't linger over into your opponent's turn. The ability to just lock down your opponent outside of their turn in a way they can't possibly react to during their turn really shouldn't be an effect in the game, especially not attached to a Floodgate. But if it's only for one turn on a Spell Speed 1 effect, that's probably fine, especially since you can't cheat the effect like you could Outer Entity Azathoth, who had a pretty similar effect of locking down for only one turn, but could do it technically during your opponent's turn with the Phantom Knight's Rank Up Magic Launch. Eva is a level 1 fairy monster which has the effect that if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can banish 2 other light fairy monsters from your graveyard or field in order to add the same number of level 2 or lower fairy monsters with different names from your deck to your hand. So basically, if you get this card into the graveyard directly from your deck, you go +2 in card advantage with 2 fairy monsters to your hand, which was incredibly powerful in Drytron decks, thanks to the effect of Herald of Ultimateness. Herald of Ultimateness can be brought out very easily in Drytrons, thanks to them kind of skirting around its summoning conditions, with their ritual card Metaonius Drytron, and it has an effect where if a card would be activated or a monster would be summoned, you can discard 1 fairy monster from your hand to the graveyard in order to negate that card or summon and destroy that card. The effect is not once per turn or even once per chain, so as long as you have enough fairy monsters in your hand to fuel the effect, you can kind of just negate everything your opponent tries to do. And if one of the cards you have in your hand is Eva, then you can negate 3 effects with Herald of Ultimateness by sending 1 Eva to the graveyard, and then 2 more with the other 2 cards it adds to your hands afterwards. Or you could just send Eva directly from the deck to the graveyard with Foolish Burial or Beatrice, in order to get 2 cards to fuel Herald of Ultimateness's negates. And a level 1 fairy monster is pretty easy to search out, so it was just way too strong for how easy it is to bring out Herald of Ultimateness in Drytron, and contributed heavily to basically unbreakable board states, where unless you had Forbidden Droplet, Super Polymerization, or Dark Ruler No More, or some kind of Kaiju-like card to tribute the card, there was no way you were going to play through the amount of negates that Drytrons generated through just a single copy of Eva. Because of course a card that lets you go +2 with its floating effect would be strong on its own. The fact that it's usable with an already very strong deck just makes the card extra broken. So after a series of unsuccessful hits to try to rein in Drytron's power, they eventually just banned Eva in February 2022, finally lowering the power level of Drytron to a point where they can't put up a massive amount of negates anymore. Could Eva be unbanned? The answer to this question is no, not as long as Drytrons have access to Herald of Ultimateness or Herald of Perfection. It gives them 2 extra negates, and it's very hard for any deck to play through 2 negates. In fact, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about having at least 2 different hand traps in your hand in order to stop your opponent's plays, since the metagame has gotten to a point where, if you can't play through at least 1 negate, then your deck is not competitive. However, 2 negates is kind of the threshold for stopping a meta deck. Drytron does still have access to more than 2 negates, just nowhere near as easy without Eva to take advantage of. How could they fix Eva in order to unban the card? Considering the card was already limited to 1 copy and was still too powerful, and it already has a hard once per turn on its effect, the big problem with the card is just the effect itself. It's too easy to activate since it triggers off of any way it's sent to the graveyard, so you could just send it during your opponent's turn with Beatrice in order to trigger the effect for 2 extra cards in your hand. So, if you were to change the activation a little bit, where maybe the card only activates its effect if it's sent from the field to the graveyard, that would definitely lower the power level of the card, as it was almost never summoned in order to use the effect anyway, and either sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard. Requiring it to hit the field first could be just enough in order to slow the effect down, where it wouldn't be as powerful as it once was and might be unbannable. Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty, is a Link 3 monster that requires 2+ monsters including at least 1 Wing Beast monster as materials, and it itself cannot be used as a Link material. It has some effects which provide some protection to itself and Wing Beast monsters it points to, where they can't be targeted, and if this card would be destroyed by battle, you can destroy another Simorgh card you control instead. And the real power of this card is its last effect, where during the end phase, you can special summon a Wing Beast monster from your hand or deck, just as long as its level is equal to or lower than the total number of unused spell and trap card zones on the field. And with the default 10, this means on your first turn, you could potentially summon a level 10 or lower Wing Beast monster from your deck. And the magic level for this effect is either 7 or 4, as you can special summon Mist Valley Apex Avian, or Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds. Mist Valley Apex Avian is a level 7 monster with 2700 attack, which has an Omni Negate, where you can just return itself from the field to the hand in order to negate and destroy a card. And Barrier Statue of the Stormwind prevents both players from special summoning monsters except for wind monsters. So with Simorgh, you could just choose to either get out an Omni Negate with a pretty big body of 2700 attack, which you could make untargetable thanks to Simorgh's protection, or a Floodgate, which also has targeting protection. Both of these are excellent options to go into, and provide so much value to Simorgh, who can just keep bringing up monsters during the end phase, as the effect happens during both players' end phases. So if you successfully lock your opponent out for a turn thanks to either of the 2 cards it can summon, you can just bring out another one during the end of your opponent's turn. And what made Simorgh even more broken was just how easy it was to summon in Tri-Brigade decks. Pretty much all of the main deck Tri-Brigade monsters have an effect on the field, where they can banish any number of beast-centric cards from your graveyard, i.e. Beast, Beast Warrior, or Wing Beast monsters, in order to special summon a Link monster from your extra deck that has a Link rating equal to the amount of cards banished. So if you banish 3 Beast-centric cards from your graveyard with a Tri-Brigade, you can bring out Simorgh without having to go through the effort of getting 2+ materials on the field for its normal procedure. And since Tri-Brigade were all about bringing out some other good cards, in addition to just having the option of bringing out an easy Simorgh, this created an incredibly powerful extra option to their deck, which allowed them to end on an effortless Floodgate or extra negate. So in order to restrict Tri-Brigade from having such easy access to 2 wonderful things, by only banishing 3 monsters from the graveyard, they banned Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty in February of 2022. Could Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty be unbanned? If the Tri-Brigade monsters ever fall out of favor in the metagame, then they could probably unban the card, because the main problem with it is how the card was obviously balanced around its own archetype using it, and not being cheated out of the extra deck super easily. Bringing the card out under its normal procedure kind of justifies the power level of the card. Being able to bring it out as a +1 in Tri-Brigades is a little bit too strong. How can they fix Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty to be unbanned? If they added an extra effect to the card which basically states it only gains its effect if it's Link summoned, just like with the extra effects of Mech Knight Crusadia Avermax, then that could probably do it. Bringing the card out under its normal procedure would probably justify the very strong effect it has, and they already have a lot of Link monsters who have this extra restriction on it, because they know those cards can be cheated out with other cards that preceded them. Although, when they made Simorgh, they probably didn't foresee Tri-Brigade being able to cheat them out as a +1, so it wasn't future-proofed like Avermax was. And lastly, we have a trap card called Imperial Order. Seeing as this is the last video in the series, I thought I would cover the last card that was banned after I'd finished doing all the other banned trap cards already. Imperial Order is a continuous trap card which used to have the effect that it would negate the effects of all spells on the field. And once per turn during your standby phase, you could pay 700 life points in order to keep this card in the field, otherwise it would destroy itself. Although the maintenance cost for how powerful this effect is was not properly balanced. Being able to negate 1/3 of the cards in the game, especially one of the most used types of cards, is incredibly powerful, especially since you can just activate the card in response to your opponent using it in order to get a free negate. And then also you could just choose to turn the effect off during your turn by not paying the maintenance costs, where the card would destroy itself, but you'd be free to use your spell cards unimpeded. And the original version of this card was very powerful, being put on their version of the ban list as early as 2001. And then when they finally created an actual forbidden list, it was straight up banned in March of 2004, where it stayed banned for 13 years, until January of 2017, where the card got an errata that changed it so you could no longer choose to pay the maintenance costs, and had to pay 700 life points during each player's standby phases instead of just your own. And the main difference between being able to choose to pay the maintenance costs and not being able to choose is that you have to find some other way to get Imperial Order off the field if you want to be able to cast spells during your turn. So you could still gain the great benefits of chaining it to one of your opponent's spell cards to get a free negate, but you could no longer easily get rid of it on your own. It was also limited to one copy when it was removed from the ban list of the errata, as this is something they do a lot with newly errated cards that were previously forbidden. And the card immediately started seeing competitive play again, because after all, it's a free shutdown of your opponent's spell cards for a full turn, which was great if you didn't really use any spell cards yourself anyway. Which there were a couple of meta decks that could easily get away with never using spell cards, considering how most modern meta decks are all about using monster effects for everything. And because there were some decks that were completely reliant on spell cards, like Sky Striker for example, if you would side in an Imperial Order against those matchups, it was basically an instant win if your opponent didn't have an out for it immediately. And another big problem with Imperial Order, even with its errated version, is that it coincidentally also countered the outs. You see, the main way to out floodgates is siding in cards like Lightning Storm, Harpy's Feather Duster, Twin Twisters, or Cosmic Cyclone. You may have noticed something about all these 4 cards I listed. All 4 of them are spell cards. The most common way to destroy floodgates is to use a whole bunch of different kinds of spell cards in your side deck. So, if you're playing a back row heavy deck that was mainly trap focused, Imperial Order could basically protect you from all of your opponent's anti-back row cards, while also locking out your opponent of their other stuff. So if you wanted to get rid of Imperial Order, you'd have to side in trap destruction effects, like maybe Heavy Storm Duster, or more realistically just go into a monster that could easily destroy the card like Nightmare Phoenix. And since most people would usually opt for monster destruction, it was pretty easy to just focus all your negates on those Nightmare Phoenixes or Tornado Dragons. That way they couldn't possibly out Imperial Order, which would just win you the game against certain matchups. And because Imperial Order was just being an instant win against certain decks, while also being a complete counter to its out, it was banned again in February of 2022, being the only card which was taken off the ban list with an errata, and then placed back on it later on because the errata wasn't enough of a nerf. Could Imperial Order be unbanned? Probably not, seeing as it was banned rather recently. It's a pretty unique floodgate as it's an instant win against certain decks and very hard to out once it's actually live. There are similar cards which floodgate spell cards, but most of those all have ways to out them, where Secret Village of the Spellcasters can be shut down if you just get rid of your opponent's spellcaster monsters, and Spell Counselor can be beaten over by battle pretty easily. But the only way to get rid of Imperial Order is to destroy the card, so there's no alternative way of getting rid of it like with the other spell negate floodgates. And a floodgate which also stops common answers to floodgates is extra devious because it also protects your other floodgates. How could Imperial Order be fixed to be unbanned? This one's kind of funny because it's the only card in this series which was fixed and then unbanned, but it wasn't fixed well enough. If you simply played in decks that don't really need spell cards, then its initial fix isn't really that big of a deal. So if they were to fix this card to unban it the next time, what they could do is add a 0 to the end of its life point cost, where it now costs 7,000 life points during your standby phase. Otherwise the card is destroyed. That would probably go a long way to fixing it in stall/control decks. However, realistically, only being able to pay the life point cost a single time before the card destroys itself might be better, as part of the problem with Imperial Order is how it's very hard to actually get rid of it once it hits the field. So, if there was a huge life point cost to this, that might also create the unintended side effects of making it really good in just self-burn decks that are trying to resolve life Equalizer OTKs, and also just make it really usable in combo decks that only want to negate your opponent's floodgates for a single turn anyways, as the card would be easier to get rid of during your turn since you wouldn't be able to pay the life point cost. So the best way to deal with this card's negate would be to add a harsher restriction on the person using it, like maybe disallowing you to special summon or activate monster effects while it's on the field, which means it could still be taken advantage of in either anti-meta decks or Eldritch. Or maybe even alternate when its effect is actually live, like in the effect of Underdog, so that it only negates cards during your opponent's turn and then it only negates spell cards during your turn, so your opponent is free to use quick play spell cards. Although even this seems really powerful. So really, I can't think of a good way to fix this card where it still wouldn't be taken advantage of, as the ability to just unconditionally negate all of your opponent's spell effects seems like a little bit too strong of a floodgate, because the common answer to this card is spell effects. Starting out with the banned cards, we have Crystron Halqifibrax, going from limited to forbidden. This card is a Water Machine Link 2, which takes 82 monsters including a tuner. It brings out a level 3 lower tuner straight from your deck when Link Summon, but its effects are negated on the field that turn. Also, during your opponent's main or battle phase, it can banish itself to tag out into a tuner synchro monster from your extra deck, and that is treated as a proper synchro summon. It's been a long time coming, but Hulk has finally been put on the ban list. This card combines an extremely generic summon condition with a really powerful effect for extension. Its restrictions on the monster brought out didn't matter if you just brought out a monster with a graveyard effect, or even something you could use on your opponent's turn. This made Hulk into a must include in any deck that ran tuners, as a way to keep playing as long as they had bodies out. Even slower decks such as Eldritch and Sky Strikers ran it though, as in simplified game states, you could normal summon a hand trap tuner and then use it to go into Celine and then Access Kotaker to close out a game. Its second effect was quite relevant in artifact size setups, especially during the last format. Artifact Dagda can be used to set a Scythe directly from your deck, which can be popped with Halki Fibrax, tagging out into Wonder Magician during your opponent's turn to summon Scythe and lock your opponent out of their extra deck for a turn. Either way, these are just the ways that Hulk had been used recently, but this card had made a huge impact on the game ever since it came out. Many tuners got banned as soon as Hulk got released, and many more would follow soon after. For a really long while, it seemed like a similar situation to Firewall Dragon, where Konami also banned every card surrounding it instead of hitting the actual problem card. At last, it's finally been forbidden, and will most likely never come back. There were a few things more broken in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than being able to summon monsters from the deck with little restrictions, which cards like Hulk and Summon Sorceress before have shown us. Even if it wasn't as big of a problem as it once was because of Sprite and Tier Elements being the best decks right now, the metagame will still change quite a bit due to this not being usable anymore. Sprite often ran Hulk because when combo with Swap Frog, you could use it to bounce hand traps that Hulk would bring out from the deck. The Punk engine was sometimes seen alongside either deck, and much of those cards' strength was because of Hulk. Many adventure decks from last format used Hulk plus Dagda combos as their main win con to protect their adventure cards. However, this is just scratching the surface of all the reasons why Hulk saw play, as there hasn't been a format since its release where it hasn't seen at least some play. Overall, it's good to see this card finally on the list, even if it didn't feel particularly broken at the moment. It's been a huge problem for the game from the get-go. Then, from Unlimited to Forbidden, we have Chaos Ruler the Chaotic Magical Dragon, a level 8 Dark Dragon Synchro monster. On this card's Synchro Summon, the card excavates the top 5 cards of your deck, and you can add one light or dark monster and then send the rest of them to the graveyard. It also has a graveyard effect where you can banish a lighted dark monster from your hand or graveyard to special summon itself back, but then it gets banished when it leaves the field. Chaos Ruler was one of, if not the strongest level 8 Synchro available in the game. It can be made with generic materials, and its effect would often let you at least +2 in card advantage. Dragon Link decks had this as a central part of their combo, as it was really easy to make with the rocket engine and let you excavate into either extenders or hand traps, while also being reusable body to use for the deck's strongest interruptions. Chaos Ruler together with Crystron Halki Fibrax was the main reason why Punk engines ever saw any play, since they made resolving a single Noah Punk Zia Min into one of the highest amounts of card advantage you can get off of a single card, while also putting a negate on the board with Baron de Fleur. In the current meta, while Punk engines can be run on either of the top deck, it was mostly popular in Tier Element decks. This is in no small part because of Chaos Ruler, since its mill effect will also trigger the graveyard effects of all the Tier Elements you excavate on top of everything else. With this card leaving the format, Dragon Link becomes a tad bit worse, and Punk becomes almost entirely unusable outside of dedicated Punk strategies, at least at first glance. This is a Link 3 Light Warrior monster and takes 3 monsters with the same attribute but different types as its materials. This card's first effect is that when it's Link summoned, you can just send any card from your deck to the graveyard. Additionally, when a card is sent from your deck to the graveyard by a card effect, it mills the top 3 cards of your deck. And lastly, it also has a floating effect, where if it's destroyed by battle or leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you get to target a card in your graveyard and add it back to your hand. Now, Curious is one of the strongest Link monsters to be printed ever. Being able to send any card from your deck to the graveyard can be overwhelmingly powerful for a number of decks, and is something that has landed many other cards on the ban list before, such as Lavalval Chain. The only thing that held this card back was its awkward summoning requirement, needing 3 monsters of the same attribute but different types to be brought out. This kept Curious from being splashed in most decks, and it was mostly relegated to 60 card grass decks, which had an easier time going into it. However, all of this changed when the Danger archetype came out. The Dangers are a series of monsters which can special summon themselves for free most of the time, and also help you dig deeper into the deck by making you draw a card when they come out. But the part that really mattered for Curious was that they were all dark attribute, with each having a different type. Since Dark is the most plentiful attribute in the game, with plenty of powerful play starters by itself, and the fact that the Danger archetype actually packed quite some uncommon types led Curious to being splashable in way more decks than ever before. This card became a staple in many strategies which used Dangers, and was more often than not paired with its biggest partner in crime, Nightmare Griffin. This is a generic Link 4 monster which can be made with 2 or more monsters with different names, so you can just make it with Curious and one other material. It prevents non-Link special summon monsters from activating their effects, and when it's Link summoned, you can pitch a card from your hand to set a spell trap from your graveyard to your field, but it can't be activated this turn. So what people often did with these two cards was send really broken floodgates to the grave with Curious, such as Imperial Order when it was legal, and then use Griffin to set it to your field. This was enough to get people rallying for this card's banning during several formats, as whenever Curious came into the meta, it was always to do some degenerate combo like this. Still, it was a limitation of several dangers which kept this kind of thing in check in the end. The latest instance of a tier 1 deck using Curious was Endangered Tier Limit strategy. The tier limit cards fit extremely well with Curious, as the monsters trigger their effects to fusion summon using materials from the graveyard, hand, or field, and the back row lets you add cards to your hand when sent to the graveyard. The release of the TCG exclusive fusion monster Garura Wings of Resonant Life also played quite a big role, since it's quite easy to make within the archetype. You only need Garura, a tier limits monster, and a danger to go into Curious. To top it all off, by making Curious with Garura, you chain block Curious's mill effect with Garura's floating effect, protecting you from hand traps such as Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. This card was particularly vicious in tier because you didn't even have to link into Griffin for it to provide interaction, as its effective mill 3 could also be triggered during your opponent's turn when paired with other tier cards. The last iterations of Danger Tier took a significant amount of top cut slots during the September 2022 format due to their explosiveness and resilience to hand traps. With all that said, by the time the ban list dropped, Curious had completely fallen out of the meta. The release of more tier limit support as well as other generic extra deck options had pushed the Danger variant out of the meta for the most part already. The release of the new Ishizu support, which ushered the game into a tier 0 format, made it completely extinct though. There's no reason to play a tier variant other than Ishizu tier at the moment, which doesn't really need any help milling cards in the first place. It's a bit puzzling why Konami would end up choosing now of all times to ban Curious, since they could have done it back during the September 22 ban list when it was actually being played. This ban doesn't really affect the current meta, but since Curious is pretty much always being used in the most degenerate strategies available at any given time, it's not a bad hit at all. Starting out with the bans, we have Artifact Scythe. This is a level 5 light fairy monster with an effect that allows you to set it from your hand into the spell and trap card zone. During your opponent's turn, if this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon it. And if it's special summoned in your opponent's turn, it activates its effect to lock your opponent out of the extra deck for the entire turn. Scythe had been a problem for many years on end, even if it hadn't seen that much play recently. It can be brought up from the deck for free with Artifact Sanctum, which made the trap into a great going first option many times before. When the artifacts had first come out, their biggest problem was Moral Touch, which can pop a card on the field, to the point where the card once got itself on the limited list. Back in the day, locking your opponent out of the extra deck for a turn wasn't such a big deal, as it wasn't a +1 like Moral Touch. However, this much has changed as the game became faster and there's more and more ways to punish your opponent for skipping out of their turn. Pretty much any deck has an easy way to end the game now, through either their own engine cards or generic extra cards like Access Code Talker, making Sanctum an instant win if it resolves. This wouldn't be the only way to abuse Scythe though, as this card would end up becoming easily searchable a few years back. Artifact Dagda can be used to set Scythe straight from the deck for free on a generic Link to Body, which gave many decks access to a Scythe lock on turn 1. With Dagda, all you do is just pop your own Scythe during your opponent's turn, and you can pretty much just win the game as long as they're an extra deck reliant strategy, which is almost all decks. Some of the most common ways to do this though were through Halki Fibrax into TG Wonder Magician, or Verte into Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. These two ways to abuse Scythe ran rampant in the early 2022 format, where a lot of decks that weren't Despia or Sword Soul were trying to Scythe lock your opponent out of the game. But even if Halki and Verte are banned now, there isn't a shortage of ways to abuse this card, even if they're a bit harder. You can still bring it back from the graveyard with Baron de Fleur if you manage to get it there, or pop it with an in-engine card like Evil Twin Leela. Overall, even if this card wasn't a problem in the current format, it would only be a matter of time before it came to matter again. This card is still searchable through Sanctum, and the upcoming Striker Link 2 would give players yet another easy way to pop Scythe during your opponent's turn, making this into a pretty nice preemptive ban for the next format. Next up on the chopping block, we have Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds. This is a level 4 Wind Winged Beast monster which prevents both players from special summoning monsters except for wind monsters. The statue was a very important card for Flu, as they're the main feature on pretty much every single one of the deck's endboards. Due to how little the meta is comprised of wind monsters, Barrier Statue effectively locks out every single deck from special summoning while on the field. Due to this card's typing, it can be easily searched out through Fluent Reason Robina too, making it very easy to get to. Flu's main goal is to put down a statue and protect it, which they do so either through their field spell or trap. If your opponent normal summons a monster to try and go into the battle phase to beat over it, they can simply activate either to tribute out Rise of the Mega Monarch to remove the monster from the battlefield, winning the game on the spot if your opponent doesn't have any sort of hate for the statue. This card, as well as Dimension Shifter, were the main reasons why a huge part of the player base detested Fluent Reason. And it's the kind of floodgate turbo deck where you either draw your outs or you just lose. Stormwinds had already been a problem in some other decks before, back when Simorgh Bird of Sovereignty was still legal, as it can be summoned out from the deck and it could possibly once again be used in Kashtira, as they can make a Raid Raptor rank 7 to turbo it out. The banning of this card rids the format of one of the nastiest floodgates around and makes Floowandereeze much weaker than it once was. This was a ban that was somewhat expected, as the same had also been applied to both the OCG and Master Duel already, where in both cases Floowandereeze remained somewhat playable but not a meta threat as it is for the TCG now. For the third ban, there's Tier Limit's Kit Kalos. This is a level 5 fusion monster which can be made with Tier Limit monster and an Aqua monster. When it's special summoned, you can either add to your hand or send to the graveyard any Tier Limit card from your deck. During the main phase, it can target a monster you control and then special summon a Tier Limit monster either from your hand or graveyard, then send the targeted card to the graveyard. And last, if this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can mill the top 5 cards of your deck. Kit Kalos is one of, if not the strongest fusion monster ever printed in the game. One important thing to note is that due to the way the Tier Limit's main deck girls work, this card is easily summonable whenever one of them is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, since that triggers their effective fusion summon using materials from the hand, field, or graveyard. Not only that, but since this card is a level 5, it can also be summoned out with instant fusion, which has become the sackiest card of the format due to Kit's existence. However, being easily made is just one of the reasons why Kit is so good. This card is also capable of searching its entire archetype, and the Tier Limit archetype is very strong. This card can search out extenders, hand traps, ways to mill more cards, and even powerful hand traps. As if this +1 wasn't enough, Kit Kalos also enables one of the strongest plays in Tier Limits with its other effect. By targeting itself with its effect while also having a Tier Limit's Merely in your hand or graveyard, you can send Kit Kalos to the graveyard to add that Merely to the field. This then triggers Merely's unsummoned effect as well as Kit Kalos' graveyard effect, milling 8 cards from your deck. Tier Limit's milling 8 can make the deck plus like crazy, as all the aforementioned cards are also +1s when they hit the graveyard. This is without even getting to the Ishizu cards, which aren't part of the engine, but are even better mills, with half of them milling even more cards, and the other being quick effect interruptions during either player's turn. With this many good hits, the chance of an 8 mil not making you go into at least +2 were extremely low. This card was a very big part of the reason why tiers were tier 0, and the main way to play against the deck was to either prevent Kit Kalos through the Bestials, which were present in almost every deck, or negate its effects with Imperm. Though either of those would fall short if Kit Kalos was brought out with Instant Fusion, as even if you negate that one through Imperm, it's still getting destroyed during the end phase due to Instant Fusion's effect, making you mill 5 cards anyway. Instant Fusion was about to become way more annoying than Asagi 1 of 2 due to the newly released Triple Tactics Thrust, which you can use to fetch it straight from the deck. Though with Kit Kalos banned, it's no longer as big of an issue as before. The deck takes a pretty big hit from this ban, but it's by no means unplayable with just this hit as we can see in the OCG. The tier cards can still make other fusions, such as Garura and Kaleidoheart, using the tier's graveyard effects, and you still have access to the card which required Kit Kalos, Rue Kalos, through King of the Swamp. This definitely makes tiers have to work more harder for their pluses though, as the impact of every single tier name resolving is much lesser than before though. Though, some would say this is not enough to make the deck stop being tier 0, as it still sees a lot of play in Japan even after this card was banned. This is just the first of the direct hits to tier on this list so far though. Finally, the last banned card is Sprite Elf. This is a Link 2 monster with 1400 attack, which can be made with any 2 monsters, including at least a single rank, Link, or level 2. It cannot be used as Link material to turn its Link summon, and protects the monster its arrows are pointed to from being targeted. During either player's main phase, it can, as a quick effect, bring back a level 2 monster from your graveyard. But if your opponent controls a monster, it can be a Link or rank 2 instead. Power of the Elements brought us one of the most powerful fusions in the game as Kit Kalos, as well as one of the strongest Link monsters in Sprite Elf, though its effect may seem much weaker at first glance. There's a very good reason why most decks in the meta would come to adopt this card in one way or another. Sprite Elf is most powerful in its own deck, of course, Sprite, as every single member of the archetype is a legible target. You can choose between Sprite Jet and Blue, which pluses you on summon, or Sprite Red or Carrot, which are negates. However, the main reason why this card is scary is due to how it interacted with the Frog engine. Swap Frog is easily searchable from the deck with Gigantic Sprite, and when it's summoned, you can dump another Swap Frog to the graveyard. That second swap can be brought back with Sprite Elf during your turn so that you can overlay for Totally Awesome. Totally can, on a soft once per turn, tribute an Aqua monster to negate an opponent's card effect and steal it to your side of the field. This means that you can use Totally Awesome to tribute itself during your opponent's turn, and then if your opponent has a monster, you can bring it back with Elf for it to be able to negate again. While this interaction was the main reason why Sprites were such a powerful strategy in recent metas, they were by no means the only deck which played Elf. Tier Limits also had Elf as part of their end board, and gave them interaction about as powerful as the Double Toad play. As you might recall, Tier Limits have merely a level 2 monster which mills 3 cards from the deck on its summon. It would also often be the monster you're bringing out with Kit Kalos' effect. This means that you'd often be able to go into Sprite Elf in order to bring back Merely during your opponent's turn. Milling 3 cards on your opponent's turn can give you access to some very powerful interactions, like making fusions which interrupt your opponent's turn if you mill tier names, or sending the whole game into disarray if you hit one of the right Ishizu cards. The way Elf works is that it would at least +1 every single turn while it's stuck around the field. but was often much more impactful than that if you merely hit anything. Sprite Elf is not only very powerful in its archetype, but it also has the potential to be broken in pretty much every single deck with a decent level 2. This card is very easy to make as it's quite generic and gives you pluses and interactions every turn. Even outside of these two, there are still countless other decks which can make very good use of Elf by reboarding a Diviner or a Tri-Brigade monster. Sprite Elf Ban checks the power level of Sprite and tier very well, though it is a way bigger blow to Sprite than it is to anything else. This is a huge loss to Sprite, but the deck is still playable, and this hit will probably prevent it from being dominant in the power vacuum that will happen due to the tier limit hits. Maxi is an insect-type monster whose level 2 has low stats and has the ability where during either player's turn you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard, and for the rest of the turn, each time your opponent special summons a monster or monsters, you immediately draw one card. Now, this effect is a hard once per turn, but that's kind of funny because it doesn't really matter, since you do get to draw a card every time your opponent special summons a monster. The card was released in 2011, alongside other hard-hitting staples like Forbidden Lance and an oppressive boss monster in the form of legendary 6 Samurai Shien. Or I guess I should say it was a pretty unremarkable debut. It was released in the middle of the Synchro era, so special summons were a thing, but it was definitely overshadowed by the completely overpowered legendary 6 Samurai Shien, who would once per turn negate a spell or trap card. Which is kind of funny considering the legacy of these two cards. 6 Samurais are no longer a consistent competitive meta deck, and the ones that do see play don't really use Shien. And Maxi is currently on the ban list for being one of the best hand traps in the game's history. So what exactly was so broken about Maxi? Well, it just allows you to draw a whole bunch of cards, and being able to draw cards is pretty good, especially when it stops your opponent from trying to use so many cards. Which is why the card was eventually banned in February of 2018 after being on a limited list for a while. However, let's take a look at everyone's favorite confusing banned card, Pot of Greed. This card is currently banned and will probably never be unbanned because it has the effect to draw 2 cards. Although, more importantly, the cost of drawing these 2 cards is simply the -1 from your hand of using that Pot of Greed, which means the card is a +1 in card advantage. If you have 5 cards in your opening hand, and one of those cards is Pot of Greed, and you use it and send Pot of Greed to the graveyard after its activation, your hand ends off with 6 cards, which means a net +1 to advantage. And this is the basics of card advantage, using cards to get better off afterwards, and some of those cards generate more advantage. If you had a deck full of Pot of Greeds, then your hand would just get bigger and bigger the more cards you played. Although you wouldn't be able to win with a full deck of Pot of Greeds, you'd need to do something with those cards. And that's where we get powerhouses in the meta. Cards that are able to do a whole bunch once they actually hit and impact the field. Take Ultimate Conductor Tyranno for example. This is a 1 card that you can special summon from your hand by banishing 2 dinosaur-type monsters from your graveyard. And while it's on the field, it has a grand total of about 5 separate effects, bundled together in 2 of its effects. One of them allows you to destroy a monster on the field or in your hand in order to Book of Eclipse your opponent, where you flip all of your opponent's cards face down. This effect is quick effect, which means you can use it during your opponent's turn in order to flip all their cards face down so they can't use those monsters for extra deck plays or their activated effects in the field. Its other effect allows it to attack all of your opponent's monsters. And if it attacks a defensive position monster, it can send that card to the graveyard without a battle or destruction, and you get to inflict 1,000 points of damage to your opponent. The card itself has 3,500 attack baseline, which is 500 over the normal maximum attack, which means it can beat over any card, except ones who specifically exist to have high attack point values, which are kind of rare in the metagame. So if your opponent has a full board of monsters, and you bring out Ultimate Conductor Tyranno to flip them all face down, this 1 card can wipe out all 6 of your opponent's cards, which basically nets you a +6 in advantage. Because 1 card in the field is able to get rid of 6 of your opponent's cards, which can kind of count towards your own advantage because you're depriving your opponent of resources. And this card's cost in order to destroy a card technically nets you a -1 to advantage, but most of the time, dinosaur decks use it to destroy cards like Baby Ceratosaurus, which will cancel out the effect and actually turns it into a plus, which will allow you to special summon another dinosaur-type monster from your deck. Maybe something like Soul-Eating Oviraptor, who himself allows you to go +1 on its summon, which could turn Ultimate Conductor Tyranno's cost into a +1 in card advantage due to a very short and direct combo with Baby Ceratosaurus. which could also potentially get rid of all of your opponent's cards, increasing the advantage even further and possibly win you the game right there. All of this is accomplished with a simple 1 card in your hand, Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, and of course a setup of graveyard with 2 dinosaur type monsters, assuming your opponent doesn't negate any of its effects. Say, for example, you bring out Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, and try to use its effect to flip all of your opponent's cards face down. That way you can attack over your opponent's Borreload Savage Dragon, who might be currently equipped with a Link monster, so its attack is above 3500. Although, that Borreload Savage Dragon has a negate, so you could simply activate its effect in order to stop Ultimate Conductor Tyranno from flipping it face down, in order to get rid of it much easier. In that case, you can then use a card from your hand like Forbidden Chalice, which will negate the effect of the Borreload Savage Dragon. That way the effect can resolve backwards and Ultimate Conductor Tyranno's effect would actually go off and allow you to get rid of all those cards. But then say your opponent goes even further and has another negate on the field, something like Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, who can't be targeted by something like Forbidden Chalice. You can then activate Forbidden Droplet from your hand, and then discard a monster and choose your opponent's Red Eye's Dark Dragoon to negate its effect as well. And then eventually you'll be able to stop your opponent's negate, and your effects will go through in order to flip all their cards face down so that you can attack over all of them without a problem. In order to let the effects resolve though, you need to go through a lot of cards in your hand in order to counter their counters. But it's worth it because 1 card will then be able to get rid of all your opponent's cards. And all of this requires cards in your hand. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno wouldn't be able to resolve its effect against the board of negates without help. So it's a singular super powerful card, but it still needs support in the form of cards in your hand or other cards in the fields that have negates, like Borreload Savage Dragon or Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. And in order to set up these cards, you just need cards in your hand in order to bring out that advantage. A Red Eye's Dark Dragoon can be brought out with a single normal summon from your hand using something like Neo Space Connector, who can then special summon Neo Spacey and Aqua Dolphin from your deck, and then allows you to use both those cards to go into Predaplant Verte Anaconda, who can then pay 2,000 life points to send Red Eye's Fusion from your deck to the graveyard in order to special summon Red Eye's Dark Dragoon from your extra deck. So, for the low cost of a single normal summon and 1 card from your hand, you get a super powerful boss monster in the field who can negate any card effect once per turn, destroy up to 2 monsters, and can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects. And if you have any tuner that can special summon itself, or just combine a normal tuner with a card that can special summon itself from the hand, and thanks to cards like Crystron Halki Fibrax, Despot 001, and Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon, you can easily go into Borreload Savage Dragon with the correct deck and extra deck setup. So you're going into singular powerful cards that can help you further the game state, or completely win you the game on their own with very few resources from your hand. Alternatively, the opposite is kind of true. If your opponent has 5 cards in their open hand and they draw 1 because they're going second, and you set 1 card, namely a Pointer of the Red Lotus, this lets you look at your opponent's hand and get rid of 1 card for a turn. If your opponent has a hand full of nothing but hand traps and only 1 starter card, like maybe Soul Eating Oviraptor for example, you can just get rid of that 1 starter card and then completely stop them from playing the game for that turn, as they can't pull off too many plays with only hand traps. Although both of them are kind of necessary in order for your deck to function in the metagame. You need hand traps in order to curtail your opponent from doing things, and of course you need your power starter cards in order to make sure your plays go off. All of this is within the confines of the starting hand of 5 cards. If 4 of those cards are hand traps with quick effects that can allow you to get off 1 of your starting cards, like Soul Eating Oviraptor, Neo Space Connector, or Predaplant Orpheus Scorpio, then that's totally worth it because you can get so much advantage from 1 card. It can allow you to bring out your boss monsters, like Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, Borreload Savage Dragon, or Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. All of this is kind of balanced around the 5 card opening hand. So, this is where Max E comes in. If your opponent normal summons a Neo Space Connector, and you drop down to Max E and draw 1 card from its special summon from the deck, where it immediately replaces itself and you go card neutral. Then it's up to your opponent to decide if they wish to continue their plays for the turn, or stop there with their special summons and hope you don't set up a board on your turn if they decide to pass. Because if your opponent continues their combos, then you who just played the Max E is just going to draw more and more cards, which can basically just allow you to shut down whatever your opponent is trying to do. Say your opponent then continues the combos and tries to go into Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. They have to special summon at least 2 more times in order for that to happen. And that's if they only play that 1 combo that turn, which will then give you a +2 in card advantage. But say your opponent tries to go even further. They're trying to set up a full board of monsters. Well, you can just keep drawing more and more answers to those problems. You could draw into something like Infinite Impermanence to try to shut down one of their combos. Then you might be able to negate it with their Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, which can then be negated with Psyframe Gear Gamma from your hand, which can then try to negate with one of their cards, and then after all of their negates are gone, you can drop something like Nibiru the Primal Being to destroy their entire field. All during your opponent's turn, before your turn even starts, and while being at advantage. Your opponent would have used all of their resources trying to set up a field, and you could simply just out-resource them with a single Max C. And then when you start your turn, you might have something like 10 cards in your hand, and your opponent just can't do anything about it. If they try to stop your plays with whatever cards they have left, you just simply have more answers than them. A single card can set up a powerful monster on the board, and you have 10 cards to work with. Therein lies why it's one of the most powerful hand traps. Sure, a single Ash Blossom and Joy Spring can probably shut down your opponent for a turn as well, but you lose advantage doing that, whereas Max C doesn't. If your opponent tries to play through a Max C, you'll have so many answers to whatever they have that if you're playing a competent meta deck, it doesn't really matter what they have on the field. Because there's so many singular powerful cards that can just take out everything, like Nibiru the Primal Being, Evenly Matched, Lightning Storm, the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode, and of course boss monsters like Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. And then you'll have other cards that can allow those ones to resolve, like Called by the Grave, Forbidden Droplet, or Dark Ruler No More. There are 2 cards in the metagame called Pot of Extravagance and Pot of Desires. Pot of Extravagance requires you to banish up to 6 cards from your extra deck face down, and then can allow you to draw 2 cards, but restricts you from drawing other cards by card effects for the rest of the turn. This card is a risk because your opponent can negate the effect after you've already banished the cards, and banishing 6 cards from your extra deck is equivalent to about a third of it, give or take, and a lot of meta decks require a lot of monsters in their extra deck in order to set up their plays. So it's a real downside to the card, which your opponent can stop with a single hand trap like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. And it's an excellent card to stop with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, because you don't want your opponent to have a +1 advantage because of how strong singular cards are in the game. In fact, it's so common to stop Pot of Extravagance that a pro move is to only banish 3 cards when you activate your first copy of it, because you know your opponent will probably negate it if you try to banish 6. And even if you resolve it, you at least go hand neutral instead of -1, which you might have gone if they tried to negate it. And there's also the opportunity you might just bait out that negate anyway. Pot of Desires is also a risky card. You have to banish 10 cards from the top of your deck face down in order to draw 2 cards. The average meta deck only has 40 cards in it, which means you're banishing 1/4 of your deck, cards that you can never use again for the rest of the duel. Maybe. And the potential to banish all 3 copies of key cards that you really need for your deck to work. Like if you're playing ABC Dragon Buster and banish all 3 copies of A Assault Core, you can't really go into ABC Dragon Buster anymore. However, in ABC decks, they still play Pot of Desires anyway, because that risk is worth the payoff of a +1. And it's also an excellent card to negate with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, because you don't want your opponent to get a +1 in card advantage. So if you're able to stop your opponent's +1 while also forcing them to lose 1/4 of their deck, this is an excellent use of the hand trap. And despite the huge downsides of Pot of Desires and Pot of Extravagance, they're still 2 of the most played spell cards in the game. So a Max C, which allows you to accomplish similar feats pretty easily, is obviously a little bit broken. If people risk playing cards like Pot of Desires or Pot of Extravagance for only a +1, and they're played so often in so many different kinds of decks, even if it can actually be a detriment to those decks if they're unlucky, then a Max C, which can return even better results, kind of makes those cards look like chump change in comparison. Basically, with the correct deck, a single card in your hand can probably win you the duel, and Max C is one of those singular cards in your hand that can probably win you the duel. Except it can do that by giving you every other card in your deck that might be able to do it as well. And because it's the singular card that can help you bring out all the other singular cards, it kind of creates a game state where if your opponent uses Max C on you, you're probably better off just skipping your turn than trying to play through it. It's still a bad position to be in because you're skipping your turn and you'll probably lose the game as well. In fact, the effect of skipping your opponent's turn by force is one of the strongest effects in the game, but it's still better than giving your opponent more than a card neutral and hand advantage, especially since most of the time you can just use Max C after your opponent has already activated the effect that allows them to special summon a monster, so your opponent can stop your plays for the entire turn without losing card advantage. At least other hand traps require you to lose advantage to play them. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring requires you to go -1 in card advantage to use its negate. Nibiru the Primal Being can also win you the game on its own, and even gives you a monster in the field, but it's not a very good monster on the field, and isn't the same as being able to draw another powerful card in your hand. Forbidden Droplet can win you the game because of its ability to non-target negate cards and conditionally be immune to response. But it requires a lot of card advantage in order to gain its spell speed 4 protection. Max C allows you to accomplish all of this without losing any advantage. Over in the OCG, Max C is at 3 copies and not banned at all. And because Max C exists over there and not in the TCG, we kind of have 2 completely different metas. The OCG is very control heavy because if they go too combo focus, they either need to win immediately in that turn with something like the Tempest Magician FTK, or they probably lose because of all the advantage they might have just given their opponent due to a Max C. Although Max C being at 3 copies is not the only reason the metas are different, but it is definitely a contributing factor. It's why something like Red Eye's Dark Dragoon was completely broken in the OCG, where every deck was playing an engine in order to bring it out, and why it kind of flew under the radar in the TCG and wasn't even played in a majority of decks. Don't get me wrong, Red Eye's Dark Dragoon is kinda broken, and will probably be banned in the TCG in the future as well, but it wasn't used anywhere near as much as it was in the OCG. So now that I've explained to you in so many words why Max C is kind of game defining and broken as far as hand traps go, i.e. being able to stop your opponent from playing the game while not losing card advantage, let's go over the reverse side of Max C. You see, Max C is generally played inside meta decks that might also play cards like Pot of Desires, or go through huge combo plays during their turn, leaving them with smaller and smaller main decks before their opponent starts their turn. Which coined the term, when Max C was still legal in the TCG, of doing the Max C challenge, where if your opponent dropped down to Max C when you were starting your combo plays, you could theoretically deck out your opponent by just special summoning as much as possible during your turn. And with how much the average combo deck can special summon during their turn, like Dragon Link decks for example, it was entirely possible to deck out your opponent using their Max C against them if they had used enough cards in their deck already. Although it was called the challenge for a reason, because if you failed, you were going to lose. There's no coming back from a +20 in card advantage over you. Also, with the amount of hand traps, there's a good chance they would just draw something that would end all of your combos. So it was a very difficult challenge to take on. Although, funny enough, there were some meta decks in the past which could play cards in their deck specifically to take on the Max C challenge and win every time. Back when Zodiacs were still nearly at full power, or at least when they still had Zodiac Broad Bowl legal, they would play 2 copies of Manticore of Darkness in their main deck. Manticore of Darkness is a Beast Warrior type monster, where during the end phase if this card is in your graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can send 1 Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast monster from your hand or field to the graveyard in order to special summon this card from the graveyard. This effect is not once per turn, which means if you have a second copy of Manticore of Darkness in your hand, or on the field, you could infinitely cycle between the 2 cards to special summon them from the graveyard, where one of them would send the other one from the field or hand to the graveyard in order to special summon itself. Then the second copy, which was just sent to the graveyard, could then send the newly special summon one to the graveyard in order to bring itself out, where then it would just repeat and they would keep sending each other to the graveyard from the field to special summon themselves, because all of this can just keep happening in the end phase as much as you want. Normally, there's no reason to do this, because it's just wasting time if you're infinitely special summoning the same card over and over with no change in game state. But if your opponent activated Max C, you could devote all of your resources to just getting off the Manticore Darkness loop, and then deck out your opponent during the end phase. Because Zodiac Broad Bowl allowed you to search out any Beast Warrior type monster from your deck, and its effect was only a soft once per turn. And Zodiacs were very good at getting out multiple copies of Zodiac Broad Bowl on the board in one turn, which is why that card is currently banned as well. And Zodiacs were already a tier 0 deck, and are one of the ones that was probably most impacted by Max C, because they special summon so much for their normal combos. And it's kind of funny that they also had a built-in out to Max C, and could regularly win by deck out thanks to Manticore of Darkness tech. Although I will say this wasn't common tech, and Zodiacs would regularly just lose to Max C a lot. And Zodiac wasn't the only deck that had a built-in way to take on the Max C challenge and win. Dark Synchro decks could do it too with Level Eater, since it could special summon itself, not an infinite amount of times, but so many times if you didn't care about setting up a board of strong monsters that you could deck out your opponent if they tried to Max C you. Anyways, in the TCG, Max C was banned in February 2018, yet is still unrestricted in the OCG. So, can Maxi be unbanned? The answer to this is maybe? Now, if we go based on the fact that the card is a singular powerful card, there's no question that it's broken. Anything that lets you stop your opponent from playing the game for a turn while not losing card advantage or requiring any kind of special setup is pretty broken. However, Maxi kind of goes above and beyond. It's so broken that it unintentionally creates a fairer game state. Let's make a tier list real quick. I'll compare all of the banned cards I've talked about in these videos so far and compare them in a tier list next to Maxi. In this small sample size, we'll be comparing around 58 banned cards to each other. At D tier, we'll have banned cards that are either no longer banned, might come off the ban list soon, or are only banned for reasons not directly related to the power level of the card itself. And at C tier, we have excellent banned cards that probably won't be unbanned anytime soon, but just have a lower power level than the rest of the cards on the list. At B tier, we'll have all the banned strong staples, as well as banned cards that need to have decks built around them in order to be broken, or just generate a significant amount of advantage, but only in very niche specific decks. Excellent cream of the crop at B tier. Very hard to get past this point. At A tier, we have cards that are also strong staples, but can possibly win you the game on their own. In here, we have cards like Confiscation and Forceful Sentry, both of which can probably single-handedly win you the game against a modern meta deck, if you're playing a modern meta deck yourself. Card of Safe Return is kind of bonkers without a once per turn, same with Ultimate Offering, and Painful Choice is probably one of the best single of staples that probably won't win you the game on its own, but boy will it generate a ton of advantage for you in a lot of kinds of meta decks. And at S tier, we have cards that are just straight up broken, or can win you the games by themselves without having to build a deck around the card, which is basically just Royal Oppression. And then we have ones that just generate so much advantage it seems like kind of an oversight. Spellbook of Judgment with its +7 in card advantage at the end of the turn, that Grasslix Greeter with its potential +20 in card advantage, and Performapal Plushfire, who can special summon more monsters from the main deck than any other card on this short list. So if Pot of Greed is a B tier, arguably of course, this isn't a tier list video, just kind of a vague generalization to show where Maxi would be in comparison to all these other cards I've talked about so far. And if we were to rank Maxi on this tier list, it would probably go up here in S tier, and then go 2 spots above it in the triple S tier. Maxi is so good that it kind of changes the format. None of these other cards, besides maybe the Grasslix Greeter, can be said to be so good that it changes the game itself across all meta decks, and not just a handful of specific ones. You see, if both players are allowed to play 3 copies of Maxi, then it kind of evens out, and heavily penalizes combo decks, which most players complain are the problem with modern Yu-Gi-Oh anyway. Because Maxi exists and is so ridiculously good against combo decks that it would just straight up make people not want to play them anymore. Kinda like what it does in the OCG. They still play combo decks in the OCG, but they're a little bit different from the TCG. Imagine a singular card being so broken that it kinda balances the game. What's one way to stop a whole bunch of oppressive decks from summoning a full board of monsters of negates in one turn? Having 20 cards in your hand to deal with that board, of course. But then there's the problem of every deck having to play 3 copies of Maxi. And if you don't play Maxi, then you're doing something wrong. And some decks just can't play the card for whatever reason. Or what happens if you just never draw into your copy of Maxi and lose anyway? There's just problems that come with using cards in order to try to balance the game rather than changing the rules or limiting powerful cards. The reason the ban list exists is partially in response to how similar most early day meta decks were created. Before the first ban list, they would basically just limit every card that was strong. And because there were so many strong singular staples, like Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity, Raigeki, Delinquent Duo, etc., every deck would just be half, all the staple cards, and the other half would be whatever the deck was supposed to actually be about. On screen, I'm showing you the 2002 World Championship hand control deck. There is no reason not to play Pot of Greed or Delinquent Duo because of the advantage they give you and how easy they were to use in pretty much every deck. And it kinda led to a lot of deck homogenization, where every deck was basically the same with only slight differences. Like maybe they'd focus on bringing out Summon Skull instead of Jinzo. Once they finally started banning all the super strong singular cards, then the more archetype-focused type of Yu-Gi-Oh that we know of today really started taking shape and form. Although that was only like a side effect of the ban list. It was actually created to stop the Yatagarasu loop, but I think it was a pretty good side effect. People would probably argue that Yu-Gi-Oh is still like this today. Everyone plays the same hand traps and staple cards, but there's so many restrictions and side effects of a lot of those cards that people do still play basically the same strong staples, but they heavily mix it up compared to before. Not every deck can afford to play Pot of Desires. Not every deck wants to play Forbidden Droplet, or the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode, main decking Twin Twisters or Lightning Storm. They're just a whole bunch of strong staples that are options, but not necessary in every deck. Max C would be kind of necessary in every deck though, because if you're not playing Max C, then you'll lose to your opponent's Max C. Unless they're playing a control deck where they don't really special summon very much. This would probably change the metagame to the point where people would play more control decks, where you don't have to special summon very much. Max C would be a 3-of staple in pretty much every deck, because you'd be kinda stupid not to play it, just like in the early days of the game where you were stupid to not play Pot of Greed or Delinquent Duo. So this is where the maybe comes in terms of whether Max C should stay banned or not. But on the terms of completely changing how the meta plays and kind of hitting all combo decks at once, and of course the fact that it's already unbanned in the OCG, leads me to not be very confident in one way or the other. It's a very divisive card. I don't think there's any other card in the game which really warrants as much discussion as Max C. So if we were just to give my personal opinion, I'd say it's probably better off just staying banned, purely for the fact that shutting down your opponent's plays for a turn while not losing card advantage is busted. How could you fix Max C so that it could be unbanned? This one's kind of funny. I think you could probably fix the card if you just gave it a discard cost. Currently, you can just use the card after your opponent's about to special summon a monster, that way you immediately draw one card, which gives you that card neutral advantage that I've talked about a few times in the video. Or the equivalent of using Upstart Goblin, a card that's currently limited on the ban list, or even Chicken Game, which does the same thing and is currently banned. If they require you to discard one in order to use it though, you would still go -1 even if your opponent decided to stop their combos there. Or if your opponent was able to stop the special summon in some other way, you would go -2 instead, giving some actual downsides to using Max C. You'd still have the super broken effect if they decide to special summon anyway, but there would be a little bit more leeway where they could special summon just enough to set up a measure of a board while not giving your opponent too many cards to come back. The average Red Eyes Dark Dragoon requires about 3 special summons, so currently Max C would be a +2 in card advantage if you used it right as your opponent was about to go through those combos that allows them to bring out Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. However, with a simple discard cost, you'd only go +1, which is still good and worth using, but not as completely broken as going +2 for the exact same combo. Although I'd probably go one step further and have that 1 card discard cost be from the hand actually banishing the card face down instead of sending it to the graveyard. That way you can't gain any advantage from the Max C cost at all. +1s are fine to an extent. That's why they have cards like Destiny Hero Malicious only semi-limited on the ban list. At semi-limited, it's only a +1 in card advantage in very specific decks. Some of those very specific decks are really good though, so it stays semi-limited. But if it's unlimited, then it's a +2 in card advantage in those good decks, which is a little bit too much. As I already explained with how advantage works in the game, just a small little discard cost could add a little bit of counterplay to Max C, which doesn't really exist in its current unerrata form. And of course, this would still allow your opponent to try to take the Max C challenge if they wanted, and it would still make the card super broken if they just ignored Max C and went through all their combos anyway, giving you 20 cards in your hand to deal with a full board of monsters. Alright, and that's the video, explaining all main deck monsters part 4. So, what do you think about Max C? If you ever wonder why this seemingly normal hand trap was banned next to more powerful boss monsters, like True King of All Calamities or Masterpiece, the True Draco Slaying King, and why it's actually better than those two cards, how would you change Max C in order to make it unban? I think my suggestion would work to an extent, but it would still probably be broken. So I'm really interested in other suggestions that allow the card to still function its intended way, but just not be crazy bonkers.